March Upcountry, David Weber and John Ringo. This is a work of fiction. All the characters and events portrayed in this book are fictional, and any resemblance to real people or incidents is purely coincidental. Chapter 1. His Royal Highness, Prince Roger Ramius Sergei Alexander Chang McClintock. Prince Roger maintained his habitual, slightly bored smile as he padded through the door, then stopped and glanced around the room as he shot the cuffs of his shirt and adjusted his cravat. Both were made from Diablo spider silk, the softest and sleekest material in the galaxy. Since it was protected by giant, acid-spitting spiders, it was also the most expensive. For his part, Amos Stevens paid as little attention as possible to the young fop he had so grandly announced. The child was a disgrace to the honorable name of his mother's family. The cravat was bad enough, and the brightly patterned brocade jacket, more appropriate for a bordello than a meeting with the Empress of Man, was worse. But the hair! Stevens had served 20 years in Her Majesty's Navy before entering the Palace Service Corps. The only difference between his years in the Navy and his years in the Palace was the way his close-cropped curls had shifted from midnight black to silver. The mere sight of the butt-length golden hair of the farcical dandy Empress, Alexandra's younger son, had become always drove the old butler absolutely mad. The Empress's office was remarkably small and spare, with a broad desk, no larger than that of a middle-level manager in any of the star-spanning corporations of Earth. The appointments were simple but elegant, the chairs sensible, but elaborately handcrafted and covered in exquisite hand-stitching. Most of the pictures were Old Master originals. The one exception was the most famous. The Empress-in-Waiting was a painting from life of Miranda McClintock during the Dagger years, and the artist, Traxler, had captured his subject perfectly. Her eyes were open and smiling, showing the world the image of an ingenuous Terran subject, a loyal upholder of the Dagger Lords. In other words, a filthy collaborator. But if you stared at the painting long enough, a chill crept over your skin, and the eyes slowly changed to the eyes of a predator. Roger spared the painting one bare glance, then looked away. All of the McClintocks lived under the shadow of the old biddy, long dead though she was. As the merest, and least satisfactory, slip of that lineage, he had all the shadows he could stand. Alexandra VII, Empress of Man, regarded her youngest child through half-slitted eyes. The carefully metered bite of Stephen's ironic announcement had apparently gone over the prince's head completely. Roger certainly didn't seem affected by the old spacer's disdain in the slightest. Unlike her flamboyant son, Empress Alexandra wore a blue suit of such understated elegance that it must have cost as much as a small starship. Now she leaned back in her float chair and propped her cheek on her hand, wondering for the 100th time if this was the right decision. But there were 1,000 other decisions awaiting her, all of them vital, and she'd spent all the time she intended to on this one. "Mother," Roger said insouciantly, with a micrometric bow, and glanced at his brother in the flanking chair. "To what do I owe the honor of being summoned into two such august presences?" he continued with a slight knowing smirk. John McClintock gave his younger brother a thin smile and a nod. The galaxy-renowned diplomat was dressed in a conservative suit of blue worsted, with a practical damask handkerchief poking out of one sleeve. For all that he looked like a doltish banker, his poker face and sleepy eyes hid a mind as insightful as any in the known worlds. And despite the developing paunch of middle age, he could have become a professional golfer, if the job of heir apparent had allowed the time for it. The Empress leaned forward abruptly and fixed her youngest with a laser stare. "Roger, we are sending you off-planet on a show-the-flag mission." Roger blinked several times and smoothed his hair. "Yes," he replied carefully. "The planet Leviathan is celebrating net hauling in 2 months." "Oh my God, Mother!" Roger's exclamation cut the Empress of Man off in mid-sentence. "You must be joking." "We are not joking, Roger," Alexandra said severely. "Leviathan's primary export may be grumbly oil, but that doesn't change the fact that it's a focal planet in the Sagittarius sector. And there hasn't been a family representative for net hauling in 2 decades. Since I repudiated your father, she didn't bother to add. But, Mother, the smell, the prince protested, shaking his head to toss an errant strand of hair out of his eyes. He knew he was whining and hated it, but the alternative was smelling grumbly oil for at least several weeks on the planet. And even after he escaped Leviathan, it would take several more weeks for Costas to get the smell out of his clothes. The oil made a remarkable musk base. In fact, it was in the cologne he was wearing at the moment. But in its raw form, it was the most noxious stuff in the galaxy. "We don't care about the smell, Roger," snapped the Empress, "and neither should you. You will show the flag for the dynasty, and you will show our subjects that we care enough about their reaffirmation of alliance to the Empire to send one of our children. Is that understood?" The young prince drew himself up to his full 195 centimeters and gathered the shreds of his dignity. "Very well, Your Imperial Majesty. I will, of course, do my duty as you see fit. It is my duty, after all, is it not, Your Imperial Majesty? Noblesse oblige and all that." His aristocratic nostrils flared in suppressed anger. "Now, I suppose I have some packing to oversee. By your leave?" Alexandra's steely gaze held him for a few moments more, and then she waggled her fingers in the direction of the door. Go, and do a good job." The "for a change" was unstated. Prince Roger gave another micrometric bow, turned his back quite deliberately, and stalked out of the room. "You could have handled that better, Mother," John said quietly, after the door had closed on the angry young man. "Yes, I could have," she sighed, steepling her fingers under her chin. "And I should have, damn it, but he looks too much like his father." "But he isn't his father, Mother," John said quietly, "unless you create his father in him, or drive him into New Madrid's camp. Try to teach me to suck eggs, why don't you?" she snapped, then inhaled deeply and shook her head. "I'm sorry, John. You're right, you're always right." She smiled ruefully at her older son. "I'm just not good at personal, am I?" "You were fine with Alex and me," John replied. "But Roger's carrying a lot of loads. It might be time to cut him some slack." "There isn't any slack to cut. Not now." "There's some. More than he's gotten in the last several years anyway. Alex and I always knew you loved us," he pointed out quietly. "Roger's never been absolutely sure." Alexandra shook her head. "Not now," she repeated, more calmly. "When he gets back, if this crisis blows over, I'll try to undo some of the damage." John's voice was level, his mild eyes unchallenging, open and calm. But then, he looked that way in the face of war. "Explain," she said sharply. "Tell him the whole story. From the horse's mouth. Oh, maybe if I explain it to him it will make more sense." She paused, and her face hardened. "And if he still is in New Madrid's camp, well, we'll just have to deal with that as it comes. But until then..." John met her half-angry, half-saddened gaze levelly. "Until then, we stay the course, and get him as far out of the line of fire as possible. And as far from power as possible, as well," she thought. Chapter 2. Well, at least he's an athlete. Watching the prince drift out of the freefall and flip to a lithe touchdown on the padded landing area, Company Sergeant Major Eva Kosudik had to admit that she'd seen experienced spacers handle the maneuver worse. Now if he'd only grow a spine. First platoon of Bravo Company, Bronze Battalion, the Empress's own regiment, was drawn up at attention in serried ranks on the forward side of the shuttleboat bay. The platoon's turnout was better than the fleet's, which was only to be expected. The Bronze Battalion might be the lowest in the hierarchy of the Empress's own, but they were still among the most elite bodyguards in the known universe. And that meant both the deadliest and the best looking. It was Eva Kosudik's job to make sure of that. The 30-minute guard mount had been, as always, precise and painstaking. Every centimeter of the uniform, equipment, and toilet of the individual Marines had been minutely inspected. In the 5 months she'd been Sergeant Major of Bravo Company, Captain Panner had never found a single fault after she'd checked over the troops. And he never would, if Eva Kosudik had anything to say about it. Admittedly, there were very few gigs for her to find. Before winning assignment to the regiment, all candidates went through an exhausting washout course. The 5-week regimental in-processing, or RIP, was designed to remove the wannabes and combined all the worst aspects of commando training with intense inspections of uniform and equipment. Any Marine found wanting, and most were, was sent back to his unit with no hard feelings. It was understood that the regiment accepted only the best of the best of the best. Once a recruit survived RIP, of course, he found another hierarchy to deal with. Almost all of the recent Rippers were assigned to Bronze Battalion, where they had the inexpressible joy of guarding an overbred pansy who'd rather spit on them and give them the time of day. Most of them suspected that it was just another test. If they stayed hardcore and professional for 18 months, they could either take a promotion to stay in Bronze or else vie for a position in Steel Battalion and protect Princess Alexandra. Personally, Eva Kosudik was counting down. 153 days and a wake-up, she thought, as the prince stepped off the landing mat. The last notes of the Imperial Anthem died, and the ship's captain stepped forward and saluted. "Your Royal Highness, Captain Vil Krasnitsky, at your service. Might I say what an honor it is to have you with us on the Charles de Glopper." The prince gave the ship's captain a languid one-handed wave and turned to look around the boat bay. The petite brunette who'd trailed him out of the tube stepped forward and around him with an almost unnoticeable flare of her nostrils and took the captain's hand. "Eleonora O'Casey, Captain. It's a pleasure to be aboard your fine vessel." Roger's former tutor and current chief of staff gave the captain a firm handshake and looked him directly in the eye, trying to project some semblance of leadership since Roger was in one of his sulks. "We've been told there's not a crew in this class that can touch yours." The captain glanced sideways at the distant nobleman for only a moment, and then turned back to the chief of staff. "Thank you, ma'am. It's good to be appreciated. You've won the Tarawa competition 2 years in a row. That's proof enough for this poor civilian." She gave the captain a blinding smile and nudged Roger lightly with her elbow. The prince turned to the captain and gave him a thin, remote, and fairly meaningless smile. The captain, blinded by the sight of royalty, gave a sigh of relief. Presumably the prince was pleased, and his career would avoid the shoals of royal disfavor. "May I introduce my officers?" Krasnitsky asked, turning to the line of waiting personnel. "And if His Highness wishes, the ship's company is prepared for inspection." "Perhaps at a later time," Eleonora suggested hastily. "I believe His Highness would prefer to be shown to his cabin." She smiled at the captain once more, already rehearsing her future explanation that the prince had suffered a slight case of motion sickness in the freefall tube, and that was why he was distracted. The excuse was weak, but having space phobia would go over better with the ship's crew than explaining that Roger was being a pain in the ass on purpose. "I understand completely," the captain said, sympathetically. "Changing environments can be stressful. If I might lead the way." "Lead on, Captain. Lead on," Eleonora said with yet another blinding smile. And another elbow jab to Roger. "Just let us make it to Leviathan, without Roger embarrassing me too hideously," she thought earnestly. "Surely that isn't asking too much." "Jumdo. Oh, Christ on a crutch. It's Mouse." Kostas Matsugai looked up from the day jackets he was unpacking from their traveling containers. The equipment bay was rapidly filling with bronze barbarians. And from the way they were putting their own equipment into lockers, it looked to be a permanent arrangement. "What is the meaning of this?" the diminutive valet asked, in a precise, spare voice. "Oh, don't get your titties in a wad, Mouse," the first speaker, one of the longer service privates, said. "There's only so much space on one of these assault transports. I guess you're gonna have to shoehorn into the space heavy weapons would take up." "Hey, all," the private went on, raising his voice slightly to be heard over the conversations and clatter of equipment. "Mousie's in the compartment." So nobody start doing the nasty on the benches. Right. One of the female corporals sashayed past the middle-aged valet, stripping out of her dress uniform as she went. Mousies, how I love them. Mousies is what I love to eat. Nibble on their toesies, nibble on their tiny feet, the rest of the platoon chorus. Matsugai sniffed and went back to unloading the prince's accoutrements. His Highness would want to look his best for dinner. Yeah, I'm not going to take dinner in the damned mess, Roger said petulantly, pulling at a strand of hair. He knew he was being a spoiled brat, and as always, it drove him crazy. Of course, the whole situation seemed expressly designed to drive him mad, he reflected bitterly, and gripped his hands together until the knuckles went white and his forearms quivered. I'm not going, he repeated adamantly. Eleonora knew from long experience that arguing with him was probably a lost cause, but sometimes, if you ground away at one of Roger's sulks, he came out of it. Sometimes. Rarely. Roger, she started calmly, if you don't take dinner the first night, it will be a slap in the face to Captain Krasnitsky and his officers. I'm not going, he shouted, and then, almost visibly, gathered control of his anger. His whole body was shivering now, and the tiny cabin seemed too small to contain his rage and frustration. It was the captain's cabin, the best one on the ship, but compared to the palace, or even the regal ships of the Empress's fleet that Roger had traveled on previously, it was the size of a closet. He took a deep, cleansing breath and shrugged. Okay, I'm being an ass, but I'm still not going to dinner. Make an excuse, he said with a sudden boyish grin. You're good at that. Eleonora shook her head in exasperation, but had to smile back. Sometimes Roger could also be disarmingly charming. Very well, Your Highness. I'll see you tomorrow morning. She took the single step backward to open the hatch and stepped out of the cabin, and almost ran over Costas Matsugai. Good evening, ma'am, the valet said, skipping aside despite an armful of clothing and accoutrements. He had to dodge again to avoid running into the Marine, standing guard outside the door. But the Marine remained utterly expressionless and motionless. Any humor she might have felt at the frantic hopping about of the valet was quashed by iron discipline. The members of the Empress's Own were renowned for their ability to remain stone-faced and still through virtually anything. They occasionally had contests to determine who had the most endurance and stoicism. The former Sergeant Major of Gold Battalion held the record for endurance, 93 hours at attention without eating, drinking, sleeping, or going to the bathroom. It was the last, he'd admitted, which had been the hardest. He'd finally passed out from a combination of dehydration and toxin buildup. Good evening, Matsugai, Eleonora replied, and fought her own urge to smile. It was hard, for the fussy little valet was so bedecked with outfits that it was almost impossible to find him under the pile. I'm sorry to say that our prince won't be taking dinner in the mess, so I doubt he really needs those, she continued, gesturing with her chin at the mass of clothes. What? Why? Matsugaya squeaked from somewhere under the pile. Oh, never mind. I have the casuals for after dinner, so I suppose that will do. He gave his neck a little twist, and his balding head and round face rose like a toadstool from the pile of clothing. It's a terrible shame, though. I'd picked out a lovely sienna suit. You what? Maybe you can calm him down with some clothes. O'Casey's smile took on a tinge of resignation. I seem to have set him off instead. Well, I can understand his being upset, the valet said with another sharp squeak. Being sent off to the back of beyond on a pointless mission is bad enough. But to send a prince of the blood, royal on a barge is simply the worst insult I can imagine. Eleonora pursed her lips and frowned at the valet. Don't go making it any worse than it already is, Matsugai. Sooner or later, Roger has to begin taking up his responsibilities as a member of the royal family. And sometimes that means sacrifices. Like maybe the sacrifice of enough time to get a staff to go with the chief, she added silently. He doesn't need his sulks encouraged. You care for him in your way, Ms. O'Casey, and I will care for him in mine, the valet snapped. Push a child around, despise him, revile him, and cast out his father, and what do you expect to get? Roger is no longer a child, she retorted angrily. We can't coddle, bathe, and dress him like he is one. No, the valet replied. But we can give him enough space to breathe. We can make an image for him and hope he grows into it. What, an image of a clothes horse? The chief of staff shot back. It was an old and worn argument that the valet seemed to be winning. He's grown into that one beautifully. The valet stared back at her like a fearless mouse confronting a cat. Unlike some people, he sniffed with a glance at her painfully plain suit. His Highness has an appreciation for the finer things in life. But there's more to His Highness than a clothes horse. Until some of you begin to acknowledge that fact, however, you'll get exactly what you expect. He glowered at her for an instant longer, then gave yet another sniff, hit the latch for the hatch with an elbow, and stepped into the cabin. I gotta worry. Roger leaned back on the bed in the tiny cabin, eyes shut, and tried his best to radiate a dangerous calm. I'm 22 years old, he thought. I'm a prince of the empire. I will not cry just because Mommy is making me angry. He heard the blast door of the cabin open and shut, and knew immediately who it was. The cologne that Matsuge wore was almost overpowering in the small compartment. Good evening, Costas, he said calmly. Just having the valet present was soothing. Whatever anyone else thought, Costas always took him at his face value. When that value was below par, Costas would tell him, but when it had merit on its own level, Costas would acknowledge it where no one else would. Good evening, Your Highness, Costas said, already laying out one of the light ghee-like chamber outfits the prince preferred to lounge in. Will you want your hair washed this evening? No, thank you, the prince responded with unconscious politeness. I suppose you heard I'm not taking dinner in the mess? Of course, Your Highness, the valet responded as the prince rolled upright on the bed and looked sourly around the cabin. Pity, really. I had a beautiful suit picked out. That light sienna one that complements your hair so well. The prince smiled thinly. Nice try, Cozy, but no. I'm just too frazzled to be polite at dinner. He slapped the sides of his head with both hands in frustration. Leviathan I could take. Net hauling I could take, grumbly oil and all. But why? Oh, why did Mother Her Regalness choose to send me on this goddamn tramp freighter? It isn't a tramp freighter, Your Highness, and you know it. We needed room for the bodyguards, and the alternative would have been to detach a fleet carrier. Which would have been a bit much, don't you think? I will admit, though, that it's a bit shabby. No, that's a gordy. Shabby. The prince gave a bitter laugh. It's so worn I'm surprised it can hold atmosphere. It's so old I bet the hull is welded. I'm surprised it's not driven by internal combustion engines or steam power. John would have gotten a carrier. Alexandra would have gotten a carrier. But not Roger. Oh no, not baby Raj. The valet finished laying out the various outfits to be chosen from, in the limited space of the cabin, and stood back with a resigned expression. Will I be drawing a bath for Your Highness? He asked pointedly, and Roger gritted his teeth at the tone. So I should stop whining and get a grip? The valet only smiled very slightly in return, and Roger shook his head. I'm too worked up, Cozy. He looked around the 3-meter square space and shook his head again. I wish there was some place I could work out in peace on this tub. There's an exercise area adjacent to the assault complement quarters, Your Highness, the valet pointed out. I said in peace, Roger commented dryly. He generally preferred to avoid the troops that filled the compartment. He'd never actually worked out around the battalion, despite being its nominal commanding officer, because he'd had his fill of weird looks and sniggers behind his back in 4 years at the academy. Getting the same treatment from his own bodyguards would be hard to take. The majority of the ship's company is eating at the moment, Your Highness, Matsugai pointed out. You would probably have the gym to yourself. The thought of a good workout was awfully attractive. Finally, Roger nodded his head. Okay, Matsugai, make it so. Onji. As the dessert was cleared, Captain Krasnitsky looked significantly at Ensign Guha. The mahogany-skinned young woman blushed a darker hue and stood up, wine-glass in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, she said carefully, Her Majesty the Empress, long may she rule. After the chorus, the Empress, the captain cleared his throat. I'm sorry His Highness is unwell, Captain. He smiled at Captain Panner. Is there anything we can do? The gravity, temperature, and air pressure in his cabin are as close to Earth normal as my chief engineer can make. Captain Panner set down his almost untouched wine glass and nodded to the captain. I'm sure His Highness will be fine. Various other phrases crossed his mind, but he carefully suppressed them. After the completion of this voyage, Panner would move on to a command slot on a very similar ship, but larger. As with all Ko's in the Empress's own, he was already on the promotion list for the next grade, and at the completion of his rotation, he would take over as the commander of the 2nd Battalion, 502nd Heavy Strike Regiment. Since the 502nd was the primary ground combat unit of 7th Fleet, the fleet usually found in any face-off with the Saints, he could expect to see regular action, and that was good. He had no love of war, but the heat of battle was the only possible place to truly test whether a person was a Marine or not, and it would be good to be back in harness. With over 50 years in the service, enlisted, and officer, the two commands, Empress's Own and Heavy Strike, would be as good as it got. From there on out it would all be downhill. Either retirement, or else colonel, and then brigadier. Which was as good as, say, a desk job. The Empire hadn't fielded a regiment in a couple of centuries. It was a somber thought that he could see a light at the end of the tunnel, and it was a grav train. Captain Krasnitsky waited for further elaboration, but decided after a moment that that was all he was getting from the taciturn Marie. With another frozen smile, he turned to Eleonora. Has the rest of the staff gone ahead to Leviathan to prepare for the prince's arrival, Ms. O'Casey? Eleonora took a slightly deeper gulp of wine than was strictly polite, and looked over at Captain Panner. I am the rest of the staff, she said coldly, which meant that there had not been anyone to send ahead as an advance party, which meant that once they got there, she would be running her ass off trying to set up all the minor details the staff should be handling. The staff that she was apparently chief of. That mysterious, magically invisible staff. The captain was now well aware that he was wandering through a field of landmines. He smiled again, took a sip of wine, and turned to the engineering officer at his left to engage in casual chit-chat that wasn't going to tick off a member of the imperial household. Panner moistened his lips with his wine again and looked over at Sergeant Major Kosuti. She was chatting quietly with the ship's bosun, and caught the look and simply raised her eyebrows as if to say, well, what you want me to do about it? Panner shrugged millimetrically in reply and turned to the ensign at his left. What could any of them do about it? Chapter 3. Panner tossed the electronic memo pad onto the desk in the tiny office of the Assault Complement Commander. I think that's about all the planning we can do without actually seeing the dirtside conditions, he told Kosutik, and the sergeant major shrugged philosophically. Well, frontier planets full of rugged individualists rarely spawn assassins anyway, Boston. True enough, Panner admitted, but it's close enough to both Raiden Winterhow and the Saints to have me twitchy. Kosutik nodded, but she knew better than to ask most of the questions that came to mind. Instead, she fingered her earlobe, where the sun-painted skull and crossbones glittered faintly, and then glanced at the antiquated watch on her wrist. I'm going to take a turn around the ship. Find out how many of the posts are asleep, she announced. Panner smiled. In 2 tours with the regiment, He'd never found a post other than fully alert. You just didn't make it this far if you were the type to even slouch on guard duty. But it never hurt to check. Have fun, he said. Ensign Guha finished sealing her ship boots and looked around the cabin. Everything was shipshape, so she picked up the black bag at her feet and touched the stud to open her cabin hatch. Somewhere in the depths of her mind, a little voice was screaming, but it was a quiet voice. She stepped out of the cabin, turned to the right, and shouldered the ditty bag. The bag was unusually heavy. The materials within would have been detected in the security sweep of the ship, which was standard operating procedure before a member of the imperial family took transit. And they had been. And then accepted. The assault ship was designed to take a full marine complement after all, which included all of their explosive loadout. The 6 ultra-dense bricks, formed out of the most powerful chemical explosive known, should do the job perfectly. The thought was a pleasing one. And, of course, her own position as logistics officer gave her full access to the material. Even more pleasing. Taken all in all, she practically scintillated with pleasure. Her cabin was on the outer rim of the ship, along with most of the personal quarters, and she had a long trip to engineering. But it would be a happy trip, despite the quiet little screams within. She strode down the passage, smiling pleasantly at the few souls about in the depths of ship night. They were few and far between, but no one questioned the logistics officer. She'd been taking deep night strolls for her whole tour, and it was put down to simple insomnia. And that was fair enough, for she did suffer from insomnia, however far from simple it might be on this particular night. She traveled the curved passages of the giant sphere, taking elevators to lower levels on a circuitous route that brought her closer and closer to engineering. The route was designed to avoid the Marine Guards scattered at strategic locations around the ship. Although their detectors wouldn't spot the demolitions unless she got very close, they would easily detect the fully charged power cell of the bead pistol in the same bag. The horizon of the gray-painted passages shrank as she neared the center of the vast ball. Finally, she exited one last elevator. The passage beyond was straight for a change, the far end sealed by a blast door. To one side of the blast door, covering the controls, was a single Marine in the silver and black dress uniform of the House of McClintock. Kanye, one dene, Dashinomaral, or Dontere, Adberboshen Tio. Private Higazi came to attention, one hand sliding automatically towards his sidearm as the elevator opened, but he relaxed again almost immediately when he recognized the officer. He'd seen her any number of times on her perambulations of the ship, but never by engineering. Guess she got bored, he thought. Or maybe I'm about to get lucky. Nonetheless, his duty was clear. Ma'am, he said, remaining at attention as she neared. This is a secure space. Please exit the secure area. Ensign Guha smiled faintly as an aiming grid dropped across her vision. Her right hand, hidden inside the bag, flipped the bead gun off of safe and triggered a 5-round burst. The 5mm steel-coated, glass-cored beads were accelerated to phenomenal speeds by the electromagnets lining the barrel. The weapon's recoil was tremendous, but all 5 of the beads had cleared the barrel before recoil began to take effect. Ensign Guha's hand was thrown violently out of the now smoking bag, but the beads continued their flight towards the Marine Guard. Yonmais. Higazi was fast. You had to be in the regiment. But he also had less than an eighth of a second between the instant his instincts shrilled a warning and the impact of the first bead on his upper chest. The outer layer of his heavy uniform was a synthetic that simulated buff wool, but was fire-resistant. It wasn't ballistic-resistant. The next layer, however, was kinetic-reactive. As the bead struck, the polymers of the uniform reacted instantaneously, their chemical bonds shifting under the imparted energy to change the textile from soft and flexible to solid as steel. The armor had weaknesses and was vulnerable to cuts, but it was light and well-nigh impregnable to small arms fire. Yet any material has a breaking point. In the case of the Marines' uniform armor, that point was high but not infinite. The first bead shattered on the surface, the metal and glass bits flicking out in a fan to pepper the underside of the Marine's chin, even as his hand reached once more for his own sidearm. The weight was coming off his feet as he started to drop to a kneeling position when the second bead hit a few centimeters above the first. This bead also shattered, but the extra energy began to splinter the molecular bonds of the resistant material. The third bead did the trick. Coming in on the heels of the second and slightly lower, it shattered the kinetic armor like glass, finally throwing some of its mass into the now unprotected Marine's sternum. Ensign Guha wiped the blood off of the keypad and attached a device to the surface temperature scanner. She shouldn't have had the codes to enter engineering, or the facial features for that matter. But any system is subject to compromise, and this one was no exception. The security system saw the IR features of the developer's chief engineer and received the correct codes timed in just the way the chief would have tapped them. She stepped through the open blast doors and looked around, pleased but not surprised that there was no one in sight. The engineering spaces of the ship were huge, taking up well over 1/3 of the interior volume. The tunnel drive coils and the capacitors to feed them took up the majority of the space, and their keening song filled the vast compartment as they sucked in energy voraciously and distorted any concept of Einsteinian reality. The light speed limit could be violated, but it required immense power, and the tunnel drive gobbled up internal volume almost as greedily as it did energy. But the field of the tunnel drive system was more or less fixed and independent of mass. Like the phase drive, there was a specific limit to the maximum volume of the field which could be generated, but the mass within that field was unimportant. Thus, the huge ship carriers of the various Imperial and Republican navies that battled among the stars, and thus the vast size of the interstellar fleet transports. But all of it depended on power. Enormous, barely controlled power. Ensign Guha turned to the left and followed the curving passage as the tunnel drive thumped out its keening star song. Gee. Kosudik nodded at the guard on the magazine deck as she stepped back out the hatch. The guard, a newbie from 1st Platoon, had stopped her at the hatch and insisted that she pass the facial temperature scan and key in her code, which was exactly what she was supposed to do, which was the reason for the sergeant major's nod of approval. However, Kosudik also made a mental note to talk to Margreta Lai, the trooper's platoon sergeant. The trooper had clearly loosened up when she recognized the sergeant major, and she needed to learn to doubt everything and everyone. Eternal paranoia was the entire purpose of the regiment. There was no other way to guard effectively in this day and age. Despite early gains in processing, it had taken humanity nearly a millennium after the invention of the first crude computers to develop a system of implanted processors that interface completely with human neural systems without adverse side effects. The Toots were still cutting edge and being constantly refined, and they were a security planner's nightmare because they could be programmed to take over a person's body. When that happened, the unfortunate victim had no control over his own actions. The Marines called people like that Toombies. Some societies use specially modified Toots to control the actions of convicted criminals, but in most societies, including the Empire of Man, such a use of the hardware was illegal for all but military purposes. The Marines themselves used the system to the fullest as a combat aid and multiplier, but even they were wary of it. The big problem was hacking. A person whose Toot had been hacked could be forced to do literally anything. Just 2 years ago, someone had mounted an assassination attempt on the Prime Minister of the Alphane Empire by using a human official with a hacked Toot. The hacker had never been found, but once the security protocols were solved, it had been a ludicrously simple thing to do. The Toots were designed for radio packet, external data input, and a small device disguised as an antique pocket watch had been found in the official's possession. It was speculated that it had been given to him as a gift, but wherever it had come from, it had taken his toot over. It was as if the official had been possessed by a demon hidden in the ancient Pandora's box. Since then, all members of the regiment and all close servitors of the imperial family had been required to go through random scans, and the security protocols of their toots had been updated yet again. Kosudik knew that, but she also knew there was no such thing as a perfect defense. She made a note to hunt down Gunny Lie on her toot, and smiled at the ambiguity of her own actions. She'd started off in the Marines before the day of the devices, but she'd become as dependent on them as everyone else. It was a humorous irony, in a bitter sort of way, that she now saw them as the single biggest threat to her charges. She stepped onto the elevator and checked the duty roster again. Higazi was on engineering. Good troop, but new. Too new. Hell, they were all too new. 18 months was just enough time to get very good at their jobs. Then, most went on to steal. The few who stayed were rarely the best. She thought of Julian and laughed. Of course, there was best and best. But she intended to remind Higazi, who was a good troop overall, that he needed to be totally 100% paranoid at all times. Oh, what time? By see town right. Oh, be chasa cow. Is I dinged. She stood in the pool of the Marine's blood. She hadn't bothered to check his pulse. Nobody who'd lost that much blood was alive, and she was too busy considering what to do to waste time on pointless gestures. She didn't consider for long. The Marines didn't exactly pick ditherers as the senior non-coms of the Empress's own, but there was always enough time to screw up, so there had to be enough to make the right move as well. She tapped her communicator. Sergeant of the Guard, full load out to engineering. We have a breach. Do not sound general quarters. She cut the communication. The guards would contact Panner, and the assassin wouldn't be alerted, for the Marine communicators were encrypted. Of course, the saboteur, and sabotage had to be what the killer contemplated, could have left any of half a dozen telltales along his back trail to warn him that he'd been discovered. Kosudik plucked the sensor wand off the dead guard's belt and swept the hatch. No obvious traces there. She keyed in the entry code and went through the hatch fast and low as it opened. The blood was already coagulating, and the body was cooling, so the assassin probably wasn't on the far side of the hatch. But Eva Kosudik hadn't survived to be a sergeant major by depending on probably. Engineering, this is Sergeant Major Kosudik, she said into her communicator. Do not, I say again, do not sound an alert. We have a probable saboteur in engineering. Your guard is dead. She swept the sensor wand around. There were heat traces everywhere, but most went straight ahead. All except one. A single trace split off from the pack, heading to the sergeant major's left, and it looked fresher. What? The communicator demanded incredulously. Where? It looks like somewhere in Quadrant 4, she snapped. Get on your scanners and vids, find them. There was a moment of silence from whoever was on the other end of the line. Then, Roger, the communicator responded. She hoped like hell it wasn't the saboteur. Ein, key. Ensign Guha paused and looked left and right. She brought up a measuring grid and used it to locate the precise point she needed on the right-hand bulkhead, then reached into her satchel and extracted a 1-kilo-shaped chart. She stripped the covering plastic off the bottom, affixed it to the bulkhead with the provided adhesive, and examined her handiwork for a moment to ensure it wasn't going anywhere. Then she pulled a pin and depressed a thumb switch. A small red light blinked on, then went out. The bomb was armed. She turned to her left once more and continued her circuit. Only 3 more to go. Captain Powder closed the front of his chameleon suit and configured his helmet to seal the whole system as the elevator descended. Gunnery Sergeant Jin, already suited, stood beside him with Kosudik's helmet slung at his side and her chameleon suit over his shoulder. The standard-issue Marine suits offered better ballistic protection than dress uniforms, faded the wearer into the background, and were designed for vacuum work. They weren't as good as combat armor, but there wasn't time for full armor. He had one platoon warming theirs up anyway, of course. But if this didn't go down in the next few minutes, his name wasn't Armand Panner. Eva, he snapped into the helmet mic. Talk to me. 3 so far. 1 kilo-shaped charges right over plasma conduits. They've got anti-tamper devices in them. I can smell it. Captain Kresnitsky, this is Captain Panner, Panner said sharply. Surprise is a mental condition, not reality, he reminded himself. We have to shut down those conduits. We can't, Krasnitsky answered. You can't just shut off a tunnel drive. If you tried it, you'd come out at a random point somewhere in a 9-light-year radius sphere. And the plasma has to be slowed down anyway. If you just try to shut off it, backfires. We could lose everything. No. If we were about to be hit in engineering by enemy fire, Panner asked, what would you do then? We'd be under phase drive. Krasnitsky snapped back. You can't be hit in tunnel space. There's no procedure for this. Shit, Panner said quietly. It was the first time anyone had ever heard him swear. Sergeant Major, get the hell out of there. I don't see any timers. They're there. Probably. But if I can get the shooter. They could be on a dead man's switch, Panner said, gritting his teeth as he stepped off the elevator. This is an order, Sergeant Major Kasudik. Get out of there, now. I'm closer to getting out going through the shooter than going back, Kasudik said mildly. Panner looked at the first bomb. As Kasudik had said, there were no telltales, but it smelled like it had anti-tamper devices. He turned to the sergeant of the guard, Sergeant Bilali from 1st Platoon, who looked as cool as a cucumber for someone standing within a few feet of a bomb that could go off at any moment. The private next to him wasn't quite as cool. She was watching the sergeant's back and breathing deeply and regularly. It was a common method of dealing with combat stress, which she obviously was. Panner arched an eyebrow at Bilali. Demo. On the way, sir, the sergeant replied crisply. Okay, Panner said with a nod and a glance around. If the bomber gave them time, they could try blowing the bombs in place. The explosion of a charge placed next to one of them would tend to break up the plasma jet from a shaped charge, and the bulkheads were armored to protect the plasma conduits. Without a shaped charge jet, there was no way the explosions would penetrate. Of course, that assumed that they didn't go off before the demolition teams could get to them. If you can keep your head when all about you, Panner whispered, thinking furiously. Excuse me, sir. Is there someone following up the sergeant major? Yes, sir, Bilali said. There are teams coming from either end, and we have one cutting across the middle of engineering as well. Okay, we all know we're brave, but there's a fine line between hardcore and stupid. Let's get the heck out of here and seal this passage in case these things go off. Roger that, sir. The expression on Bilali's midnight black face didn't even flicker as he touched his communicator. Guard. Shh. Everyone but the point teams out of the passage. Seal it at both ends. The passage made a circuit of the ship. Although there were side connections, those stayed sealed as a matter of course. It was only the central passageway hatches that remained open, and the intervening blast doors. If worse came to worst. Captain Krasnitsky, Panner said, what happens if we shut all the doors and the bombs detonate anyway? Bad things, a female voice snapped. This is Lieutenant Commander Fortwangler, Chief Engineer. First of all, the blast doors aren't designed for multiple plasma failures. They might not stop it from flooding engineering. And even if they do keep the plasma from killing us all, we still drop out of TDD. We probably don't get the drive back with that much damage, and even if we do, we lose most of our range. Satan only knows what secondary damage would occur. Bad things, she repeated. Panner nodded as the blast doors shut on his Marines. Bad things seem to be happening all over. Don't me. Kasudik had noted the pattern of placement, and as the 6th blast door came up, she leapt forward, skidding on her stomach into view of where the next bomb would be. Ensign Guha triggered a burst of beads that shrieked through where the sergeant major would have been, had she come around the corner running upright. The kick from the powerful pistol threw it up over the ensign's head despite her two-handed grip, and she never had time to get back on target. Eva Kosudik was a veteran of 100 firefights and fired thousands of bead rounds every week just to keep in practice. No hacked assassination program, however well designed, could beat that experience. Her own bead pistol tracked onto the young ensign's throat, and she triggered a single round. The 5mm bead was accelerated to 4 kilometers per second in its 20-centimeter flight up the barrel. When it struck the ensign's neck, 1 centimeter to the left of her trachea, it shattered, converting all of its kinetic energy to explosive hydrostatic shock in a fraction of a second. The ensign's head exploded off her body and was thrown backwards as the severed carotids jetted blood all over the unarmed bomb at her feet. Before the decapitated body had hit the floor, Kosudik was up and running. The armed bombs were probably remotely triggered, but they would also have a backup. Any plan this meticulous was bound to have a backup. The simplest would be a timer, but a good addition would be a dead man switch controlled by the assassin's toot. When the ensign died, which she more or less had just done, the toot would send out a signal, probably when all brain activity ceased, to detonate the bombs. But although the ensign zombie was for all practical purposes dead, brain activity in a case of severance continued for a few seconds, which was why the sergeant major had shot her in the throat, not the head. All of the bombs were behind Eva Kosudik, and she intended to ensure that they stayed as far away as possible. She keyed her communicator. "Fire in the hole! Shut all blast doors!" she shouted as she leapt over the sprayed blood and past the ensign's head, still accelerating. One yay! Captain Panner had just opened his mouth to repeat the sergeant major's order when there were a whole series of thumps, and the world went sideways. Chapter 4. Roger was never sure afterwards if it was the general quarters alarm or the rough hands of the Marines that startled him awake. The Marines' faces were unfamiliar to his mostly sleeping brain in the dim red emergency lights, under the banshee howl of the alarm, and he reacted violently as he was slammed roughly into a bulkhead. As a member of the Imperial family, his toot was equipped with several bits of software not available to the general public, including a complete hardwired hand-to-hand combat package and an assassin program, which did several interesting things. Moreover, the prince had always been athletic. He held black belts in 3 separate hard martial arts, and his sensei, not surprisingly, was one of the best in the entire empire of man. With all of that going for him, he was not a safe person to jump upon, without warning in the dark, whatever Bravo Company might have thought of him. Even taken by surprise in a sound sleep, he managed to kick backward, trying for a knee strike, as one arm was wrenched to the left and inserted in a sleep. Considering his surprised, sleep-groggy state, it was a remarkably well-executed attempt, and accomplished absolutely nothing. If the members of the Empress's Own were surprised by his response, they had a surprise or two for him as well. Like the fact that their toots offered hardwired booster packages of their own, and that all of them had spent even longer training in the martial arts than he had. He was spun around and struck in the solar plexus for his troubles. The 2 Bravo Company privates seemed unconcerned by his chokes and gasps as they expertly stuffed him into an emergency vac suit, and once they had him in the suit, with his helmet on, they sat on. Literally. He was pushed roughly to the deck, where the 2 bodyguards pinned him down and sat on him, weapons trained outward. Due to the oversized cretin sitting on his chest, he couldn't reach his suit controls, and since the comm was in its default off mode, he couldn't even call Captain Panner and order him to get these slope-browed bruisers to let him up. Although he was technically their commander, the privates paid no attention to his first few queries, shouted through the plastron of the helmet. As soon as he realized his efforts were ineffective, he gave up. The hell if he was going to be ignored by these goons. After what seemed an eternity but couldn't have been more than 10 or 15 minutes, the compartment hatch opened to reveal 2 Marines in battle armor. The guards sitting on him stood up, one of them giving him a hand to help him to his feet, and left the compartment. The two new guards, faceless nonentities behind the flickering visors of their powered armor, sat him on the bed and sandwiched him between them, weapons trained outward once again. But in this case, the weapons were a quad-barreled heavy bead gun and a plasma cannon trained, respectively, toward the door and toward the next compartment. If boarders came slicing through the wall, they were in for an uncomfortable surprise. He now had time to examine the vac suit and found that, surprise, surprise, the comm was limited to the emergency guard frequency only. It was an unforgivable sin, roughly comparable to eating one's own young, to use that frequency in anything but a true emergency. That was a lesson, one of the few, he'd learned quite painfully during his mandatory ordeal at the academy. And since the troopers didn't seem to be hostile, just very, very determined to keep him safe, this probably didn't count as a true emergency. So no communicator, which left him to ponder what was going on with virtually no data. There was air, but the emergency lights were on. He reached for the latches on his suit to take the helmet off, but one of the armored Marines tapped his hand away from them. The tap was obviously intended to be polite but firm, but the pseudo-muscles of the armor turned it into a stinging slap. Rubbing his knuckles, Roger leaned over until his helmet was in contact with the Marine's. "Would you mind telling me what the hell is going on?" Captain Panner said to wait until he got here, Your Highness. A female soprano, badly distorted by the helmets, responded. Roger nodded and leaned back against the bulkhead, flipping his head inside the helmet to try to make his ponytail lie flat and smooth. So, either there'd been a coup, and Panner was in on it, or there'd been some sort of emergency, and Panner wanted to be able to give him a complete report rather than a garbled version second or third hand. If the second scenario were correct, well and good. He would just cool his heels here for a while, then find out what the problem was. If it was a case of the first scenario, he looked at the armored Marine with the bead cannon pointed at the door. There was probably a snowball's chance in hell that he could actually wrest it away from the Marine and kill Panner with it. But if this was a coup, his life was worth less than spit anyway. Might as well go out like a McClintock. He walked mentally back over every step of the event, and noticed that the floor had stopped vibrating. The background hum of the various life support and drive systems had become so familiar that it was unnoticed, but now, with it gone, its absence was obvious. If those systems were offline, they were in deep trouble indeed, which at least militated against the coup theory. Then he thought about the two troopers who'd dragged him out of bed. They'd suited him up and literally sat on him for a good 10 minutes before anyone showed up to relieve them. And they hadn't had suits. If the cabin had lost pressure, they would have died rapid and unpleasant deaths. So the privates at least thought he was worth keeping alive, which also argued against the coup theory. They'd also risked their lives to protect him, and while that willingness to risk or lose their lives to keep their charges alive was assumed on the part of the imperial family, Roger had never been in an emergency. There'd never been a situation in which his bodyguard's life was threatened. Well, there'd been that one disastrous encounter on a vacation, but the bodyguard was never actually in danger, whatever the young lady had threatened. But in this case, two people whose names he didn't even know had risked an awful death to protect his life. It was a confusing thought. Nearly 2 hours passed before Captain Panner appeared, accompanied by Captain Krasnitsky. Panner was in a chameleon suit, while the ship's captain was in a fleet-skin suit, with his helmet flopped back out of the way. Panner nodded to the two guards who left the cabin, closing the hatch behind them. Roger took a good look at Krasnitsky and promptly waved him into the station chair at the small desk. While the fleet captain collapsed into the seat, Panner touched the stud to lock the hatch, then turned and faced the prince. "We have a problem, Your Highness." "Oh, really, Captain? I hadn't noticed." The prince's voice was muffled through the plastron of the helmet. After a moment's fumbling, he released the standard catches and dumped the helmet on his bunk. By the way, he continued sourly, there wouldn't happen to be a skin suit in my size on board, would there? No, Your Highness, there wouldn't, Panner answered stoically. I've already checked. That detail was overlooked, as were others apparently. He turned to the miserable-looking captain. If you'd care to continue, Captain Krasnitsky. The captain rubbed his face and sighed. We were sabotaged, Your Highness. Badly. Sabotaged, the prince repeated incredulously. By whom? Now that is the million-credit question, Your Highness, Panner admitted. We know the who, as in who actually did the sabotage. That was Ensign Amanda Guha, the ship's logistics officer. What? Roger blinked in confusion. Why would she do that? Captain Krasnitsky opened his mouth to answer, then looked at Panner, and the Marine shrugged his shoulders and continued. We're not positive, of course, but I believe she was a Toombi. A toot zombie? Roger's eyes widened. Here? Are there any more? Then he shook his head at the stupidity of his own question. We wouldn't know, would we? No, Your Highness, we wouldn't, Panner replied with considerable restraint. However, there are some indications that she was the sole Toombi. It's vanishingly unlikely that anyone else in the company is at risk. Everyone who is expected to have contact with you is regularly swept and has up-to-date security protocols. And everyone in the ship's company was swept before the voyage, including Ensign Guha. But we found a device in her cabin. Oh, shit, Roger said. I can think of at least 20 ways the device could have made it on board, Panner continued. However, that's not the most pressing issue at the moment. Your Highness, Captain Krasnitsky said finally, with a nodded thanks at Panner. Captain Panner is correct. How they got to Guha is less important than what she did to us, I'm afraid. She managed to attach explosive devices to several of the tunnel drive plasma conduits. When they went off, we nearly lost engineering entirely from an unvented plasma core leak. When the plasma breach was detected, the automated systems were supposed to shut off deuterium flow, but the next beat in the magazine was a worm program that she apparently dumped into the control systems. It cut out the safety interlock, so the plasma kept venting. Nahi, where? The captain stopped and wiped his face, trying to find the right words to report the disaster, but Panner did it for him. We've lost all but one fusion plant, Your Highness, the stone-faced Marine said. Tunnel drive is offline. Phase drive is offline. The chief engineer got the flow shut down manually, but a plasma blast took her out right after she did it. And she was our only fully qualified engineering repair officer. A physical and cyber attack. The prince sounded stunned. Against a member of the imperial family? Yes, Your Highness, Panner said with the bleak smile of the truly pissed professional. Lovely, don't you think? And it wasn't as if they were going to stop there. We've got worm programs and viruses in every major subsystem, navigation, fire control, and environmental. Krasnitsky interrupted with a shake of his head. Well had. I'm pretty sure we got them all wiped out, but we've taken some heavy casualties in engineering and... I was pretty sure there wasn't anything like them on board to begin with. Panner snapped angrily. We need to be more than pretty sure, Captain. Agreed, Captain, the captain said shortly. He stood and straightened his back. Your Highness, with your permission, I need to get back to my ship. I have high hopes that we can make sufficient repairs to get us to a habitable planet. Although he turned and looked at the granite-faced Panner again. The system we have to make for. Now, he let his voice trail off and shrugged, and Roger nodded with a dazed expression. Of course, Captain. You need to get back to work. Good luck. Call me if you need anything. He realized how fatuous the last sentence sounded, even as it dropped from his lips. What the heck could he do that trained and experienced crew members couldn't? Cook. But the already exhausted captain paid no attention to the silliness of the remark. He simply bowed and stepped past Panner and out of the cabin. The hatch closed behind him, and Panner gave the prince another bleak smile. "What the captain didn't mention, Your Highness, is where we're headed." "Which is where?" the prince asked warily. "Marduk, Your Highness." The prince searched his memory, but found nothing. A quick check of his implanted database found the planet, but it was simply listed as a Class 3 Imperial planet. Etude had a fairly large memory, but much of it was taken up by the interaction protocols. The remainder was filled with data which, in Roger's case anyway, was selected at the user's discretion. Now, the entry flashed across the surface of his consciousness as figures and pictures scrolled across his vision. Most of the data was textual and symbolic, the better to crowd into the memory allocation, and he frowned thoughtfully as he scanned it. The world maintained an imperial post with what sounded like very limited landing facilities, but it wasn't even an associate member, just a place where the Empire had planted its flag. "It's one of ours," he stated carefully. "Nominally, Your Highness." "Nominally," Panner snorted. "There's a port, but no repair facilities, certainly none capable of repairing one of these assault ships. There's an automated refueling post over one of the gas giants which is owned by Texamp, but the port is locally managed. Out on the back of beyond like it is, who knows what's actually going on?" Panner consulted his own toot and frowned much more unhappily than Roger had. "The only intel note I have on the region is that the Saints might be active out here. On the other hand, Your Highness, out here on the frontier about half the time you turn around, there's a Saint Specubs team nosing under the tent." He smiled faintly. "Of course, they probably feel the same way about us." Panner consulted his notepad with its much greater memory and frowned again. "The locals are hostile and primitive. The fauna is vicious. The mean temperature is 33 degrees centigrade, and it rains 5 times a day. The region is notorious for dream spice smuggling, and piracy is rampant." "Of course." He shook his head. "Frankly, Your Highness, I feel like I'm taking you down 14th Street at 0300 on a Saturday night in August dressed in 1,000-credit chip." 14th Street had been in existence since the days when Imperial City had been the District of Columbia, the capital of the former United States, and it had never been a good place to wander. But that was the last thing on Roger's mind at this particular moment, and he rubbed his face and sighed. "Is there any good news?" The question had a note of a whine in it, and he kicked himself for being such a shit. Everyone else was busting their butts to save his sorry ass. The least he could do was not whine about the situation. Panner's face tightened. "Well, you're still breathing, Your Highness, so I haven't failed my charge yet. And I think the captain can get the ship to Marduk, which is a blessing. At least in a military ship, they can reroute the fixed control runs, although that's going to take a week or more, with most of the company pitching in alongside the crew to do, pardon the pun, grunt work. It's good news that the senior engineer was in the compartment in the middle of the night, and reacted fast enough to shut down an out-of-control reactor. It's good news that we're on a military ship. It's good news that we only got knocked 6 or 7 light years off course, and not clear into Saint territory. It's good news that we're still breathing. But other than that, no, well, I can't think of any." "Naughty dummy." Roger nodded. "You have an interesting definition of good news, Captain, but I see your point. What can I do to help?" he asked, carefully controlling his voice. "To tell you the truth, Your Highness, the best thing you can do is to stay in your cabin and out of the way. All your presence would do would be to distract the crew and make my guys have to run around using up extra oxygen. So, if you'd stay put, I'd appreciate it. I'll have your meals delivered." "Now, hormone, I. What about the gym?" Roger asked, his eyes flicking around the tiny cabin. "Until environmental comes back online, none of us are going to be doing much working out, Your Highness. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to get back to work." Without waiting for permission, Panner hit the hatch key and let himself out. The hatch cycled shut behind him, leaving Roger to stare at the walls that seemed smaller than ever, and to listen for the returning circulation of air. Chapter 5. Prince Roger's patience had worn thin. The better part of a day had passed since the crudely repaired, shuttering tunnel drive had kicked off and the in-system phase drive had cut in, and he was tired of being good. He'd been stuck in his cabin, half the time in this ill-fitting vac suit, for 3 weeks while the repairs proceeded and the ship limped through tunnel space toward Marduk. And the noise and vibration of the patched-up drive systems hadn't been designed to make him any happier about it. The TE normally emitted a smooth, almost lulling background hum, but the jury-rigged repairs had produced something that whined, shuddered, and sometimes seemed to threaten to tear the ship apart. Connor and Captain Kresnitsky had been careful to underplay the problems on their infrequent visits to update him. But the repairs weren't much more than 5K cord and bubblegum, according to Matsugi, who'd become friendly with some of the guards. They'd held together, though, and the awful journey was almost over. All they had to do was land on Marduk and commandeer the first Imperial ship back to Earth. He might even end up being able to avoid Leviathan complete. Problem solved, crisis resolved, danger past. So Roger, Prince of the House McClintock, was not by God going to stay cooped up incommunicado in his stinking cabin. He smoothed down his hair, patted a few stray strands into place, touched the hatch control, and stepped out into the passage. The stink in the dim corridor was even worse than in the cabin, and for a moment he considered donning his helmet. But he was obviously clumsy putting it on and taking it off, and damned if he was going to give these myrmidons a reason to laugh at his expense. He turned to one of the armored guards. "Take me to the bridge," he ordered in his most imperious tone. He wanted to be absolutely clear that he was done cowering in his cabin. Sergeant Nimachet Dispro cocked her head inside her helmet and regarded the prince from behind the shield of her flickering visor. The helmet system was intended to cause the eye to shift away, enhancing the effect of the chameleon camouflage they all wore. But it also made it impossible for anyone on the outside to see a Marine's expression, and, after a brief pause, she stuck her tongue out at him and turned toward the bridge. She also sent a biofeedback command to the radio control and opened a channel to Captain Pan. "Captain Panner, this is Sergeant Dispro. His Highness is headed for the bridge," she reported flatly. "Roger," was the terse reply. It was going to be interesting to be a fly on the wall for this one. They finally cycled through the double airlock system to the bridge, and Roger looked around. He'd familiarized with the Puller class at the Academy, but he'd never actually been on the bridge of one before. The company-sized assault transports were the backbone of the core support groups, which meant they were underemphasized by the Academy. An Academy graduate wanted to be posted to line or screen forces, where the promotions and the action were, not to an assault barge. Might as well captain a garbage scow. But this garbage scow had survived the crisis, and that said a lot for the captain and crew, Academy graduates or not. There was evidence of the damage even on the bridge. Scorch marks on the communications board indicated an overload in the Masercom, and most of the front panels were missing from the control stations. Control runs were normally formed directly into the hull structure when a ship was grown. But since military ships had to assume that they would suffer combat damage, there were provisions for bypassing them with temporary systems. In this case, hastily installed relays, some of them even made out of wire, for God's sake, snaked across the floor, and the compartment was filled with the faint pulse of optic transmissions leaking from the joints. Roger stepped over the cables littering the deck and joined the captain where he and Panner were examining the tactical readout. The hologram of the system buckled and rippled as the crippled tactical computers struggled to keep it updated. "How are we doing?" he asked. "Well," Captain Kresnitsky answered with a grim, utterly humorless smile, "we were doing fine, Your Highness." As he finished speaking, the general quarters alarm sounded. "Again. What's happening?" Roger asked over the whale, and Captain Panner frowned and shook his head. Unidentified warship in the system, Your Highness. They're over a day away from intercept, but we don't know what else might be lying doggo nearby. What? Roger yipped, his voice cracking in surprise. How? But... oh no! He stopped and tried to put on a better face. Are they part of the sabotage? Could they be waiting for us? And who are they? Not Imperial? Captain. King. Panner turned to the ship's commander. Currently, who they are is unknown, sir. Your Highness, I mean. For once, the captain wasn't flustered by the presence of royalty. The overriding necessity to fight his ship was all he had mind for, and the last 3 weeks of hell had burned out most of his other worries. Our sensors are damaged, along with everything else, but it's definitely a warship from the phase drive signature. The filament structure is too deep for it to be anything else. He frowned again and thought about the rest of the questions. I doubt that they're part of some deeply laid plan, Your Highness. When the tunnel drive was damaged, it threw us badly off our planned flight path. I doubt that the conspirators, whoever they were, could believe we're still alive, and if they'd made preparations to make sure of the job, they would have done so in systems closer to our base course. Marduk is off our baseline by almost a full tunnel jump, almost 17 light years. I don't see how anyone could have anticipated our ending up here. So, no, I don't think they're waiting for us, but that doesn't necessarily make their presence good news. The drive and emission signatures look kind of like a Saint parasite cruiser, but if that's so, that means the Saints have had a line carrier in system. Wow, and that means the Saints have probably taken the system, Panner snarled. The ship captain smiled thinly and sniffed, tapping the edge of the crippled tactical display. Yes, it does. So the planet is under hostile control? Roger asked. Possibly, sir. Your Highness, Krasnitsky agreed. Okay, probably. The orbitals, at least. They haven't necessarily taken over the port. Almost certainly, Panner concluded. Captain, I think we need a council. Myself and my officers, His Highness, your officers who are available. We have time? We have time. Oh, yes. Whoever this is, he waited to bring up his phase drive until we were deep enough inside the tunnel wall to be sure no merchant could make it back out without being overhauled. Which probably means our signature has changed enough from our damage that he thinks we're a merchie instead of an assault ship. But even with our axle towards the planet and his axle towards us, we have several hours to decide what we're going to do. What are our choices? Roger asked. The blinking red icon of the possible hostile cruiser held his eyes like a lodestone, and Krasnitsky smiled faintly. Well, there isn't much choice, is there, Your Highness? We can't space out. So, we'll have to fight, Captain Krasnitsky said. The wardroom was crowded. Besides Krasnitsky, there were his executive officer, the acting engineer, and the acting tactical officer. On Bravo Company's side of the table, there was Prince Roger, who was flanked by Eleanora O'Casey and Captain Panner. In addition, Panner had brought 2 of his 3 lieutenants. According to the ideal universe of the book, there were supposed to be 7 lieutenants a line company, but that happy state of affairs was rarely found in dreary reality. It was especially hard to find in the Empress's own, which had even higher standards for its officers than its enlisted men. In general, the need for an executive officer and chief of staff for a company commander was seen as overriding the need for a platoon leader, so 3rd Platoon was officerless. Its platoon sergeant, who normally would have been in the meeting, was busy getting it prepared for whatever the CO decided to do, and the navigator was on the bridge, bluffing the oncoming cruiser, which was looking more and more like a Saint parasite. I don't want anyone to have any doubts, Krasnitsky went on. We might win, and we might not. Usually I'd say we could take a single cruiser. We've got more missiles and heavier, and we've got him licked on beam armament. He paused and stared at the deckhead for a moment. We've got all the normal advantages of a tunnel drive ship. We aren't mass limited. The drive only cares about our volume, so we can afford to mount Chromston armor, which he can't. That right there is a major factor, since it will shrug off some of the missiles that get through, whereas ours will all hammer him. And we've got more internal volume, so we can absorb more of the damage that does get through. The downside is, we're in sad shape. We can hardly accelerate at all, and our sensors and targeting systems are screwed. We're a damn big target too, so it's not like they're going to miss. All the normal disadvantages of a TD ship, with a few extra thrown in. So we'll take damage, no question. Even if we win, we'll be in worse shape than we are now. The He paused again and looked around the compartment. The Marines, combat veterans all, looked grim but determined. His own people, none of whom had actually been through a ship-to-ship action, looked a bit white but focused. The Prince's chief of staff was trying very hard to look as if she had any idea at all of what was going on. The Prince, though, the Prince was a sight. It was obvious that, whatever else he'd taken at the academy, no-win simulations hadn't been on the program. As the briefing had gone on, his eyes had just gotten rounder and rounder. "What about punching the assault shuttles?" Connor asked, leaning a chin on one fist and looking so calm he appeared almost disinterested. Krasnitsky had dealt with some cool Marines in the course of his career, but the commander of the Prince's bodyguard was obviously one of those rare people who simply got calmer when disaster loomed. The fleet officer was willing to bet that the Marines' blood pressure and heartbeat were so low they were dropping off the scale. "I'd suggest loading them, Lieutenant Commander Talcott," De Glopper's XO said, "but don't punch them. Putting their additional armor between the Prince and incoming fire would be good, but you'd have a hell of a time making the planet without us from here." "Have we received any transmission from the other ship?" Eleonora asked. "Not yet," Krasnitsky said. "Lag. The soonest we can expect to receive a comm is sometime in the next half hour, and they'll be receiving our own message about the same time. And before you ask, we're the Nebula Line's freighter Beowulf's Gift, out of Olmsted. We've had a tunnel drive failure, and we're looking for a port to await a repair ship." "Whether they believe it or not," snorted Lieutenant Golias, the second platoon leader. Since Marine companies were designed to operate independently, which meant their cause needed their own de facto staffs, he also wore the hat of intel officer. "Indeed," Lieutenant Commander Talcott said. "Just as much as we believe them. There's no reason for them to suspect us," Captain Krasnitsky pointed out. "With our phase drive damage, we can't make any sort of acceleration, and the damage also masks our tendril signature. Frankly, we do look like a damaged freighter. They'll practically have to do a hull map to tell the difference." By which time, Sub-Lieutenant Sigidin declared, "We'll have them locked up and ready to blast." The acting tactical officer seemed to be looking forward to the action. Nervous but ready, like a racehorse at the starting gate. The good news is how long they waited to fire up. They have to be assuming we're a Murchie, so they'll come calling for us to heave to or follow them to the planet. We'll play along, but not decel. The closer we get to the planet, the better. "We're down one missile tube," Talcott commented. "The local server was flattened by the power surges, and we're out of spares, but that leaves us 7. And all the laser mounts are online. Fire control is spotty, but it should hold for a short engagement. So the ship blasts the cruiser," Prince Roger said, twining a golden strand of hair around one finger. "Then what? How do we get back to Earth?" "Then the port submits, or we drop kinetic weapons on it, Your Highness," Panner said flatly. "And after that we wait for a ride home. And if the carrier comes back?" Roger was surprised at how calm he sounded. He looked at the piece of hair in his hand as if in surprise, and then patted it back into place. "I mean, the cruiser had to be dropped off by a carrier, right? And a carrier has collapsed armor and even more missiles than we do. Right?" Pawner and Krasnitsky shared a look, and Pawner answered, "Well, Your Highness, I think we'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. It could just be lying low somewhere." But he glanced at Segedin. "What about other ships in the system? Other cruisers or destroyers?" "Right now we don't detect any," the acting Taco replied. "But if the cruiser hadn't lit off its drive, we never would have detected him either. There could be a carrier or another cruiser, or 100 little fighter bastards out there, and we'd have no idea." Wouldn't he? "Okay," Pawner said. "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it too." He turned to the Marine lieutenants who were making notes on their pads. The electronic devices would convert the entire meeting to text for reading, but the notes brought out the highlights. "Get the assault boats prepped. Full loadout. When we hit orbit, we should be prepared for a hot drop on the port." No. "Are we talking an extended fight here, sir?" Lieutenant Sawato asked. The first platoon leader was the senior lieutenant and de facto operations officer for the company. If there was going to be an extended fight, it would be her job to ensure that the plans were in place to support it. "No." Pawner shook his head. "We'll call on them to surrender. If they do, we'll drop on them like a ton of lead. If they don't, we'll hit them with kinetic strikes, then drop on them like a ton of lead. We'll work up a full mission order around that in the next few hours. Take this as a warning order." Did you know? "Will that be strictly necessary, Major?" Eleonora asked. "I mean, you're the Bronze Battalion, not an enforcement company. It's your job to protect Prince Roger, not to retake planets from people like the Saints. If we hold the orbitals, can't we just wait for reinforcements to arrive and handle the situation on the ground?" Pawner looked at her woodenly for a moment. "Yes, ma'am. I suppose we could," he said finally. "But, frankly, I think it's important that whoever has taken over the system understand that when you dick around with an Imperial base, all it gets you is bloody and bruised. More to the immediate point, we might end up hiding on the ground. I'd prefer that base be neutralized if we do." No. "You mean if the cruiser support ship comes back?" Roger asked. "Yes, Your Highness, or if it's still around somewhere," Pawner replied shortly. "Will His Highness be on the assault?" Krasnitsky asked in a diffident tone. "Yes," Roger said quickly, his face lighting at the thought of getting off the ship. "No." Pawner and O'Casey spoke simultaneously, and it was difficult to say which sounded more emphatic. They looked at each other, then at the prince. The two of them flanked him like lions at the gate, and O'Casey leaned out over the table to fix his eye, since he was steadfastly looking across the table at Captain Krasnitsky. "No," she said even more firmly. "Why not?" Roger asked, wincing inwardly as he heard his own whining tone. "I can carry my own weight." "It's too dangerous," O'Casey snapped. "The very idea is ludicrous. If we're performing an assault, Your Highness, I can't have my troops guarding you at the same time," Pawner pointed out in her support. "My troops," Roger said petulantly. He hated the tone, but he didn't know how else to say it. "Mine, Captain. I'm the battalion commander. You work for me." He smoothed his hair and pulled a couple of imaginary wayward strands into place, and Pawner's face turned to clenched-jawed iron. "Yes, Your Highness, you are." He leaned back, crossed his arms, and gazed impassively up at the deckhead. "What are your orders, sir?" Roger had already opened his mouth to protest the next infringement on his prerogatives, and the sudden lack of resistance left him with his mouth hanging wide. He had absolutely no idea what orders he should give, nor did he want to give any. He just wished that people would start treating him like an adult and the commander of the battalion instead of an appendage only important as something to guard. But suddenly the image of a Marine, out of his chameleon suit, exposed to vacuum, sitting on his own vac-suited chest, waiting to see if the ship was going to depressurize, flashed across his vision, and he knew he had to find a way out of the corner he'd painted himself into. He thought about the conversation which had been going on around him, to the point of doing a quick check of his toot. The device had been set to a 1-minute memory storage, a technique that had stood him in good stead in school and on numerous social occasions, and he felt a surge of relief as he spotted it out. "Well, Captain, I think we should get started on drafting an operations order while the platoons prep the shuttles. We'll settle who's going to be included on the mission in the operations order." He glanced sideways at Eleonora, but she refused to meet his eye, as did the embarrassed-looking officers across the table. "Do you have anything further, Captain Kresnitsky?" "No, Your Highness," Kresnitsky said. "I think that's it." "Very well," the prince said. "Let's get to it." Kresnitsky looked at Panner, who nodded, and with that, the meeting adjourned. Chapter 6. "Prince Roger to the bridge, please. Prince Roger to the bridge." The intercom announcement, backed by a ping on his implant, caught Roger at an inopportune time. He was finally being fitted for a suit of armor, and the process was not going well. The decision had been made, not without some heated discussion, that although Roger would not be permitted to join any assault on the port facilities, he would go down with the second wave of technical support from the ship. It was only half a victory from his perspective, but at least Panner had admitted that since there might still be some hostile fire, breaking out a suit of armor and fitting it to the prince was probably a good idea. Roger suspected that the captain's rationale was intended as much to get the Marine's charge out of his hair as anything, but it only made sense to put as much security around the Imperial person as possible. Unfortunately, the fitting was going to be interrupted, and he felt some trepidation as he looked over at the armorer, who was glaring at the intercom with his lips drawn back in a snarl. Since good armorers were much harder to find than good guards, and since their function was an out of sight, out of mind one, armorers assigned to the Empress's Own went through a far less stringent winnowing process than the guards and faced only one true criteria: extreme competence. And when there weren't enough volunteers, extremely competent armorers were sometimes volunteered. This occasionally led to the assignment of persons who, while more or less suitable to take out in public, were not the sort with whom Roger normally dealt. "So what do we do now?" the prince asked, staring at a hand frozen in an alloy gauntlet. The gauntlet's interface was proving cranky, and the armorer had been deeply engrossed in the debugging process when the announcement came in. "Will Your Highness," said the slight marine, whose name tag read Poratena, "I guess we get a pocking can opener and caught you out." It took Roger a moment to translate the sergeant's thick Pinopan accent. Pinopa was a world of widespread archipelagos and tropical seas which had been settled in the first wave of slug boat colonization by refugees from the Dragon Wars in Southeast Asia. And although the planet's official language was Standard English, the Pinopan had obviously grown up in a non-English household. Despite the accent, Roger was pretty sure he had pocking translated correctly. He hoped, however, that the corporal was exaggerating the rest. "Should I call them and tell them I'm busy?" Roger asked, unsure how they were going to get him out of the ill-fitted armor in any short period of time. Normally, it was a matter of hitting controls, which opened the armor along numerous seams, but given the problems this particular suit had been evincing, the experienced armorer had locked down and tagged out most of the controls. The alternative, in which he wasn't particularly interested, was the possibility of intercepting several hundred amps of current or getting cold-cocked by a flailing fist. Now it would be necessary to reconnect all the contacts before the prince could be extracted. "No, Your Highness. I'll have you out in a pocking minute. Tell them you're going to be 10 mics, and that'll cover it. Besides, I got all this utter pocking suits they need picks." His arms swept around the armory, where half a dozen suits were up on racks awaiting repair. Pocking gun bunnies, Alice breaking tear suits. Pocking passers. Aye. The armorer crossed the room to a disused tool chest and extracted a 1-meter wrench. He dragged the mass of metal back over to the prince, who was immobilized by the armor, and looked the noble right in the eye. "Now, your highness," the slight dark marine said, grinning nervously, "'tis ain't gonna hurt a bit." He swung the giant wrench back like a batter, and with a grunt of effort, slammed its head into the left upper biceps of the suit with all his might. Roger grimaced when he realized what was about to happen, but other than an unpleasant vibration, the only effect on the suit was that the connection from the arm piece to the shoulder popped free. The collapsed molecules of the Cromston armor barely noticed the impact, but Poratena dropped the ersatz hammer and shook his hands. Pawking vibration. He looked at the disconnected arm in satisfaction, then picked the wrench up and maneuvered to the other side. "I used to use a hammer for tis." The right biceps was disconnected with another grunt of effort and another noisy clang. "But my cousin-in-law," he said, "Ramon, gets you a wrench, Puttermacher. So I gets a wrench." And T. Puttermacher was right. He dropped the wrench and reached up into the gap created by the detached arm piece. Once you get T arms detached, it all over but T counting. He slid his small hand and forearm up along the prince's back. Roger could feel him fumbling for something. Then there was a release of tension as the seam along the rear of the suit's carapace opened. Unfortunately, the suit bent at the shoulders, and that trapped the armorer's forearm in the gap. "Pock," was his only comment. Then, "Prince, can you sock it up and push you shoulders pack?" With a few more contortions, the prince found himself standing in the middle of scattered bits of powered armor. He looked down at his singlet and chuckled. So much for modesty. The armory hatch whooshed open and a female sergeant in chameleon dress stepped in. She had a cool face with high Slavic cheekbones, and her long brown hair was done up in a bun at the back of her head. The rippling distortion of the chameleon fabric denied any impression of shape, but her quick tread and lithe movements indicated a high level of athleticism. She didn't bat an eye at the half-naked prince or the scattered armor. "Your Highness, Captain Panner requests your presence on the bridge." "Calm the captain and tell him that it took a bit to get out of the armor," Roger said testily. "I'll be there in a minute." "Yes, Your Highness," the sergeant said blandly, and tapped the transmitter button on her side as Roger began getting dressed in the clothes he'd chosen for these few, tense hours. He'd considered combat dress, but decided that it was just too uncomfortable, and finally chosen a safari outfit made of a brushed cotton-like material. It wouldn't be appropriate for combat, but it gave a fine aura of adventure, and was much more pleasant than the chameleon cloth everyone else had changed into. Roger watched the sergeant surreptitiously as he dressed. At first, he thought that she was wiggling her jaw to work a bit of food out of her teeth, but he eventually realized that she was having a long subvocal discussion or argument with someone. The throat microphone was almost invisible against her long tan neck, and the receiver, of course, was embedded in her mastoid bone. Finally, he was dressed, and he gave the multi-pocketed shirt a tug and flipped off a bit of lint. "Ready. Ready." The sergeant touched the hatch control but stayed behind as the prince left, escorted by the two guards in the passage outside. As the hatch closed, she turned to the armorer who was reassembling the suit on a mannequin rack. "Poratena," she said in severe tones, "did you do the hammer thing to the prince?" Of course I didn't do T-hammer ting," the armorer said nervously. "I don't do T-hammer ting no more." "Then what the hell is that wrench doing on the floor?" "Oh, Tat, I don't do T-hammer ting, I do T-wrench ting." "Poratena, you start fucking around with the prince, and Panner will have your ass for breakfast." "Hawk Panner," the armorer snapped, gesturing around the compartment. "You see, Tat, I got 6 pocking sets of pocking armor to get ready. You see Panner helping? You see you helping? I gonna go get reamed by Panner? Or I gonna pick suits? If you need help, ask." The sergeant's blue eyes flashed, and she crossed her arms and glared at the half-pint armorer. "We're finished loading the boats. I've got 2 squads sitting around with their thumbs up their butts. They can be down here in a second." "Anyone I saw you?" I don't need a bunch of ham-fist clowns pocking up my suits, the armorer said petulantly. Every time I gets help, they pock up my suits. Okay, the sergeant said with a nasty smile. Tell you what, I'll get Sergeant Julian to help you. Oh no, poor Atenna said as he realized that he'd put himself in a trap with his bitching. Not Julian. What ye? Hey, Troop! Julian entered the weapons bay, walked up to the nearest trooper, who was a recent join from 6th Fleet, put a hand on her shoulder, and grasped her hand for a firm handshake. Glad you could make it. He gestured with his chin at the plasma rifle the trooper was preparing to disassemble. You need some help with that there plasma thing-emoji. The plasma rifle was the EMC's version of a squad automatic weapon. It weighed 6 kilos and was supplied by external power packs which weighed 2 kilos each and were good for 3 to 12 shots, depending on the weapon's discharge settings. The basic load for a plasma gunner was 12 packs. The gunners normally carried up to 30 packs in their rucksacks, and their squad mates usually distributed another 30 among them. If there was one thing in the universe a Marine squad hated, it was running out of plasma ammo. This particular squad from 1st Platoon had gathered in the bay for one last cleaning of weapons. And since the plasma rifle had a mass of subcomponents, it was natural that the gregarious Julian from 3rd Platoon would offer to help. The new private had just started to smile when her fire team leader spoke up. Don't do it, gal, Corporal Andras said. What? No, what? Julian affected a hurt expression. You don't think I can help this rookie trooper? The trooper, Nasina Bosum, had just spent 6 months in the Husan action before reporting as a bronze barbarian. She opened her mouth to retort angrily that she was anything but a rookie, but was cut off by her team leader. Oh, you'll help all right, Andras muttered. 7 seconds, Julian said with a smile, and the corporal eyed him beadily. No way. There were over 40 subcomponents in the M96 plasma rifle. There was no way to disassemble it completely in 7 seconds. Not even for the legendary Julian. Julian reached into a breast pocket and extracted a chip. 10 cred says I can do it in 7 seconds. Impossible! Bosum snapped, forgetting the implied insult. The standard was over a minute. Nobody could disassemble a plasma rifle that fast. Put your money where your mouth is, Julian said with a smile, and tossed the chip onto the table. I'll take some of that, a grenadier said from down the table, and the squad leader, Sergeant Coberta, pushed forward to manage the piles. Finally, there were 2 chips on Julian's side, and a pile of 5 and 10 credit chips opposite. Who bet on Julian? I did, Andras said sourly. He's taken my money every other time. We ready? Julian asked, his hands hovering over the plasma rifle. Hang on, said one of the bead riflemen, pulling a helmet out from under his station chair and putting it on his head. Okay, he said, tapping a control so that the ballistic protection visor extruded. Fine by me. Sergeant Coberta touched the plasma gunner on the shoulder. You might want to step back, he said with a little warning wrinkle of the nose. He suited action towards himself, then put his arms over his head, and the gunner saw others do the same. Wow! Bosum began, but the squad leader had already activated the timer in his toot and said, Go! Removing the compression pin to begin the disassembly process took the longest, just over 1/3 of a second. The new troop watched in awe until the first magneto ring bounced off her skull. Then she realized that pieces of the weapon were flying all over the compartment and started to yell for the sergeant to stop. Just as the last bit of component flew across the open space and bounced off a bulkhead. Done! Done! Julian yelled, raising his hands. 6.438 seconds, Coberta announced morosely, consulting his toot as he kicked aside a capacitor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, Julian said, bowing and splitting the heap of chips into 2 equal piles. He slid one across to Andras, picked up his own, extracted a bundle of other chips large enough to choke a unicorn, and added the squad's offerings to the bundle. Always a pleasure, he added, and headed for the next compartment. Corporal Bosom looked around the compartment, trying to figure out where all the pieces of her weapon had gotten to. "Does he do this often?" she asked sourly. "Every chance we give him," Andras said. "He picked up a capacitor ring and tossed it to her. But sooner or later, he's gotta lose." "Sergeant Julian to the armor bay," chimed the intercom. "Sergeant Julian to the armor bay." "Oh man," Coberta said. "That was Despro. Portena and Julian all in the same compartment. I'd rather be on the bridge." Roger tugged down the skirts of his safari jacket and flipped off an imaginary bit of fluff before nodding at the guard to trigger the hatch command. The guard waited patiently, then tapped the green square and stepped through the hatch to do an automatic sweep for hostiles. What the sweep turned up was a massive amount of tension. Roger stepped over the now tape and padding-covered control runs and crossed to the TAC center. He took a stance with his feet shoulder-width apart and his hands behind his back, nodded coolly at Krasnitsky and Panner, and then glanced at the rippling tactical display. His cool demeanor vanished abruptly, and his hand flew forward to point at the red icon in the hologram. "Look, there's a—" "We know, Your Highness," Panner said stonily. "Another cruiser." "It hasn't moved out yet," Krasnitsky said with a sigh. "It's probably warming up its pulse nodes because we haven't slowed down." He rubbed his stubbly jaw and sighed again. "The XO has been hailing the first one. It wants us to begin decelerating to prepare for boarding. It's claiming to be an Imperial cruiser, HMS Freedom, but it's not. For one thing, the Freedom is a cruiser carrier, not a cruiser. For another, its captain has a Karavazan accent. Saints." Roger's mouth felt dry. "Yes, Your Highness," Panner said. He didn't comment on the obviousness of the conclusion. "Probably," he corrected. "Whoever they are, the worst-case scenario is Saints, so we assume it's them." "But, Captain," the prince said, looking at Krasnitsky, "can your ship win against another cruiser?" Krasnitsky looked around the bridge. Not a hair had twitched, but he knew better than to have that discussion in public. "Perhaps we should step into the briefing room," he suggested. Once the hatch had closed, he turned to the prince. "No, Your Highness. There is zero chance that we can survive taking on two cruisers. We're not a full-scale line ship, just a heavily armed and armored transport. Were we at full strength without damage, maybe. As it is, there's no chance." "No, eh? No one knows? Sure." "So what do we do?" Roger looked from Panner to Krasnitsky. "We have to surrender, right?" It was Panner's turn to sigh. "That's not really an option, Your Highness." "Why ever not?" Roger asked. "I mean," he turned to the grim-looking fleet officer, "you're going to die if you don't?" Panner bit his tongue on a sharp rejoinder, but Krasnitsky simply nodded. "Yes, Your Highness, we will." "But why?" Roger asked, his eyes wide in amazement. "I mean, I know it isn't the proper thing to surrender, but you can't run, and you can't win, so why not?" "He can't risk their getting their hands on you, Your Highness," Panner snapped finally. "But," Roger began, then stopped to think about it. He pulled his ponytail in frustration. "Why not? I mean, what could they do with me, for God's sake? I mean, I could understand if it was Mother, or John, or even Alexandra. But who the heck cares about Roger?" He ended a trifle bitterly. "I don't know any secrets, and I'm not an immediate line for the throne. Why not turn me over to them?" The prince's face hardened with resolution. "Captain, I insist that you surrender. As a matter of fact, I order you to. Honor is all well and good, but there is a line between honor and stupidity." He lifted his chin and sniffed. "I will surrender to them myself, with honor. I'll show them who's a McClintock." The stance would have been improved if there hadn't been a slight quiver in the pronouncement. "Fortunately, Your Highness, you're not in my chain of command," Krasnitsky said with a wry smile for the bravado. "Major Panner, I'm going to go get ready for the change in plans. Do you want to try to explain it to him?" With that, He nodded at the prince and left the compartment. What? The prince gasped as the hatch closed behind him. Hey, I gave you an order. As he said, Your Highness, you're not in his chain of command, Panner said with a shake of his head. But you might at least thank him for committing suicide, not berate him. There's no reason for them not to surrender, Roger said stubbornly. This is just stupid. Panner cocked his head and looked at the prince darkly. What happens if the Saints get their hands on you, Your Highness? Well, Roger said, thinking about it. If they tell the Empire it's war, or they hand me back over, I suppose they could force a few concessions, but they don't want a war. And what if they don't tell the Empire right away, Your Highness? They can't tamper with your toot, Your Highness, not with its security protocols, but what about psychotropic drugs? Panner tilted his head to the other side and raised an eyebrow. What then? So I make funny noises and bark like a dog, Roger scoffed. Until they were finally fully banned, psychotropic drugs had been common at comedy clubs for the terminally humorless. No, Your Highness, my guess, and I'm not privy to these sorts of scenarios, but my guess is that they would have you babble all the state's secrets that you know to their free and independent news services. But that's the point, Captain Panner, Roger said with another laugh. I don't know any state secrets. Sure you do, Your Highness. You know all about the Empire's plans to invade Raiden Winterhow. Captain, the prince said warily, what are you talking about? Not only are we at peace with Raiden Winterhow, but taking them on would be stupid. They've got nearly as good a navy as we do. In that case, Your Highness, Panner said with another smile, what about the Empire's conspiracy to enslave all the alien species we can find and to terraform planets that have been reserved because of their unique flora and fauna? Captain Panner, what are you talking about? The prince demanded. I've never heard of any of this, and that sounds like Saint rhetoric. He stopped. Yeesh. Oh. Or about how your imperial mother eats fetuses for breakfast. Ow! I get the point, the prince snapped. You're saying that if they get their hands on me, I'll be their mouthpiece for all that bullshit they're always spouting. Whether you want to or not, Your Highness. Panner nodded. And I don't even want to think about what they'll do with your big game hunting record. For that matter, it would make the lives of the rest of the family worth less than a plugged millicrit. If they could kill the rest of the family, that would make you heir. I did not. Parliament would impeach me, Roger said with a bitter laugh. Hell, Parliament would probably impeach me even if the Saints weren't putting words into my mouth. Who the hell is going to trust Roger at the controls? It takes 2/3 to impeach, Your Highness, the captain said darkly. Are you suggesting that the Saints could influence 1/3 of Parliament? Roger was beginning to think he'd stepped through a looking glass and into some sort of weird fantasy universe. There had always been bodyguards around him, certainly, but no one had ever seriously suggested that he might be a target of another empire's designs. He'd always assumed that the guards were there mainly for show, or to keep off the occasional overly smitten female fan. Now, he suddenly realized that what they were there for was sitting on his chest, waiting for the air to evacuate. Why? He asked quietly, wondering what would make people serve and protect someone that even he didn't like looking back at him in the mirror. Well, Panner replied, not understanding the true question, the Saints want to ensure that humanity doesn't expand further into uncontaminated worlds. It's a religion to them. He paused, unsure how to go on. I'd assumed that you'd been briefed, Your Highness. Actually, it was common knowledge. The Church of Ryback had a few outlets in the capital, all heavily financed by the Saints, and they ran regular commercials. For that matter, it was a common subject for discussion in civics and history classes, which made Panner wonder about the prince's education. Asking what the Saints wanted made no sense at all, given that O'Casey had been Roger's tutor for years, and she had a quadruple doctorate in, among other things, history. No, that's not what I meant. I meant, Roger looked into the bleak face of the Marine and realized that this was not a good time to get the question off his chest. And even if he asked it, Panner, as most people seem to do when Roger asks questions, would probably just provide some opaque answer that ensured deeper confusion. I meant, what? What do we do now? We're going to go for the long shot, Your Highness, Panner said, nodding now that the question made sense again. He suspected that something else had gone on in that airhead, but what it had been he neither knew nor particularly cared. There was a mission to perform, and it looked to be a long one. We're going to reload the boats. With the cruiser topside, taking the port by assault is out. So we're going to have to land on the planet and make our way to the port on foot. We can't let anyone know we're there, or they'll slaughter us, so we're going to have to come in on a ballistic approach and land quite a way around the planet from the port. Marduk was an afterthought to the Empire, so it's never been fully surveyed. And there's no satellite net, so the port won't be able to detect us as long as we stay out of line of sight. Once we reach the port, we capture a ship and head for home. Now, it sounded easy put like that. Right. So we're going to land on the backside, then take the shuttles across. I can't remember the term. Low to the ground so they don't get spotted. Nape of the earth, Panner answered somberly. No, Your Highness. Unfortunately, we're going to have to launch nearly 5 light minutes out. We're going to put 3 platoons and a few support personnel from the ship in 4 assault shuttles. Enough room for a reinforced company. The rest of the load is going to be fuel for deceleration. When we're down, if we have enough fuel to do a couple of clicks, we'll be lucky. So how are we going to get to the port? Roger asked, dreading the answer. We're going to walk, Your Highness, the captain said with a grim smile. Chapter 7. It says here, Marduk has a mean gravity of slightly greater than Earth normal, and is a planet of little weather change. Sergeant Julian said, reading off his pad. He'd managed, along with Poratina, to get 2 more suits up and running before the call came to drop everything and change the loadout on the shuttles. Currently they were unloading. He was perched on one silver wing of an assault shuttle as his squad moved out non-essential materials. The space-to-ground assault craft's variable geometry wings could sustain in-air flight at speeds as low as 100 kph or as high as Mach 3, but it also had hydrogen thrusters for space maneuvering. Similar to a ground support pinnace, it had lighter weapons and a single top-mounted quad-barreled bead cannon, and thus correspondingly more room for personnel and equipment. With a median temperature of 33 degrees and a median humidity of 97%, he continued. There'd been nothing in the marine databases on the planet, but it turned out that one of the corporals in 2nd Platoon had a Foder's Guide to the Balder sector. Unfortunately, it offered only a limited amount of data on the planet, and what data there was only made a gloomy situation worse. Jesus Christ, that's hot. Oh, just fucking great, Lance Corporal Mojiev said as he trotted out of the shuttle with a case of penetrator ammunition in his hands. I only had 3 weeks and I was transferring to steel. The native culture is at a stagnant level of low-grade firearms technology. Politically, the Mardukans, hey, there's a picture. The Mardukan native, a 4-armed biped from a hexapedal evolutionary line, was pictured next to a human wire drawing for size. From the scale, the Mardukan was the height of a grizzly bear, with broad, long feet on the ends of long, back-curved legs. The hands of the upper and lower arms were about the same size, with the upper shoulders wider than the lower, which were in turn wider than the hips. The upper arms ended in long, fine, 3-fingered hands with one fully opposable thumb each. The hands of the shorter, lower arms were heavier and less refined, with a broad opposable pad and 2 dissimilar fingers. The face was wider and flatter than a human's, with a broad nose and small, deep-set eyes. 2 large horns curled up and back over the head. They were obviously functional weapons. The inner curve looked razor-sharp. The rubbery-looking skin was a mottled green, and had an odd sheen to it. "What's that?" Mosiev asked, pointing to the sheen. "Dunno." Julian tweaked a cursor over the skin and rolled up the magnification. "The skin of the mardican is covered in a police, in a something coating that protects the species from casual cuts and the various harsh funguses of its native jungle home," he read, then thought about it for a second. "You... what? It's covered in slime," Mosiev laughed. "Yick, slimies. Scummies." Sergeant Major Kasudik snapped from the hatchway and strode into the launching day. "I thought you were told to get the extraneous equipment out of the shuttle, Julian." "We were getting updated on the mission, Sergeant Major." Julian was suddenly at attention, the pad held alongside his trousers. "I was briefing my squad on the enemy and conditions. The enemy are the fucking saints, or pirates, or whatever they are, that hold the port." Kasudik stalked up to stand so close to the braced sergeant that he could smell her breath mint. "The scummies are what we're going to have to cut our way through to get there. Your mission right now is to get the shuttle unloaded, not to sit around on your ass-cracking wise. Clear, Lim. Clear, Sergeant Major. Now get your asses to work. We're on a tight time schedule." "Mosiev," Julian said, turning hastily back to his squad. "Get your team unloading that ammo. We don't have all-day cycle. Jalski, your team on the power packs." "Not the power packs," Kasudik said. "Leave all of them. We're going to add extra, as a matter of fact. Thank Vlad we don't have a heavy weapons platoon with us." "Sergeant Major," Julian asked as the squad began to scurry around, "you called the Mardican scummies. Where'd you hear that?" "Knew somebody that went through here once." The Sergeant Major pulled at an earlobe. "Didn't sound like much fun." "Are we really going to have to walk all the way across the damn world?" Julian asked, aghast. "There ain't many choices, Sergeant," the Sergeant Major snarled. "You just stick with the mission." "Roger, Sergeant Major." The sergeant glanced at the scummy on the pad. It looked big and nasty. But then, that also described the EMC. "Will comply." There weren't a lot of options. "Yeah, nay." "Okay, I want options, people," Panner said, and looked around the briefing room. "First of all, let's be clear about something. What's the mission?" The group was limited to the prince's party, himself, Panner, O'Casey, and the 3 lieutenants. O'Casey was panning through the limited data on Marduk on a pad. The old-fashioned academic always seemed to prefer holding data in her hand. Roger, for his part, had looked at it 9 ways from Sunday already on his toot, and there wasn't much good in it. "Take the port while avoiding detection," Lieutenant Sawato answered. The slide officer gestured at the limited-scale map depicted in the hologram over the table. It had been extracted from the folders and, with the exception of the area around the port, offered virtually no detail. "Land on the northeast coast of this large continent, cross a relatively small ocean, and move inland to take the port." "Sounds easy," Lieutenant Gullius snorted. He was about to go on, but Panner raised a hand. "You forgot one thing, Lieutenant," Panner told Sawato mildly. "While ensuring the security of His Highness, Prince Roger." Roger opened his mouth to protest, but was elbowed by O'Casey. He knew those elbows of old, and knew better than to try to go on. "Yes, sir," Sawato said to Panner, but with a nod to Roger. That was, of course, assumed. "You know what they say about assumptions," Panner said. "Let's not assume Prince Roger's safety, okay? The Navy has a plan for getting us onto the planet, and there's not a thing we can do to affect that. But we need to do everything we can to ensure that item above all else. His Highness's security is job 1. Yes." He looked around to make sure the other officers understood that, and then nodded. "In that case, I think we need to look at the conditions and threats next." He turned to Lieutenant Gullias. "Connell, normally that would be your brief. However, I've been talking to Dr. O'Casey, and she has some insights." He turned to the civilian. "Doctor?" "Thank you, Captain," she replied formally, and tapped the display to bring up a picture of Marduk. You are all, by now, familiar with the limited data we have on Marduk and its inhabitants. Marduk is classified as a Type 3 world, she continued, and tapped another control. This time the picture was a large beast of some sort, with 6 stumpy legs, an armored forehead, and a triangular, fang-filled maw. The human scale model next to it indicated that the creature was a bit larger than a rhinoceros. That, by the way, is probably the same classification Earth would have had at the same technological and development level. Marduk, however, has not only an unfriendly climate, it's extremely hot and steamy, which will have a negative effect on electronics, but also unfriendly inhabitants and wildlife. This particular specimen, called a damn beast, is a good example. The first survey crew ended up shooting several specimens. The planet is warm enough that the dominant species are all cold-blooded, which makes a higher ratio of predators to prey possible. Whereas a mammal this size would require 500,000 hectares to support, one of these has a territory of less than 40,000 hectares. She smiled, faintly. And this is the only recorded carnivore species listed in our onboard databases. Further inquiries reference the official survey service report. She smiled again at the general groan. The resident autochthons, the Mardukans, are at a pre-steam level of technology. Obviously, their tech level varies from area to area of the planet, but some of their most advanced cultures have discovered gunpowder. Although that's scarcely uniform, and even the ones which have it don't have anything resembling mass production or cartridge weapons. She tapped another control, bringing up a view of some odd weapons. These are the primary projectile weapons of the Mardukan societies which have mastered gunpowder, the matchlock arquebus, and the hooped bombard. These weapons were used on Earth in the distant past, primarily in Europe, although the arquebus was rapidly superseded by flintlock muskets, and then rifles. The hooped bombard is a distant cousin of one of your marine howitzers. Niu. She brought up another screen, this time, a map of the Mediterranean. The Mardukan sociological climate has few direct counterparts in human history, but there are similarities to the Earth during the early Roman Republic. The Mardukans are broken up into city-states and small empires that are distributed along fertile river valleys, so these areas between the rivers are primarily barbaric. Although the barbarians do have a few gunpowder weapons, they rely primarily upon spear hurlers and lances. The precise nature of the barbarian tribal structure is unknown. Dani, why is it unknown? Lieutenant Gulius asked, wondering where she'd gotten all this information. Well, probably because they ate the researchers, O'Casey said deadpan, then grinned. Or because it's never been researched. From what I've been able to find, anything more than 1,000 clicks or so from the spaceport is very much terra incognita. Either way, the data in my database stopped there. Where did you have that? Gulius asked curiously. I always travel with my history and sociology databases, O'Casey said with another smile. I need them to work on papers. She turned back to her pad. To continue, not only are the barbarians at war with each other, when they're not raiding the borders of the city-states, but the city-states are continually at war with each other as well. Any state of peace can be assumed to be a temporary truce, awaiting the slightest spark to ignite a war. The smile she gave the officers of this time was grim. I think that we can assume a marine company is going to constitute a spark. She paused for a moment, then shrugged. That pretty much exhausts the primary data. I'll make the full outtake available to you right after the meeting. Thank you, Doctor, Ponner said somberly. That was a nice overview. I'm sure you also noticed that we can eat the food. The biochemistry's a long way from Earth standard, but our nanites ought to be able to break down anything we can't digest naturally, and they should keep anything in the local biosystem from actively poisoning us. On the other hand, not even the nanites can put in what isn't there, so we'll require supplements, especially of vitamin C and E and several amino acids, which means we'll be humping those. He looked up, when there were no groans from the lieutenants. No complaints? My, we must be feeling sober. Oh, way. We've been discussing it, sir, Lieutenant Sawato admitted. The XO shook her head. I listed out all the parameters, but, as Lieutenant Gullias indicated, there are tremendous problems. True. Why? Connor leaned back and rested his chin on his hand. Tell me what they are. First of all, sir, there's the matter of time. How long will it take us to cross a world? A long time, Panner replied calmly. Months. The entire compartment seemed to draw a deep breath as someone finally said the words. They were no longer talking about a short drop on the planet, but about an extended stay. They had all realized it, but no one had wanted to say it. Yes, sir, Lieutenant Jasko said into the silence after a moment. The tall, broad coup of 1st Platoon was in charge of logistics, and he shook his leonine head. I don't see it, sir. We don't have the food or the power. We carry combat rations for 2 weeks, and power for 1 week's use of the armor, but we're looking at 3 to 6 months to cross the planet. We may be able to forage, and our nanites will help with digestion problems. But if we're going to be dealing with hostiles, foraging will be limited. And given the intensity of the threat, we need the powered armor to survive, but it won't begin to last that long. With all due respect, and not wanting to be a quitter, I don't see a way to do this mission, sir. Monsieur Val. All right. Bonner nodded. That's your input. Does anyone see a way to accomplish the mission? Well, we can strip the ship of spare power systems, Lieutenant Goliath suggested. There are power packs all over the place. How do we get them where we're going? Jasko shook his head. It's a situation of diminishing returns when you overload suits carrying stuff. We can preposition caches. Goliath gestured enthusiastically with his hands. We send out a team that puts down a cache. Some of the team stays behind to guard it, while the rest come back to get supplies. They take them to the cache and use some of the cache to take them a little further. They leave a team with that cache and go back for supplies. No. Ringo. We'd be defeated in detail if we strung ourselves out that way, Sawato said severely. And that would take 6 times as many supplies. Jasko snapped. We could carry the armor, Roger suggested diffidently, and looked around at the lieutenants. Jasko rolled his eyes and leaned back and crossed his arms, while Gullias and Sawato simply refused to meet his gaze. It would save power. Jasko said. Your Royal Highness, with all due respect, I think, Roger said, that it would be better in these sorts of meetings to use my proper military rank. Jasko cast a quick glance at Panner, but the captain returned it blandly, and the lieutenant was suddenly reminded of one of those academy tests where there was no right answer. Yes, Colonel, as I was saying, the suits weigh nearly 400 kilos apiece. He continued with a not particularly friendly chuckle. Oh, Roger said with a chagrined expression. Actually, Panner said quietly, that was exactly what I had in mind. He looked around at the stunned lieutenants and smiled kindly. Ladies and gentlemen, you are a credit to your training. Hit 'em hard and hit 'em low. Grab their balls and don't let go, right? The lieutenant smiled at the academy drinking song. Even though most officers in the AMC, like Panner himself, although usually with less, spectacular career summaries, were former enlisted, it was well known in the officers' corps. Well, we will indeed hit these scummies hard and low when we have to. But we don't have the power to smash our way across the planet, so we're going to have to make treaties when possible, trade when necessary, and only kick ass as a last resort. When we kick ass, we'd better kick ass with a vengeance, but we parley first. 1 platoon each day, on a rotating basis, he continued, will be detailed as bearers. We will carry 1 squad's armor. We'll take 2nd squad of 3rd platoons. They have the most veterans and the highest combat scores, currently. He looked at Roger, obviously weighing pros and cons, then nodded. And we'll take the princes. He doesn't have much background in it, but it goes along with ensuring his survival. But we have to remember that crossing the planet only gets us halfway to our objective. The real mission is to take the port and get our hands on a ship home. And we'll need the armor to take the port even more than we should need it on the way there. Initially, until we get the lay of the land, we'll keep one team in armor at all times. Once we become comfortable with our ability to survive, we'll make our way in normal uniforms to conserve power until we reach the port. Initially, we'll maintain our security with bead rifles and plasma weapons. But we can assume that they too will become exhausted. So from our first encounter with the Mardicans, we will ensure that all Mardican weaponry is gathered, and we'll begin training with it. Right. He looked at the lieutenants again. Jasko at least appeared to think he'd lost his mind. The other two were trying unsuccessfully to keep their thoughts off their faces, but the prince, to give him credit, just seemed confused. It amused Panner to turn the lieutenant's worldview on its ear, making them think was good for them, whatever the junior officers might believe. In the case of the prince, Panner found himself moving from annoyed towards amused, which was another surprise. Panner had always considered the prince his charge, but never one of his officers, or, for that matter, whatever the table of organization might say, his superior. But now the captain realized that what he actually had on his hands was a terribly confused, brand-new lieutenant. And since Captain Panner had spent a good part of his life as Gunny Panner, teaching confused lieutenants the rules of the game, the prince suddenly switched from a hindrance to a challenge. A tough challenge. Panner had never seen a lieutenant with a lower likelihood of making a decent officer, but an approachable one, nonetheless. And the only kind of challenge worth facing was a tough one. With that realization, the mission, in Panner's mind, suddenly went from impossible to simply very difficult. Train with scummy weapons, sir? Lieutenant Jasko asked, looking at the other officers. What are we going to do with them, sir? We'll use them to hold off attacking Mardukans or hostile fauna until heavier weapons come online. And when we get to the point that our power supplies are at the minimum necessary, in my opinion, to take the port, we'll use them exclusively. Sir? Wow. Lieutenant Sawato said diffidently. Are you sure about this? Those... She gestured at where the hologram had been. Those weapons aren't very good. No, Lieutenant, they aren't. But we'll just have to learn to get by. Our chameleon suits have limited ballistic protection, so we'll be highly resistant to fire from their arquebuses. As for lower velocity weapons like spears and lances and swords and everything else, we'll deal with that as it comes. Now, the captain continued, what are the charges for the weapons and armor support are our largest issues? Communication, Lieutenant Gullius said. If we're going to trade and negotiate, we have to be able to communicate. We have a kernel of the Mardican language, but that's for one dialect on the subcontinent surrounding the base. We don't have any kernels for other areas. Without kernels, our toots can't translate for us. I can work on that, O'Casey said. I've got a good heuristic language program I use for anthropological digging. I may have some trouble communicating with the first few groups we run across, but once I pick up a regional language base, even vast dialect changes won't affect things. And I can create kernels for other toots. Well, that's that one solved, Panner said with a smile. But you'll need to get that program to other toots. We can't have you as a point failure source. That might be a problem, she admitted. It's big. It will take a very capable toot to handle it. I've got one custom designed for me, but without a huge amount of processor capability and storage. This program runs like a slug. I'll load it, Roger said quietly. Mine's pretty good. There was a slight general chuckle at the understatement, for the Imperial family's implants abilities were almost legendary. We might have some trouble loading it, but I'll guarantee I can run it. Okay, Panner said. What's next? Food, Lieutenant Jasko said. We don't have the rations for the trip, and we can't forage and carry the armor and keep the prince safe all at once. His tone was respectfully challenging. Correct, Panner acknowledged calmly. And what is the answer to this dilemma? Trade, O'Casey said definitively. We trade high-tech items for whatever the Mardicans use for portable wealth. That might not be metals, by the way. The ancient North Africans traded salt. But whatever they use here, we trade the largest mass of advanced technology at the first city-state for our basic needs and a nest egg, and then portion the rest out slowly as we go. Nicey, Colin. Exactly. Connor's nod was firm. So, what do we have that would make good trade goods? Fire starters, Jasko said promptly. I saw a case of them in the supply room last week. He consulted his pad. I've got an inventory here. Let me cross-load. He set his pad down on the table to transmit the inventory data, and the other lieutenants in O'Casey captured the data and began perusing it while Roger was still pulling out his own pad. By the time he had it opened and configured to receive, Jasko had cut the transmission and was back to looking at the data. Lieutenant, the prince said in a lofty tone, if you don't mind. Jasko looked up from the lists in surprise. Oh, sorry, Your Highness, he said, and set the list to transmit again. Roger nodded as his pad picked up the data. Thank you, Lieutenant. And, again, it's Colonel under these circumstances. Yes, of course. Colonel, Jasko said, going back to his data. What do we see? Connor asked, apparently ignoring the byplay. He didn't have a pad out, nor had he received a download. Roger transferred the data to his toot and put his own pad away. He would have taken the data straight into the toot from Jasko's pad, but the implant had so many security protocols that filtering through the pad had been easier and faster. As Roger was going through these circumlocutions, the officers and O'Casey were studying the inventory. Virtually anything in here would be tradable, and O'Casey said, her eyes bugging out at the thought. Space blankets, chameleon liners, water carriers, not boots. We'll be space and mass limited, Panner noted. The ship's going to have to drop us fairly far out, and we'll have to come down in a long, slow spiral to avoid detection. That means internal, add-on tanks of hydrogen, and those will take up volume and mass. So the higher the potential profit, the better. Aye. Well, O'Casey continued, not uniforms. Rucksacks. There are 5 spares. That might be good. Spare issue intel pads. No. What are multi-tools? They're memory plastic tools, Lieutenant Sawato said with a nod. They come with 4 standard configurations. Shovel, axe, pickmatic, and boma knife. And you can add 2 configurations. We've got 15 spares, Jasko said, flipping through the data. And each Marine in the company has 1. Of course, Goliath observed with a chuckle, some of those have some odd secondary settings. What? Sawato smiled. Like Sergeant Julian's out-of-tune loot setting? I was actually thinking of Portina's pig, pock, and pag setting, Goliath snorted. I beg your pardon. O'Casey blinked and looked back and forth between the 2 lieutenants. The armorer controls the machine that resets the adjustable configurations, Panner told her in a resigned tone. Julian used to be Bravo's armorer before Portina. Both of them are jokers. Oh. The prince's ex-tutor considered for several seconds, then snorted as she finally completed the translation of pig-pocking pag in her head. Well, in this case, the setting makes sense. We're going to need lots of large bags to carry equipment. Chapter 8. Hey, Julian, old putty. Portina yelled across the shuttle bay. Give me a hand, what 'tis pay. Jesus Christ, Portina. Julian hefted the carry handles on the outside of the quivering memory plastic sack. What the pock? I mean, what the heck do you have in here? Every pocking ting I could pocking pack, the armorer answered. Pocking suits don't run on tier pocking own. You know that. What the hell is in here? Julian asked, reaching for the mouth of the sack. It was heavy as hell. Get your pocking hands out of my pocking pay. Portina snarled, slapping at the offending member. Look, if I'm gonna help you hump it, I'm gonna know what the hell I'm carrying. Julian, popped the sack, opened, and looked in. Jesus Christ, poor Tenna, he repeated. The fucking wrench? Hey! The little Pinopan shouted, practically hopping up and down in fury. You got your pocking way of doing it, and I got my pocking way. You never can get people out. They power goes off? Huh? Have to blow pocking seals. Only ting holding them seals is pocking secondary latches. You get secondary latches loose, you got armor open, and seals not damaged. But no. Big time Billy badass soldier always gotta blow pocking bolt. That's what it says to do in the manual, Julian said, throwing his hands up in the air. Not bang on 'em until they come apart. Hey! Sergeant Major Kosudik shouted from the entrance to the bay as she strode across to break up the incipient fight. Am I gonna have to jack both of you up? She asked, glaring up at Julian. No, Sergeant Major, he said. Everything's under control. He should have known she'd show up. She popped up like a damn djinn every time anything got out of whack. Well, keep it strack. We've got a hard, cold mission to perform, and we don't need any sand in the gears. Do you understand that? Yes, Sergeant Major. And poor Tenna, the Sergeant Major said, rounding on the braced Pinopan. 1. You'd better learn not to tell any more sergeants pock you in public, or I will have your ass. Do you understand me? Yes, Sergeant Major, poor Tenna said, looking for a convenient rock to melt away under. 2. You'd better learn a new word to replace pock, because if you say it one more time in my hearing, I will personally tear off your stripes and feed them to you, raw. You are in the Empress's own now, not whatever ragbag line outfit you came from. We do not say pock or rap or any of those other words. We especially do not say them while rigging the pocking prince. Do I make myself pocking clear? She finished, pounding a rock-hard index finger into the lance corporal's chest. Poor Tenna's eyes flickered for a moment in panic. Clear, Sergeant Major, he answered, finally, obviously unsure if he could get along without his verbal comma. Now what's in the Santa bag? She snarled. My pock, my tools, Sergeant Major, poor Tenna answered. I gotta have my my tools, Sergeant Major. T-armor don't run by itself. Sergeant Julian, the Sergeant Major said, turning to the sergeant who'd started to drop out of his braced position as poor Tenna seemed to be getting the worst of the chewing out. Yes, Sergeant Major. Julian snapped back to attention. What was your objection? You seem to have one. We have mass limitations, Sergeant Major, the NCO barked. I objected to certain of Lance Corporal Poratena's tools that I didn't believe were strictly necessary. Sergeant Major? Poratena? He isn't like my my wrench, Sergeant Major. The Lance Corporal answered somewhat sullenly. He was fairly sure he was going to lose the tool. The smodge nodded and opened the bulging sack. She glanced at the pack rat's nest inside and nodded again. Then she turned to the armorer and fixed him with a glare. Poratena, thought he. Yes, Sergeant Major. You know we're humping across T-hole? This whole planet, right? The top sergeant asked mildly. Yes, Sergeant Major. Poratena didn't brighten up. He'd been on the receiving end of mild and bitter before. The NCO nodded again and pulled on her earlobe. Because of your unique position, you will probably be exempt from helping to hump the ammo, power, and armor. Kosudik looked around the bay, then back into the sack. But I'm not going to have any of these people carrying unnecessary stuff, she growled. But, Sergeant Major, did I ask you to speak? The NCO snapped. No, Sergeant Major. As I say, I'm not going to have anyone carry unnecessary stuff, she continued, fixing the pin with a frigid eye. However, I'm not going to tell you, the armorer, what you really need to do your job either. I'm going to leave that entirely up to you. But I will tell you that nobody else in the company is going to hump one item for you. Is that perfectly clear? She ended, with another rock-hard index finger, and the armorer gulped and nodded his head. Yes, Sergeant Major. He winced internally at what that meant. You are being given slack on what you've got to carry, Kasudik said, because you have your own stuff to hump. Not, by Satan, so that other people can hump it for you. Clear? Index finger. Clear, Sergeant Major. So, if you want your hammer, or wrench, or whatever, fine. But you, index finger, are going to hump it. Clear? Clear, Sergeant Major. Powertena's voice sounded more strangled than ever, not least because Julian stood grinning at him behind Kasudik's back. The sergeant major gave the armorer one last glare, then turned to the squad leader with cobra-like speed. Sergeant Julian, she said mildly, I'd like a moment of your time out in the passage. Julian's smile froze, and he cast a burning glare at the Pinopan before he followed the top sergeant out of the shuttle bay. Powertena, for his part, could have cared less about the glare. He was trying to figure out how to fit 200 liters of tools into a 10-liter space. We can't fit that in, Lieutenant Jasko said, slowly and carefully, so that Lieutenant Glias could understand. He pointed to his pad, where the loading program was already in the yellow. We're, gonna go be overloaded, he continued in the simplest possible terms, and Goliath gave him a friendly smile that stopped at the eye. Then he reached up to clap the much larger platoon leader on the shoulder. You know, Aziz, you're an okay guy, most of the time. But from time to time you're a real prick, he went on, as the other lieutenant's face colored up. We need trade goods. We need ammo. We need power. But if we don't have enough supplements to last the whole trip, we're all gonna die anyway. You've stripped the ship of every last vitamin and herbal remedy. Jasko snapped, slapping the hand off his shoulder. We don't need 300 kilos of supplements. No, Gulius agreed. By exact calculation, we need 230 precisely balanced kilos for 6 months with no casualties. If we take no casualties, and if we stay 6 months, neither of those is likely, so we probably need less. But what about waste? And we don't have the precise supplements we need. And what about a trooper's opening up his kit and finding that mold has eaten his stash overnight? If we don't have enough supplements, we're all dead. So we've got to have all the supplements we can hump. It's that simple. We're overloaded, Jasko snapped, waving the pad. It's that simple. Can I be of assistance, gentlemen? Sergeant Major Kasudik appeared as if by magic between the two lieutenants. I only ask because some of the troops seem to be interested in this discussion as well. Gulius looked around the shuttle bay and noticed that work had almost stopped as the troopers slowed down to watch the two lieutenants argue. He turned back to the sergeant major. No, I think we have it under control. He looked at Jasko. Don't we, Aziz? No, we don't, the junior lieutenant said stubbornly. We're running out of room for the loading. We can't afford 300 kilos of supplements. Is that all we're taking? Kasudik sounded surprised. That doesn't sound like enough. Hang on. She keyed her throat mic and used her toot to bring the two lieutenants into the circuit. Captain Panner? Yes, came the growled response. Priority, supplements or trade goods, she asked. Supplements, Panner said instantly. We can raid instead of trade if we have to, but all the trade goods in the ship won't keep us alive without supplements. The order of priority is fuel, supplements, food, the suits for 3rd platoon, power, ammo, trade goods. Each person may bring 10 kilos of personal gear. How many kilos of supplements do we have? Only 300, Kasudik answered. Damn. I'd hoped for more. We'll have to eke it out with rations. We go on short rations from the moment we board the shuttles. And confiscate all the pogey bait. Most of it won't have much in the way of nutritional value, but it's something. No more than 1 ration per day, and we hope we have 1 a day all the way through. Understood, Kasudik said. Out here. How do you? She raised her eyebrows at the lieutenants. Does that clear the air, sirs? Yes, Sergeant Major, it does, Jasko said. I still don't think we're going to run out, though. Sir, may I make an observation? The Sergeant Major asked, and Lieutenant Jasko nodded. Of course, Sergeant Major. He was an academy graduate with a previous stint as a platoon leader and 4 years in the EMC under his belt, but the Sergeant Major had been beating around the fleet long before he was born. He might be stubborn, but he wasn't stupid. In a situation this screwed up, sir, planning for the worst is just good sense. For example, I would strongly suggest that you not put all the supplements on one bird, or any other point failure source such as spare ammo or power. Spread it across the shuttles. When the shit hits the fan, there's no such thing as being over-paranoid. Right, She nodded and stepped lightly out of the shuttle bay, and Jasko stood shaking his head as he looked at the pad in his hand. Do you think she was looking at the load plan? He asked Gulyas. I don't know. Why? Because I had all the spare food, ammo, and power on Shuttle 4, the logistics lieutenant said angrily, and shut the pad with a snap. It would have carried the heavy weapons platoon in a standard drop, and since it was empty. What a cherry mistake. Damn it to hell. Time to start cross-loading? No. We're on. And that, Your Highness, Panner said, gesturing towards the memo pad, is why I don't consider it advisable for you to bring the 3 cartons of personal gear. The wardroom was empty, except for the 2 of them, although Dr. O'Casey was expected soon. But what am I going to wear? The aghast prince asked. He pulled at the chameleon fabric of the uniform he'd changed into. You can't expect me to go through each day every day in this, can you? Your Highness, Panner said calmly. Each of the military personnel will be carrying on his own back 6 spare pairs of socks, a spare uniform, personal hygiene equipment, 5 kilos of proteins and vitamin supplements, rations, additional ammunition and power packs for their weapons, additional ammunition for squad and company level weaponry, a bivy tent, his multi-tool, a rucksack fluid pouch with 6 kilos of water, and up to 10 kilos of personal gear. The load will total out at between 50 and 60 kilos. In addition, the entire company will be switching off, carrying powered armor and additional trade goods, ammunition, and power packs. Dates, daily, and power packs. No, child. He cocked his head and regarded his nominal commander steadily. If you order the company, in addition to all these necessities, to carry your spare pajamas, morning clothes, evening clothes, and a dress uniform in case there's a parade, they will. The company commander smiled thinly. But I find the idea extremely ill-advised. The prince looked at the officer in shock and shook his head. But who's going to be carrying all that stuff for me? Panner's face became closed and set as he leaned back in the station chair. Your Highness, I've already made arrangements for the support material for Dr. O'Casey to be distributed and field gear to be issued for Dr. O'Casey and valet Matsuda. The captain regarded the prince steadily. Am I to assume from that question that I should make the same arrangements for your personal gear? Before Roger could even think of a proper reply, he found his mouth, as usual, running away with itself. Of course you should, he half snapped, then nearly quailed as Panner's face darkened. But he'd already climbed out on the limb. Might as well saw with abandon. I'm a prince, Captain. Surely you don't expect me to carry my own bags? Panner stood and placed his hands flat on the tabletop. Then he drew a deep, calming breath and let it out. Very well, Your Highness. I need to go make those arrangements. By your leave. For just a moment, the prince appeared to be about to say something, but finally he made a small mow of distaste and waved a hand in dismissal. Panner gazed at him silently, then gave a jerky nod and strode around the table and out the hatch, leaving the prince to contemplate his victory. Chapter 9. Captain Krasnitsky leaned back in his command chair and rotated his shoulders in his skin suit. "All right, let's bring the ship back to general quarters, if you please, Commander Talcott." The captain hadn't slept in 36 hours. He'd had a sonic shower before climbing back into the stinking skin suit. But the only thing keeping him going at this point was Narcon and stimulants. The Narcon was to keep him from going to sleep. The stimulants were to keep him thinking straight, since the only thing the Narcon did was prevent sleep. Even with the combination, his brain felt wrapped in steel wool. "Wait until they open fire, Commander," he repeated, for what seemed the 1,000th time. "I want to get as close as possible." "Aye, sir," Talcott said, with rather less exasperation than Krasnitsky thought he would probably have shown in the commander's position. The captain's mouth tried to quirk a smile, but his amusement was fleeting, and his mind flickered back over his options with a sort of feverish monotony. Die Glopper was an assault ship, not a true warship, but she was a starship, outmassing the in-system cruiser by nearly 100 to 1, and had enormously heavy chromeston armor. The combination of mass and armor meant she could take damage that would shatter her opponent. But she was also slower, and not only were her sensors damaged, but her entire tactical net had taken a hit from the sabotage. So like any blind, drunk bruiser faced with a clear-eyed and nimble, but much smaller foe, she wanted to grapple. She only had a good right remaining, but one uppercut was all it would take. The plan called for her to maintain the appearance of a damaged freighter, desperate to make landfall, for as long as possible. She was finally starting to decelerate, and the cruiser was piling on all the gravities of deceleration it could stand as well. But the transport would still flash by the smaller ship at nearly 3% of light speed. At those velocities, there would be a very, very limited envelope of engagement, which meant every shot had better hit. "We're coming into radar and LIDAR detection range, Captain," Commander Talcott said a few minutes later. "Should we paint their hull?" "No. I know we get better lockup, but let's play unarmed Murchie as long as we can. Be ready to paint them the minute they do it to us, though. And we're going to be close enough that our anti-radiation harms should be in range. When they paint us, launch a flight." "Mallory." "Aye, sir," Talcott said, and moved over beside the ship's defensive systems officer. "Now if the shuttles only came through it alive." "Why, nay." Prince Roger hunched closer to the tiny display, trying to discern anything from it. But the same flickering and distortion that had been evident on the bridge's tactical plot was even more pronounced on the smaller flat screen of the shuttle. "Give it up, Your Highness," Panner suggested, and there was actually an edge of humor in his voice. "I've tried to follow ship-to-ship battles on these things when the systems were all working. All you're going to do is strain your eyes." Roger rotated in the station chair to face him, careful where he put his feet, arms, and hands. Nearly his first action on boarding the shuttle had been to smash a readout as the unfamiliar powered armor lived up to its reputation for strength and for clumsiness in the hands of the untrained. The station chairs were designed for use by armored or unarmored Marines, so they were hard. The same could not be said for all the items surrounding them, and there wasn't much space in which to move. The simple fact was that a shuttle loaded with troops and supplies was always overcrowded. The troops in the cargo bay sat packed like sardines in 4 rows, 2 back-to-back down the center of the bay, and 1 down either side, facing inward. The rows were composed of memory plastic cocoons, but the cocoons were thin-walled to either side so that their occupants were practically shoulder to shoulder, and each row faced another, so close that the Marines' knees intertwined. Their individual weapons and rucksacks were on their knees, piled on top of each other, and each cocoon top sprouted a combat helmet, currently configured to do service as a vac helmet for the chameleon suit of the trooper inside. Between a near-total inability to move their legs, the fact that the slightest movement resulted in punching a neighbor, and the fact that getting up or out required going through 4 layers of gear. It was no place for a claustrophobe. But at least troops in chameleon suits didn't have to worry about how to go to the bathroom. Since the suits were designed for space combat, they had all the comforts of home. There were armored suits scattered through the cocoons as well, and halfway down the compartment, the rows of troops were abruptly broken by a mass of hydrogen cylinders. The red-painted battle steel ovals, each the size of an old-fashioned natural gas tank, were piled halfway to the shuttle roof and strapped down 9 ways from Sunday. The shuttle might crash. A nuclear-tipped missile might detonate at point-blank range, but nothing was going to move those cylinders, which was the point. If they kicked loose during the maneuvers of the shuttles or their mothership, the passengers might as well give up and open their suits to vacuum, because without the hydrogen in those tanks, the shuttles would never be able to make re-entry. Beyond the cylinders, which were placed just forward of the shuttle's center of gravity, was the rest of the armored squad and general cargo. In the case of this shuttle, putting the armored squad behind the cylinders, along with the cargo, which had a higher density than the troopers forward of the cylinders, balanced out the load. Since the ships were going to have to make a nearly dead-stick atmospheric re-entry, balance of the cargo was critical. But the whole setup made for terrific crowding. At least Roger didn't have to put up with the conditions in the cargo bay, but the small compartment he shared with Panner wasn't all that much better. It offered just enough room to swing a cat, assuming it was a very small cat. It contained 2 tactical stations wedged into the starboard side of the shuttle, forward of the cargo compartment that separated it from the cockpit. It was the most hardened part of the ship, which was one of the reasons Roger was there, and it also had umbilicals, like those in the cargo bay, to provide local power and recycling support to armor or vac suits. But the low overhead, the position was wedged in above the starboard forward thruster plenum, and the limited space to move around meant that it, also, was no place for a claustrophobe. And just to make the crowding complete, Panner and Roger's rucksacks hung from the cramped compartment's forward bulkhead. Roger managed to get his knees out from under the TOC station without breaking anything else, and looked at the back of Panner's helmet. "So," he said testily, "what do we do now?" "We wait, Your Highness," the company commander replied calmly. He seemed to have gotten over his anger at the prince's refusal to carry his own gear. "The waiting is supposed to be the hardest part." "Is it?" Roger asked. He found himself out of his depth. This was something he'd never planned for. Not that he'd been given many options in planning his life, and it was something he wasn't prepared for. He was accustomed to the challenge of sports, but one reason he had embraced that sort of challenge was because no one had ever taken him seriously enough to make any others applicable to him. Now he was face to face with the greatest challenge of his life, and making a mistake on this ball field would mean death. "It is for some," Panner replied. "For others, the worst part is the aftermath, counting the cost." He turned his own chair to face the prince, trying to decipher what was going on behind the flickering ball of the boy's faceplate. "There's going to be a pretty high cost to this operation," he continued, carefully not allowing his tone to change. "But that happens sometimes. There are 2 sides to any war game, Your Highness, and the other side is trying to win too." "I try very hard not to lose," Roger said quietly. "I discovered early on that I didn't care for it a bit." The external speaker was the highest quality, but the sound still echoed oddly in the little compartment. "Neither do I, Your Highness," Panner agreed, turning back to his command station. "Neither do I. There aren't any losers in the Empress's own, and damn few in the fleet." "Why, ye, ha, I be saying now. One dum dorda da. "We just got painted, sir." Commander Talcott's quiet tone was totally focused. "Sensors confirm that it's a St. Lidar, a Mark 46.8. Well, he looked up from the tactical system. "That's standard for a Mura-class cruiser." "Roger," Kresnitsky said. "They'll realize their mistake in a moment. Go active and open fire as soon as you have a good lock." Sub-Lieutenant Segadin had been poised for the order like a runner in the blocks, and his hand stabbed the active emissions button just as the launch alarm sounded. The St. Parasite cruiser was underarmed for the engagement. Although she was large for an in-system ship, she and her sisters were nothing compared to a starship. Since the tunnel drive was dependent on volume, not mass, starships could be made extremely large and incredibly massive. Max hull warships were over 1,200 meters in diameter, and all interstellar warships were plated with Cromston collapsed matter armor. That armor normally represented a third of the total mass of a ship, but since their systems were volume dependent, it hardly mattered. They also had immense room for missiles, and the capacitors that drove their tunnel drives gave them enormous storage for their energy batteries. But once they were inside the TD limit, they found themselves limping along on phase drive, and phase drive was mass dependent, which meant that starships were relatively slow and awkward to maneuver. That was where the parasites came in. Parasite cruisers and fighters could be packed into max hull warships in terrific numbers. Once the starships entered a system, they could send out their cruisers and fighters to engage the enemy. But the cruisers were designed to be fast and nimble, rather than heavily armored, and lacked the Cromston of starships. But this cruiser had come well within Deglopper's engagement range, and was at the mercy of the heavier ship. The CO of the St. Parasite quickly realized that he'd screwed up by the numbers. His initial launch started with a single missile, which had clearly been intended as a shot across the bows, but the rest of his broadside followed swift. Within moments, a half-dozen missiles came scorching towards the assault ship, and the next broadside followed seconds later. "He's firing at his launcher's maximum cycle rates, sir," Segadin announced, and Krasnitsky nodded. The Saint captain was firing as rapidly as he could, using a shoot-look tracking system. It would take nearly 4.5 minutes for the missiles to cross the distance between the two ships, which meant that, at his current rate of fire, he would have shot his magazines dry before the first salvo impact. It was exactly what Krasnitsky would have done in his place, because given the difference in the sizes and power of the two opponents, the cruiser's only chance at this point was to overwhelm and destroy the heavier ship before they closed to energy range. But that wasn't going to happen. "All right, let's Delta V," he told Segadin. "I want to max Delta towards the St. POS. Take him, tactical." "Aye, sir." Radar and LIDAR had an iron lock on the cruiser, and despite the crippling effects of Ensign Guha's sabotage, the tactical computers quickly finalized firing solutions. Deglopper was a 400-meter radius sphere. She was an assault ship, which meant she had to build in room for 6 shuttles. But that left more than enough room for missile tubes and ample magazines. And the missiles in those magazines were larger and heavier than any Parasite cruiser could carry. Now, all 8 of her launchers began hammering fire at the Saint, and mixed in with her more dangerous missiles were jammers and anti-radiation seekers. It looked like a totally unfair fight, but Deglopper's tactical net was far below par. Most of her missiles were under autonomous control, which meant the transport's computer AI couldn't adjust their flight profiles to maximum effect. And it also meant her point defense was far less effective than normal. "Vampires! I have multiple vampires inbound." There was a series of thuds as the ship's automated defenses reacted to the inbound missiles. "We have auto flares and chaff. Some of the vampires are following the decoys, and some of them aren't." Krasnitsky snapped, watching his own plot. "Sound the collision alarm." Some of the Saint missiles were picked off by countermissiles and laser clusters. Others were sucked off course by active and passive decoys, and the entire first salvo was destroyed or spoofed. But 1 missile from the second salvo and 3 missiles from the third got through, and alarms screamed as pencils of X-ray radiation smashed into the Cromston hull. "Direct hit on Missile 5, Commander Tolkut reported harshly. We've lost number 2 Grazer, 2 counter-missile launchers, and 12 laser clusters." He looked up from his displays and met Krasnitsky's eyes across the bridge. "None of the damage hit any of the shuttles or came near the magazine, sir." "Thank God," the captain whispered. "But still not good. Navigation, how long to beam range?" 2 minutes, the navigator reported, and smiled evilly. She'd successfully fooled the Saint Captain for hours, playing the role of a panicked merchant skipper while he reviled her parentage, knowledge, and training. Now let him suck laser. Hit. Sigadin called. At least one direct missile hit, sir. She's streaming air. Understood, Kresnitsky replied. How are we doing on the computers? Rotten, sir. Sigadin snapped. Euphoria vanished. I had to shift resources to the defensive systems. Most of the birds are flying on their own at this point. Well, this will be over soon, the captain said, just as another salvo of Saint missiles came streaking in. One way or another. Chapter 10. Roger grabbed the arms of the command chair as another concussion rocked the shuttle like a high wind. This, he remarked quietly, is not fun. Honor said non-committally. Check your monitors in the troop bay, sir. The prince found the appropriate control and tapped it, turning on the closed-circuit monitors in the troop bay. What they revealed surprised him. Most of the troops were asleep, and the few who were awake were performing some sort of leisure activity. Two had electronic gamepads out and appeared to be competing in something with one another. Others were playing cards with hard decks, or, apparently, reading. One even had a hard copybook out, an old and much-thumbed one from the look. Roger panned around, looking for anyone he recognized, and realized that he only knew 3 or 4 names in the entire company. Horitano was asleep, with his head thrown back and his mouth wide open. Gunnery Sergeant Jin, the dark, broad Korean platoon, sergeant of 3rd Platoon, had a pad out and was paging slowly through something on it. Roger scrolled up the magnification on the monitors and was surprised to see that the NCO was reading a novel. He'd somehow expected it to be a military manual, and he spun the magnification still higher, curiously, so that he could read over the sergeant's shoulder. What he got was a bit more than he bargained for. The sergeant was reading a fairly graphic homosexual love story. The prince snorted, then spun the monitor away and dialed back on the magnification. The sergeant's taste was the sergeant's business. The monitor stopped, as if by its own volition, on the face of the female sergeant who'd summoned him from the armor fitting. It was a face of angles, all high cheekbones and sharp chin, with the exception of the lips, which were remarkably voluptuous. Not a pretty face, but arguably a beautiful one. She was looking through a pad as well, and for a reason he wasn't sure he would have cared to explain, he hunted until he found a monitor that would permit him to look over her shoulder. He panned the camera down and felt a sudden rush of relief, although exactly why he was glad that what she was reading was the briefing on Marduk was something he didn't care to consider too deeply. Flipping back over to the original monitor, he zoomed in on the sergeant's chameleon suit. There it was. On the right, breast, doni, you bro, one, tente, bro. Dispro. Nice name. Sergeant Dispro, Ponner said dryly, and the prince hit the trackball and panned the monitor off the name. Yes, I recognized her from when she crashed my fitting, he said hurriedly. I was just realizing how few of these guards I know by name. He cleared his throat uncomfortably, happy, for some reason, that the captain couldn't see his face. Nothing wrong with getting to know their names, Panner said calmly. But what you might want to catch is their attitudes, he continued, as another salvo slammed into the ship. Wow, Sin, Bao, Che. We just lost Grazer 4 and 9 and Missile 3. We're down 25% on our counter-missile launchers. More on the laser clusters, Commander Talcott said. He didn't bother to add that Die Glopper had also suffered severe hull breaching, since everyone on the bridge could feel the draw of the vacuum around them. The executive officer had just turned toward the captain when there was a crow of delight from Tactical. There she blows, the sub-lieutenant shouted. The St. Cruiser had come apart under the hammer of the missiles without even having come to grips at energy weapon range. Put us back on course for the planet, and shift to Evasion Able 3. Krasnitsky snapped to the helmsman. We're not out of the woods yet. There are still incoming missiles. Yes, sir, Segedin agreed with a triumphant grin. But we still got her. Yes, we did, Talcott whispered so quietly that only Krasnitsky could hear. But what about her mate? The TAC officer shut down the guidance channels to the remainder of the offensive missiles and shunted all the processor power they'd been using to the defenses. Then he picked up half the defensive net and waded in. Between the added processor power, the loss of the cruiser's support, and the addition of Segedin's experience, the remainder of the missiles were quickly shredded. All that was left, for the time being, was to pick up the pieces. Why? So that's it, Your Highness, Captain Krasnitsky finished, looking up from the pad in his hand. His skin suit was sealed, and the orange vacuum warning light behind him was clearly visible. We used less than half our missiles in this engagement, but the other cruiser has already broken orbit and is accelerating towards us. We'll drop your shuttles in 2 hours, and it will take us longer than that to get patched up and restore pressure again. So I would suggest that you stay where you are, Your Highness. B. Very well, Captain, the prince said. He was aware that all the captain was seeing was the distorted ball of his powered armor's helmet visor, and he was just as glad. He was beginning to understand why Deglopper had to, effectively, commit suicide, but he was still uncomfortable with it. Ponner's company, at least, were official bodyguards for the imperial family, with the tradition of taking rifle beads to protect their charges, catching the ball as it was called. But the company's personnel had to survive, some of them, at least, if they were to accomplish their mission of keeping him alive. Deglopper's entire crew had to die to do that. Spoiled he might be, but not even Roger McClintock was immune to the sense of guilt that produced. Yet nothing in Krasnitsky's tone or attitude suggested that he had ever even considered any other course of action. In the captain's place, Roger suspected that he might be thinking about how convenient it would be if something happened to remove the prince from the equation. After all, if Roger were dead, there would be no reason for Krasnitsky's remaining crew to die to save him, now would there? Somehow, the fact that Krasnitsky and all of his people seemed totally oblivious to that glaringly logical point only made him feel guiltier. I suppose we'll talk again before separation, he said after a moment, awkwardly. Until then, good luck. Thank you, Your Highness, the captain said with a tiny nod. And good luck to you and the company as well. We'll try to do the Deglopper name proud. The communications screen blinked out, and Roger leaned back and turned to Captain Panner. The Marine had doffed his helmet and was scratching his head vigorously. Who was Deglopper, anyway? The prince asked, fumbling with the controls and latches of his own helmet. He was a soldier in the American states, a long time ago, Your Highness, Panner said, cocking his head at the angle Roger had begun to recognize as a subtle sign that he'd stuck his foot in it. There was a plaque right outside the cabin you were in, listing his medal and the citation for it. He won their equivalent of the Imperial Star. When we get back to Earth, you can look up the citation. No. Oh. Dummy pin. Oh. Roger pulled the pin and let his hair down so that it cascaded across the back of the armor, then scratched his scalp with both hands at least as vigorously as Panner. We weren't in these things all that long. What makes your head itch so badly? A lot of it's psychosomatic, Your Highness, Panner said with a snort. Like that itch between your shoulder blades. Ugh! Roger rolled his shoulders as well as he could in the constricting armor and squirmed, trying to rub his back against the internal padding. You would have to mention that! Panner just smiled. Then he frowned ever so slightly. Can I make a suggestion, Your Highness? Yes, Roger replied doubtfully. We're not going anywhere for 2 hours. I'm going to go roust out the troops and tell them they can undug their helmets and do a little stretching. Give them about a half hour, and then come down and talk to a few of them. I'll think about it, Roger said dubiously. He did, and his thoughts didn't make him all that happy. Chapter 11. Chaplain Panella placed his hands behind his back and sniffed. Lord Arturo isn't going to be happy, he observed. Captain Imai Delaney, skipper of the Karavazan Empire parasite cruiser Greenbelt, refrained from snarling at the ship's chaplain. It wasn't the easiest restraint he'd ever exercised, and it got even harder as he looked around and recognized his bridge officer's stunned disbelief. He drew a deep breath and wiped his face. They'd obviously gotten sloppy, and not happy was a very pale description of what Lord Arturo would be when he heard about this one. At the same time, he understood exactly how it had happened. There had been no problems at all since the two parasites had been put on station, and they were mainly there to make sure that no one noticed the Saint presence in the system. They'd let a few transports, the ones with registered schedules, through and taken a few of the tramps as prizes. But their primary job wasn't commerce raiding, it was supporting the tactical operations that were being staged through the system, and it had become routine. Too routine. It's a Puller-class transport, the tactical officer reported as he studied his readouts. There was one flash of nearly full power. They're masking their drive somehow, but the flash was clear. Why would the Earthies send in a single-armed transport? The chaplain demanded. And why is its acceleration so low? The captain decided that screaming would probably be unwise, however tempting. The answer to both questions was obvious, but if he simply stated them bluntly, he might be accused of insufficient consideration for the chaplain's feelings and opinions. As if a chaplain should have a voice in military matters. He looked around the bridge. His officers' uniforms were the somber and slightly off-color tones that bespoke preparation in low-acid processes. The textiles were all natural, too, which meant that, unlike in most navies, if there was a sudden shipboard fire, the crew was subject to immolation. Captain Delaney had been aboard an MP parasite cruiser once. The bridge had been all cool tones and smoothly rounded edges. On his own ship, the edges were jagged and unfinished. Finishing and trim were considered unnecessary frills. Unnecessary frills used excess energy. Excess energy, eventually, was bad for planetary environments. So, no trimming for Greenbelt's bridge. The same philosophy extended throughout the ship. Everything looked rough, hewn, and badly fitted. Oh, it worked. But it wasn't as smooth as it would have been aboard a damned MP warship. Nothing was. Not even the command relationships. On an MP ship, the captain was king. He might be under the command of an admiral, but on his own ship, he was lord and master. On the Saints' ships, though, the chaplain always had to be considered. Adherence to the tenets of the Church of Ryback was as important to the higher-ups as capability. So besides fighting the damned aristos for command slots, Captain Delaney had been fighting the Church for his entire career. Not that there was going to be any difference of opinion about what to do in this instance. I believe she might be damaged, he said, allowing no trace of his thoughts to color his tone. That one burst of power is probably all their phase drive could stand. Well, I suppose that makes some sense, the chaplain said doubtfully. What are we going to do about it? We are going to kill it, Delaney thought. Which would be easier to do if you would just get your eco-freak butt back to the chapel and off my bridge. The data from Green Goddess indicates that the enemy's tactical net is probably damaged, he said aloud. He scratched his beard and thought about it. We'll stay at the edge of the powered missile envelope and pound her to scrap. She can't maneuver, and we should have the better TOC net. He nodded his head in self-agreement. Yes, that should work. How much damage will we take? The chaplain asked nervously. Damage repair will do great harm to the environment. We must limit our use of resources in every way we can, and it will surely damage the Kai of the crew. Do you want the ravening imperialists to fully colonize this world? Delaney asked rhetorically. That ship is filled with Marines, carrying their humanocentric infestation with them to new worlds. What would you have me do? Let them go. No, the chaplain snapped, shaking his head. They must be destroyed. The infestation must be ripped out root and branch. This fine world shall not be polluted by man. Fine world indeed, the captain thought behind a smile of agreement. It's a green hell. Killing these Marines is probably doing them a favor. Why, I may. Sergeant Major Kosudik reached across the narrow compartment and tapped the prince's chief of staff on the shoulder. You can undog your helmet now, she said, suiting action to words and removing her own. O'Casey undid the latches clumsily and looked around the cramped compartment. Now what? She asked. Now we wait a couple of hours and hope his evilness who resides in the fire decides we get to live, Kosudik answered, scratching the back of her neck. She set down the helmet and reached under the command station. Aha, she said, and pulled out a long plastic tube with a faint ripping sound. What is that? O'Casey asked, looking up as she opened her pad to begin an entry. It's a wiring harness cover. Kosudik leaned forward and inserted the flexible tube into the neck of her suit. Most of these shuttles have had them stripped out already. She began rubbing the corrugated tube up and down her back. Ah, she gasped. I forgot mine, by Satan. Oh, Eleonora said, suddenly noticing the itchiness of her own back. Can I, borrow it? Check by your left knee. I don't mind your borrowing it, but you might as well find your own. Best back scratcher ever created. Eleonora found the wiring harness where the sergeant major had indicated and pulled its cover out. Ooh, she sighed after a brief try. Boy, this is good. And for telling you that deep, dark secret, known only to old Marines, Kosudik said, you have to tell me something. Like what? Like what's eating the prince, Kosudik replied, propping her heels on the command station in front of her. Eleonora said thoughtfully. That's a long story, and I'm not sure how much of it you're cleared for. What you know about his father? Just that he's the Earl of New Madrid, that he's on the watch list, which means he doesn't get within a planet of the Empress, and that he's quite a bit older than the Empress. Well, I'm not going to get into why he was banished from court, but Roger not only looks like his father, he acts very much like him. New Madrid is a gorgeous man, who's a terrible dandy, and he's also very much involved in the great game. Ah, Kosudik nodded. The intrigues of the empire had gotten deeper and deeper during the reign of Emperor Andrew, Alexandra's father. While things had never quite come to the point of outright civil war, they seemed to be edging closer to it. So is the prince involving himself in the game? She asked carefully, and Eleonora sighed. I'm not sure. He's been in contact with some of the known conduits in his sports clubs. I mean, one of the other fellows on his polo team is a known member of New Madrid's clique. So, maybe. But Roger hates politics with a purple passion. So, I'm not sure. An unreal, and he's a C, did You should know. Yes, I should, the chief of staff admitted. But it's not the sort of thing he would confide in me. I'm an appointment of his mother's. Is he? Conspiring against the Empress? Kosudik asked even more carefully. I doubt that very much, Eleonora said. He seems to truly love his mother, but he might be being used as a dupe. The way he acts, the frivolity, wow. One so broachy, but I'm alright. It just doesn't make any sense. With his background, with what his father did, Roger has to realize that presenting such a front lays him open to charges of following in New Madrid's footsteps. So, half the time I'm certain he's doing it on purpose, and the other half, I just don't know. Maybe it's a double-blind, Kosudik suggested. He might be putting on these airs as a cover for being really, really capable. She was aware that she was engaging in wishful thinking, but there had to be at least a shred of light in the dark. Otherwise, the Marines had stuck their heads into a guillotine for an enemy of all they held dear. I doubt it, Eleonora said with a grim chuckle. Roger's just not that subtle. She gazed down at her pad for several moments, then sighed. And frankly, however subtle he is or isn't, he's always been the odd one out in the imperial family. She tapped at the pad's controls for several seconds, then closed it and turned her chair to face the sergeant major. At the expense of possible less majesty, she said. Roger can act like a real pain in the ass sometimes. No, let's be honest, he can be a real pain in the ass. But I think it's fair to point out that it's not entirely his fault. Huh? Kosudik kept her face carefully expressionless, but mental ears pricked at the chief of staff's tone. Despite the fact that Bronze Battalion was specifically charged with the task of guarding the air tertiary, and despite the amount of time the Bronze Barbarians had spent in their charge's presence, not with any particular sense of pleasure for either party, no one in the company really knew Roger at all. O'Casey obviously did, and if she was prepared to give Kosudik any insight at all into the prince, the sergeant major was more than ready to listen. No, it's not, O'Casey told her, and shook her own head with a crooked smile. He's a McClintock, and everyone knows that all McClintocks are brave, trustworthy, fearless, and brilliant. They're not, of course, but everyone knows they are, anyway. And the fact that Crown Prince John and Princess Alexandra actually live up to the stereotype, like their mother, only makes it even harder on Roger. The Crown Prince has a record as a diplomat anyone could envy, and even without her family connections, Princess Alexandra would be respected as one of the finest admirals in the fleet. And then there's Roger, decades younger than the others, always on the outside, somehow. The classic bad boy of the imperial family. The never-do-well, spoiled, pampered aristocrat. She paused and cocked her head at the sergeant major. Sound familiar? She asked with a quirky half-grin. Well, yes, actually, Kosudik admitted. It wasn't something any Marine, and especially any member of Bronze Battalion, had any business admitting to anyone, anytime, anywhere. But she admitted it anyway, and O'Casey chuckled without humor. I thought it might. But when you consider the cloud his father is under, the fact that no one really knows where Roger himself stands, and the fact that the Empress's own attitude towards him often seems ambiguous, she chose the word with obvious care, it's probably inevitable that he should turn out at least a bit that way. She snorted sadly. Costas Matsuga and I have argued about it often enough, but I've never disagreed with Costas's insistence that Roger wasn't exactly dealt the fairest possible hand. But where Costas and I differ is on where we go from where we are now. I wasn't Roger's first tutor, you know. In fact, I've only been with him for a little over 6 years, so I wasn't there when he was a hurt little boy dealing with the unfairness of life. I can feel for that little boy's pain, I suppose, but I have to be more concerned with getting Roger the theoretical adult to face up to the fact that life isn't fair and learning to deal with it as a McClintock and as a prince of the Empire. And, she admitted heavily, I don't seem to be doing a very good job of it. Well, Kosudik told her, picking her words with equal care, I can't say I envy you. I've done my share of kicking wet behind the ears lieutenants into Marine officers, but the Corps gives me a lot better support structure for that kind of thing than you seem to have. It would be nice if I could use the sort of judo I've seen you using on Captain Panner's officers, O'Casey agreed wistfully. But I can't. And, frankly, Roger has a positive genius for digging in his heels. He may not be the overachiever his brother and sister are, but he's certainly got every bit of the McClintock stubbornness. She paused with a sudden laugh, and Kosudik raised an eyebrow at her. What's funny? The sergeant major asked. I was just thinking about Roger and stubbornness, O'Casey replied. Well, that and God's peculiar sense of humor. I beg your pardon. Have you ever been to the Imperial War Museum? The academic asked, and the Marine nodded. Sure, a couple of times. Why? I take it you've seen the Roger III collection, then? Kosudik nodded again, though she wasn't at all sure where O'Casey was headed with this. Roger III had been one of the many unreasonably capable emperors the McClintock dynasty had produced, and, as seemed to be the norm among his relatives, he had been a man of passionate, and some would say peculiar, interests. One of them had been military history, and beyond, particularly that of old Earth between the 12th and 16th centuries. Say, and he had assembled what was probably the finest collection of arms and armor from the period in the entire history of the human race. When he died, he had bequeathed the entire collection to the Imperial War Museum, where it had become and remained one of its star attractions. Ever since Roger III's time, O'Casey went on a bit obliquely. The continuance of his hobby interest in ancient weaponry has been something of a tradition in the imperial family. Oh, there's an edge of affectation to it, of course. Something that makes good PR as a family tradition that imperial subjects can ooh and ah over. But there's also more than a little truth to it. The Empress and the Crown Prince, for example, can spend hours explaining more than you ever wanted to know about things like Gothic armor and Swiss pikemen. She grimaced with so much feeling that Kosudik chuckled. But not Roger, the academic continued. I said he can be stubborn? Well, he dug his heels in and flatly refused to have anything to do with the tradition. I suppose it was a fairly harmless way to express his rebellion, but he was certainly firm about it. Maybe it's partly because it was all started by another Roger, who also happens to have been another of those McClintock figures everyone respects, unlike our Roger. But despite his family's very best efforts, he never showed the least interest in the entire subject, which is a pity, really, especially now. Now? Kosudik gazed at her for a moment, then barked a laugh as understanding struck. You're right, she said. It would be handy if he knew anything about it, given the local tech level on Marduk. Absolutely, O'Casey agreed with another sigh, but that's our Roger all over. If there's a way to do it wrong, he'll find it every time. Yongay. Roger watched Ponner make his way down the center transom of the shuttle bay and shook his head. With the troops squashed into the shuttle like old-fashioned sardines in a can, the only way to move up and down the troop bay was by walking on the transom on which the center seats were mounted. That meant, of course, that he was walking at head level to the seated Marines. The problem was that while Panner was in a relatively light and fairly nimble skin suit, which he donned in preference to armor for just this reason, Roger was wrapped in cromston. He could no more make his way down that narrow strip in armor than he could walk a tightrope, and he rather doubted that any of his bodyguards would feel happy about being stepped upon, however daintily, by armor that weighed as much as a Tyranothere. Well, Your Highness? Ponner asked as he reached the end and swung easily to the floor. I'm going to have a hard time making my way down the bay in this, Roger said, gesturing at his armor. Ponner glanced at the gray battle steel and nodded. Take it off. We're going to be rattling around for a couple of hours. Take it off where? There's not enough room in the compartment. Right here, Ponner said, gesturing at the small open area. The patch of deck was the only open area in the bay, a tiny sliver of room for the shuttle crew to move around it. A ladder led up from it to a small landing with two hatches, one to the command compartment and the other to the bridge. There was another hatch on the troop-level port side. It was a pressure door leading to the exterior. Right here? Roger juggled the helmet under his arm to give himself a moment to think while he looked around. Most of the guards were still doing their own things. A few had gotten up to move around, but most of those had headed to the rear of the bay, where the palletized cargo afforded room to stretch out. It seemed awfully public, though. I could get your valet, Ponner said with a faint smile. He's back there, he continued, gesturing towards the rear of the troop bay. Matsugai? Roger's face brightened. That would be Gree. I mean, yes, of course, Captain. Do you think you could fetch my valet? He ended in a refined drawl. Well, Ponner said, his face closing down again, I don't know about fetch. He banged the nearest sleeping guard on the shoulder. Pass the word for Matsugai. The Marine yawned, shoved the next Marine in line, passed on the word, and promptly went back to sleep. A few moments later, Roger saw the small form of the valet emerge from under a pile of rucksacks. He bent down and spoke to someone, then climbed onto the transom and made his way toward the prince. Vertical pillars ran up from the transom to the roof every 2 meters, and if Matsuge was far less nimble on the uncertain footing than Captain Panner had been, he had the overall idea down. He would hold on to a vertical, then move forward of it, using it to balance as he shuffled out on the transom as far as he could before making a hopping lunge for the next. Using this technique, he slowly made his way forward to the prince's position. Good. The valet paused, obviously checking the clock in his toot. Evening, Your Highness. He smiled. Dao. You're looking well. Thank you, Valet Matsugai, Roger said, much more careful to maintain his formality in front of so many listening ears. How are you? Very well, Your Highness. Thank you. Matsugai gestured to the rear of the compartment. Sergeant Despro has been a mine of helpful information. Despro? Roger lifted an eyebrow and leaned sideways to look down the line of troops and caught the brief flash of a refined profile. She's a squad leader in 3rd Platoon, Your Highness. A very nice young lady. Given their resumes, Roger said with a smile, I doubt that you could categorize any of the young ladies in the Empress's Own as nice. As you say, Your Highness, Matsugai said with an answering smile. How can I be of service? I have to get out of this armor and into something decent. Matsugai's face crumpled. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I should have known. Let me go get my pack. He started to scramble up onto the transom again, preparing to retrace his route. Wait, Roger said. I have a uniform packed up in the command compartment. I just need help getting out of the armor. Oh, well then, Matsugai said, climbing back down. If Captain Panner could give me a hand? I don't actually know all that much about armor, but I'm willing to learn. As they disconnected the armor's various latches and controls, Roger became curious. Matsugai, am I to understand that you have spare uniforms for me in your pack? Well, Your Highness, the valet said almost shyly, Sergeant Despro told me that you weren't able to bring all your clothes. And why? I didn't feel it appropriate that you have only 1 suit of armor and a single uniform, so I packed a few extra outfits along, just in case. Nandi? Well, can you carry it? Captain Panner sounded skeptical. Of course, if that's all that you're carrying. I will admit, Captain, the small valet said in a pert voice, that I'm not carrying the weight of ammunition most of your Marines are. However, I am carrying my full equipment load and a share of the squad load for the headquarters group. His Highness's gear is, so to speak, my ammunition allotment. Oh, but can you carry it? Panner repeated darkly. Day after day. We shall simply have to see, Captain, Matsugai replied calmly. I think so, but we shall have to see. He returned to his task of peeling the prince, and Roger soon found himself once again standing in the midst of scattered pieces of armor. I'm forever putting this stuff on and taking it off. He brushed an imaginary fleck of dust from the singlet he'd worn under the armor as Matsugai scrambled up the steps to the command compartment. Not for much longer, Your Highness, Panner pointed out. Once we land on the planet, it will hardly ever be used. But if we need it, we're really going to need it. Chapter 12. What else do we need? O'Casey asked, thumbing through the list of supplies the Marines had loaded. Whatever it is, it better not weigh much, Kasudik replied. The sergeant major was doing a recalculation of fuel use, and she looked up with a grimace. I don't think we have much margin. I thought you could glide one of these things in, Eleonora said uncomfortably. It was hardly her area of expertise, but she knew that the shuttle's swing-wing configuration gave them a tremendous glide ratio. We can. Kosudik's tone was mild. If we have a runway, that is. She gestured at one of the monitors, where the small map from the photos was displayed. Do you see many airports? In glide mode, one of these things needs a nice, old-fashioned runway. You try to land without one, and you might as well give your soul to his wickedness. Ah! So what happens if it were running out of fuel then? Well, if we were headed in for a standard atmosphere insertion, we could correct at the last minute and do some atmospheric skipping to slow down. The problem is, if we do an orbit, we'll be detected. Then the whole plan goes out the airlock, and we have a cruiser and the garrison hunting us dirt side. If, on the other hand, we do a steep re-entry, which, by the way, is what we're planning, and run out of fuel, we'll just pancake. Oh, no. Make a hell of a hole, Kasudik snorted. I can imagine, O'Casey said faintly. I imagine that this is about where we should be detecting the Saint, sir. Sub-Lieutenant Sigurdin said. Understood. Captain Kresnitsky looked at the helmsman. Prepare for course change. Quartermaster, pass the word to the Marines to prepare for separation. You are not. They should have detected us by now, Captain Delaney said. Why are they still decelerating for the planet? Could they still intend to land their Marines? The chaplain asked, leaning over the tactical display beside him. Delaney's nose wrinkled at the sour smell of the chaplain's unwashed cassock. Washing among the faithful was an occasional thing, since it used unnecessary resources. And such harmful chemicals as deodorants were, of course, right out. They must, Delaney mused, but they're still too far out. He smiled as the display changed. Ah, now we have a feel for their sensor damage. There's the course change. Yay. Prepare for separation. 5 minutes, the annunciator boomed. Roger looked up in surprise from his conversation with Sergeant Jin. The Korean was surprisingly well versed on current men's fashions, and after Roger had circulated briefly around the compartment, doing his best imitation of Mother at a garden party, he'd settled down for a long talk with the sergeant. Better that than a long talk with the fascinating Sergeant Despro. Something told him that getting interested in one of his bodyguards in a situation like this one probably was a bad idea. Not that it would have been a good idea under any circumstances, he reflected with a familiar moodiness. You'd better get your armor back on, sir, Jin said, glancing at the chameleon suit Roger had changed into. It'll take you at least that long. Right. Talk to you later, Sergeant. Roger had become accustomed to walking the transom, and now he sprang lightly onto it and skipped forward, swinging gracefully from pillar to pillar. Yow, Jin. Show off, Julian muttered as he shifted the rucksack across his knees. It wasn't particularly uncomfortable, since it was supported by his armor, but the confinement got to him after a while. He'd been awakened by the prince's circuit and hadn't yet gotten back to sleep. He realized that his responses to the Fops rote questions had been a bit surly, but the prince hadn't seemed to notice. I don't think he was showing off, Despro said tartly. I think he was hurrying up front. Julian raised an eyebrow. Since Despro was seated across from him, it gave him the perfect opportunity to needle her, and it would have violated his most deeply held principles to pass it up. Ah, you're just jealous because he has better hair than you do. She glanced sideways to get a glimpse of the rapidly undressing prince. It is nice, she murmured, and Julian's mouth dropped open as the realization dawned on him. You like him, don't you? You've got the hots for the prince. Her head snapped back around, and she glared at the other squad leader. That is the stupidest thing. Of course I don't. Julian started to tease her further, but then the full implications hit him. There was no way the regiment would allow the guards to carry on with a member of the imperial family. He looked around, but all the other troopers seemed to be asleep, or had earbuds in. Fortunately, no one had caught his earlier outburst, and he leaned forward as far as the packed equipment permitted. Nimachet, are you nuts? He hissed softly. They'll have your ass for this. There's nothing going on, she replied just as quietly, fingering the gray chameleon cover of the rucksack on her knees. Nothing. There'd better be nothing, he whispered fiercely. But I don't believe it. I can handle it, the sergeant said, leaning back. Don't worry about me. I'm a big girl. Sure you are. Sure. He shook his head and leaned back as well. What a cock-up, he thought. It ain't Cole. On the opposite side of the transom, poor Tenham managed to turn a laugh into a cough. He rolled his head around as if half asleep and coughed again. Despro and the prince, he thought. Oh, that's pockin' funny. Why, Wild Bill. What's so funny, sir? Commander Talcott asked. The XO had just returned from a survey of the ship, and the news wasn't good. 4 of De Glopper's 8 missile launchers had taken enough damage to put them out of play for the next bout, and the dead cruiser's fire had gouged deep wounds into the Cromston armored hull. Some of them threatened loaded magazines, and although the laser-pumped fusion warheads wouldn't detonate from impact, the power systems of the missile drives would, and take the entire ship with them. But at least the phase drive had suffered no further damage. In fact, it was actually in better shape than for the last encounter, so they'd have a few more gravities to play with and more time on the power. And while they'd lost launchers, they'd also used less than half the total missile inventory against their first opponent, so the next fight would be nearly even. Except for the cruiser's ability to dance rings around them. Oh, I was just thinking about our ship's namesake, Krasnitsky answered the question with a grim smile. I wonder if he ever thought, what the heck am I doing this for? Why not? Roger watched the external monitors as the giant docking hatches opened. The perfect blackness of space beckoned as the tractor moorings cut loose, and the shuttles drifted forward. As they cleared the ship's field, De Glopper's artificial gravity fell away, and they were in free fall. I forgot to ask, Your Highness, Panner said tactfully. How are you in microgravity? He carefully avoided any mention of the excuses O'Casey had made to explain the prince's indisposition. The first evening aboard. I play null-G handball quite a bit, the prince said in an offhand manner as he swiveled the monitor around to watch the ship disappearing in the distance behind them. I don't have any problems with free fall at all. He smiled evilly for just a moment. Eleonora, on the other hand. I'm gonna die, the chief of staff moaned, clutching the motion sickness bag to her mouth as another wave of racking nausea washed over. I've got a Mo-Fix injector around here somewhere, Kasudik said with the half-malicious chuckle of one who possessed a cast-iron stomach. Even the smell of the ejecta was survivable. It wasn't like she hadn't smelled it before. I'm allergic. Eleanor's voice was muffled by the plastic bag. Then she leaned back and zipped the bag shut. Oh, God. Oh, Kasudik said in more sympathetic tones. She shook her head. We're going to be out here for a couple of days, you realize? Yes, Eleonora said miserably. I do realize that, but I'd forgotten these shuttles don't have artificial gravity. I don't think we can rotate either, the sergeant major told her. We're going to do a long, slow burn. I don't think we can do that and rotate at the same time. I'll live, I think. The chief of staff suddenly ripped the bag open and buried her face in the contents. RGG. Kasudik leaned back and shook her head. I can see this is going to be a great trip, she said. Chapter 13. On a scale from 1 to 10, Captain Krasnitsky muttered, I give this trip a negative 400. He coughed and shook his head to clear the mist of blood the cough brought up. The instructions on the box were fairly clear. Now if he could just hold together long enough to enter the codes. Finding the keys for this particular device had been tough. Talcott, who had one, had been cut in half on his way back from engineering. And of course, the third had been in the suit of the acting engineer. He'd felt awful about having to cut it off of her to get to the device, but he'd had no choice. Tactical had had the fourth, and navigation the fifth. Those two had been easy to snag after the hit on the bridge. Somewhat to his surprise, the ship had held together. And now, the Saints, after receiving the surrender transmission and the recording of the prince ordering Krasnitsky to surrender, were practically salivating. Capturing the prince would set every member of the ship's crew up for life, even in the austere Saint theocracy. There was no plot here in the armory, but he didn't need one to know what was happening. He could hear the parasite cruiser docking onto the larger ship, and the concussion as the Saint Marines forced the airlocks for boarding. Let's see. If I have all 5 keys, but only one activator, I have to set a delay. Okay. Makes sense. Or D. Blah. Captain Delaney, this is Lieutenant Scallucci. The Caravazan Marine paused and looked around the bridge. We've taken the bridge, but no prisoners. We are encountering resistance from the crew. So far, no prisoners. They're fighting hard, some of them in powered armor, and not surrendering as I would have expected. We have yet to encounter the prince's bodyguards. He paused and looked around again. There's something about this I don't like. Tell him to keep his opinions to himself. Chaplain Penella, snap! And find the prince. Captain Delaney glanced at the chaplain, then keyed his throat mic. Continue the mission, Lieutenant, he said. Be careful of ambushes. They apparently haven't surrendered after all, whatever their captain said. It doesn't appear that way, sir. Scallucci, out. The captain turned to face the chaplain squarely. We'll find the prince, chaplain. But losing people doing it is stupid. I wish we'd had a pinnace to send the Marines over. An unlucky hit to the boat bay, unfortunately, had settled that. If the prince weren't on board, I'd put this down as a trap. But he is, the chaplain hissed, and there's no way they'd risk his life playing some sort of ambush game. He grinned like a rabid ferret. Although, if they had any sense, they'd cut his throat themselves to keep him out of our hands. Imagine what we can do with a member of the imperial family of that damned empire of man. Captain, it was Lieutenant Scallucci. The shuttle bays are empty. The shuttles must have already punched. The Saint Captain's eyes flew wide. Oh, pollution, he swore. Yeah. The Saint is matching the last known Excel of the deglopper, Panner said. How can you tell? Roger asked, eyes aching from the strain of staring at the tiny screen. I can't tell a thing from this. Bring up the data records instead, Panner advised. I've always said there's no reason we couldn't have larger screens in these things, but the command station was an afterthought in the design, and nobody's ever changed it. Well, we will. The prince smiled as he banged the side of the recalcitrant instrument. Oops. He'd forgotten the power of the armor, and he withdrew his hand carefully from the fist-sized hole driven into the side of the workstation. Panner spun his own chair around and typed commands on the secondary keyboard at the prince's station. The now flickering monitor switched from a wider view of power sources in near space to a list of data. There's the last known velocity and position of the deglopper, the captain said. And there's her current probable position and velocity. He sent a command through his toot, and a different screen came up. And this is the Saint data. So they're alongside? Roger asked, noting the obvious similarities in the data. Yep, they've matched course and speed with the deglopper, which means they fell for Krasnitsky's little deception hook, line, and sinker. Roger nodded and tried to reflect some of the Marine satisfaction, but it was hard. It was odd, he thought. Panner was military, like Krasnitsky, and he knew as well as Roger that the fleet captain and his entire crew were committing suicide to cover their escape. Somehow, the prince would have expected that to produce more emotion in the Marine. He'd always suspected that people who chose military careers had to be a little less sensitive than others, but Panner had been quick to let him know, however respectfully, whenever he stepped on one or another of the Marines' precious traditions or attitudes. So why was Panner so detached and clinical over what was about to happen when he himself felt a hollow void of guilt sucking at his stomach? This wasn't the way things were supposed to happen. People weren't supposed to throw away their lives to protect him, not when even his own family had never seemed quite certain he was worth keeping. And when gallant bodyguards and military personnel offered to lay down their lives for their duty, weren't they supposed to get something out of it besides simply dying? The questions made him acutely uncomfortable, and so he decided not to think about them just at the moment and reached for some other topic. I didn't sound all that good on the recording, Roger said sourly. I think you sounded perfect, Your Highness, Panner said with a grin. It certainly suckered the Saints. Roger acknowledged even more sourly. Until he'd heard the edited playback of him ordering the officers to surrender which Krasnitsky had sent to the St. Cruiser, he hadn't realized how truly childish he'd sounded. Surrender with honor. What poppycock! It worked, Your Highness. Panner's voice was much colder, and that's all that matters. Captain Krasnitsky has them right where he wants them. If there's anyone left to detonate the charge... There is, Panner said firmly. How do you know? Everybody could be dead. And unless there's at least one officer left who knows the codes. I know, Your Highness. There was no doubt at all in Panner's reply. How? Well, the St. Cruiser is still alongside. If it had captured one of the crew and made him talk, it would be accelerating away at top speed. It isn't, so the plan has to be working. And God bless Captain, the Marine thought quietly, allowing no trace of his inner anguish to show as he watched the data codes and thought of the men and women about to die. You've done your part, now we'll do ours to make it worth something. He's a pain in the ass, but we'll keep him alive somehow. Well, no. It's not working, O'Casey said to herself. The sergeant major had drifted into the troop bay to buck up the troops, leaving the civilian to fend for herself, which was ironic, because Eleonora was feeling seriously in need of bucking up herself. Of course, even the sergeant major might have gotten tired of the smell, which could help explain whose morale she'd decided to improve. To take her mind off the situation, O'Casey had started reviewing the plan, if it was really fair to call it that. From the moment the second cruiser had been spotted, there'd been no time for anything as deliberate and orderly as formulating anything Eleonora O'Casey would have called a plan. Everything had been one frantic leap of improvisation after another, and she'd been sure something vital had to have been overlooked. For that matter, she still was, but she'd never had time to stop and reflect, and now she was feeling so out of sorts and woozy that her brain was scarcely in shape for critical analysis. Unfortunately, it was the only brain she had, and despite its grumpy complaints, she insisted that it apply itself to the problem. They'd loaded the trade goods. She'd suggested adding refined metals as well, but Panner had rejected the suggestion. The captain hadn't felt that the weight-to-cost ratio would make metals worth carrying, and besides, most of the material available consisted of advanced composites, impossible for local smiths to work at the Mardican's technology level. And, as Panner had pointed out, material that couldn't be adapted to the locals' needs would be effectively useless to them. There'd been no great stock of precious metals or gems on the ship either. A smidgen of gold was still used in some electronics contacts, but there'd been no way to get it out. Captain Panner had ruthlessly appropriated the small store of personal jewelry, but there hadn't been a great deal of that either. At least what there was ought to be very attractive to a barbarian culture, even though it was little more than costume jewelry by the standards of the Empire of Man. She doubted that anyone on Marduk had ever heard of a synthetic gem, but even if one assumed that Mardicans valued such items as highly as human cultures of comparable tech levels had valued them, there simply weren't enough of them to even begin to meet their needs. The trade goods would be worth far more in the long run, yet Eleonora still felt she was missing something. Something important. It bothered her that she had all this incredible store of knowledge about ancient cultures and knowledge. Chief Warrant Officer Tom Ban ran the calculations for the 15th time. It was going to be closer than he liked. If everything went perfectly, they were going to have less than 1,000 kilos of hydrogen when they landed. To a groundhog, that might have sounded like a lot. A pilot, on the other hand, knew that it was nothing over the distance they were traveling. The margin of error was more than that. He glanced at the monitor and shook his head. He was a regiment pilot, not one of the shuttle pilots assigned to Deglopper, but it still hurt to watch a sacrifice like that. They were all fleet, whether they were Marines or Navy, and Krasnitsky had sure taken the high road. He shook his head again and looked at the number. It would really suck if it all turned out to be for nothing. Hello, pilot? He didn't recognize the voice in his earbud at first, but then he realized it was the prince's chief of staff. Yes, ma'am? This is Warrant Ban. He wondered what the airhead wanted at a time like this. It had better be important to interfere in a death watch. Can we still get a connection to the ship's computers? Ban thought about all the things wrong with the request and wondered where to start. Ma'am, I don't think... This is important, warrant officer, the voice in his earbud said firmly. Vital even. What do you need? He asked warily. There's a copy of the Encyclopedia Galactica in my personal database. Why we didn't bring it with us, I don't know. But, Ban said, thinking about the problems of connecting to the ship. Even if there were surviving antennae, he'd have to use a whisker laser, and with the Saints attached to the hull, there was a good chance that they would detect it, which would give away the shuttle's location. I know there's hardly anything on Marduk in it, O'Casey said quickly, anticipating part of his objection. But there is data on early cultures and technologies. How to make flintlocks, how to make better iron and steel. Oh, do you? The warrant officer nodded in his helmet. Good point. But if I try to connect with the ship, we might be detected. And then what? Oh. It was O'Casey's turn to pause in thought. We'll have to take the chance, she said after a moment, her voice firm. This data could make or break the expedition. Ban thought about it as he warmed up the laser system. He saw her argument. It could be vital data, and there certainly wasn't much time to kick the idea around. If he tried to find Captain Panner's blacked-out shuttle first to ask for permission, Die Glopper would almost certainly be gone before they could get anything, which meant that he had to decide if it was worth endangering the entire mission to get some possibly useless data. On the whole, he decided it was. Whisker laser. The lieutenant at Ship Defense Control turned towards her superior. It appears to be sending a data request to the MP assault ship. From 223 by 009. The shuttles, Delaney said. It's the shuttles, trying to sneak away to the planet. We're too far out, the chaplain objected. You said so yourself. They can't break and make a re-entry. And even if they could, we'd still be here to control the planet. True. Well, Delaney nodded. But they could hide on the surface for a time. Only until the carrier detected them, Penella said dismissively. They'd be mad to try to sneak down to the surface. Besides, we can still run them down, and we would have detected them soon after they started their deceleration. Maybe, the captain said dubiously, but those shuttles use a hydrogen reaction jet that's fairly hard to detect much beyond a light minute. He scratched his beard and thought about it for a moment. Still, you're right. They must have expected to be detected. He thought for a moment more, and in his eyes flew open wide. Unless they know we won't be here to detect them. He wheeled to his bridge crew. Detach the ship. Detach now. Yuan Shi. What to download? O'Casey asked the empty compartment. What? Come on, load, she snapped. Warrant Officer Ban had experienced great difficulty finding a connection, but Eleonora was in now, and waited as the final connects were made. When the screen finally came up, she sent the command through her tube. Search survival, she whispered, watching the results of the query come up. Scroll down. Hostile flora and fauna download. Medicine download. Search fuels shuttle. Scroll down. Expedient download. Search military primitive. Refine arquebus. Scroll down. Down. She kept one eye on the loading diagram. The whisker laser was a relatively small bandwidth system, and the first download on hostile flora and fauna survival wasn't complete yet. She hissed, and then shook her head as a default message came up. 4,383 articles. Damn, Dan. She didn't have time for this. Refine. Generals. Refine. Greatest. She viewed the results. There was only one name she recognized offhand, despite her doctorate in history. She'd been more interested in societal developments than in military destructiveness, and arquebuses were as distant as ancient Rome and its fabled legion. But one name stood out in both the military and societal continuum. Download Adolphus Gustavus. Agianjol. Bayisjun. Ahorn Arbeshe. Damn, Potter snarled. Roger nodded, more comfortable with the information now. Disconnection. Yes, the captain replied in a quiet voice, watching the simple text, too, which had replaced the data feed from Deglopper. Termination of signal. Such a sanitary acronym. The letters held his eye, and then the sensor readouts on the St. Cruiser disappeared as well. Ah, he said sadly, and Roger nodded again. Well, the prince said after a moment, trying to lighten the atmosphere. At least they got them. Without even turning around, he felt the temperature in the compartment drop and swore at himself for putting his foot into his mouth yet again. He'd been wrong about the Marine's lack of feeling, he realized. Yes, I suppose they did, Your Highness, Panner said flatly. Damn! Eleonora shouted, slamming her hand down on the panel. The transmission had shut off in mid-line, and she'd only gotten part of the way through the entry on Gustavus Adolphus, King of Sweden. She'd hunted for other data after entering that article, and as she'd realized the incredible reach of the information available. The Marines could use data on improved metallurgy, agriculture, irrigation, and engineering, on chemistry, biology, and physics. It had all been sitting there the whole time, available for translation to pads or even toots. They could have loaded the whole thing into individual toots and had a walking encyclopedia. But only if she'd thought of it in time. What's wrong? Sergeant Major Kasudik asked, coming back into the compartment. She glanced at the monitors and nodded. Oh, the Diglopper's gone, but they got the Saint. No. That's not it. OKC snapped, banging the workstation again. I realized after you'd gone that I had the whole universe in my hand. I had a copy of the Encyclopedia Galactica in my personal system on the ship. I hardly used it, because it was only outline information. But there were all sorts of things that we could have downloaded if we'd only thought of it in time. I started grabbing articles, but the signal terminated on me. You know. Oh, did you get anything? Yeah, Casey replied as she brought up the data. I think I got the most critical stuff. Survival in hostile environments, survival first aid, something on expedient shuttle fuels, and the beginning of a download on a general from Earth when they used arquebuses. She frowned and looked at the files. The one on shuttle fuels looks a little slender. Kosudik's mouth worked as she tried not to smile while the academic brought up the data on shuttle fuels. Oh, according to this, the field expedient shuttle fuel can be made by using electricity to break down water and there's a system on the shuttle that can do it, Kosudik interrupted. They get the power from solar cells, and it takes about 4 years to fill a shuttle's tanks. Right? Casey turned from the monitor. You already knew that? Yep, Kosudik admitted, still fighting back a grim chuckle. And before anyone joins the regiment, she goes through a Satan-be-damned course that includes combat survival skills. In fact, Captain Panner is a survival instructor. Oh, Casey said. Damn on. Don't worry about it, Kosudik advised her, and this time the sergeant major allowed her chuckle to escape. The Empire's worlds have an enormous variety of tech levels, and the Marines recruit from almost all of them. You'd be amazed by the stuff some of the troops know. When we need something done, most of the time there'll be a troop who has the skill. You just watch. I hope you're right. Trust me, I've been riding herd on Marines for almost 40 standard years now, and they still surprise me sometimes. In that case, I guess we just sit here and wait for the landing, O'Casey said sourly. Pretty much, Kosudik agreed. You play Pinochle. Chapter 14. Oh, joy. Panner tapped the monitor control, but the picture didn't get any better. Not that there was anything wrong with the sensors or their readouts. For the last 3 days, the shuttles had been on a pursuit arc headed to overtake the planet from behind. The port was on a small continent, or a large island, depending on how one chose to look at it, and their flight plan had been carefully calculated to bring them down just on the far side of the local ocean. That would have put them within 1,000 clicks of their objective, and the Mardicans were supposed to have seafaring capability, so most of the trip could be accomplished on ship. All they'd have to do would be to hire a ship or ships to carry them across. It had been, Ponder admitted modestly, a neat and tidy plan. The only real drawback had been that it pushed the parameters of the shuttle's range envelope. The deep space burns required to put them on the proper intercept course for the planet had consumed so much of their total fuel that they had just enough left to complete their approach and land. Unfortunately, there was a ship in orbit above the port. She was powered down, or De Glopper would have detected her, but she was probably the carrier for the parasite cruisers. And whoever she was, parked in that position, she would be able to detect and track the shuttle's re-entry unless they landed, literally, on the far side of the planet. The good news was that the second Saint cruiser obviously hadn't realized the shuttles had escaped, or, at least, hadn't realized in time to alert her carrier. If she had, the carrier would have moved to watch the side of the planet which the port sensors couldn't cover in order to prevent the shuttles from sneaking in. The bad news was that the carrier's mere presence, and the diversion that would force upon them, would add some 10,000 kilometers to their dirt-side journey. And of course, that they wouldn't have enough fuel for the landing anyway. "Oh, this is bad," Roger said, looking over the captain's shoulder. "Very, very bad." "Yes, Your Highness," Ponder said with immense restraint. "It is." He and the prince had been at close quarters for 3 days, and neither was in the best mood. "What are we going to do?" Roger asked, and that faint edge of whine was back in his voice. Ponder was spared the necessity of an immediate response by the attention chime of the communicator. He managed not to let his relief at the interruption show as he hit the button that acknowledged the comm request. Rather than answer immediately, however, he switched the system to holo mode and waited patiently. It wasn't a long wait, and he smiled thinly at the series of holograms which soon hovered in the compartment. "I take it that you've all noticed our friend," he said dryly once his audience. "All 3 lieutenants, all 4 pilots, Sergeant Major Kasudik, and Eleonora O'Casey, was complete." "Oh, yeah," Warren Band said. "The planned IP is out, and so are aborts 1 and 2. We should have had a plan in place for this." Chief Warrant Officer Debrescu snapped. The pilot of Shuttle 4 looked at Ponder as if this were all his fault. Which, in a way, it was. "That's true enough," Band said, "but the fact is that we never did have the fuel for a conventional powered landing, no matter where we set down. We needed that atmospheric braking even to hit the prime site. Which site is completely out of the question with that damned carrier sitting there," Ponder pointed out. It was, he decided, almost certainly the most unnecessary observation he'd ever made, but he made himself continue with the thoroughly unpalatable corollary. "We'll have to land in the backlands instead." "We can't," Debrescu said. "You can't land one of these things in a jungle unpowered." "What about these white patches?" Roger asked, and Painter and all of the holograms turned to look at him as he tapped the limited chart he'd been feverishly reviewing. The map on the handheld pad had been prepared from a cursory spatial survey and had virtually no detail, but certain features stood out, and he tapped the image again. "I don't know what they are," Panner said. He took the pad and gazed thoughtfully at the irregularly shaped patches in a mountainous region on the far side of the planet from the port. "Whatever they are, they aren't created structures. They're too big for that." He started to say that they wouldn't help, then stopped. They weren't jungle or water or mountain, and that was about all the planet had to offer. So what were they? By now others were studying their pads. "I think," Lieutenant Golias began, then stopped. "You think what?" Warrant Ban asked. He too was drawn to the white patches. They're one of two things, Goliath said. I can't tell if they're above or below sea level, but if they're low enough, I think they might be dry lake beds. Dry lake beds on a jungle world, Dobrescu snorted. That's rich, and very convenient if they are. But if we aim for them and they're not, we're dead. Well, Ban replied, a planet is a damn big place, Chief. There almost have to be dry lake beds on it somewhere, and we're dead anyway if the carrier sees us, or we auger into a mountainside. Might as well try the possible lake beds and hope. I agree with Lieutenant Goulias, Roger said. That's why I pointed them out. This looks like the sort of folded mountain formation where you'd get them. If the mountains folded around them and cut off their water sources, that would leave dry lake beds. He scanned across the rest of the map. And there are others, closer to the port. See? It's not just here. Nine. But the rest of the world is swamps, Your Highness, Dobrescu pointed out. You need desert terrain for dry lakes. And why would there be desert only there? I'd say that whole mountain range is probably arid, Panner said. The surface color is brown, not green. And there are other arid regions. They're just few and far between. So there's a good chance these really are dry lakes. He gazed at the pad a moment longer, then set it aside and looked back at the pilots. Whether we're in agreement or not, the possibility that they're lake beds is our only way out. So begin recalculating for an extended burn to slow us, and a sharp descent behind the planet for a dead stickland. Dobrescu opened his mouth to protest, but Panner held up his hand. Unless there's an alternative plan, that's what we're going to do. Do you have an alternative? No, sir, Dobrescu replied after a long moment. But, with all due respect, I don't like the idea of risking His Highness's safety on a guess. Neither do I, but that's exactly what we're going to do, and the good news is that we're going to be risking the rest of our lives right along with his. So if it doesn't work, none of us will have to explain it to Her Majesty. Ga. After they'd hit 0G, and the likelihood of being shot out of space by the cruiser had passed, the troops had floated around the troop bay, lacing into their low-grav hammocks and chilling out. 3 days on the shuttle without a damn thing they had to do. But sleep were on the order of heaven to most of the experienced Marines. But as they neared the planet and landing, the hammocks and loose gear were secured, and the troops buckled down and put on their mission faces. It had been a nice little interlude, and everyone felt fairly refreshed. Of course, there were still a few small problems to deal with. Hold on a second, Julian said as the shuttle began to skip through the outermost reaches of atmosphere. Are you trying to tell me that they think there's a landing zone? More or less. Dispro smiled. It looks like there is, but, we don't exactly have the best maps in the galaxy. Oh, this is truly good, Julian said, slamming his helmet into place while the assault shuttle began to shake and shudder. Rare from death, he continued, as the helmet muffled his voice. What was that? Dispro held a hand up to her ear as she reached for her own head cuff. I think I missed it. What I said was, Julian cut in his suit speaker to tell her, this is truly fucking good. What's the problem? Dispro settled her helmet and brought her own speakers online. Just another day in the Marines. This is the sort of shit I wrangled my way into the regiment to avoid, Julian snarled, wiggling deeper into the enveloping memory plastic of his cocoon as the shuttle hit another bump. If I wanted to make lousy drops on hostile planets under insane commanders, I could have stayed with 6th Fleet. Dispro laughed. Oh, Zeus, that's rich. You were in the 6th? Yep, under Admiral Helmut, Dark Lord of the 6th. He shook his head in memory. Now there was a character. Kill you as soon as look at you. Dispro smiled, and her eyes crinkled as the shuttle gave another lurch. You know you love it. Like hell! Julian shouted as the roar of re-entry filled the compartment and began to grow. He worked his tongue at a bit of ration caught between his teeth for a moment and looked around quizzically. Is it just me, or do we seem to be coming in a little faster than usual? Gun, Kyle. We're too steep, Ban shouted, and his hand cocked, ready to override the automated re-entry system if the computer got confused. "Stay on profile," Dobrescu said calmly. "We're in the pipe. It's just a shaky pipe is all. We're exceeding parameters." Band snapped. Shuttle 4 felt as if it were shuddering apart, and there was zero maneuver fuel left. All the pilot could do was hang on and hope she stayed together. "I've got overheating on all surfaces and stress warnings on the wings." "We are exceeding the manual numbers," Dobrescu admitted, as his toot flashed a series of numbers across his vision. Every system was in the yellow. But he'd performed over 2,000 drops in training and combat, and had a far better feel for the real, as opposed to the specified, capabilities of the rugged drop shuttles than whatever dweeb had written the manual. "The computer doesn't like that, but the numbers are conservative. We'll be fine." "No, this is insane." "Hey, you're the one who said go for the lake beds." Dobrescu chuckled nastily, then shrugged. "Would you rather be target practice for that carrier?" he asked in a milder tone. There was no answer. "Then shut up and hang on." The shuttles flashed across the Eastern Ocean at 5 times the speed of sound, and the thunder of their crossing hammered the uncaring waves. Their speed dropped steadily, and the outer barrier range of mountains, the upthrust giants that turned the region beyond into a desiccated wasteland, reared before them. They swung out their wings, clawing now for enough speed and lift to make the tiny dots of their possible landing areas, and the faces of their pilots were grim and taut. The craft were heavily laden, and even with their wings swept forward for maximum lift, their greatest danger now was that they would simply fall out of the sky. They had to retain altitude to cross the soaring ranges, yet maintain a tightly calculated flight path to their hoped-for landing areas, and the final descent would be steep and tricky. Shuttle 4 cleared the final ridge by barely 9 meters, and Warrant Officer Band let out a whoop. "Yeah, that's a dry lake if I've ever seen one." The glittering white salt bed reflected the intense G9 sun like a mirror. The pilots' helmet visors darkened automatically, and their eyes swept back and forth over the glowing instrument readouts projected onto their visor heads-up displays. The dangers of landing on salt lakes were as old as flight. The flat, white expanses made perfect airports but for one thing: perspective. With nothing to give a feeling of depth, a pilot trying to land visually was unable to determine whether he was going to land or just dig a big, nasty hole. The answer, of course, was technology, and the shuttle pilots pulled in their heads like turtles and shut out everything but their instruments. Radar and LIDAR rangefinders measured airspeed, velocity over ground, flight angle, and all the other myriad variables that made the difference between a landing and a fireball, and pronounced them correct. Nonetheless, each pilot continued to monitor his systems, hoping that no further demons would rear their ugly heads at the last moment and snatch defeat from victory. Chief Warrant Dobrescu checked his instruments, studied the computer-calculated glide path on his HUD, and shook his head. They were actually doing it. He'd given up on performing any sort of decent landing when they picked up the St. Carrier. Now it seemed that the entire company might actually make it to the ground intact. Then the hard part would start. Chapter 15. Julian popped the seals on his helmet, took a sniff of the air, and grimaced as the temperature overcame the residual cool from his suit chiller. Christ, it's hot! The sweat that instantly popped out on his skin disappeared just as quickly. The blinding light from the salt flats was mixed with a light parching wind, and the temperature was at least 49 degrees standard, over 120 degrees in the antiquated Fahrenheit scale still used on a few backward planets. "Whoa, this is gonna be fun." He gave a brief, unamused chuckle, and beside him, Lance Corporal Russell juggled her grenade launcher into the crook of her arm and popped her own helmet. "Yeah, it's like being a furnace." There was nothing to be seen but the 4 shuttles, scattered over a kilometer or so of blazing empty salt, and the distant mountains. Julian's squad, as the only one with armor, had been unloaded first. The 10 troopers had spread out with scanners on maximum, but they were barely detecting microorganisms. The salt was as dead as the surface of an airless moon, deader than some for that matter. Julian sent a command to his toot and switched to the company command frequency. Captain Pounder, my squad doesn't detect any sign of hostile zoologicals, botanicals, or sentience. The area appears clear. I see. The captain's tone was as dry as the wind in Julian's face. And I suppose that's why you took off your helmet? The sergeant rolled his tongue in his cheek and thought for a moment. Just trying to use all possible sensory systems, sir. Sometimes smell works where others don't. True, the captain said mildly. Now put it back on and set up a perimeter. I'll have the rest of 3rd move out to support. When they're in place, come into the center as a reserve. Roger, sir. Ponner, out. One-ye. Mater, Pocker. Poratena dropped the case of grenades onto the stack, wiped sweat off his face, and looked around. He'd spoken quietly, but Despro heard him, and she snorted as she ticked the item off her list. Despite the intense heat, she looked as cool as if she were standing in snow. Don't worry, she said. We're nearly finished unloading. Then the fun begins. Poratena took on the cross-eyed, inward look characteristic of someone communicating with his toot. Mater, we've been at teas for hours. He looked toward the horizon, where the sun was still well up. When do tea's sun go down? Long day, Poratena, Despro said with another cool smile. 36 hours. We've got nearly 6 more until dusk. Puck, Poratena whispered. 'Tis suck. Yeah, nay. And you know what's really gonna suck? Lance Corporal Lipinski demanded of the universe in general as he affixed a large square of solar film to the top of his rucksack. All members of the company had been issued squares. The combined area was designed to partially recharge the powerful superconductor capacitors that drove the human technology. While the power gathered would never support the company's bead guns, plasma rifles, and powered armor, it would serve to maintain a charge in their communicators and sensors. What? Corporal Aiken asked. The Bravo Team Grenadier jerked at the belt feed over her shoulder. If the feed wasn't aligned perfectly, the grenades had a tendency to jam, and that was something she really didn't want to happen. They were going to be walking a long way through really bad stuff. That much had already become evident. The company had unloaded and prepared through the remainder of the day and into the night. As the sun went down, the temperature went with it, and by local midnight, it was well below freezing. Even with their chameleon blankets, it had been a long, miserable night, and many of the troopers remembered why they'd signed up for the regiment in the first place. Pride of position was certainly one reason, but another was so that they wouldn't have to do stuff like huddle under a thin covering in below-freezing temperatures on a surface hard enough for an interplanetary transport landing apron. They'd been up and at it again before dawn, loading rucksacks and overbags, piling the spare gear on stretchers, and generally preparing to move out. As the sun came up, the cold came off, but now it was building into another scorcher, which made for a certain amount of bitching no matter how good the troops. What's really gonna suck, Lipinski replied, is humping all of his gear. He gestured cautiously with his chin in the direction of the prince, and Aiken shrugged. It's not that much spread across the company. Hell, I've been in companies where the CO makes his clerk carry his gear. Yeah, Lipinski agreed quietly. But they're not good companies, are they? Aiken opened her mouth to respond, but stopped as Despro left a gaggle of NCOs and headed their way. Company, the grenadier said instead, and she and Lipinski trotted towards the sergeant as she made an assemble here gesture at her scattered squad. Despro waited until everyone had gathered around, then pulled out her water nipple. Okay, drink. The water bladders were integral to the combat harness of the chameleon suit, a flexible plastic bladder that molded into a trooper's back under his rucksack. The bladder held 6 liters of water and had a small, efficient chiller driven by a mechanical feedback system. As long as the trooper was moving, the chiller was running. It'd make ice water, but what it produced was generally at least a few degrees below ambient temperature, and that could be awfully refreshing. I gotta get mine, Lipinski said. Sergeant Dispro waited as the Lance Corporal and a private from Bravo team retrieved their combat harnesses, and the others took swigs from their bladders. Once everyone had gathered again, she glanced around mildly. The next time I see anyone without her harness, she noted, and then glanced pointedly at one of the plasma gunner's flat bladders, or with an empty water bladder, I'm putting her on report. Your nanites may help you keep going even when you dehydrate, but only to a point. Well. She glanced around the team again, and then shrugged one shoulder. It was the one her rifle was slung over. And I'm also gonna put you on report if I see anyone without a weapon again. We don't know a thing about this planet, and until we do, we will consider it hostile at all times. Understood? She listened to the chorus of agreement, then nodded. The captain is going to give a little talk before we get started. Get your teams together and get loaded up. We've got 15 minutes before move out. I want you to mostly finish your bladders, then refill from the tanks on the shuttles. I want you sloshing when we start out. She glanced around one more time. Let's go over this again. Drink? Water, the squad responded, more or less in unison, and with a few smiles. When? Always. How much? Lots. And carry. Your weapon. When? One. At all times. Very good, she said with a blinding smile. You're a credit to your squad leader. She gave them a wink and headed back over to where Sergeant Major Kosudik was standing. One chi. Kosudik waited until the company's NCOs had gathered around, then raised an eyebrow. Well? Just like you said, Julian said, taking a sip of water from the bladder in his armor. Nobody had finished his water. Only a couple had refilled. Same here, Coberta said. You'd think they'd learn. We're all vets and we all went through RIP. Hell, most of us have spent time in Raider units. This is just same shit, different day. Uh-huh. Kosudik nodded in agreement. How's your water level, George? What? Coberta's hand tapped the bladder on his back. Oh. The bladder was mostly full, and Kosudik chuckled as he popped the drinking tube into his mouth. This is gonna be a long mission by his wickedness, she said, scratching her ear. And we need to get the right habits right at the beginning. Most of your troops think they're tough. Hell, they are tough. But there's tough and frankly, they're the wrong kind of bad news for this. Give me a bunch of fringe world mercenaries for an op like this one. We're used to having everything on a silver platter, and all we gotta do is drop, kick ass, and go home. This is about staying in the fight for months. That's not something we train for or plan on. The troops are gonna get worn out. They're not gonna want to eat. They're not gonna want to drink. They're not gonna want to keep alert. They are not, by his evilness, going to care. So you've gotta be their mama and their papa. You've gotta make them eat. You've gotta make them drink. You've gotta make sure they keep up their hygiene. You've gotta make sure they keep up their heads. Let the troops keep on the lookout for the bad guys. You squad leaders and platoon sergeants have to keep an eye on the troops. And I'll keep an eye on you, she finished with a laugh. Now, drink. Unshi. Have you had anything to drink this morning, Your Highness? Captain Panner asked as he watched the prince unpack his weapon. The rifle would have been a point of contention if Armand Panner had had an ounce of strength left for silly arguments. He had nothing against the weapon as a hunting rifle. The Parkins and Spencer 11mm Magnum was a gem among heavy-caliber rifles. True, it was a smoke pole rather than a bead gun, but the selectable action weapon, it could be fired in either bolt-action or semi-automatic mode, was the end product of over a millennia of development. The big, chemical-propelled round had excellent penetration and muzzle energy, and in the hands of an expert, It was deadly out to nearly 2 kilometers with the Interval 50X variable hologram scope mounted on it. Yet whatever its virtues, it was also incredibly heavy, nearly 15 kilos, and used non-standard brass cartridge rounds, which meant the prince would be unable to trade ammunition with the other weapons. Eventually, the prince's own ammo would run out, and he would be left with an extremely expensive, very heavy stick. But Armand Ponner was done arguing with the arrogant young prick. About most stuff. Not recently, Roger replied with a headshake as he snapped the receiver into the walnut stalk. Then might I suggest that His Highness drink water? Ponner said through gritted teeth. He knew that the prince had all the military's nanite and toot enhancements, and a few that even his bodyguards didn't have. But he still had to have some water in his veins for the nanites to swim in. You can suggest it, Roger said with a slight smile. And I even will in a minute, but I'm going to get my rifle assembled first. Very well, Your Highness, Ponner said after a calming breath. It was hot as the hinges of hell already, and he didn't need this. We're going to be moving out in a few minutes. The captain smiled faintly. Or Marduk's sunny plain. I'll be there, Roger said with a glance at the captain. The Marine's last phrase had not made sense to the prince, but he had other things to worry about, and he started loading ammunition into his combat vest. The handspan long cartridges would eventually cover the chameleon cloth harness, actually providing an ersatz armor. He had a pack at his feet, which was intended to accept additional rounds, and there were loops sewn into the legs of his combat suit. He would eventually be covered in bullets. God help us if he gets hit by a stray bead, Armand Ponner thought. Ponner glanced at Poratina. The armorer was racked out in the shade under one net-draped wing of the shuttle. The captain knew most of the troops had bitched about hauling the camo nets into place and staking them down, but he'd been adamant. The shuttle's hulls and wings were essentially one huge crystal display. As long as their internal power held out, their programmable skins could produce better reactive camouflage than a chameleon suit or even powered armor. But even though the power requirement wasn't huge, it was more than enough to eventually drain the shuttle capacitors, at which point the craft would stand out like elephants on a golf course if anyone happened to overfly them and look down. Even if that hadn't been the case, the best reactive skins in the universe couldn't do much about the shadows they cast, so he'd ordered the nets out. Not only would they take over when the power did run out, but they broke up the artificial angularity of the shuttle hulls and wings, which also broke up the artificiality of the shadows they cast. Roger, predictably, had considered it a waste of time, although at least he'd managed to restrict his bitching about it to Ponner himself instead of whining in front of the troops. The captain had wanted, badly, to ask why he'd been so upset when no one was asking him to do the grunt work, but he'd decided against it after only a brief struggle. They'd already gone around and around about his decision to maintain an around-the-clock listening watch on all frequencies. It would only require a single trooper to monitor them through the sophisticated comm equipment engineered into his helmet, which would hardly pose a crippling drain on their manpower. Despite that, the prince had done a deplorably poor job of concealing his opinion that worrying about possible communications traffic when the entire mass of the planet lay between them and the only high-tech enclave on it made no sense at all, and Ponner had no doubt that Roger had written him off as a terminally paranoid security dweeb. Fortunately, the captain had discovered that he was remarkably immune to worries about the prince's good opinion of him, and Roger's arguments hadn't changed his mind about the listening watch or the camo nets. No doubt the prince was right when he pointed out that the chance of anyone coming in low enough to see the shuttles, assuming there was any reason to be looking in the first place, on the completely opposite side of the globe from the only spaceport or landing facility on the entire planet, was virtually non-existent. Armand Ponner, however, was not in the habit of exposing his people or his mission to avoidable risk, however remote, even if the extra work did piss them off. And it was remarkable how the troops' attitude had shifted when the sun came back up, and they realized what nice shade the nets provided for anyone who could come up with an excuse to get under them. Like poor Tenna, who looked indecently comfortable as he snored with his head propped on a gigantic rucksack. The captain wondered briefly what was in it, then walked over and kicked the pinto pan on the sole of his boot. The armorer's eyes popped open, and he scrambled to his feet. "Yes, sir, Cap. Circulate around. Leaders' conference. Here, now." "Yes, sir, Cap," poor Tenna acknowledged, and trotted off towards the knot around Kasudik, bead rifle at high port. Connor turned and looked towards the distant mountains. Trees were faintly visible on the lower slopes. Chapter 16. The trees were spindly and very tall. There were branch scars on their lower surfaces, but the first actual limbs were nearly 20 meters up the trunk. From there, the trunk continued upwards another 10 or 20 meters in a spreading crown. They looked misshapen, like some sort of odd, oversized toadstools. The bark was generally gray and smooth, but some of the trees showed gouges that reached nearly to the spreading crowns. Roger glanced up at the trees through the extruded plastron of his helmet and shook his head. "Bad sign, strop marks," he commented. There'd been chatter about the gouges on the tactical net, but he was still having a hard time making out what everyone was talking about. Now, looking up the trees, some of the comments made more sense. "Pardon me, Your Highness," Eleonora said, pausing to take a couple of deep breaths. The pace Captain Pounder had set wasn't fast. He knew better than to rush forward in terrain about which he had no knowledge, but combined with the heat, it was terribly debilitating to a woman who'd practically never set foot outside a city. She'd kept up with the Marine Company so far, but only by dint of iron determination, and it was obvious that she was exhausted. The company had been walking for nearly 6 hours, marching for 50 minutes, and then taking a 10-minute water break, as per doctrine for the environmental condition. It had taken them that long to get off the salt flats, and now they were entering an alluvial outflow from the mountains. The outflow, unlike the salt flats, had some vegetation, but not much, and the trees that made up the majority of it were widely spaced and scarred. "Strop marks," Roger repeated, absently offering the academic the left arm of his armor to support some of her weight. The prince was sweating profusely, but didn't look particularly worn. That might have something to do with carrying less gear than the rest of the company, or being in powered armor, but mostly it had to do with the fact that he preferred being on safari to anything else. He'd traveled, hunted, and studied in more unpleasant, out-of-the-way places than almost any of the Marines realized, and he rarely hunted game that didn't hunt back. "Marks on a tree like that come from 2 things," he explained. "Animals eating the bark, and territory marking. And if it were bark eaters, all the trees would be marked." "So," O'Casey asked with another gasp, "what does that mean?" She knew it should be obvious, but she was wilting in the heat. She checked her toot and suppressed a whimper. 20 minutes, until the next rest. "It means that there's a something around here that's territorial," Roger said with a glance at the marks high overhead. "Something really, really big." "Yeah, I go." Sergeant Major Kasudik watched the point guard, PFC Berent, from Julian's squad. The company was moving with 2 platoons forward of the headquarters unit, and 1 behind, and they'd started with 3rd platoon forward, since 3rd had the only squad with armor. The private on point not only had her suit sensors on maximum, she had a handheld scanner in her left hand. The handhelds were more sensitive than the suit systems, and this one was dialed to maximum. So far, though, there'd been no signs of the predators the brief entry on the partial planetary survey report had alluded to. Kasudik had just opened her mouth to make a comment on that to Gunny Jin when the point held up a closed fist. Almost as one man, the company jerked to a stop. "Why, I see in thousand there. Well, bro." "Well, if we run into whatever it is," Eleonora said, taking a deep gulp of water, "just let it kill me, okay?" She suddenly realized that she was talking to herself, and that the whole company had stopped. "Roger," she said, and turned to look back. "When you want your odd bile." Connor had a repeater of the scout's data on 1/4 of his visor, and general data on the company and its formation on 2 other quarters. The fourth was left for figuring out where to put his feet. Currently, the only one he was paying attention to was the repeater from the scout. The beast that had come into sight around a pile of boulders was dark brown and nearly as high in the shoulder as an elephant, but longer and wider. The head was armed with 2 long, slightly curved horns that looked useful for fighting or digging, and the neck was protected by a ruff of armor. Massive shoulders were covered in armored scales that faded back to pebbly hide, and it had 6 squat, forward-thrust limbs and a fleshy tail that flailed back and forth as it pounded from left to right across the company's path. As it ran, it bugled in rage at whatever it was chasing. The captain examined it for just a moment. The beast was fearsome-looking, but a closer examination confirmed his initial judgment. There was no sign of canines or any analog. Only grinder teeth were revealed when it opened its maw to scream. Nor did the beast have the sort of long, lean look one found in virtually all predators. It was undoubtedly something to keep an eye on and could be a problem, but it wasn't a carnivore, and was therefore unlikely to attack the company. "All units," he said, knowing that the TACComp in his communicator would set the radio to all frequency broadcasts. "Don't fire. It's an herbivore. I say again, do not fire." Why, There was chatter on the net, and although Roger's inexperience with the comlink kept him from following it at all clearly, he could certainly understand its excited overtone. He looked at the creature and its paws. They were odd for a desert creature, webbed and clawed like those of a carnivorous toad, and it was just about the right length and design to be able to rear up on those trees. It was obviously an herbivore, but it was just as obviously a part of whatever herd had marked these trees as its territory. That put it in the dangerous slot, and Roger wasn't about to let it circle around and hit the company from behind like a Cape buffalo or a Shastan rock toad, or go and get the rest of the herd to squash them all to paste. He put the rifle to the shoulder and drew a breath. "Lead it. Easy squeeze." "Yeah, no." Connor's jaw dropped as the giant beast snapped at its side. It turned on its tail once, then slammed over sideways in a self-made hurricane of dust and gravel. The ground shuddered underfoot with the impact, and it lashed and snapped at the air for several seconds until it was still. He watched it for one sulphurous moment more, and took a deep breath. "Okay, who the hell fired?" There was complete silence on all the nets. I said, "Who fired?" "That would be His Highness," Julian said ironically. Connor cut out the snickering on the squad leader's net, and turned to where Roger stood with a smoking rifle propped on his thigh. The prince had the Parkins and Spencer set for bolt action, and Panner watched as he jacked the spent round out of the chamber and caught it in midair. He pulled a fresh round out of his vest, chambered it, and put the empty case where the new one had been. Each of the movements was precise, but jerky and over-muscled. Then he reached up and cleared the chameleon field from his helmet so that he could meet Panner's eye. Connor stepped over to where the prince stood and switched to the command frequency they alone shared. "Your Highness, could we talk for a moment?" "Certainly, Captain Panner," the prince said sardonically. Connor looked around, but there was nowhere to have a private conversation. So he touched the control that opaqued the prince's visor again. "Your Highness," he began, then drew a deep, calming breath. "Your Highness, can I ask you a question?" "Captain Panner, I assure you." "Your Highness, if you please," Panner interrupted in a strangled tone. "May I ask you a question?" Roger decided at that moment that discretion was better than valor. "Yes." "Do you want to live to get back to Earth?" Connor asked, and Roger paused before responding carefully. "Is that a threat, Captain?" "No, Your Highness, it's a question." "Then yes, of course I do," the prince said shortly. "Then you'd better get through your overbred, airheaded brain that the only way we are going to survive is if you don't fuck me over every time we turn around." "Captain, I assure you," the prince started to respond hotly. Shut up! Just shut up! Shut up! You can have me relieved once we get back to Earth. And I am not going to wrap you up in ropes and carry you the whole way, although right now that sounds like a good idea. But if you don't get a grip and start figuring out that we are not on some backwoods adventure where you can go and blast anything in sight and walk away without consequences, we are all going to get killed. And that would really piss me off, because it would mean that I failed to get you back to Earth so that I can give you back to your mother in one goddamned piece. That is all I care about, and if you don't get with the program, I will sedate you and carry you to the spaceport unconscious on a stretcher. Am I making myself absolutely, positively, crystalline clear? Clear, Roger said quietly. He realized there was no way he could possibly explain the situation as he saw it to the enraged captain. He also realized that with the helmets opaqued and on a restricted frequency, no one else had heard the dressing down. Connor paused for a moment longer, looking around the desolate wasteland. It might look flat, but he knew it hid dozens of little dips where enemies and predators could be hiding. The whole march, for months on end, was going to be like that. And all the Marines, as opposed to the civilians they were guarding, knew that. He shook his head and switched to the all-hands frequency. Okay, show's over. Let's move out. Great. Just great. Just what a unit in a situation like this needed. An obvious argument in the chain of command right at the start. Wow. Whoa, who? Julian whispered on his suit mic. I think the prince just caught himself a nuke. I bet Panner didn't even ask why he took the shot, Dispro said. He knows why Princey took the shot, Julian shot back. Big bad big game hunter saw the biggest game in town. Time to try out the rifle. Maybe, Dispro admitted, but he is a big game hunter. He's dealt with big nasty animals a lot. Heck, he does it as a hobby. Maybe he knew something Panner didn't. The day you find out something the old man doesn't know, Julian commented, you come look me up. But bring some Karstum. I'll need it for the heart attack. I think he just liked to kill stuff, poor Tenna said soberly. They'd reached the carcass of the giant herbivore, and he examined more closely. It would have made a fair trophy for any hunter. Dispro glanced over at the armorer. Despite the huge rucksack that made him look like an ant under a rock, he'd come up behind them so quietly she hadn't noticed his presence. You really think so? Sure. I hear about his trophy room, poor Tenna said, sipping water out of his tube. There are all sorts of things in there. He likes to kill stuff, he repeated. Maybe, Dispro repeated, then sighed. If so, I hope he can learn some control. Well, I guess we'll see the next time we have a contact, Julian said. Contact, the point guard called. Chapter 17. Kosudik tapped a bead rifle outward. There are 3 people covering one scummy, she commented to the trooper as she stepped past him. Watch your own Satan be damned sector. Just appeared out of nowhere, the point guard was saying as the sergeant major walked up. The PFC waved the sensor wand at the scummy. Look, there's hardly any readout. That's what your eyes are for. Gunnery Sergeant Jin snapped. He looked at the scummy standing quietly just outside the perimeter and shuddered. He hadn't seen the being until the point yelled either. The Mardican stood 2.5 meters tall. It was clearly, and almost embarrassingly, a he, carried a figure-8 shield nearly as tall as he was. A lance that was even taller was cast over one shoulder, and he had a large leather covering thrown over his head. It was obviously an attempt at a parasol, and his need for something like it was clear. Given the fact that Mardicans were covered in a water-based mucus, the fact that he could have survived all the way to the edge of the salt flats was amazing. He should have been dead of dehydration long before he got this far. Kosudik tossed her bead rifle over one shoulder in a manner similar to the way the Mardican carried his spear, stepped past the 3 troopers covering the stranger, and held out one hand, palm forward. It wasn't a universal sign of peace, but humans had found it to be close. The Mardican gabbled at her, and she nodded. The gesture meant no more to him than his hand-waving at the horned beast did to her. He could be angry that they'd killed his pet, or happy that they'd saved his life. Her toot took a stab at the language, but returned a null code. The local dialect had very little similarity to the 500-word kernel they'd loaded into the toots. "I need O'Casey up here quick," she subvocalized into her throat mic. "We're on our way," Pana responded. "With His Highness." Kasudik held up one hand again and turned to look over her shoulder. As she did, she noticed the 2 bead rifles and the plasma gun still leveled at the apparently benign visitor. "Go ahead and lower them, Marines, but keep them to hand." She half-turned at the crunch of gravel and smiled at the group approaching from the center of the company's perimeter. The diminutive chief of staff was virtually invisible behind the bulk of Panner and Roger's armor. And surrounding Roger was a squad from 2nd Platoon that looked ready to level the world. All in all, it looked like a good time to fade, and she bowed to the visitor and drifted backwards, wondering how it would go. Wasn't she? Eleonora O'Casey wasn't a professional linguist. Such people not only had specially designed implants, they usually also had a flair for language that interacted with their toots, so that the final translation was synergistically enhanced. She, on the other hand, was dependent on an off-the-shelf software package and a general knowledge of sentient species to carry her through. There were quite a few ifs in that equation. The regions around the spaceport used a 4-armed bow as a sign of parley. Unfortunately, there were a variety of nuances to it, none of which had been very clear in the explanation, and she had only 2 arms. Here went nothing. Danal Cord examined the small being before him. All of the beings in this tribe, they looked like basic, with their 2 arms and waggling way of walking, were small and apparently weak. However, most of them blended into the background as if they were part of it. It was probably an effect of their strange coverings, but it was also disconcerting. And some weapon or magic among them had killed the Flower Beast. Both features bespoke great power. And since the Flower Beast had nearly had him, it also spoke of an ASI debt. At his age, the being bowed in a nearly proper fashion, and gabbled at him in a strange guttural tongue. It was different from the words which had been spoken between the beings. "I seek the one who killed the Flower Beast," he answered, gesturing at the aggressive herbivore. The beast burrowed during the day in the dry hills, and he'd been blinded by the light of Artak shining off the sands, beaten down by the heat and dryness, and truth to tell, feeling his age. He hadn't noticed the depression around the snorkel at the surface, and he'd survived only because it had been a rogue bull, with no herdmates to help it kill him, and because of the altruistic act of a stranger. Damn him! The slight one at the fore spoke again. "Kill. Floor de." Cord spoke very slowly this time. "I seek the one who killed the Flower Beast, that rogue bull over there, you ignorant little basic. I need the second person, damn it," Eleonora gritted through her teeth. She touched her chest. Eleonora." She pointed at the Mardican, hoping it would understand. The scummy gobbled and clacked at her again. It seemed to be becoming agitated. As well it should, for it was terribly hot and dry out here for it. Which brought up an idea. "Captain Panner," she turned to the company. "This is going to take a while. Could we set up some sort of shelter from the sun?" Panner looked up at the height of the sun and consulted his toot. "We've got 3 more hours of daylight. We shouldn't stop for the night." Eleonora started to protest, but Roger held up a hand at her and turned to Panner. "We need to communicate with these people," he said, gesturing at the scummy with his chin. "We can't do that if this guy dies of heat stroke." Panner took a breath and looked around as he suddenly realized that the comment was coming in on the command frequency. Apparently the prince had listened to the previous lecture about debating in front of the troops. But he was still wrong. "If we take too long, we'll run out of water. We only have so much supply. We need to get into the lowlands where there's resupply." "We need to communicate," Roger said definitely. We take as much time for that as Eleonora needs. Is that an order, Your Highness? Panner asked. No, it's a strong suggestion. Excuse me. Eleonora couldn't hear them, but she could tell that they were debating and thought she ought to make a point. I'm not talking about all night. If I can get this guy into some shade and get him a little water and humidity, this will probably go fairly fast. Roger and Panner turned to glance at her, then turned featureless face shield to featureless face shield, and debated some more. Finally, Panner turned back to her. Okay. A couple of privates, impossible to tell apart in identical uniforms and camouflage helmets, came forward and rapidly erected a large tent. The temperature inside wasn't going to be all that wonderful, but they sprayed a few milliliters of water around on the inside of the walls, and the evaporation both cooled it a bit and raised the humidity. The relief would be brief, but it would help the Mardican. Why no? Cord stepped inside the structure and sighed. It was not only cooler, it was not so dry. His Din Shan exercises had prevented complete desiccation, but the experience had been anything but pleasant. This was still far too arid for permanent survival, but it was a welcome respite. He nodded to the small interpreter, such as he was, and the two slightly larger beings in their strange hard coats like sting beetles. My thanks, this is much better. He also noted the two additional beings in the background. Their strange weapons weren't pointed at him, but he'd seen bodyguards enough among the city magnates to recognize them for what they were. He wondered which of them was the leader. I'm Eleonora, O'Casey said, gesturing at herself. Then she pointed carefully at the Mardukan. Pointing in some cultures was an insult. Denal called. The rest was a senseless gabble. Flower beast? She asked, hoping to get more context. Knowledge. Flower beast. Kill. You want to know how the beast was killed? She said in the best approximation of the local dialect her toot could create. The known words were increasing, and she felt that the toot would soon have a full kernel. But understanding was still elusive. No, the Mardican said. Killed the flower beast? You? Oh, Eleonora said. No, she answered, gesturing at Roger. It was Roger. She stopped, as she realized that she'd just pointed out the prince for retribution, if the act was considered hostile. Roger tapped a control and cleared his visor of its concealing distortion. It was I, he said. His toot had been loaded with the same program, and he'd been following Eleanor's progress. For that matter, his toot had considerably more processor capability than hers, and he suspected that his own program might have made more progress than hers. He was pretty sure, for example, that he was further along on the Mardican's body language. The individual seemed at least partially unhappy, but not really angry. More like resigned. The Mardican, Cord, stepped toward Roger, but paused as the two Marines in the background hefted their weapons. He reached out, carefully, and placed his hand on Roger's shoulder. There was a gabble of syllables. Brother, life, oh, detwai. Oh shit, Eleonora said. What? Roger asked. I think, she said with a snort, that he just said something like you saved his life, and that makes you his blood brother. Oh hell, Panner said. What? Roger repeated. What's wrong with that? Maybe nothing, Your Highness, Panner said sourly. But in most cultures like this, those things are taken seriously, and sometimes it means the brother has to join the tribe, on pain of pain. Well, we're probably heading in the direction of his tribe, Roger pointed out. I'll drink the deer's blood or whatever, and then we'll pass on through. Nice story to tell at the club and all that. Eleonora shook her head. And what happens if you have to stay with the tribe or it's going to be a big problem? Oh, Roger said. Then oh. This is why you don't shoot until you have to, Panner told him on the side circuit. Let me see if I can talk our way out of this, O'Casey said. Fat chance, Panner muttered. Y'all, dis'n I shay. Chief Roger, regrets, honor, travel, way, past. Cord laughed. Well, I'm not all that happy about it either. I was on a very important spirit quest when he had the temerity to save my life. Don't you people have any cow? Never mind. That doesn't matter, a red fly's fart. I still have to follow him around like a demon spawn next for the rest of my life. Oh well, maybe it will be short. Nahi what? He watched the little spokesman working through the translation and finally gestured impatiently. This tent is nice, but if we hurry, we can reach my village before the Yadin arise. Unless you have skin like a flower beast, we'd best be under cover. I suppose you can cut up the flower and use it for cover, but it would take time. Time we might not have. Nice roll. Yezel. I think he said, tough noogies, Roger finished with a laugh. He said we're just going to have to live with it, and something about hurrying. I didn't get that full a translation, Eleonora said with a shake of her head. And there was more than the basic cultural background. There's something definitely sticky about this translation. I got a real gender malfunction at first. It settled down to male, though. What else is? She glanced at the naked Mardukan and then away. Of course, I don't see how it could possibly mistake the gender, she added with a smile. I got most of it, Roger said. I think I'm more attuned with him or something. He also says we'd better get moving, or something nasty is going to happen. Did he indicate what? Connor asked. He called it the Yaden. No context. I think it's related to night. He turned to the Mardukan and tried the Toot's voice control function. What are the Yaden? Roger discovered that the software was giving him images in response to some form of subcommunication involving his background, the gestures of the Mardukan, and known words. In cases where it had clear translations, it shut down the direct auditory feed and substituted the translated words. But in this case, it obviously had no clear translation, so it was giving ephemeral images of possible translations, and the general outline, although startling, was clear. He almost laughed. He says the Yaden are vampires. Oh, Connor said blandly. He's very emphatic about it, though, Eleonora said, nodding in agreement. Yes, I get that too now. Vampires. You're good with this, Roger. Roger smiled in pleasure at the rare compliment. You know I like languages. So, the scummy thinks we should move out? Connor asked, just to keep things straight. Yes, Roger said, somewhat coldly. He was beginning to develop a distaste for the epithet. He has a problem with something that apparently comes out only at night. He wants to hurry to make it to his village before whatever it is comes out. That's going to be tough, Panner said consideringly. We've got a pass across, then quite a bit of jungle. We'll barely make it up to the top of the ridge before dark. He seems to think we ought to be able to make it before dark without too much trouble, Eleonora put in. He may be right, Panner responded. But if he is, then his village has to be a lot closer than I think he's suggesting. Then I suggest that we'd better get moving, Roger said. No question there, Panner agreed. First we've got to get this tent taken down, though. Hang on, but here Roger pulled his drinking tube down. Here, he said, gesturing with it to the Mardukan. Water. They didn't have that word yet, so he used standard. To demonstrate, he took a drink out of it and dribbled a few drops onto his hand to show the Mardukan what it was. Cord leaned forward and took a swig off of the tube. He nodded at Roger in thanks, then gestured to leave the tent. Yeah, Roger said with a laugh. I guess we're all on the same sheet of music, but playing in different keys. It quickly became apparent to Roger where the disconnect between Cord's and Panner's estimated travel times lay. Cord's giant legs drove him forward at a far quicker pace than humans were able to maintain. The Marines, had they been less heavily encumbered, could have jogged and kept up with the Mardukan, but Matsuge Okasi and the Navy pilots were unable to make anything like the same rate of movement. As the sun set behind the mountains and the alluvial outflow narrowed into a mountain gorge, the Mardukan became more and more voluble in his worries, and translations became clearer and clearer. Prince Roger, Cord said, we must hurry. The Yaden will suck us dry if they find us. I'm the only one with a cover cloth." He gestured to his leather cape. "Unless you have those tents for everyone?" "No," Roger said. He grasped a boulder and pulled himself up onto it. The vantage point gave him a clear view of the company scattered up and down the narrow defile. The tail of the unit was just starting up the narrow, steep canyon while the head was nearing the top. As mountain canyons went, it wasn't much, but it was slowing them as the heavily laden troopers struggled up the ravine, pulling themselves from boulder to boulder. They blended into the background well, but for the flash of solar panels on the rucksacks and the occasional reflection off a weapons barrel. The parties with the stretchers were in particularly bad straits, wrestling their heavy and cumbersome loads over rocks and around corners. All in all, the company was moving very slowly. "No, we don't have enough large tents for everyone, but we have other covers, and everyone has a personal bivvy tent. How large and fierce are these Yates?" Cord mulled over a few of the words that obviously weren't quite right. "They are neither large nor fierce. They are stealthy. They will slip into a camp full of warriors and select one or two. Then they overcome them and suck them dry." Roger shuddered slightly. He supposed that it could be superstition, but the description was too precise. "In that case, we're just going to have to post a good guard. This valley is thick with them," Cord said, gesturing around. "It is a well-known fact," he finished simply. "Oh, great!" Roger jumped nimbly down off the boulder. "We're in the Valley of the Vampires." Chapter 18. The wind was constant and enervating. It blew through the pass incessantly, funneling from the high-pressure upland desert to the lower-pressure jungles. It dried the surroundings here at the head of the pass, creating one last patch of arid ground before the all-enveloping triple canopy rainforest barely 100 meters below. Captain Bonner looked down at that canopy and, for the 6th time, reconsidered his decision to stop in the pass itself. Cord hadn't cared one way or the other. He insisted that anything short of returning to his village was a veritable death sentence, and now he sat by a fire as the cold settled in. Bonner didn't blame him a bit. The cold-blooded scummy would be virtually somnolent once the full cold hit. The Marine scratched his chin for a moment, pondering what they'd so far learned from the native. He was forced to admit, albeit grudgingly, that Roger had had a point about the need to acquire the ability to communicate with the locals as quickly as they could, and the delay for the initial conversation probably hadn't mattered all that much in the end. Not that Painter intended to say anything of the sort to Roger, or even to O'Casey. There could be only one commander, especially in a situation as extreme as this, and whatever the official table of organization might have said. Colonel, His Royal Highness Prince Roger wasn't fit to be trusted with the organization of a bottle party in a brewery. Now that the moment of pure incandescent rage, which had possessed him when the young jackass went right ahead and killed the flower beast, had passed, the captain rather regretted his language. Not because he hadn't meant it, and not because it hadn't needed saying. Not even, or perhaps, especially, because of the potential impact their little Tet might have upon the future career of one Captain Armand Bonner, assuming the captain in question survived to worry about career moves. No, he regretted it because it had been unprofessional. On the other hand, it seemed to have finally started making an impression on the sheer arrogance and carelessness, which seemed to be two of the prince's more pronounced characteristics. Which was the reason Panner had no intention of admitting that this time the kid might have had a point. The last thing they needed was for the prince to feel justified in continuing to butt heads with the professional who was his only chance of getting home alive. Setting that consideration aside, however, it was beginning to look as if Cord might prove very valuable indeed, at least in the short run, and the debt he felt he owed to Roger might actually work out in the company's favor. It had appeared that the Mardican was a chief or shaman of the tribe whose territory they were about to enter, and that suggested that Roger might just have secured the best introduction and intermediary they could hope. Exactly why he'd been headed towards the lake bed remained less clear. He insisted that he'd been on some sort of vision quest, and it seemed evident that whatever problem he'd been seeking answers to must be pressing to drive him into such a hostile environment. But just what that problem was remained elusive despite his efforts to explain it. On the other hand, his conversations with Roger and Eleonora during the hike to this first camp had nearly completed the task of gathering a workable kernel for the language program. By tomorrow, translations should be as clear as the software could make them. Connor allowed himself a few more seconds to hope that would be the case. It would be really nice to have something break their way, and then put that particular problem away in favor of more immediate concerns. He turned and walked back through the camp perimeter, running one last personal visual check. Everything was in place. Directional mines set, laser detectors on sweep, thermal detectors up and watching. If anything tried to get through those defenses, it had better be invisible or smaller than a goat. He completed his check and crossed to where Sergeant Major Kasudik waited, with the portable master panel slung over her shoulder. "Turn it on," he said, and she nodded and hit the trip switch. Icons flashed on the panel as the sensors came online and the weapons went live, and he watched her eyes move as she ran the visual checklist. Then she looked up at him and nodded again. "Okay, everybody," Connor announced, using both his external suit speakers and the all-hands frequency. "We're live. If you have to take a dump or a piss, do it in the latrine." The latrines, like everything else about the camp, met the guidelines for a temporary camp in hostile territory. The latrines had been set up on the jungle side of the camp and were dug to regulation depth and width. Inside the sensor parameter, each two-man team had dug in its own foxhole, and most of the party would sleep in them. The 2-meter trenches were uncomfortable, but they were also safe. Those who weren't assigned to a fire team, like the Navy personnel or Roger, had erected temporary shelters with their one-man bivvy tents within the perimeter enclosed by the foxholes, and the company would maintain 50% watch all night long, with one trooper covering the other as he or she slept. It was a technique which had kept armies relatively safe on multiple worlds and through thousands of wars. Relatively safe. "How are the troops, Sergeant Major?" he asked quietly. He didn't like having to ask, but the constant wrestling with Roger was dragging him away from the troop time he preferred. "Worried," Kasudik admitted. "The marrieds especially. Their spouses and kids will have gotten the word by now that they're dead. Even if they make it back after all, it's going to be hard. Who's going to provide for their families in the meantime? A death bonus isn't much to live on." Ninizol. Connor had considered that. Point out to them that they're going to be up for plenty of back pay when they get home. Speaking of which, we're going to have to get some sort of a pay cycle in place when we get to whatever passes for civilization on this ball. "Long way off to think about," Kasudik pointed out. "Let's make it through this night, and I'll be happy. I don't like this Yaden thing. That big scummy bastard doesn't look like the type to scare easy." Connor nodded but didn't comment. He had to admit that the Mardican shaman had him spooked, too. "Benidi! Wake up, Wilbur." Lance Corporal Distray nudged the grenadier's boot with her plasma rifle. "Come on, you stupid slug. Time to take over." It was just past local midnight, and she was more than ready to rack out for a couple of hours. They'd been trading off, turn and turn about, since sunset, while it got colder and colder. There'd been a few little things moving in the jungle below, and the sort of strange, unfamiliar noises any new world offers, but nothing dangerous, nothing to write home about. Even with both of the planet's double moons below the horizon, there was enough light for their helmets to enhance it to a barely dusky twilight, and there'd been nothing doing. Just hours to wait and watch and think about the straits the company was in. Now it was Wilbur's turn, and the bivvy tent was calling to her. If she could just get the stupid bastard to wake up, that was. The grenadier was sleeping in his bivvy, a combination of one-man tube tent and sleeping bag less than a meter behind the foxhole. If it dropped in the pot, He could be in the hole in a second, would be in the foxhole before he was fully awake. It also kept him in reach to be awakened for guard duty, but it had been a long day, and it looked like he was sleeping pretty hard. Finally, she got annoyed and flipped on her red lens flashlight. It had the option of infrared, but prying open an eyelid and shining infrared in was an exercise in frustration. She pulled back the head of the tent to flash the light in the sleeping grenadier's eyes. "Buddy, da norn di." Roger rolled to his feet at the first yell, but he could have spared himself some bruises if he'd just stayed put. The instant he came upright, 2 Marines tackled him and slammed him straight back down on the ground. Before he could sort out what was happening, there were 3 more troopers on his chest, and more around him with weapons trained outward. "Get off me, goddammit!" he yelled, but to no avail. The limits of his command authority were clear. The Marines would let him make minor choices, like whether they lived or died, but not large ones, like whether he lived or died. They ignored his furious demands so completely that in the end he had no choice but to settle for chuckling in bemusement. Several minutes passed, and then the pile began to erupt as arms and legs disentangled. There were a few good-natured wisecracks that he pointedly did not hear, and then a hand pulled him to his feet. He noticed in passing that it was as dark as the inside of a mine, and he was wondering what had changed their minds and convinced them to let him up when his helmet was placed on his head and the light amplifiers on the visor engaged. Connor was standing in the doorway of the tent. "Well," the captain said wearily, "we've had a visit from your friends vampires." "Was he?" The grenadier was 22, stood a shade over 170 centimeters, and, according to his file, weighed 90 kilos. He'd been born on New Orkney, and he had light reddish hair that ran thick on the backs of his freckled hands. He no longer weighed 90 kilos, and the freckled hands were skeletal and yellow in the beam from the flashlight. Whatever it was, Kasudik said, it sucked out just about every drop of blood in his body. She pulled up the chameleon cloth and pointed to the marks on his stomach. "These are at all the arteries," she said, turning the head to show the marks at the neck. 2 punctures, side by side, just about the width of human canine. Maybe a little closer. "Mayan?" Connor turned to the lance corporal who'd been the grenadier's buddy. The Marine was stone-faced in the light from the lamp as she faced the company and platoon leadership with a dead buddy at her feet. "Tell me again," Connor said with iron patience. "I didn't hear a thing, sir. I didn't see a thing. I was not asleep. Private Wilbur did not make a sound, nor were there any significant sounds from the direction of his hooch." She hesitated. I might have heard something, but it was so faint I didn't pay it any attention. It was like one of those sounds in a hearing test, where you can't really tell if it was a sound or not. What was it?" Kasudik asked, checking the inside of the bivy tent for any indication of what had slipped in and out of the camp with such deadly silence. The small, one-man tents were shaped like oversized sleeping bags, with just enough room inside for a person and his gear. Whatever had killed the private had entered and left the tent without any apparent trace. "It sounded like a bat," the plasma gunner admitted unhappily, fully aware of how it was going to sound. "I didn't think anything of it at the time." "A bat," Connor repeated carefully. "Yes, sir," the Marine said. "I heard a real quiet flapping sound once. I looked around, but nothing was moving." She paused and looked at the semicircle of her superiors. "I know how it sounds, sir." Connor nodded and looked around. "Fine. It was a bat." He drew a deep breath and looked back down at the body. "To tell you the truth, Corporal, it sounds like just another creature on another world we don't know much about." "Bag him now," he told Kasudik. "We'll have a short service and burn him in the morning." The Marine body bags could be set to incinerate their contents, which allowed bodies to be recovered rather than left behind. After the cremation, the bag was rolled up like a sleeping bag around the ashes and became just another package which could be carried with a minimum of weight and space. "A bat," he muttered, shaking his head again as he walked back into the darkness. "Don't worry about it, troop," Goulias told Destries definitively with a tap on the arm. We're on a new planet. It might have real vampire bats, and those are sneaky suckers, let me tell you. The lieutenant had grown up in the mountains of Colombia, where vampire bats were an old and known enemy. But Terran vampire bats didn't suck a corpse dry. It might have been real vampires, the corporal said dubiously. Why? Highness see you all. The morning dawned with a sleepy, nervous company of Marines praying the fierce G9 star back into the sky. After recovering the mines and sensors and conducting a brief service for Wilbur, they moved out down the valley on the jungle side of the mountains, with a much more cautious attitude toward their new home. Roger continued to walk with Cord as they moved down the gentler valley on the western side of the range. The pass was high and dry, which gave it some of the temperature characteristics of the desert beyond, and the morning was very cool when they first broke camp. The low temperature caused the Mardican to move slowly, almost feebly. The eusothermic species was obviously not designed for cold weather. But as the day progressed and the sun cleared the peaks at their backs, the oppressive heat of the planet came on full force, and the shaman awoke fully, shook himself all over, and gave the grunt Roger had come to recognize as Mardukan laughter. Woe for my quest, but I will be happy to leave these awful mountains. Roger had been looking around at the banded formations in the walls of the valley and thinking the exact opposite. They were beginning to reach the low-hanging clouds, the second cloud layer that obscured the lowland jungles, and the humidity was already increasing. Along with the gathering heat, it made for conditions well suited to a steam bath, and he wasn't particularly elated by the thought of wading deeper into them. But for now, the steep valley had temporarily plateaued, and Roger stepped aside from his slot in the column again as he paused to examine the small cirque. The valley was obviously a product of both runoff and glaciation, so temperatures must have been much lower at some point in the planet's geologic history. The remnants of that geologic event had produced a valley of surpassing beauty to a human's eyes. The kidney-shaped valley was centered by a modest lake, about a half-hectare in area, fed from small streams that plumed down the rocky walls, and a primary stream that was apparently intermittent stretched up into the heights. The company had already refilled its bladders from the pool, and the water had been proclaimed not only gin clear, but fairly cool. The upper and lower ends of the valley were marked by moraines, small mounds of stones, which had been dropped by the glacier in its retreat. The upper moraine would have been a perfect spot for a house with a breathtaking view of the lake and the jungles laid out below it. By the same token, the lower moraine could have provided a prime source of building materials. The striated walls of the valley were clearly a product of the uplift that had formed the entire chain, but their strata indicated that at one point, long ago, they'd been part of a plain or shallow seabed. Roger noted evidence in different places of both coal and iron formations, specifically of banded iron, which was the richest possible form. The fairly pleasant, for a human, valley was perfect for mining development. Of course, as Cord's comment reminded him, for any scummies exiled to it, it would be a lesser ring of hell. Oh, I don't know, he disagreed. I like it here. I love mountains. They offer up the soul of a planet to you if you know what you're looking at. Pah! Pie! Cord snorted and spat. What does a place like this hold for the people? No food, cold as death, dry as a fire. Pah! Actually, Roger said, there's a lot of good geology up here. What is this geology? The shaman asked, shaking his spear at the valley walls. This spirit of stone, what is it? It was Roger's turn to snort as he took off his helmet and ran a hand over his hair. He'd put it up in a bun, and the lake looked awfully inviting. He badly needed a shampoo, but the Mardican's question intrigued him away from that thought. It's the study of rock. It's one of the things I found interesting when I was in college. Roger sighed and looked at the line of Marines, hell-bent on protecting him from harm. If I hadn't been a prince, I might have been a geologist. God knows I like it more than princing. Cord considered him quietly for a moment. Those who are born to the chiefs cannot choose to be shamans, and those who are shamans cannot choose to be hunters. Why not? Roger snapped, suddenly losing his temper at the whole situation and waving his arms at the company as it trudged past. I didn't ask for this. All I ever wanted to do was, well, do. I don't know what I would have done, but I sure as hell wouldn't have been His Royal Highness Prince Roger Ramia Sergei Alexander Chiang McClintock. Cord looked down at the top of the young chieftain's head for several moments before he finally decided on the best approach and drew a knife from his harness. A half-dozen rifles snapped around to train on him, but he ignored them as he tossed it up for a grip on the long iron blade, and thunked the prince smartly on top of the head with the leather-wrapped hilt. Ow! Roger grabbed the top of his head and looked at the Mardican in consternation. What did you do that for? Quit acting like a child, the shaman said severely, still ignoring the readied rifles. Some are born to greatness, others to nothing, but no one chooses which they are born to. Wailing about it is the action of a puling babe, not a man of the people. He flipped a knife in the air and resheathed it. So, Roger growled, rubbing the spot which had been hit, basically what you're saying is that I should start acting like a McClintock. He fingered his scalp and pulled away slightly red-stained fingers. Hey, you drew blood. So does a child whine at a skinned false hand, the shaman said, snapping the fingers on one of his lower limbs. The hand on the end had a broad opposable pad and two dissimilar-sized fingers. It was obviously intended for heavy lifting rather than fine manipulation. Grow up. Shi. Knowledge of geology is useful, Roger said sullenly. How? How is it useful to a chief? Should you not study the nature of your enemies? Of your allies? Do you know what that is? Roger demanded, gesturing at the coal seam, and Cord snapped his fingers again in a Mardican sign of agreement. The rock that burns. Another reason to avoid these demon-spawn hills. Light a fire on that, and you'll have a hot time. But it's a good material economically, Roger pointed out. It can be mined and sold. Good for Farstoke shit-sitters, I suppose, Cord said with another snort of laughter. But not for the people. And you trade nothing with these Farstoke shit-sitters? Roger asked, and Cord was silent for a moment. Some, yes, but the people don't need their trade. They don't require their goods or gold. Are you sure? Roger looked up at the towering alien and cocked his head. There was something about the Mardican's body language that spoke of doubt. Yes, Cord said definitely. The people are free of all bonds. No tribe binds them, nor do they bind any tribe. We are whole. But he still seemed ambivalent to the human. Aha! Roger put his helmet back on carefully. That tap had hurt. Physician, heal thyself. Chapter 19. The jungle wore mist like a shroud. This was a cloud forest more than a rainforest, a condition of eternal damp and fog rather than a place of rain. But it was also a transition zone. Soon the company would pass out of it into the enveloping green hell of the jungle below. Soon their vision would be blocked by lianas and underbrush, not mist. Soon they would be in the cloaking darkness of the rainforest understory. But for now there were only tall trees, very similar in many respects to the trees on the desert side of the mountains, and the omnipresent mist. This sucks, said Lance Corporal St. John M. Sergeant Major Kasudik required him to respond that way. St. John M.L. Because he had an identical twin in 3rd Platoon, St. John J. She also required each of them to have a distinguishing mark at all times. In St. John M's case, it was that one side of his head was shaved bald, and he reached up to scratch under his helmet as he looked around at the steamy twilight. The temperature was over 46 degrees, 115 Fahrenheit, and the fog was dense and hot, like being in a steam bath, and nearly impenetrable. Visibility was no more than 10 meters, and the helmet sensors were overwhelmed by the conditions. Even the sonics were defeated by the swirling, choking steam. St. Y. John turned to bitch some more to the plasma gunner behind him. just in time to be hit by a high-pitched squeal in his right ear. A yow. What? Vive C. Talbert asked, as the lance yanked off his helmet. The two of them were covering the right flank of the company, slightly out of line with the point man and 50 meters back. Ow, the grenadier said, banging the helmet into a convenient tree trunk. Goddamn feedback! I think this damn steam blew out a circuit. Talbert laughed and let her plasma rifle dangle on its sling as she slapped a stingfly on her neck and fished in her jacket with the other hand. She extracted a brown tube. Smoke? Nah, St. John, M snarled. He put the helmet on his head and yanked it off again. Shit. He reached into the depths and pulled a harness plug, then held it up to his ear again. Ah, that got it. But I just lost half my sensors. Talbert popped the brown tube into her mouth and tapped the end to light it, then paused and looked around at the mists. Did you hear something? She asked, hitching up her plasma rifle cautiously. I can't hear shit, St. John, M said. The big lance corporal rubbed his ear. Nothing but chirping crickets. Doesn't matter, Talbert said around the nigstick. The mild derivative of tobacco had a low level of pseudonicotine and was otherwise harmless. It was, however, just about as addictive as regular tobacco. Sensors can't do shit in this craft. St. John, M spun in place like a snake as the scream began behind him. Talbert, shrieking like a soul in hell, was connected to one of the trees by a short, wiggling worm. The worm stretched down from perhaps a meter overhead height and was connected to the curve where shoulder met neck. Even as the corporal watched, frozen, the juncture spurted bright red arterial blood, and the worm snatched Talbert up into the air. St. John was shocked out of coherent thought, but he was also a veteran, and his hands jacked the belt of high-explosive rounds out of his grenade launcher without any conscious order from his brain. They were reaching for a shotgun shell when Gunnery Sergeant Lai appeared out of the mist. The senior NCO paused for no more than a heartbeat to take in the situation, then blew the worm off the tree with her bead rifle. The plasma gunner hit the ground like a sack of wet cement, then broke into convulsions. The ululating shrieks never stopped as her arms and legs spasmed on the ground, tearing up handfuls of dark, wet soil. Lai dropped the bead rifle and ripped the first aid kit off her combat harness. She threw herself onto the writhing plasma gunner and covered the spurting wound on her neck with a self-sealing bandage. But even as she did so, the wound erupted with red, streaming jelly. The smart bandage expanded to cover the bleeding areas, looking for clear, undamaged tissue to bond to. But the damage spread faster than the bandage as flesh. Eating poisons began dissolving the proteins under the skin that bound the private's flesh together. Lai cut the gunner's camouflage jacket open with a combat knife as the subcutaneous hemorrhaging spread. She whipped out another bandage, but it was obviously useless as black and red pools of destruction crossed the private's tanned torso. The skin around the initial puncture broke, and a slit ripped open down Talbert's ribs as blood, fats, and dissolved muscle poured out onto the forest floor. The plasma gunner went into fresh paroxysms as the blackness spread, and both of her exercise-flattened breasts melted into pools and washed out through the slash in her chest. Lai backed away in horror as the black blood spread up the Marine's neck, and the skin and muscles of her face fell flaccid against the bones of her skull. Final dissolution didn't take all that long. It only seemed like hours until the private stopped thrashing and screaming. Monday. What fuck is this? A picnic? Sergeant Major Kasudik snarled. She shoved one private towards the perimeter and looked the platoon sergeant in the eye. We need a perimeter, not a clusterfuck. The group around the incident broke up, scattering towards guard positions as she strode through them. Okay, what happened? She looked down at the skeleton at her feet and blanched. Satan, what did that? And who is it? It was St. John, M, said incoherently. He was swinging from side to side, training his grenade launcher up into the treetops of the surrounding forest. He was obviously still in shock, so Kasudik looked at Lai. Gunny! Lai hefted her bead rifle and looked around at the trees, wide-eyed. It was some sort of worm. She kicked what was left of the invertebrate where it had fallen at the base of the tree. It bit her, or stung her or something. When I got here it was pulling her up into the tree. I shot it off of her, but she just... The sergeant stopped and retched, still searching the enveloping mists for more of the worms. She finished, gesturing to but not looking at the partial skeleton at her feet. Kasudik pulled out her combat knife and prodded the alien carcass. It was darkly patterned, with noticeable blue patches along its back. All that was left, after Lai's bead rifle had blown it apart, was 10 centimeters or so of the base. What appeared to be the back end had several pod feet with hooks. One of them still had a bit of bark attached, indicating where it hung out. Literally. And the business end, apparently. Dissolved people. She stood up, stuck the knife back into her combat harness, and wiped her hands. Nasty, Captain Panner appeared out of the mist, trailed by Prince Roger and his pet Scummy. The captain padded up and looked down at the casualty. Problems, Sergeant Major? Well, she said grimly, pulling at an earlobe. Point's not going to be a favorite spot. Cord walked over to the group, gathered around the skeleton, and snapped his lower fingers. Yaden Qual, he said, and Kasudik raised an eyebrow at Roger. Vampire what, Your Highness? Her toot had picked up the Yaden, but the second word wasn't yet in its vocabulary. Vampire. Baby. Roger suggested doubtfully. He wore an odd, introspective expression, and the sergeant major realized he was communing with the software. I'm beginning to think this language program is making too many assumptions. I think it means larva of whatever the vampires are. Aye. How do we fight it, sir? Gunny Lai was beginning to get over her shock, and she turned almost pleadingly to the prince. Tallbear was a good troop. St. John, too. I doubt they were fucking off. And it's camouflaged to the max. How the fuck do you fight something like that? No motion, no heat, hardly any electrical field? Roger let loose with a stream of liquid syllables and clicks. The Scummy knocked his lower hands together and let loose a string back. Then he looked around, knocked his hands together again, and shrugged his cape up to cover his head, shoulders, and neck. Well, the prince said doubtfully, he says that you need to start paying attention. He says he's watched us walking, and we never look hard enough or we look at the wrong thing. He also says that these worm things hang out in the trees and are hard to see. So if you put something up to cover your head and shoulders, you're better off. No. Cord produced another spurt of syllables and gestured around the woods. He pulled the cape back down and clapped his hands again, and Roger nodded and gave a grim snort. He also says that they're just about the most horrible things in the woods, but not the most dangerous. They can't move very fast except to strike, so you can easily kill them with a spear. He said, wait until you face an atoll grak, whatever that is. And these killer caterpillars sometimes come in groups. He's pretty philosophical about it, Roger added. That hand-clapping gesture is a shrug. Basically, life's a bitch. And then you die. Kasudik finished with a nod. Got it. Yeah, Will. Eleonora's feet slid out from under her on the muddy hillside, and she landed flat on her rump. The jarring impact sent shooting pains all the way up her spine and into her skull, and she started to slip down the hill. She scrambled wildly for some sort of breaking grip, but without success until a hand snapped out and caught the light rucksack on her back. She looked over her shoulder and smiled wearily at her savior. Thank you, Costas, she said with a sigh. She rolled over on her stomach and tried to struggle to her feet, but it was no use. She'd been barely staggering along as it was, and between the mud and the heat and the biting flies, and the screaming muscles in her back and legs from the last 2 days of exertion. It was just too much. "Oh, God," she whispered. "I just want to die and get it over with." A Mardican insect, more from curiosity than malice, landed on her ear and started to investigate her ear canal. She summoned a burst of energy to shake her head violently and swat at it, but then she slumped back into the mud. Now, ma'am," Matsuge said with a smile. "We're nearly to Cord's village. You can't give up now." The valet hooked a hand in her rucksack straps and helped her claw her way to her feet. She swayed in exhaustion and leaned on a tree. Carefully. Her arm was covered in a welter of swollen bites from the defenders of a previous support, and since that incident she'd become much more careful where she put her hands. But this tree at least didn't seem to want to kill her, and she leaned into it gratefully. They were below the clouds now, and into the fringe of the planet's all-encompassing jungle. They'd followed the river out of the valley as it grew larger and larger, until finally the ground around it became too marshy to continue along its bank. The company had turned off to the south, but continued to parallel the watercourse, although the gurgle of its passage could be barely distinguished through the background racket of the jungle. The incessant hum of flying insects was everywhere. The Mardican version was 8-legged and had a 6-winged pattern, as opposed to the terrestrial 6-limb 4-wing arrangement. The local bugs also used an aramid polymer, similar in some respects to Kevlar, as the hard core of their exoskeletons. Since it was both lighter and stronger than chitin, it allowed the existence of species which would be considered extremely large on Earth, or on most other planets, for that matter. There were thousands of different kinds of beetle analogs, some of them huge. Most of them seemed to be turners of the detritus on the forest floor, while a few joined forces with the midge analogs to take turns biting the humans. Dozens of species swarmed on the human intruders, ranging from tiny creatures that looked so much like mosquitoes that the Marines simply named them skeeters, to a slow, flying beetle the size of a blue jay that had the troopers pulling out their multi-tools and swinging axes during its infrequent attacks. The chameleon suits were impervious to even the local insect's best efforts and could be sealed up completely. But while the chameleon cloth actively transpired carbon dioxide and oxygen, the rate was too low to support heavy activity. The Marines would occasionally close up their suits to escape the insects, but soon enough they were forced to open their helmets back up and take deep, gasping breaths, then spit out the midges they'd swallowed. But the hum of the insects, as up close and personal as it was overwhelmed by the rest of the bedlam. The air rang with strange cries, here a shrill whistle, there a grunting roar, in the distance a banshee howl, as some beast celebrated a victory or defended its territory, or perhaps simply called longingly for a mate. Besides the sounds, the atmosphere was suffused with weird smells. The odor of rot was a near universal on oxygen-nitrogen planets and overpowering in any jungle, but here there were thousands, millions of other scents. Nor was vision left unassaulted. The entire jungle was a riot of bright colors in the oppressing gloom. The combination of the double layer of cloud cover and triple canopy jungle made the understory tenebrous to a degree rarely found on Earth. But the depths of that overarching gloom offered beauty of its own. A dangling liana near O'Casey's head was decorated with tiny carmine blossoms. The blossoms released a heavy perfume that had attracted dozens of similarly colored butterflies. That was the tag which came to the sociologist's mind, at least. The insectoid's covering was smooth, instead of the furry look of terrestrial butterflies, but they were just as brightly patterned. As she watched the swarm of fluttering beauties, a purple spider beetle dropped from a branch into their midst and snagged one of their number. The flock of nectar eaters took off in a crimson cloud that briefly surrounded the chief of staff in a fall of gorgeous red, then dispersed. O'Casey took a deep whiff of the glorious blossom's perfume as the tiny predator finished off its tiny prey then pried herself back off the tree. A good part of the company had stumbled past as she rested, and now she would have to hurry to catch up to her assigned position. Connor had put the hangers on, as he phrased it, just behind the command group. Beside Eleanor and Costas, that included the pilots of the 4 shuttles. If they could retake the port, those pilots would be their only hope of capturing an interstellar ship and escaping the system. So it was nearly as important to keep them alive as it was to keep Roger that way. Eleonora had realized, however, that neither she nor Matsugai were as high on Panner's list. The Marine captain was determined to reach the port with as few casualties as possible, but if he had to lose the odd academic or valet along the way, then so be it. She couldn't fault his logic, for there was no margin to spare on this operation, but she didn't have to like it. And she doubted that Roger had made the connection, for the prince would probably object if it ever came down to losing either member of his staff. The conclusion that the man responsible for keeping all of them alive had earmarked her as regrettably expendable was disturbing. Throughout her entire life, she'd always functioned under conditions where she could move at her own pace. Academically, that pace had been quite fast, and she remembered looking down on those who fell by the educational wayside, but even those unfortunates had simply found less satisfying and successful positions. That wouldn't be the case here. Now she faced a physical challenge that was literally life or death, and she knew instinctively that if she asked for some respite, it would be denied. She was unimportant to the mission, and the safety of the entire company couldn't be jeopardized for her sake. So, for her and Matsugai, it was march or die. She was fairly certain it was going to be both for her, but Matsugai seemed to be taking to the change in conditions fairly well. The fussy little valet carried a pack nearly as large as the armorer's, but he was keeping up with the company without complaint, and had helped her along the way several times. She was, frankly, astounded. She straightened up and started along the muddy track which had been smashed through the undergrowth by the passage of most of the company. The Marines around her were paying as much attention to the back trail as to the sides, so she knew she was dangerously close to the tail of the company. As she picked up the pace to catch back up to the center of the force, she glanced up at the valet, still doggedly tailing her. "You don't seem to be having any troubles with this march at all, Matsugai," she said quietly. "Oh, I wouldn't say that, ma'am," the valet answered, adjusting the straps of the internal frame rucksack, which, along with the chameleon suits they both wore, had come out of the company's spare stores. He idly slapped a skeeter and winked at the academic. "I'm afraid I've spent rather a lot of time following Roger through places almost this bad on safari. Although, to be fair, never under conditions quite so. Resource limited and extreme. But I think this is hard on everyone, even the Marines, whether they show it or not." "Ah, at least you don't have any trouble keeping up," she said bitterly. The backs of her legs felt as if someone were sticking hot knives into them, and they'd just gotten to the bottom of the hillside. That meant crossing a shallow stream and climbing another hill that looked even taller, slipping and sliding in the sweltering muck, not being able to hold on to the trees for fear of something eating you, constantly tired and constantly afraid. "You just have to put one foot in front of the other, ma'am," the valet said reasonably. He planted a foot on the worn path up the hill and offered the chief of staff his hand. "Alley-oop, ma'am." Oh, Casey shook her head and took the offered hand. "Thank you, Costas." "Not much further, ma'am," the valet said with a smile. "Not much further at all." Chapter 20. The village nestled on a hilltop, surrounded by a log and thorn wall. The hill itself sat in an angle where a large stream intersected the river the company had been paralleling. Just upstream from the junction, the river thundered over a cataract, and downstream from the hill, the combined flows created a deep, wide river that was probably navigable by barges. As they'd gotten lower and lower in elevation, however, the signs of frequent floods had become obvious. Clearly, the village was situated atop its hill to avoid this recurring phenomenon, and it was likely that frequent flooding would also interfere with navigation. It began to rain as they approached the hill. Not a slight, steady rain as a cloud parked itself and motheringly watered the parched soil. Not even the hard, firm rain of a powerful weather front. This was the pounding, drowning rain of a tropical thunderstorm, rain like a waterfall, hitting so hard that weaker members of the party were actually knocked off their feet by its first rush. "Is this normal?" Roger yelled to Cord as the company struggled up the hill. "What, Celsius?" Cord asked, hitching his general-purpose cape up a little higher. "This rain," Roger yelled, gesturing at the sky. "Oh," Cord said. "Of course, several times a day. Why?" "Joy," Pawner muttered, having monitored the conversation. Roger had fed the language kernel he'd collected during the day's walk to all of the party's toots, and the company's members were now capable of translating the local language on their own. It was expected that they would be able to pick up each dialect quickly as they progressed from area to area, now that they had a local kernel. "I should go to the head of your group," Cord pointed out. "I'm sure I have been watched as we approached, but I should go to the head so that they're sure I'm not a prisoner or a cracked it." "Yeah," Roger said, and turned to look at Panner. "Are you coming, Captain?" "No," the Marine said, and triggered his communicator. "Company, hold up. Our local is going up to pass us through." "I'll stay here," he continued to Roger, and raised one hand in a beckoning gesture. "Dispro." "Yes, sir," the NCO snapped. She'd been scanning the bushes with a handheld scanner, and she didn't like the fact that she'd kept getting twitches, but hadn't been able to lock them down. "Take your squad up front with the Prince and Cord." "Roger, sir." She gestured at the squad and pointed to the front. "Up and at, Marines." She put the scanner away and glanced off to the north one more time. There was something out there, she was sure, but what it was eluded her. Cord and Roger moved up to the front of the company, surrounded by Dispro's squad. The company had spread out in a standard cigar-shaped perimeter, and now most of the Marines were down in the prone, covering against any attack. There was no such thing as safety in a combat zone, but a unit temporarily at rest like this was in the worst possible situation. Unless an enemy has had time to prepare an ambush, a moving unit is a hard target to hit. Similarly, a unit which has had time to prepare defenses is a tough nut to crack, but a company which has just stopped can be hit at any moment and isn't prepared for the attack. It makes soldiers who are well trained, like those of the Empress's own, very nervous. One ka. Cord followed a beaten track up to the single opening in the palisade. As he approached, another Mardican of the same height and general demeanor appeared in the opening. At the sight of Cord, followed by the humans but clearly not threatened by them, the second Mardukan waved his upper arms in welcome. "Cord," he called, "you bring unexpected guests." "Delcra," the shaman shouted back, waving his spear. "As if you hadn't been shadowing us these last few hours." Of course, the greeter agreed imperturbably as Cord and Roger's party reached the top of the hill. The last portion of the path was so steep that steps had been cut and reinforced with logs and rocks. The top of the hill had been roughly leveled, and now Roger could glimpse the village through the palisade opening. It looked much like other villages on other planets. A large communal fire pit was at its center, surrounded by an open area which was currently deserted. Immediately inside, the walls were rude, thatch and wattle huts, open to the inside of the palisaded area. The similarity. 2 villages once found in the Amazon basin and others tropical areas on Earth would have amazed Roger if he hadn't spent enough time hunting on primitive planets to realize that there was only so much that could be done with mud, and sticks. "Danette Delcra, my brother," Cord said, clapping the greeter on his upper shoulder. "I must introduce you to my new Asa Egan." He turned to Roger. "Roger, Prince of the Empire, this is my brother, Danette Delcra, Chief of the People." The greeter, Delcra, hissed and clapped all four hands together in agitation. "Aye, Asiagun? And at your age? Foul news, brother. Foul news indeed. And your quest?" Cord clapped right true hand to left false hand in a gesture of negation. "We met on the way. He saved my life from a flower beast without clear need, without threat to his life, and being not of my tribe." "Aye, Delcra repeated. "Asidet indeed." The Mardican, who was a bit taller than the shaman, turned to the prince, who doffed his helmet. The armor was more comfortable than the steamy heat of the jungle, but Roger felt it was more diplomatic to face this Delcra, who was presumably senior in the local hierarchy, without the obscuring headgear. "I thank you for my brother's life," Delcra said, "but I cannot be happy for either his enslavement or the failure of his quest." "Whoa," Roger said sharply. "What's this enslavement thing? All I did was shoot a flower beast." "A bond is the tightest of all bonds," the chief explained. "To save another's life, without fear or favor, binds him to you through this life and beyond." "What?" Roger was trying to get over the slave concept. "You guys never help each other out." "Of course we do," Cord said, "but we are members of the same clan. To help another is to aid the clan, and the clan in turn aids us. But you had no such reason to kill the flower beast. For the life of me, I'm not sure that you should have." "It could have attacked the company," Roger pointed out. "That was the real reason I shot. I didn't even see you." "Fate then," Delcra said with a hand clap. "It wasn't threatening you or your—" He glanced over the Marines scattered down the hillside. "Clan? No," Roger admitted. "Not at the time. But I could tell it was dangerous." "Karma," Cord said with a double hand clap. "We will complete the binding tonight," he continued with another gesture. "Delcra, I request shelter for the night, and shelter for my Aesai's clan." "Oh, granted," the chief said, stepping out of the palisade opening and waving into the jungle. "Granted, come in out of the rain. One day. We're getting sensor ghosts all along the perimeter. Lieutenant Sawato had just taken a tour of the company while Captain Panner kept an eye on the negotiations of the top of the hill." Now she looked around at the curtaining rain and shook her head. "I've got that funny feeling." "We're surrounded by the warriors of this tribe," Panner said in a distant tone. "They're good. They move slow, so the motion sensors aren't sure if they're really there, and they're asothermal, so the heat sensors can't pick anything up. No power sources, no metal except a knife or spearhead, and we don't have the sensors dialed in for scummy nervous systems." He pulled out a pack of gum and absent-mindedly extracted a stick and popped it into his mouth. He shook the pack a couple of times to get the water out and put it away, all without looking. "Take a glance over to the left. There's a big tree with spreading roots. Halfway up, there's a limb covered in stuff. Go out the limb 5 meters, just before a red patch. About a half a meter to the right of the red patch. Spear. Dot. Damn, Sawato said softly. The scummy was as hard to spot as any professional sniper she'd ever seen. He appeared to be covered with a blanket that broke up his outline. "So, what do we do about it, long term?" "Dial in the nervous system sensors. We'll have enough data after tonight to do that. After that, any scummy comes within 50 meters of us, we'll be able to detect them. And warn everybody that they're out there. We don't want any accidents." "I'll pass that on then, shall I?" Sawato asked. Panner seemed awfully detached about the whole thing, she thought. "Yeah, might as well. Looks like the negotiations are going all right after all. I was waiting to see if it dropped in the pot." "Wah! Shh. You know," Julian said, "I've been shot, blown up, deep frozen, and vacuum dried. but this is the first time I ever worried about being washed away. The rain had yet to let up, and the position the squad leader occupied, a slight depression behind a fallen and rotting tree, was rapidly filling. The combination of rising water and the weight of his combat armor meant he was slowly sinking in quickmud. Or drowned, he added. Ah, come on, Mosiev said as he gently moved aside a bit of fern with the barrel of his bead rifle. It's just a little rain. He was sure there was something watching them, but he wasn't sure what it was. A little rain, he says. Julian shook his head. That's like saying Sirius is a little hot, or that New Bangkok is a little decadent. It's not like it's gonna kill you, Mosiev said. The armor has air for nearly 2 days. The fire team leader jerked his head to the side as his helmet highlighted another possible contact. But then it faded again. Dan, I wonder what's causing that. I'd say it was the wet, Julian said, lowering his own rifle. But since we're all getting the same ghosts, I'd say it's something in the jungle. All hands. The radio crackled with Lieutenant Sawato's calm soprano. Those sensor ghosts are the local tribesmen. Be calm, though. The natives are friendly. We're going to be going into the village soon, so they'll probably make themselves evident. No firing. I say again, no firing. Zioban. Everybody get that? Julian called, standing up to make sure he could see all the members of the squad. Check fire for partisans. Got it, Sarge, Masek replied from the far end. The natives are friendly. Right. The private's position was the edge of the squad's area of responsibility, and Masek was the member with the least time in the unit. If he'd gotten the word, everyone else probably had, but Julian wasn't in the Empress's zone because he settled for probably. Yeah, and the transfer's in the system, the sergeant responded with a laugh. Give me a thumbs up on that check fire, he added more seriously, and made sure he saw a thumb from everyone before he resumed his position in the puddle. He might bitch about it, but the depression was still the best location for him, even if it was turning into a lake. I'm from the Imperium, Mosiev continued with a litany as old as government. I'm here to help you. He gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, it's a cold landing zone, Cathcart added from behind his plasma gun. Thumbs up. We're getting air trucked to the barracks, Mutabi said in an evil tone. Middle finger up. Oh man, you would have to say that one. Julian chuckled. My aching feet. You see it down. A big duel. Motherfucker, Portina said. Choose what we need, surrounded by tea cannibals. Chill, Portina, Sergeant Despro advised. They're friendly. Sure they are, Portina replied. Why fight T-Rock if you can get it to fly into Teapot? Even as he spoke, his helmet registered another contact. Then another. It began popping up icons everywhere, and an entire line of Mardukins materialized magically out of the rain. Motherfucker, Portina said again, quietly. Neat trick. Chapter 21. The company barely fitted inside the walls of the village. The Marines and their equipment were packed into every nook and cranny as the women of the village, significantly smaller than the male warriors, came out with hoarded foodstuffs for what was shaping up as an evening of celebration. The company reciprocated in building the menu as best it could. Despite the critical importance of the food supplies they'd brought with them, some of the Marines' rations were never going to survive conditions on Marduk, and they brought those out to add to the various edibles being produced by the Mardukan. Platters of grain, similar in texture to rice, but tasting more like barley, were scattered about among the residents and visitors, along with carved wooden bowls of fruits. The predominant fruit species appeared to be a large brown oval with a thick, inedible skin, but a ripe red interior that tasted something like a kiwi fruit. Since it grew on palm-like trees, the humans promptly christened it a kiwi date or kate fruit. In addition to the grain and fruit, there were steaming platters of unrecognizable charred things. Most of the humans passed those up, There was also a sort of wine made from fruit juices, but it was obviously distilled and not just fermented. Like humans, the Mardukans metabolized alcohol for pleasure, and after one tentative sip of the potent beverage, the sergeant major growled at the platoon sergeant. Her growls then wandered down the chain of command until even the lowliest private was aware of the penalty for getting plastered in the middle of a potentially hostile jungle. There was also a heavy and bitter beer that some of the Marines relished and others found disgusting. The Marines followed the custom of their hosts, reaching into the piles to extract handfuls of grain and fruit, and brushing away, gathering insects, livestock, and pets. Pride of place was given to a large lizard-like creature roasting on a spit at the center of the camp. The head had been removed, but the bulky body was 1.25 meters in length, with a longer tail dragging off into the fire. The spit was turned with serious and dedicated attention to the responsibility by a Mardukan child, one of several running about the stockaded village. The Mardukans were viviparous and bore live young, but they had litters of 4 or more. Baby Mardukans were extremely small, barely the size of a Terran squirrel, and mostly stayed glued to their mothers' backs, mired into the mucus from which they also derived nutrition. Half-grown Mardukans were everywhere underfoot, inextricably mixed with livestock, pets, and now Marine. O'Casey stopped tapping at her pad and shook her head. "They must have an enormous infant mortality rate," she said with a yawn. "Why?" Roger asked. As one of the stars of the evening, he was seated in a place of honor under the awning-like front section of Delkra's hut. He took one of the charred things off the broadleaf that served as a platter and tossed it to a lizard-like creature which had been looking at him with begging eyes. It started to pounce on the morsel, but was pushed aside by a larger version. The larger beast, patterned red and brown with pebbly skin like the flower beasts, and with the ubiquitous 6 legs and a short, wide tail, came over to the prince, sniffing at his platter, but Roger shooed it away. "I mean," he continued, still looking at the smaller beast, "what makes you say that?" The little beast was interesting, he thought. The legs, instead of being splayed out like a lizard's, were directly under the body, like a terrestrial mammal's, and the eyes looked much more intelligent than any Terran lizard's. But it still looked like a 6-legged lizard. "All these children," O'Casey said, snapping her pad closed. "There are 6 children below what I would guess to be reproductive age for every adult. Now compare that to humans, and you can see that they must have either a tremendous rate of population growth or a high infant mortality rate. And there's no evidence of population growth. So, what would cause it?" Roger asked absently, holding out another charred bit to the lizard. It shuffled forward hesitantly, sniffing at the tidbit and looking around cringingly. Reasonably sure that it was in the clear, it bared 2-centimeter-long fangs and hissed, then darted forward with the speed of a striking snake to take the offered treat out of Roger's fingers. It was a precise strike. Roger was left holding a tiny bit of the meat, which had been sheared off cleanly, within 1 millimeter of his fingertips. "Youch," he said, wiping off the carbon on his fingers. "Oh, various things. I suppose barbarism is probably the biggest single factor." O'Casey leaned back on Matsuge's rucksack. The valet had left the overstuffed container in her care while he went around the camp, examining the cooking methods of the Mardukans. He was currently discussing something with a Mardukan female who'd emerged from one of the huts to lather a substance on the lizard being cooked in the center. People evolve to barbarism and usually stop there. Little civilizations rise and fall under the tide of barbarism. She yawned and thought about the history of Earth and some of the less well-prepared slowboat colonies. Sometimes it seems that barbarism, for all its horrors, and they are many, is the natural state of a sentient species. So many times humanity has slid into barbarism in one area or another, on one planet or another. In fact, we came within 1 centimeter of it on an interstellar scale during the Dagger years. I think only your great-to-the-umpteenth grandmother prevented it. Not that that was what she was thinking about. She broke off as a yawn interrupted her, then winced as she stretched. God, I hurt, she observed, and lay back and closed her eyes. Which, I might add, is a consequence of another mortality factor. Living in a jungle ain't easy. It's a very competitive environment. Something is always trying to eat you, and finding things you can eat is hard. Naive. She reopened her eyes, looked up at Roger as the rain began to fall once more. The thunder of it on the thatch was lulling, and she yawned again. Roger, we're in a jungle, she said, and her tone was oddly ambiguous. Jungles try so hard to kill you. They're always trying to. She stopped and smiled at him. I've tried to get you to listen to me so often, but I'm going to try again. You have to check your tongue. You have to keep your temper. Learn from Connor. Don't piss him off, okay? He opened his mouth to protest, but she waved him quiet. Just try to bite your tongue from time to time, all right? That's all I ask. The last 2 days of strain had drained her, and she could feel herself drifting off despite every intention of staying awake. Not only was the social organization of the natives fascinating, but opportunities to catch Roger in a mood to learn anything but sports and hunting tricks were rare. Yet, despite that, she simply couldn't keep her eyes open. Jungles are beautiful, she continued in a mumble, until you have to live in them. Her eyes closed, and despite the heat, flies, and noise of festive preparation, she slept. One, Kino. You're making me proud, brother, Cord said, watching the gathering feast. Its lavishness would extract a price from the tribe, but it showed they were of good status. Something that would be important for this Roger to remember. It's the least I can do for my brother, Delcra replied. And for these odd strangers. He paused for a moment, then gave a grunting laugh. They look like basic, you know. Cord clacked his teeth sourly. Thank you so much for pointing that out, brother. Yes, I'd made the same connection. The small basic were often found around open areas in the jungle. Their mid-legs were foreshortened, and when they were frightened, which was virtually all the time, they ran on their hind legs with their upper limbs flopping loosely about. They were a beast of choice when it came to training young children to hunt, since they were small, harmless, cowardly, and stupid. Very stupid. Get used to it, brother, Delcra said with another grunt. Others will make the same connection. I suppose, Cord conceded. And demons know they're just about as stupid in the jungle. But although I've only seen those weapons of theirs used twice, I know to fear them. And rarely is the guard of a lord taken from among the most foolish. I don't underestimate them. Delcra clapped his lower limbs together and changed the subject abruptly. I see, at your age. You keep saying that, brother, Cord observed. You're not that much younger. Tell me a truth unknown, the chief replied somewhat sourly. Cord understood, of course. Both of them would soon have to leave the warrior path, and although those who'd survived it enjoyed great status, few lived long thereafter. It was a thought neither enjoyed contemplating, and the shaman looked around, searching for a neutral change of subject. His gaze flitted about the familiar village which he soon would leave behind forever, and his eyes narrowed as he noticed a puzzling absence. Where is Delton? Hunting? One with the mists, Delcra said, rubbing his hands together to drive away bad luck. An Atul. What? The shaman gasped. How? He was surprised. No, the chief snapped. The spearhead broke. The shaman said, but he refused to show the emotion that threatened to overwhelm him. He'd never had children, not even daughters. A single pairing as a youth had resulted in the death of the broodwife from an infection that was, unfortunately, all too common. Since then, he'd never taken another mate, and his brother's children had become as his own. Delcra certainly had enough to go around. Half the females in the tribe had brooded a litter for him at some point, and he ran heavily to males in his broods. But Delton had been one of the special ones. He'd shown a flair for the learning of a shaman, and Cord had hoped that someday the fine young warrior might follow in his own footsteps. Now that was done, and it boded poorly for the tribe that he must leave with his SI, and there would be no shaman to pass on the tradition. He'd hoped to pass on a few critical pieces of knowledge to Delton before leaving, or perhaps to have him accompany them on the first leg of the humans' travels. "Ah, yeah," he repeated. "Evil times? The iron? Bad," the chief spat. "Soft and rotten beneath a brittle exterior. It looked fine, but—" "Aye," the shaman said, "but—" "There's no other choice," the chieftain interrupted. "It must be war." Cord clapped opposite hands in negation. "If we war with Q and Cock, the other tribes will pick our bones. And if we don't," the chief pointed out, "Q and Cock will continue taking our lands and giving feck back. We must have the lands or the tribute. As it is, we have neither." Cord clasped all four arms around his knees and rocked back and forth. His brother was correct. The tribe was in a lose-lose situation. They could neither survive a war with the local city-state nor permit the present intolerable trends to continue. Yet war was the only way to stop it. There seemed no way out. "Q and Cock is to be our first stop," he observed after a moment. "The humans want to trade for such things as only the shit-sitters can provide. We will discuss this with the humans." But his brother started to object. "The humans aren't good in the jungle." Cord overrode the objection, "but they are very wise nonetheless. I know they're shit-sitters, but they're smart, and, I think, honorable shit-sitters. If I had my old master here, I would ask him for advice. But I don't. Barvoitan is fallen, and all its heroes with it. I can't ask my master, therefore we will ask the humans." "You're a stubborn flower beast," Delcra told him. "But I'm also right," Cord retorted with a grunting laugh. Chapter 22. Eleonora awoke to a high-pitched, atonal chanting and a low-tempo, muffled drum beat. Her eyes flickered open, and she froze in adrenaline shock at the sight of a swaying vampire larva. The perspective was weird as the flickering firelight of full dark combined with the swaying dance of the creature to make it seem a strange hallucination. It seemed to shrink to the size of a caterpillar and then swelled suddenly up to the size of a Mardican in a mask. The dancer swayed in the firelight, and as Eleonora blinked at him, the long dripping fangs of the beast were revealed as a crown about his head, the camouflaged body as a painted wrap. Behind the shuffling figure were more dancers, a giant, pincer-armed beetle, a two-armed snake like the legendary Naga, and a low, writhing, six-armed beast whose maw was filled with shark-like teeth. The fog of sleep and firelight, the swaying of the dancers, the singing and drum beats were hypnotic. Eleonora lay in a spell, trapped by the symbolism of the animistic rite, as the drum beats increased, and the singing shifted through patterns of atonality. The tempo increased, and the dancer's rhythm became more frenzied, until with a final burst of song, now perfectly blended with the drums in tone and pitch, there was a final crash, and the dancers froze. The audience was left with a feeling of pleasant incompleteness as the dancers departed and conversation broke out among the Marines and Mardican. Eleonora tried to shake off her fog and looked around for something to help with the attempt, only to find herself rather dreamily contemplating a boot. She blinked, and her eyes moved upward. The female Marine to whom the boot was attached stood at parade rest by her head, one arm behind her back, plasma gun cocked forward. Eleonora looked around and discovered another one. This one a grenadier, at her feet. "How interesting." She sat up and rubbed her eyes. It didn't help. She still felt like death warmed over, but at least her brain was a little clearer than before the nap. She looked up at the Marine at her head. "How long was I out?" She hadn't checked the time at any point in the afternoon, so the current time, halfway through the local evening, told her nothing. Nor did her question communicate very much to the Marine. It came out mostly as a croak, so she cleared her throat and tried again. "Corporal, bosom, isn't it? How long was I asleep? And thank you, but guarding me was probably unnecessary. Yes, ma'am. The Marine looked down and smiled. But His Highness told us to make sure no one bothered you. She thought about the other question. I don't know how long you were asleep before we got here, but we've been on guard for 3 hours. 5 or 6 then, was Eleonora's mumbled guess. I should feel better than this after 5 hours' sleep, she muttered plaintively. She stood up, and every joint in her body seemed to creak or pop. Her legs hurt so much that she felt lightheaded and queasy, and she swayed for a moment until the Marine corporal steadied her. Take it easy, ma'am, the plasma gunner said. You'll get used to it after a few more days. Oh, sure, Eleonora said bitterly. That's easy for you Marines to say. You've got so many nanites running around in you. You're practically cyborgs. And you're trained for this too. But we don't start out that way, the male Marine put in. They start us off systems free in basic. He's right, Bosom agreed with nasty cheerfulness. We all go through this the first few days in basic. It's just your turn, she added with an evil grin. O'Casey twisted her torso and gasped as she felt her back crack in half a dozen places. Rotating her shoulders, arms, and legs extracted more crackling, and she decided that with a shower, a bath, another shower, a couple of tubes of heating gel, and 2 days' sleep, she'd be just fine. Barring that, where is His Highness? She asked, as she glanced around the clearing without seeing either Roger or Panner, who was bound to be close by the prince. I'll lead you to him, the plasma gunner replied, and the male Marine fell in behind as they wove their way across the stockade. Roger, Panner, Kasudik, and the senior Mardikans were in a nearby hut, watching the festivities. Roger looked up from feeding the lizard he'd apparently adopted and smiled as Eleonora hobbled in. Ms. O'Casey, he said, formally, you're looking better for your nap. The creature swarmed onto his lap at the Chief of Staff's approach and hissed at her faintly. His Highness tapped it lightly on the head, and it ducked down and stretched out its neck to sniff at her. Apparently, it decided she was part of the pack, because it gave one last sniff, then twisted around and curled up on the prince's lap, exactly as if it belonged there. I feel like death warmed over, she answered. If I'd known you were going to be taking me on adventure tours, I would have had the appropriate upgrades before we left. She nodded at Matsugai as he handed her a plastic cup of water and 2 analgesic tablets. Thank you, Costas. She took the tablets and a sip of the water, which was surprisingly cool. It had obviously been chilled by one of the bladders. Thank you again. She looked around the gathering. The Marines were scattered throughout the village, interacting much more fully with the Mardukans than they had been. Some of the humans were cleaning weapons, and some were quite obviously on alert, but most were socializing. Portena had produced a pack of cards from somewhere and appeared to be teaching some of the younger Mardukan warriors poker, while other Marines were demonstrating their entertainment pads or simply talking. Warrant Dobrescu had apparently set up an aid station and was doing a little hearts and minds work. Dobrescu, it turned out, was a pearl beyond price in more ways than one. The chief warrant officer had gone to flight school as a second career track after spending 16 years as a Marine Raider medic. Normally, the Navy provided Marine units in combat environments with corpsmen, but the Raiders were the Empire's version of Saint's Special Ops teams. They were designed to be out of contact with support for long periods of time, and thus needed specially trained medics who could do more than slap on a bandage and decide who went into the cryo chambers and who didn't. The training was intense and included everything from primitive methods of reducing gangrenous infection to serving as the hands of a remote surgeon for thoracic trauma surgery. Since Prince Roger's company had never been intended for detached duty, none of the powers that were had ever considered the need to assign it an integral, dedicated medic. Unfortunately, Deglopper's sickbay attendants had been needed to support the transport's final battle, and somehow not even Eva Kasudik had thought to point out that the company would require medical services on the planet, all of which made it extremely fortunate that Dobrescu was along. At the moment, He was examining the Mardukins who were willing to let him and doing his best to repair the various wounds and infections that any jungle inflicts on its inhabitants. As in other jungles, both on Earth and other planets, surface lesions were the main complaint. The Mardukins' mucus covering helped in that regard, however, and only in spots where the coating had been damaged did the sores break out. Dobrescu had analyzed the lesions and determined that they were primarily fungal in nature. A universal antifungal cream seemed to work on them and didn't cause negative side effects. Better yet, the cream was produced by yeast in an agar jelly, which could be replaced with sterilized meat broth. That made it one of the few regenerating systems that they had, which meant he could be relatively spendthrift in its use. Since some of the Marines already sported similar infections, that was going to be a good thing. With the cream and self-sealing bandages, he just about fixed all the simple problems in the village. There were a few advanced cases of infection that he was less sanguine about, and a couple of other cases where something was attacking eyesight had him scratching his head. But in general, he'd done good service to the village that day. "What did I miss?" "Oh, Casey?" asked as she watched the slight warrant officer packing up his tools. He'd obviously worked through the celebrations that she had slept through, and the realization made her even less thrilled with her physical weakness. "Oh, you would have loved it," Roger admitted in standard English, scratching the lizard's head. It hissed with pleasure and rubbed its chin on his chest. "We had a nice little ceremony. Very symbolic of all sorts of things, I'm sure. Cord forswore all previous allegiances in my favor, while I promised not to throw his life away pointlessly. Then we had all sorts of bonding oaths, the usual suspects. Last, but certainly not least, it involved eating a small bit of slime from Cord's back." He finished with a grimace. Eleonora chuckled and seated herself carefully on the ground with the rest of them. The hut was walled on 3 sides by bundled branches with mud packed in the cracks between them. There was a rolled-up covering for the open front, woven out of some sort of fibrous grass or leaves, and the sleeping areas arranged along the back and sides were also covered with the woven mats, which appeared to be designed to be staked down. It would be an awfully warm way to sleep in the muggy heat. "I'm sorry I missed it," she said, and meant it. She'd initially taken her 3rd doctorate in anthropology because it was a traditional complement to sociology and political science. But she'd quickly found that one developed a richer and fuller appreciation for the politics of a culture if one looked at its underlying premises, which was what anthropology was all about. "I don't understand all the fuss." Roger pulled his hair up off his neck. "I can't believe they treat all visitors like this." "Oh, I'm sure they don't," O'Casey said, as her mind gradually cleared of fog. "You do understand the meaning of all this ritual, don't you?" "I suppose I don't," Roger said. "I don't really understand most rituals, even the ones on Earth." O'Casey decided that it would be more discreet to avoid agreeing over-enthusiastically with him, and took another sip of her warming water while she considered how best to respond. "Well," she said after a moment, "this was a sort of cross between a wedding and a funeral." "Huh?" Roger sounded surprised. Did Cord maybe take something off or put it on? Or maybe give something to someone? "Yeah," Roger said. "They gave him a different cape to replace the one he was carrying, and he gave a spear and a staff to one of the other Mardukins. I talked a little to Cord on the way down from the plateau," Eleonora said. "This Isai thing is a form of slavery or bondage. You realize that?" "Today I did," Roger said angrily. "That's crazy. The Empire doesn't permit slavery or bondage of any form." "But this isn't an imperial world," she pointed out. "We've barely planted the flag, much less started on socialization. On the other hand, I think you misunderstand the situation. First of all, let's take a look at the definition of slavery." She considered how to go about explaining slavery, marriage, and the similarities between them that had existed for thousands of Earth's years to a man of the 34th century. "For most of history," she began, and saw him glaze over immediately. Roger was always interested in the battles, but get onto the societal structures and faction struggles, and he completely lost interest. "Listen to me, Roger," she said, meeting his eye. "You just married Cord." "What? That got your attention, didn't it?" she asked with a laugh. "But you did. And you also took him as your slave." For most of history, the rituals of marriage and slavery were practically identical. In this case, you performed an action that required that you marry the person whom you'd save. Nary. "Oh, joy," Roger said. "And you are now required to keep that person for the rest of his life and into the afterlife, most likely." "Another mouth to feed," Roger joked. "This is serious, Roger," his chief of staff admonished, but she couldn't help smiling. "By the same token, Cord must obey your wishes religiously. And to his family, it's as if he's dead." Which is probably the origin of the big festivities at weddings, by the way. In most primitive cultures, there are practically no rituals involved in marriage bindings, but elaborate rituals for funerals. There's a strong theory that the wedding rituals eventually evolve out of the funeral rites because the bride and groom are leaving their families, just as would have been the case if they died. "Now, I use the term marriage because I knew it would get your attention," she admitted. "But I could have said permanently binding oath of fealty, slavery, or indenture." The rites and customs for all of them were practically identical in most early human societies. And we've found parallels for that in almost all of the primitive non-human societies we've studied. But any way you look at it, it's a very important sacrament for the Mardukans, and I'm really sorry I missed it, she concluded. "Well, the dance of the forest animals was apparently the climax," Roger told her. He picked up one of the blackened bits of meat and popped it into his mouth, following it up with one for the tame lizard. Her explanation made quite a few little bits which had been confusing him fall into place. He would worry about the ones that hadn't at another time. "But I'm glad you woke up," he went on. "If you hadn't, I would have had to send someone for you. Cord has just broached an interesting subject." "Oh?" She picked a leftover bit of fruit off a plate and set it back down hastily when she saw that several of the seeds were moving. "Yes, it seems that his tribe is in need of some advice." The hut was hot, dark, and close. The party had gradually broken up, and as people left the square, the front covers of the huts had come down. They were indeed designed to be pegged down, and the Mardukans had also laced up the sides. Most of the Marines were packed into the huts, while a few were in tents, but at least the entire company was under cover, and most of its members were asleep. But in Delkra's hut, the futures of both the company and Cord's tribe were under discussion as Cord explained why the interruption of his vision quest and his departure with Roger constituted such a bitter blow. "In the days of my father's father's father, traders came up the greater river to the joining of our river and the greater river. Traders had long come up river, but this group made peace with my father's father's father and took up residence on a hill at the joining. We brought the skins of the Grak and the Atul Grak, the juice of the Yaden Qual, and the meat of the Flynn. In my father's day, I was sent to Farvoitan to study the ways of the sword and the spear. The traders brought with them new weapons, better metals, cloths, grains, and wine. The tribe flourished with the wealth that was brought in. But since that time, the town has grown greater and greater, and the tribe has become weaker and weaker. During my father's time, we were at our greatest. We were more numerous and more fierce than the Dutak to the north or the Arnate to the south. But as the city has grown, its people have taken more and more of our hunting lands. Starvation has loomed more than once, and our reserves are always scanty." The shaman paused and looked around, as if trying to avoid an awkward truth. "My brother has been over-generous in this celebration. The barley reese is purchased from the city, Q and Cock, at great price. And the other foods. There will be hungry mothers in weeks to come. The problem is the city. It has extended its fields too far, yet that's hardly the worst of it. Their woodcutters are not to go beyond a certain stream, and even in that stretch where they are permitted, they are only to take certain trees. That is the treaty. For that, we are to be given certain goods: iron spears and knives, cooking pots, cloth. Yet these goods have become of worse and worse quality, while the woodcutters drive deeper and deeper into the forest. They do not restrict themselves to the proper trees, and their intrusion drives out the game, or kills what remains. Now, he looked around again and clapped his hands. If we kill the woodcutters, even if they are beyond the line, it breaks the treaty. The houses of Q and Cock will gather their forces and attack. He ducked his head in shame. And we will lose. Our warriors are able, but we would have to defend the town, and we would lose. But if we attack Q and Cock, without warning, we can take it by surprise as the Crenolta took Far Voitan. He looked around the humans, and Roger was forced to recognize that a fierce look was nearly universal. Then we feed on their hoarded grains, kill the men, enslave the women, and take the goods that are rightfully ours. There is, however, a problem with this, Delcra said, and leaned forward as he took over the thread. We will lose many warriors even if the attack is successful, and then Dutak and Arnat will fall upon us like Flynn on a dead flower beast. We didn't know which way to go, so Cord went on a spirit quest in search of a vision of guidance. If he'd seen peace in the future, it would have been peace. If he'd seen war, it would have been war. Nari, what if he hadn't come back? Connor asked. He nearly didn't. War, Delcra replied simply. I'm in favor of it anyway. Without Cord to hold me back, we would have attacked last year, and in all honesty, probably have been eaten by Dutak and Ornate. Make peace with Dutak and Arnett, Roger said, and attack in concert. He felt O'Casey's elbow connect with his ribs and realized what he'd just said. He supposed that advising the local barbarians to cooperate with one another in the destruction of this Qenkok would hardly advance the cause of civilization. And he remembered what his chief of staff had said about barbarism and infant mortality rates. On the other hand, these barbarians were his friends, and he didn't particularly care for either of the possible outcomes Cord had described. He started to glower at her, then stopped and looked down at his hands instead. His history teachers, including Eleonora, when she'd been his tutor, had harped incessantly and unpleasantly on a ruler's responsibility to weigh the possible impact of his decisions with exquisite care. He'd never cared for their apparent assumption that he wouldn't have weighed such matters carefully without their pointed prodding. But now he suddenly realized just how easy it was for purely personal considerations to shape a decision without the deciders even realizing it had happened. He drew a deep breath, decided to keep his mouth shut, and went back to scratching his pet dog Lizard. He'd seen larger specimens around the camp, and if this one grew as large as some of the larger ones, it was going to be interesting. The biggest had been the size of a big German shepherd, and the species seemed to fulfill the role of dogs in the camp. Delcra, unaware of the prince's thoughts, clapped his hands in resigned negation. The chiefs of both tribes are crafty. They have seen us weaken. They feel that if they just let us wither a bit more, they can take our lands and squabble over the leftovers. So how can we help? Captain Panner asked. From his tone, Roger decided, it was pretty obvious that he knew at least one way they could help, and just as obvious that he was unwilling to do so. We don't know, Cord admitted, but it's obvious from your tools and abilities that you have great knowledge. It was our hope that if we described our quandary to you, you might see some solution which has eluded us. Connor and Roger turned as one to look at Eleonora. Oh, great, she said. Now you want my help. She thought about what the two Mardicans said, and about city-state politics, and about Machiavelli. You have two apparently separate problems, she said after a moment. One on the receiving side and one on the giving side. They might be connected, but that's an assumption at this point. She spoke slowly, almost distantly, as her mind ranged back and forth over the Mardukin's description of events, and she scratched the back of her neck while she thought. Have you been actively offered offense in your dealings with the rulers of the city-state? No, Cord answered definitively. I have been to Qencok twice recently to discuss the problems with the quality of the tribute and the unlawful intrusions of the woodcutters. The king has been very gracious on both occasions. The common people of the city don't like us, nor we them, but the king has been very friendly. Now, is woodcutting a monopoly? Eleonora asked. Does one house cut all the wood? And what are these houses? How many are there? And how are they organized? There are 16 great houses, Cord told her, plus the house of the king. There are also many smaller houses. The great houses sit on the royal council and there are other rights attached to them. No single house has the right to cut wood, and the woodcutters who offend are not from a single house. $1 And the tribute? Is it supplied by the houses or by the king? It is supplied by the king through taxes on the houses, greater and lesser, but it is usually conveyed by one of the great houses. Expansion of the city-state is inevitable, she said after a moment's thought. And as long as they need the wood as a resource, they'll encroach farther and farther on your lands. Wars are usually about resources, about economics at the base, but your concerns are certainly justified. I can't know what's going on from here. As I understand it, we're traveling to this Qencok next. She made it a question and looked at Panner, who gave a confirming nod and then looked at their hosts. I ask that you hold off on any attack until we visit the city, the Marine said. I ask for 2 reasons. One is that we need to trade for goods and animals to make our journey. Qencok is the closest and most accessible source of what we need. The second is that we might be able to come up with a third option that would avoid the needless bloodshed of a war. Let us do a reconnaissance of the town, then we'll send back word of what we find. As outsiders, we might be able to discern something that you can't. I may. Delcra and Cord looked at one another, and then the chief clapped his upper hands in agreement. Very well, we won't rush to attack. When you go to the town, I will send some of my sons with you. They'll aid you on the trip and act as messengers. He paused and looked around at the gathered humans, and his body language was sober. I hope for all our sakes that you are able to find a third way. My brother is a Sai now and dead to his family, but it would grieve him if his family were dead in truth. Okay. Chapter 23. The city-state was a larger version of the village of the people and was obviously expanded. The company had followed the river from Cord's village downstream to its junction with a still larger river, and the city sat on a small ridge on the eastern side of the new one. The ridge was near the apex of the confluence of the 2 streams and more or less covered with structures. A wooden palisade surrounded the intersection, but the palisade was obviously a temporary expedient, and several sections of it had already been replaced with a high stone curtain wall. It was nearing evening as the travelers came to the cleared boundary of the city-state's lands, and the sky over the town was gray with the smoke of the evening's fires. The jungle ended with knife-sharp abruptness at the border of the city-state's territory. The stream that marked the boundary was the 4th one they'd crossed, but this crossing had significant differences from any of the earlier ones. On the west side of the stream, the civilized side, there were large mounds every few hundred yards. They were surmounted by oddly constructed houses, and more mounds and houses were scattered throughout the valley of fields and orchards. The houses had no lower floor doorways, and the upper floors extended out to overhang the walls of the lower sections, which were very stoutly constructed. For the life of him, Roger couldn't figure out why they were designed that way, but from their placement, they were clearly intended to defend the field. Also scattered along the banks of the irrigation ditches and poor roads were very simple huts. Compared to them, the huts of Cord's village were masterpieces. These were more stacks of barley straw than true dwellings, and Roger was fairly sure they were temporary shelter for the peasants who worked the land. No doubt they were expected to wash away with the regular seasonal floods, for they could certainly be rebuilt, if that wasn't too grand a term, easily enough. The cultivation of barley took up the majority of the several square kilometers of cleared land. Unlike Terran rice, it was dry farming, and Roger thought it might be a tradable grain in the Empire. It was as easy to prepare as rice, but had more and better taste, and if it lacked some amino acids, so did rice. Combined with the proper terrestrial foods, it would provide a balanced diet. It was clear that the single biggest difficulty in cultivating the grain around Q and Cock wasn't the jungle, but rains and floods. Most of the fields, especially in the lower areas near the river, were surrounded by dikes intended to keep water out, not in. Lifting pumps, like a sort of reverse water wheel, were everywhere, pulling water out of depressions cut into the corners of the fields. Some were driven by peasants pushing circle wheels, but most were attached to crude windmills. What was not evident were reasonably sized domestic animals. As they emerged from the jungle, they'd seen a line of what Cord identified as pack beasts entering the distant city, and Roger, along with several of the Marines, had used his helmet to zoom in on the large creatures. They'd been surprised, for the beasts were apparently identical to the flower beast which had threatened Cord. When Roger commented on it, Cord had responded with a grunting laugh and indicated that although the pack beasts, which he called Flaw, might look the same as the creature he called Flare, which Roger had killed, there were huge differences between the two obviously related species. The peasants who worked the grain were scattered throughout the area, weeding and planting. Some were done for the day and were drifting back to their dwellings, whether those were the temporary huts, the blockhouses near the jungle, or the distant town, when they spotted the travelers approach and slowed abruptly. As the humans followed the twisting roads towards the town, the crowd of workers became thicker. Some who'd gone ahead turned and retraced their steps, and others looked up from the fields and began to flow towards the roadside. Connor had started to get a feel for Mardican body language, and he didn't care for the hostile looks and gestures thrown their way. Nor did he like the occasional half-understood insults, or the way one or two of them waved agricultural implements. The hostility seemed to be directed more towards Cord and Delcra's sons than at the humans, although the strangers came in for some heaped abuse as well, and as the crowd grew larger, its mood got uglier. By the time they neared the city walls, a large mob had gathered, and more people flowed out from inside the walls to join it. Shouts and the local equivalent of catcalls grew louder and bolder, and Panner recognized a building riot with the Marines as its object. "Company, pull in. I want a coil perimeter around Roger. Standard riot procedure. Armor to the front, link arms. Second layer, fix bayonets and prepare to repel rioters." The Marines responded with automatic precision, folding the spread-out formation in which they'd been moving into a circle around the command group. Julian's armored squad moved to the section of road facing the city and passed their weapons back. The Cromston-clad powered armor was capable of lifting 5 times its own weight, and no known Mardican weapon could damage it, so mere weapons would only have been in the way for riot work. The poorly graded road was about 10 meters wide and bordered by high dikes, which allowed the coil formation to block it like a court. The group at the Marines' back was relatively small, no more than 50 or 60 individuals. For it to join with the larger group spilling from the city, it would have to trample the growing crops to either side of the road. That balked them, since farmers tended to care about such things. A few of them rushed the rear ranks instead, trying to break through, and they went over the line from crowding to attacking. The bayonets protruding over the wall of Marines in the rearmost rank drove them back, despite their large size. One Marine was badly injured by a threshing flail that cracked his clavicle, but his companions beat the Mardicans back without being forced to open fire. At the front, the armored squad stymied the movement of the mob from the city. The newcomers obviously weren't farmers, for they were far more ready to spread out over the fields, but they were also less aggressive than the group at the rear. They threw a few stones, but their main weapon was lumps of fecal matter. The armored Marines quickly learned to dodge the stinking projectiles after one of the first hit poor Tina. His sulphurous comments were a clear violation of his orders from the sergeant major, but she forbore to point that out, and some of them were so accidentally accurate it was hilarious. Unfortunately, the situation was a stalemate. The town dwellers couldn't get past Julian's squad, but neither could the Marines get past them without employing a level of force guaranteed to cause serious Mardican casualties. Connor was tempted to do just that as the rain of stones and other matter became denser, but killing or crippling several dozen members of the local citizenry, whatever the provocation, would scarcely endear them to the QN Kokans with whom they'd come to trade. On the other hand, the rioters, or protesters, or whatever the soy, hell, they were creating sufficient bedlam that day. Whoever was responsible for maintaining what passed for civil order in the city, Runwal, could hardly fail to figure out something was going on outside his front door dial, which ought to mean that any minute now, a group of Mardican guards suddenly emerged from the city. They were the first Mardicans the Marines had seen wearing any clothing, and even Roger recognized it as armor. The leather armor was worn like a long apron, open at the back, and doubled in critical spots over the chest and at the shoulders. It stretched from shoulder to knee, painted with a complex heraldic device, and each guard also carried a large round shield with an iron boss. Their weapons were long clubs, apparently designed for riot work, not swords or spears, and they waded in with abandon. They didn't maintain any sort of formation. Each simply found a rioter to attack and charged, and the mob scattered away from them like pigeons from hawks, running out into the fields and back around the knot of soldiers into the town. The guards paid no attention to those who ran away, concentrating instead on any who stood and fought or didn't run away fast enough. Those laggards were brutally beaten down with the long, heavy-headed clubs, and the guards seemed to have no compunction about the use of deadly force. Their weapons might not be edged, but when they were done, at least one of the rioters was obviously dead. His head had been split like a melon, but the guards showed no particular concern as they dragged the corpse, and several other inert bodies, most of which were probably simply unconscious, off the road before they gathered back together between the Marines and the city gate. Cord passed through the cordon of Marines to approach the regrouped guards, trailed by Roger and a couple of nephews. Connor rolled his eyes as the prince followed the shaman, then signaled to Spro to take a group with him. She snapped her fingers at Alpha Team, and the 6 Marines chased after the prince as Cord approached the apparent leader of the group of guards, or the one who had been shouting the most, at least, and nodded. "I'm Denal Cord of the tribe. I come to speak to your king on matters of treaty." Yeah, the guard answered surlily. "We greet you and all that." He looked at the Marines following Cord and snorted. "Where'd you find the basic? You could feed a family on one of these." At those words, Roger stopped abruptly. It hadn't occurred to him that although the Mardicans were no more cannibalistic than humans, they might not put humans in the same category as people. He'd intended to make his own announcement along with Cord, but the guard's suggestion made that seem less attractive somehow. "I am Asai to their leader," Cord said definitively. "Thus they are bonded to my tribe, and should be accorded the same privileges as the people." "Oh, I don't know," the guard leader argued. "They seem like regular visitors, so they should fall under traders' rules. Besides, No more than 10 of you barbs are permitted in the city at the same time. Hey, another guard put in. Let's not be hasty, Banalk. If you consider them traitors, does that mean we don't get to eat them after all? He meant it as a joke, probably, Roger thought, but Panner had been monitoring the conversation through a feed off of Sergeant Despraux and decided that it was time to nip this particular discussion in the bud. He looked around for something relatively useless and found it quickly. The hills that supported the town were igneous basaliths, ancient granite extrusions from a deep magma rift. Their surroundings had slowly worn away until the erosion reached the stony outcrops. But although the refractory granite was much more weather-resistant than the soil around, it still tended to crack and fissure over time. That had produced large boulders that congregated at the base of the hill, which the locals had dragged away from the town's wooden palisade when it was erected. One such boulder was no more than 100 meters from the road, in easy sight of the guards and the few bystanders who'd remained outside the walls. Despraux. Panner placed a targeting dot on the boulder. Plasma rifle. Roger, the squad leader responded, spotting the dot in her own visor HUD, then waved her arms to get the attention of the arguing group. "Excuse me," she said in a pleasant soprano. "We think this conversation has gone far enough." She'd already relayed the targeting dot to Lance Corporal Kane, and now the slight blonde hefted her plasma rifle and triggered a single round. The plasma bloom left a scorched track through the green corn of the field, but that was nothing compared to what it did to the boulder. It struck with an explosive whip-crack of sound, and the transmitted heat caused diffusive expansion through the meter-and-a-half boulder that shattered it like an egg. Pieces flew in every direction, from head-sized lumps down to relatively fine gravel, some of which reached clear back to the roadway before it pattered to the ground. As the last echo faded, the last bit of gravel plunked into silence, and Sergeant Nimichet Despraux, 3rd Platoon, Bravo Company, turned back to a suddenly frozen and speechless group of guards and smiled. "We don't care if you treat us as the people or as traitors, but they won't find enough to bury of the next one who suggests eating us." Chapter 24. The front hall of the king's castle was a vaulted arch in a gate bastion of the outer curtain wall. Unlike most of the city, the king's citadel was built of a combination of the local granite and limestone. The lower portions of the walls were the dark gray of the granite, but they were surmounted by the limestone in a pleasing two-tone pattern. Although it was obviously intended for greeting and ceremony as much as for defense, the hall was unornamented aside from the pattern, and it was floored with simple paving stones. The far wall sported large open windows, which revealed gardens in the bailey and an inner line of defenses. The local ruler, along with a sizable bodyguard of his own, greeted Roger's party in this public arena. Their passage uphill through the town had been much more muted than their reception, and Panner had become increasingly suspicious that the mob scene had been staged. "Welcome to Q and Cock." The king, accompanied by a much younger son, greeted them with grave courtesy and glanced at the humans curiously and a bit warily. Panner smiled behind his flickering visor. Clearly, the king had already been apprised of their demonstration at his gates. "I am Zua Khan, ruler of this place," the king continued, and gestured to the youth at his side. "This is Zuya Tam, my son and heir." Roger nodded calmly in response. He had taken off his armor's helmet, both so that his face would be clear and as a gesture of respect. The ruler appeared old. He had the slightly flabby skin and patchy mucus that Roger had noted on Cord, although it was worse in Exia Khan's case. "I am Prince Roger Ramius Sergei Alexander Chung McClintock, of the House McClintock, and heir tertiary to the throne of Man," he said formally. "I greet you in the name of the Empire of Man, and as the representative of my mother, Empress Alexandra." He really hoped that the Toot was getting these terms right. He was becoming increasingly convinced that the translation software was screwing up something major. Little glitches were appearing in translation left and right, and this was too important a meeting to get things wrong. The repeat of his translation, which the software played back to him, had his mother momentarily as a male, which was a hoot. It had actually formed an image of her as a guy, and she really wasn't all that bad looking. His lips twitched, fighting to smile as he visualized her response to the image, but then, in response to another repeat query, he got an image of himself dressed as a fairy tale princess, which quashed all humor. This software was definitely buggy as hell. "We are travelers from a far land who have been stranded in this one," he continued, with the story which had been decided upon as easier than trying to explain the truth. "We are passing through your kingdom on our way to a place where we can obtain passage to our home. We bring you these gifts," he continued, and turned to O'Casey, who deftly handed him one of the marine multi-tools. "This device can change its form into any of several useful objects," Roger said. It wasn't the sort of thing one commonly gave to a ruler, but they didn't have anything else that was better, and Roger quickly demonstrated the settings to Xi Khan. The king watched closely, then nodded gravely, accepted the gift, and handed it to his son. The younger Mardikan was no more than a child, judging from what Roger had seen in Cord's village, and looked much more interested in the multitool, but restrained his curiosity admirably. "Estimable gifts," the king said diplomatically. "I offer you the hospitality of the visitors' quarters of my home." He looked at the line of Marines and clasped his hands together. "You should be able to fit your force in there." Roger nodded his head again in thanks. "We appreciate that kindness," he said, and the king nodded in return and gestured to a hovering guard. "Nocte will lead you to the quarters, and we shall meet more formally in the morning. For now, take your rest. I will have food and servants sent to your quarters." "Thank you again," Roger said. Until then, the king responded, and walked out of the bastion, trailed by his son. The younger Mardikan, unlike his father, kept looking over his shoulder at the Marines until they were out of sight. Roger waited until the king was decently gone and then turned to the guard. "Lead on." The Nocte turned without a word and walked out of the far door. But whereas the king had turned to the left on exiting, the guard turned to the right. They proceeded across an open bailey and up a steep ramp. The ramp ran between the outer curtain wall and the base of the citadel proper, and the fairly narrow way was dark and dank. As they started to ascend it, the skies opened up in another monsoon-quality rainstorm and filled the narrow track with vertical water. The sound of pouring water and flying spray in the slot-like space was like the underside of a waterfall, but Nocte paid it no more attention than Cord or his nephews, and the humans did their best to emulate the native. Fortunately, the ramp turned out to be well designed for the storms, and a slight outward slope carried the water to regular openings in the outer wall, and thus out of the castle. The whole town had obviously been designed to take advantage of the regular rains. The main road up which they'd traveled from the city gate had switched back and forth with very little rhyme or reason, but it, too, had been well designed to handle the water. Both sides had been lined with gutters, which linked with others to carry the water around to the riverside of the hill, where presumably it was dumped into the river. The efficient stormwater system also reduced, but did not eliminate, the problem of hygiene in the city. Clearly, the Mardikans had never heard of the concept, for the road had been strewn with feces from the Mardikans and their pack beasts. According to O'Casey, this was normal in lower technology cultures, but at least with the rains the majority would get washed away. And it certainly explained the people's epithet for the townspeople. The narrow ramp finally opened out to the level of the curtain wall's battlements, and the company was afforded a spectacular view of the surrounding countryside. The clouds had broken momentarily, the rain had stopped as abruptly as it had begun, and the larger moon, Hanish, was rising over the mountains to the east. They were about 100 meters above the floodplain, and the valley of Quincock spread out below them in the moonlight. The city was surprisingly dark to humans, who were used to the street lighting found in even small towns on the meanest worlds of the Empire. But the valley was a fairy tale place under the primary moon. The river glittered a silver tracery across the plain, and the shimmer of water through the fields and irrigation ditches echoed it. The evening fires of farmers dotted the plain here and there, and the coughing roar of some beast from the jungle across the river could be heard even at their height. Roger paused to take in the vista and found Despro beside him. Her squad had never been taken off close protection, and she was still following him doggedly. "You can probably drop back into the company now," he said quietly, and raised one arm of his armor with a smile. "I don't think anything local is coming through this." "Yes, sir," she said. "You're probably right, but we haven't been relieved by our company." Roger started to open his mouth to object, but decided not to for two reasons. One was that scathing ass-chewing from Captain Panner about interfering with the chain of command. The other was, frankly, that it was a pretty night, and Despro was a pretty young woman, and he would be a fool to trade her for a random choice replacement. He looked back over the valley as the company passed, and smiled in the gathering darkness. When it's not awful, this can be a pretty place. Despro sensed that the prince wanted more than a simple, "Yes, sir," "No, sir," and nodded her head. "I've seen worse, your highness." She thought about one assignment, in particular. The planet Diablo had the highest tectonic instability rating of any inhabited planet in the Empire, with air quality so low children were routinely kept inside until they were old enough to wear a breath pack properly. "Much worse," she said. Roger nodded, and sensed that the tail of the company was catching up with them in the darkness of the ramp. He didn't want to break the spell, but it was time to move on again. "We need to get moving, your highness," Despro said, as if she'd read his mind. "Right," he said with a sigh. "Time to find out what new joy awaits us." "Now, the guest quarters of the castle were odd. To reach them, the company passed through a dogleg tunnel sealed with two gates. At the far end, the tunnel led into a small open area, a bailey, and a single door into the building, which was effectively a separate keep. The entryway was very low for a Mardican, low enough that Dinocte had to bend nearly double to lead the way, but about right for the human. The building beyond had 3 levels. There were no interior partitions on the first 2 levels, and no windows on the lowest one. The second level had small windows and a simple wooden floor that was accessible through a single trapdoor. The third level was also accessed through a single trapdoor, but was separated into 6 wooden-walled rooms grouped along a common corridor. All 6 of the rooms had large windows, with wooden shutters to seal them. On the ground floor was a simple latrine kept flushed by rainwater from the roof. Roger stood in the largest of the rooms, looking out over the vista of the valley, once again with his hands on his hips. "This is the strangest building I've ever seen," he commented to Panner. Matsugai had been laying out Roger's bedroll when the company commander entered the room. He looked up at the captain and winked, but Panner just shook his head. "Not really, your highness. It's a fort designed for visiting dignitaries. We can defend it even if the king turns on us, and he doesn't have to worry about us trying to take over from within. The gates in the tunnel may seal us in, but getting in here without our permission would be hard. For example, that door is offset so that you can't get a good run-up with a ramp. I'm happy with it." Roger turned away from the view and looked at the Marine. The captain stood in the pool of shadow cast by the camp light in the corner, and his face was obscured. Not that Roger could have gotten anything from seeing it, except when he was really enraged. Panner was very hard to read. "Do you think Goya Khan would turn on us?" the prince asked. The idea surprised him. The Qenkok monarch had seemed friendly enough to him. "I didn't think there was a Toombi on board the Deglopper, your highness," Panner said bitterly, and Roger nodded. "What are we going to do about it?" he asked reasonably. "Get our stuff traded, get the supplies we need, and get out of town as fast as possible, your highness," Panner said, and Roger nodded again and clasped his hands behind him. He started to reply, then stopped himself. O'Casey's little lecture had been perking at the back of his mind, and he decided that now was a good time to start biting his tongue. And he had no specific problems with what Panner had just said, only vague reservations. Until and unless they became more specific, it would be much smarter to just let it ride. I suppose we'll see tomorrow, was all he said. I'll go see about the arrangements downstairs then, Your Highness, Matsugaya said. He'd set up the prince's sleeping area and laid out a fresh uniform. The sight of the uniform sent a fresh prickle through Roger from the itch down his back, and he felt a sudden overwhelming desire to get out of the armor. The equipment had a cooling unit, so he hadn't suffered from the heat and humidity as much as the rest of the company, but it was still uncomfortable to wear hour after hour. I'm going to get out of this damn armor and have a good rub down with a cleaning cloth, he announced. Yes, Your Highness, the captain said with a faint frown. What? Huh? Roger asked, stripping off the uniform. Well, Your Highness, the captain said carefully, you might see about your rifle first. The officer chuckled and shook his head at the prince's frown. Just thinking of an old service poem, Your Highness. It ends, mind you keep your rifle, and yourself just so. Roger nodded. I take your meaning, Captain. He glanced at the weapon and nodded again. I know better than to go to bed with a fouled weapon. You never know if you'll wake up with a banshee in your tent. I'll take care of that first. But I'm not sure I'll be down for supper. I might just have a ration and go to bed. No. Yes, sir, Connor said. If not tonight, I'll see you in the morning. We should discuss the audience beforehand. Agreed. In the morning, then. Good night, Your Highness, Connor said, and vanished into the shadows. Chapter 25. Roger bowed to the king and presented his documentation as a member of the imperial family. The piece of paper was in standard English, utterly unintelligible to the locals, and he had no idea if it was a protocol that they observed. But the king looked it over, and it was certainly impressive enough with its gold lettering and vermilion seals. He handed it back after several moments, and Roger launched into his prepared speech. Your Majesty, he said, throwing back his head and interlacing his hands behind him. We visit you from a distant land. In our land, we have come far in the areas of technology, the knowledge of making things, yet we continue to seek more knowledge of all aspects of the world, and that search often takes us upon long journeys. We set out on such a voyage of discovery, but our ship was blown far off course, and we crashed on the eastern shores of this land. Oh! Eleanora O'Casey stood back and watched the prince's performance. The toot seemed to be adequately translating the speech into the clicks and growls of the local dialect. It was impossible to be certain without any reliable native to return the translation, but Roger had tried most of it out on Cord, who had pronounced it fit, so it should be okay. At least so far, there'd been none of the laughs or grimaces which were normal signs of a flop. The eastern shores are beyond the high mountains, Roger continued, gesturing out the windows which ringed the throne room. The room was near the pinnacle of the citadel and had high windows on every side to catch the breezes. It was, for Marduk, remarkably cool and comfortable, with a temperature that couldn't have been much over 30 degrees standard. The throne itself was elevated and elaborately carved out of some lustrous wood. The room was paneled in carefully contrasting multi-hued and grained woods, and each panel was itself a work of art. The panels depicted scenes of everyday Mardukan life, alternating with images of the various gods and demons of the local pantheon. Given the monsters, the local wildlife gave the natives as models. The demons were particularly good. It was a beautiful and obviously expensive display, and just as clearly no expense was spared for the security of the king. The walls were lined with guards in the same leather apron armor as the ones who'd escorted the humans to the palace. But this armor was reinforced in strategic spots by plates of bronze. And instead of clubs, these guards carried spears that were nearly 3 meters long. Those spears were apparently designed not only for stabbing, but also for slashing, given the keen edges of their broad meter-long heads. We traveled over those mountains, Roger was continuing, for we do not share your form or your desire for damp and heat, and met upon the edge of them with my good friend and companion, Dinal. He has since guided us to your beautiful kingdom, where it is our desire to trade and prepare for a great journey. The prince had a deep, rich baritone which had been trained, often over his strenuous objections, as an oratorical instrument, and it seemed the Mardukins responded to oratory in many of the same ways humans did. O'Casey had begun to develop a feel for Mardukin body language, and the speech had so far evoked a positive response, which was good, because Roger was about to shock them. "We know little of your lands, but we do know a place where a trading mission from our own land exists. It is a long journey from here, which will take many, many months, and it will take us through the lands of the Crenolta." The group of Mardukan nobles gathered at the audience began to buzz with conversation, and there were occasional grunting laughs, but the king simply looked grim. "This is sad news," he said, leaning forward in the throne. His son, sitting on a stool at his feet, on the other hand, looked very excited at the pronouncement. But he was young. "You know that the Crenolta are a vast and fierce tribe?" "Yes, your majesty." Roger nodded gravely. "Nonetheless, we must pass through that region. Far to the northwest lies an ocean we must reach. I have spoken with Cord, and he tells me that most of your trade goes to the south. As you know, the ocean in that direction lies several months' journey further away. We don't have that much time." "Wow, none." "But the Crenolta are fierce and numerous," Zaya Khan's son put in. He glanced at the team of armored marines and tapped his half-hand fingers nervously. Roger had been surprised by the amount of backstage negotiations which had gone on to set up this meet. Ponder and O'Casey had been up half the night negotiating with the local equivalent of the palace chamberlain about who was going to be allowed into the king's presence. The problem was the guards. Ponder wasn't about to let Roger wander into the king's presence without at least a squad of guards. First of all, it wasn't done. A member of the imperial family didn't meet with a barbarian king without some retainers. But even more to the point, there was no reason at all to trust the monarch, so both protocol and sense dictated having guards in attendance. But the locals were no dummies. It was clear that the town was highly factionalized, and the king had long since mandated specific limits on the number of guards permitted in his presence. Commoners and merchants weren't allowed to bring guards or weapons of any form into the royal presence, nor were members of the lesser houses of the city-state. The heads of the great houses who made up the town council could each bring up to 3 guards, but no more than 15 total as a group. Since the council numbered 15, it had become the custom for each councillor to bring a single guard as a token of his status, which meant that Panner's insistence that it was impossible for the prince to travel with less than 8 guards was a major sticking point. The number finally settled on was 5, and despite the stubbornness with which he'd held out for 8, Panner had to admit that Roger and Armor and Julian, with his Bravo team, also fully armored up, probably had the King's Guard outnumbered. Hell, they probably had all of QNCOC outnumbered. "Even with your fierce guardians and your powerful weapons, you will surely be overwhelmed," the king commented now, in apparent agreement with his son. "Nonetheless," Roger said grimly, "it is to the north we must go. We will try to make peace with the Crenolta." He shook his head and clapped his hands by his waist in an attempt to replicate the Mardukan version of a shrug. "But if they will not have peace, then we will give them war to the knife." The king clapped his upper arms and grunted in agreement. "I wish you luck." "Well, it would be to be rid of the Crenolta. They have never attacked this side of the mountains. Indeed, they have been much weaker in my generation than in my father's. But the mere fear of them keeps many traders from coming up the river. Any aid we can give you will be proffered." He looked around the throne room and grunted again. "And speaking of war to the knife, I fear that I know why Denalcord is back so soon." The words were strong, but the intent appeared to be friendly. "Come forward, counselor and brother of my friend Delcra, and tell me what transgression has brought you from your beloved forest hell this time." Cord strode forward gravely and raised his hands towards the monarch. "Shuya Khan, I greet you in the name of the people and the name of my sibling Dinet, Delcra. I bring sad tidings of continued cutting beyond the tree line. Further, much of the last shipments of spears and javelin heads have been of unacceptable quality. I am deeply grieved to inform you that my nephew and apprentice Nat Delton was killed when the spear he was using snapped. It was of inferior quality, or he would still be alive. The shaman stepped forward and carefully withdrew a reverse spearhead from his cloak. He handed it to the king, who examined it with care. On the surface it appeared to be good iron, but one tap on the arm of the throne revealed the rotten tone of poorly smelted material, and Zuya Khan's expression was grim as he set it down and gestured for Cord to continue. This has gone beyond the pale. The shaman clapped his hands emphatically. There is now a blood debt. He clasped his hands gravely and looked at the floor. I am now Azi to this young prince. I go with him on his quest to reach Farvoitan and the fabled lands beyond. I shall not be here to see the results if this is not resolved quickly and clearly. He looked up again and clacked his teeth in anger. But, yes, I would think that if the words sent back are once again simple platitudes and promises that it will indeed be war to the night, and the burning of Q and Cock will rise to the sky to mingle with fallen Voitans. Chapter 26. Zuya Khan entered the audience chamber and ascended his throne. The council had been summoned immediately at his insistence. And also at his insistence, the single traditional armed retainer of each counselor had been stopped at the chamber door. The only visibly armed Mardukans present were his guards, lining either side of the room, where at a single gesture from him, they could stop the intrigues that were plaguing him in their tracks forever, and ensure the end of his dynasty. Once he was settled, he simply sat and looked at them. Just sat. He let seconds tick by, then a full minute. 2 minutes. Even the hardiest of his counselors looked away, confused and perplexed, or confused and angry, depending upon their personalities and exactly how much they understood about the stakes for which they played. Under the insulting weight of his baleful gaze, he felt the tension singing about him, but he made no move to break it until, finally and somewhat predictably, Wilhal Dama burst with fury. Zuya Khan, I have a house to manage, he snapped. I don't have time for games. What is the meaning of this? Since Khan was particularly furious with the W. Hild, he almost cracked. He wasn't furious because the house leader had switched out good weapons in the tribute for bad. Among other things, if that had been done in the house Wald, the monarch was virtually certain Doma was unaware of it. No, he was furious because Doma, whom he trusted to be both capable and loyal, had let someone sucker his house so thoroughly. But he managed to not even flinch, simply looked at the fulminating W. Hild and stared him down. Doma was hardly the sort to cower, but even his angry eyes finally fell under the unrelenting weight of Zuya Khan's, and the heavy silence returned until, finally, the king relented. He leaned sideways and spat on the audience chamber floor. Women, he snarled. His counselors, already simultaneously uncertain and angry, looked at one another in confusion, and he spat on the floor again. Women, he repeated. All I see before me are stupid women. This time, there was no confusion. Fury at the carefully chosen insult overwhelmed any other emotion, and 3 or 4 of the counselors actually came to their feet. Fortunately, Zuya Khan had warned his guard captain, and his warriors' spears remained at their sides, but his own hand slammed down on the arms of his chair. Silence! The pure venom of his wrath sliced through the shouted posturing of their outrage like a whetted spearhead. Be seated! They sank back into their chairs, and he glowered at them. I've had another visit from Danel Cord. He will be leaving for good when the humans leave, for he is now aside to the human leader. Good! Wild shot back. Maybe with Cord gone, Delcra will understand that we cannot control every peasant who sneaks into the forest. Delcra will have our heads. Khan snapped. It has been Cord restraining his brother all along, you fools. Without him, the Exintai will roll over us in a day. Either I must have more guards, or I must have command of the household guards in the event of an attack. Never, Pagrid shouted. If the barbarians attack, however unlikely that is, the houses will provide for their own defense as always. It is the duty of the king to protect the town, as it is the duty of the house to protect itself. This is as it has always been. In the past, we weren't looking at being overrun by the Exintai. And if you think that after having a spearhead break and kill the son of Delcra, the protege of Cord, that they are not going to attack, you are a greater fool than even I believe you can be. Spearheads break, Pagrid said with a grunt of laughter. One less barbarian for you to lose sleep over. Especially spearheads like this, the monarch snarled. He whipped out the offending weapon and hurled it at the floor, and it shattered, scattering splinters of iron among the counselors. Where did that come from? Doma demanded sharply. Not out of the last shipment. Yes, Doma, the king retorted. Out of the demon-cursed shipment. Your demon-cursed shipment that you were responsible for. I ought to send the Exintai your head. I am not responsible for this, the counselor shouted. I shipped only the finest wrought iron spearheads. I took a loss. Nevertheless, the king said flatly, this is what the Exintai received, and what killed Delton, so if anyone has anything to say about this, now would be a good time. Again, there was much glancing around, but none of the eye contact seemed to mean much, and not many of the eyes were willing to meet Khan's. Finally, Kesalate Giral clapped his false hands. What would you have us say, O king? He asked. Would any of us jeopardize this fair city, the city that is our home as well as yours? What purpose would it serve? Most of you would sell your mothers for a hunk of scrap bronze, the monarch hissed. Get out of my sight. I doubt that we'll have another council meeting before the Exintai come over the wall. And woe betide you then, for the gates of this citadel shall be shut against you. Why, I shall be shut against you. Interesting, Ponner said. The video from the nanometer bug was extremely grainy. There was only so much any system can do with a nanometer of visual receiver, but the audio enhancement at the receiving end did a much better job with the sound. It was an August evening and in snowy garments clad. The nanite transmitter resembled in many respects a very small insect. It could move itself, not just stay in one place, and this one had jumped from the spearhead cord had given Isiakan to the king's ear. From there, it was party to every conversation the king had, and it had made it evident that the king was either on the level or a very good actor. I think he's serious. O'Casey wiped her face with a cloth that came away sopping with sweat. I can think of a double-blind situation where he might be trying to crack the great houses through the threat of Cord's tribe, but I don't believe that's what he's trying for two reasons. First, he sounds awfully angry, and I don't think he's that good an actor. And second, even if he was, any attempt like that would be terribly risky. He'd have to have a second force available to act as the cavalry. Where is it? It was a particularly hot and muggy day, and the room had both windows open to catch the breeze. One of Marduk's gully washers had just finished, and even the skeeters seemed to be sluggish as they struggled through the incredibly humid air. He could be collaborating with Cord's enemies, Kasudik suggested, tugging at an earlobe. The other two tribes. She paused to consult her toot and slapped at a bug. Her hand came away red. Ha, ha, ha. Dutak and Arnat, Roger said offhandedly. He was holding a bit of meat up, trying to teach the dog lizard simple obedience. Sit! It wasn't working. The dog lizard measured the distance to the meat, the gravitational forces and Roger's own reactions, and flashed out like a snake. Damn, Kasudik said with a laugh, wiping her hand on the tabletop. Down another morsel, Your Highness? Yeah, Roger said sourly. The animal was friendly enough and seemed to be intelligent, but it was completely uninterested in learning tricks. It came when called, but not if too much time elapsed between treats. Although, even when it wasn't called, it followed Roger around most of the time now. When he went to the audience, it had been closed up in one of the smaller rooms, and from reports, none too happy about it. It had two vocalizations, a sort of hissing purr that it made when it was happy, and a battle roar. The dog lizard was still young, but its roar was already rather loud. "You should name it," Kosudik told him. "Call it Bullseye, 'cause it's so accurate at taking bits from my hand." Roger sounded testy. "No, because one of these days you're gonna shoot it. If we can get back to business," Ponnor suggested. "Sergeant Major, do you actually find it likely that Exia Khan is collaborating with the other tribes?" "Nope. That was more in the nature of brainstorming, sir. I'm fairly sure that Cord or his brother has some intelligence on those tribes, and we should check that out with Cord. If they do, they'd be bound to know about something that Law." "Agreed." O'Casey said, "Cultures at that level usually know, in a broad sense, what's going on with surrounding tribes. If one of the tribes were preparing for a full-scale assault, it would be known. And these people don't seem to have roving mercenaries," Pannor observed. He pulled out his pack of gum and counted the slices, then carefully put it back away in its sealed container. "What's the upside for one of the other houses?" "Unknown." O'Casey consulted a pad and snorted. "What I wouldn't give for a copy of The Prince right about now. Fortunately, I've got most of it memorized, but we need more information." "Right." Ponnor scratched his chin. "I think we need to bug the great houses." "What pretense could we use?" Kosudik asked. "Why do they let us in?" "Well," O'Casey mopped her brow again, "we're going to have to buy equipment and supplies anyway. Why don't we send a squad, and one of the officers around, with a list of bids?" "That could work." Ponnor started to fish out his gum again, and stopped. "We'll just send Julian along." "Why do we care?" Roger asked. He had with difficulty placed a morsel of meat on the dog lizard's nose. Now he slowly withdrew his hand, planning on stepping back before giving the dog lizard the word that she could have the choice bit. The dog lizard had other ideas. The instant the pressure of his hand on her snout was relieved, she flashed her muzzle in two directions with an intervening claw. "Dan." Roger gave up for the time being and looked up with a shrug. "I mean, why should we care if these barbs beat each other bloody? We just need to get our supplies and get out of the way, let the people overrun them, or not." He looked around at the staring faces and gave another shrug. "What? We're not here to save the world. We're here to get off it. Isn't that what you've been telling me, Captain Pannor?" "We're going to be here for a few days at least, Your Highness," O'Casey pointed out carefully. "We need a fairly stable area to prepare in before we head out. And we need the local boss backing us," Kosudik said, without meeting the prince's eye. "Having strong backing is a whole different thing from just having him say, 'Ain't that nice?' If the king is really backing us, we'll have a much easier time. The troops will have an easier time." "Yeah." "Correct, Sergeant Major," Ponnor said formally. "I strongly recommend, Colonel, that we obtain more intelligence before we fail from either action or inaction." "Oh, very well," Roger said. "But I hate the thought of staying in one place any longer than necessary." He looked out the window towards the distant jungle. "Maybe Cord and I can see what sort of game there is in the jungle." "If you do, Your Highness," Ponnor said in a painfully expressionless tone, "might I ask that you take a significant force with you? Also, we won't be able to spare the armor. We seriously drained the power systems on the march here. We'll need to pack the gear from here on out." "And that means we need some of those big pack beasts, sir," Kosudik said. "And handlers for them." "And we need local weapons," Ponnor agreed. "We have to have the advanced equipment to take the port and for emergencies, but we need to obtain local weaponry and start training with it as soon as possible. And all of that will take money and time," O'Casey said. "And that will require a stable base." "I got it." Roger sounded even testier than he'd intended, but the heat and humidity were starting to get to him. I'll talk to Cord about the training. He's been wanting to teach me the spear already. I'd prefer a sword, though. Be hard to make a good sword with this rotten metal they've got. Kasudik looked around as the others regarded her with surprise and shrugged. It's not a big deal. I know that much about swords. Good ones are made out of fine steel, and I don't see much steel around here. We'll have to see what we can find, Panner said. Sergeant Major, I want you to get with the platoon sergeants. We don't let the troops out until we get the lay of the land. I'll assign that to you, initially. Move out with a group and get a feel for what we're dealing with and what sorts of trade we can get for our items. And when the troops do go out, I want them moving in groups. Understood? Understood, sir. What are we going to do for pay? Is that a problem? Roger was surprised. We're feeding and clothing them, and they are getting paid. We just don't have access to it. It will be eventually, Your Highness, Panner told him. The troops will want to buy souvenirs, local food. Alcohol, Kasudik grunted. That too, Panner admitted with a grin. And that takes pay. We'll need to factor that into our budget. Argh! Roger clasped his head in his hands. I don't care what we get for those shovels and lighters. It won't be enough. All the more reason to have a friend at court, Your Highness, Panner pointed out, then glanced at the others. I think that wraps it up. I'll pass on the relevant sections to the lieutenants, including the intel pass. Sergeant Major, tomorrow I want you find the local market and check it out. Take a squad and a couple of the headquarters people with you. Yes, sir, Kasudik said. She already had the relevant group in mind. Your Highness, Panner said, I know you feel cooped up here, but I'd really prefer that you not go hunting in that jungle. I understand, Roger sighed. Maybe the heat was sapping him, but he just didn't feel like getting into an argument. But I can circulate in the city? With sufficient security, Panner conceded with a thankful nod. At least a squad and fully armed. But not armor, Roger argued. Fine, Panner said with a slight smile, then nodded briskly. I think we've got us a plan, people. Chapter 27. Lieutenant Gullius looked elsewhere as Julian dealt with the guards. My officer has come upon matters of trade, the sergeant said grandly. He wishes to speak to the KLK. The Mardican guard might overtop him by 1.5 meters, but a Marine could out-hauteur any old bark. We are expected, he concluded, with a slight sniff of derision. The guard looked down his nose at the diminutive human, but turned and banged on the door. The house of KLK was of a piece with the other great houses the squad had visited. The walls were granite, unlike the wood of the rest of the town, and coated in highly decorated plaster. The walls of the great houses were covered in bas-reliefs and decorative arches, and the dominant theme of each house's art was its primary trade. In the case of KLK, the bas-reliefs depicted a variety of forest prey, for the house had been founded on the skin and leather trade. There were no windows on the first floor, and, as in the Citadel visitors' quarters, the narrow openings in the second-story walls were more like arrow slits than windows. As with all the other houses, the front door was massive, over 2 stories high, and constructed like a castle gate. The heavy wood was a Mardican equivalent of ironwood that was virtually impervious to fire, and the door was banded and studded with bronze. Knocking it down would require time and a good battering ram. Set into it again was another of those odd doors like the entrance to their visitors' quarters. Low enough to require a Mardican to duck to enter it, it not only put a visitor's head in position to be opened up like an egg, but also symbolically caused him to bow to the holder of the house. The lower portal opened to reveal another impassive guard. This worthy waved them in, and they entered one by one. Unlike Mardicans, the humans could walk through standing up. The interior was similar to a series of concentric Roman villas. The outer wall held inward-facing rooms on all levels, but there was also an inner building of wood, which was where the majority of the house's business was conducted. The area immediately behind the gate was a vaulted entranceway with several doors to either side. It was open on the inner side, revealing the gardens that surrounded the inner sanctum. The guard led them through the gardens and from there into the inner house. This was also open at the center and surrounded yet another garden. Passing around the edge of this garden, they entered the back of the house, where Gulius and Julian were separated from their squad of guards and led to a small, high-ceilinged room. The room was open on both sides to let in the air, and the walls were of multiple woods, cunningly crafted to give an impression of rolling waves. It held a high table, behind which the TLK stood making notes in a ledger. Gulius had the spiel down pat now and nodded to Julian, who began laying out samples. "As you know, sir," the lieutenant began, "we are visitors from a far land. The items that we carry are very few, but of such surpassing workmanship that each is, in itself, a jewel of craftsmanship." Julian had laid out the chameleon cloth, and now began demonstrating the utility of the multitool. The part that got to the TLK was the same as the one which had so intrigued all the house leaders, the final blade function which cut cleanly and easily through one of the soft iron spearheads. There are only a limited number of each of these items, and when they're gone, they're gone. We'll be holding an auction for each of them, the lieutenant continued, as Julian demonstrated eternal lights and fuelless lighters. The auction is to be held in the public square on the 5th of Tinu. That was 6 days from now, time enough for the houses to conspire to cheat them if they so chose. Of course, the humans would be listening to every word if they did. "In conclusion," Gulius said, stepping forward, "let me offer you this lighter. It is useful for starting any type of fire, and is impervious to wine." The lieutenant demonstrated this time, ensuring that the bug was well and truly planted on the alien. He'd let Julian plant the others, but he wanted to do at least one himself. "Does the TLK have any questions?" The Mardican thumbed the lighter and held it to a piece of the local paper until it flamed. He put the small fire out quickly and cocked his head at the humans. "You say not many of these devices," he said, gesturing with the technological artifact. "How many is not many?" "That hasn't yet been determined," Gulius admitted. "For the multi-toils, somewhere between 7 and 12. The house leader made a Mardican gesture of agreement. "Not many indeed. Very well. I shall ensure that a factor is present to bid and has full instructions." "Thank you, sir," Gulius said. "And of course, most of the money will be coming back to Q-In-Cock. We'll be purchasing food, equipment, and pack beasts for our long journey." "Ah, yes." The Mardican lord grunted a laugh. "Your quest for fabled Voitan." "It isn't actually Voitan we seek, sir," Gulius corrected tactfully. "But from Voitan there are routes to the northeast. Thus we must pass near Voitan." "Well, it's still a waste of good transport," the Mardican said with another grunt. He seemed undisturbed by their probable death. "But I have a full stable of the beasts, the best in the city." "We'll keep that in mind," the lieutenant said, bowing his way out of the room. "See that you do," the house leader snapped as he went back to his ledger. Roger looked into the distorted mirror and turned his head to the side. The ponytail left hair dangling everywhere, especially in this damp heat. What he really needed was a braid, but there was a problem with that. Finally, he took 2 more leather ties and wrapped the ponytail in the middle and at the bottom. Now if they'd just stay in place, his damned hair would stay out of his face. The knock on the door was followed by its opening so quickly that the two blended. He spun in place to scorch whoever it was, but paused when he saw that it was Dispro. Just because he was having a bad hair day didn't mean the sergeant should be blasted. "What?" Unfortunately, the question came out before he could control his irritated tone. So even without meaning to, he managed to sound like a jerk. "Captain Panner has called a meeting for 14:30, the sergeant replied blandly. "Thank you, Sergeant," the prince snapped, then sighed. "Let me try that again, if you don't mind. Thank you, Sergeant." "You're welcome, Your Highness," the Marine said as she closed the door. "Sergeant," the prince called hesitantly. They were going to be on this planet for a long time, and he might as well bite the bullet on this one. "Yes, Your Highness," Despro replied, opening the door again. "Could I have a moment of your time?" Roger asked quite sweetly. "Yes, Your Highness," the sergeant repeated rather more warily as she stepped into the room. "If you don't mind," Roger said, clearing his throat. "This is somewhat private. Could you close the door?" Despro did, then crossed her arms. "Yes, Your Highness," she said for a third time. "I know you're not a servant," the prince said, fiddling with his hair. "But I have a little problem." He took a deep breath and went on despite the hammer-like look on the sergeant's face. "It's something I can't do for myself. Could you possibly braid my hair for me?" "Okay. There's no reason for them to notice the plant, sir," Julian said as they walked away from the building. "So why am I drenched in sweat?" Julius asked. "Because it's hot," Julian suggested with a smile. Sir. Julius smiled at the NCO's quip and stopped to look back at the building. "What do you think?" he asked quietly. As long as they used standard, no one was going to be able to know what they were talking about. But it never hurt to be careful. "Like shooting fish in a barrel, sir," Julian responded. 2 exits. Complex interior, but not bad. All the guard rooms at the front, servants at the back, family in the middle. If we need to take 1 or even 2 or 3, it won't be much of an op." He paused and then continued ruminatively. "Of course, it would use up ammo." "Not much," Julius responded. "Okay, only 3 more to go. You can plant those. That was too much fun for me." "Ah, that's nothing, sir. Did I ever tell you about the time I stole a space limo?" "Wah-hummy. You never learned how to braid your own hair?" Despro asked. The prince had the best hair she'd ever run across, solid without being too coarse, and long as a Mardican day. "This is gorgeous stuff." "Thanks," Roger said calmly. He wasn't about to tell the sergeant how sensuous it felt to have her brushing it. Just another legacy of illegal gene engineering. "Really? Are you sure?" "Oh yeah," Roger said ruefully. "No question. I've got the twitch muscles of a shark, the reactions of a snake, and way more endurance than I ought to have. Somebody on either mommy or daddy's side, or both, did a lot of engineering back in the Dagger years, but I guess anyone who had the cash would have done the same thing then. Rules or no rules. I even got enhanced night vision out of it. Neighbor! And Lady Godiva's hair. But you better learn how to do this yourself." "I will," Roger promised. "If you'll show me. I've always had someone to do it for me, but I think servants are going to be in short supply on Marduk, and Matsugai didn't know how, either. I'll show you how, and it can be our little secret." "Thanks, Despro. I really appreciate it. Maybe you can get a medal for it," he added with a laugh. "The Order of the Golden Braid? Whatever you want. As soon as we get back to Earth, I'm rich again." "Rich city," Kasudik said. This was the 3rd bazaar the team had found, and it was of a piece with the others. The majority of the market was permanent, wooden stalls set side by side on narrow alleyways. There were also occasional open areas where temporary carts were set up, selling everything imaginable, but most of the trade was in the back alleys. Kasudik had initially entered those with care. She'd been on enough planets and around enough alleys to know that they contained both the best and the worst available on worlds like this. The Marines had dispensed with armor, and if she gave them the chance, these Mardukans could be a nasty proposition at close quarters. So she was slow and careful. As it turned out, the alleys were generally the best part of the market. The small shops were very old and established, and had not only the best items, but better prices. Unfortunately, the products weren't what they wanted. The region was a supplier of raw material and gems. There was more than sufficient food and leather goods available for their purposes, but what they really needed, pack beasts and weapons, were expensive and hard to find. She stopped at one of the small booths selling weapons as a sword on its back wall caught her eye. The Mardican running the booth squatted on a stool and still overtopped her. Even by Mardican standards, he was a giant, and it appeared that he might not always have been a merchant. His left true arm ended in a stump at the elbow, and his chest was an Escher painting of scars. Both horns had been capped with bronze points that were wickedly sharp, and a hook depended from the arm stump. He looked up at what she was staring at, and slapped his hook with his remaining true hand. "You know that?" he asked. "I've seen it before," she said carefully. "Or something similar." The weapon was unlike the others she'd seen in the bazaar, for the steel was damascene. The black and silver water pattern was clear as day. The blade was long for a human, short for a Mardican, and curved to a slightly widened end. It was neither precisely a katana nor a scimitar, but something in between, and it was flat-out beautiful. She'd seen swords of that type on several worlds, but all of them were much more advanced than this one's tech level. Or than the local tech level, at least. "Where is it from?" she asked. "Ah," the merchant said, clapping his cross hands. "That's the sad part. This is a relic of Voitin. I have heard of you visitors, you humans. You are from a far land, so do you know the story of Voitin?" "Some of it," Kasudik admitted. "But why don't you tell it to me from the beginning?" "Have a seat," the local invited, and reached into a bag to extract a clay jug. "Drink? Don't mind if I do." Kasudik looked over her shoulder at the small group which had been following her around. Besides Coberta's squad, it consisted of Poertena and 3 of Cord's nephews. "You guys go circulate." They'd each been given an eternal light and a lighter. "Do a little trading. See what they bring. I'll be here." "Then you see. Do you want someone to stay with you, Sergeant Major?" Sergeant Coberta asked. His tone was mild, but the orders had been fairly strict. Kasudik raised an eyebrow at the merchant, who grunted in reply. "No," she said with a head shake. "I'm just gonna sit here and shoot the shit for a while. I'll give a holler when I'm ready to head back, and we can link up." "Aye." Coberta gestured at his squad. He'd seen a place that looked a lot like a bar a few alleys back. "We'll be circulating." "Ya wandan, Haven Taya." Portena followed Dinat down the alleyway. He figured that 3 of Cord's nephews counted as a group, and the Mardican swore he knew the best pawn shop in the city. The shopkeepers and artisans to either side of the narrow way looked up with interest as he passed. Word of the human's arrival had spread through the grapevine, but he was surprised that there wasn't more overt curiosity. On most human planets, there would at least have been a group of children following him around. But not here. For that matter, he didn't see any children or women, and hadn't since they arrived in the area. "Where are T-women?" he asked Dinat, as the Mardican took another turn. Portena decided that if they got separated, he would be in trouble finding his way back. "The shit-sitters locked them away," the tribesman said with a grunt of laughter. "And the children, a stupid custom." "Well, I'm glad you got pocking respect for T-locals," Portena said with a bark of laughter of his own. "Pah!" Dinat spat and made a derisive hand gesture. "Shit-sitters are for killing, but if we kill one, it's the knife for us, as well." "Yeah," Portena nodded. "I guess they probably give a fair trial and slit your throat." "No." Dinat stopped for a moment to get his bearings. "The town law doesn't apply to us. If we violate a town law, we're turned over to the tribe. But for a killing, the tribe will give us the knife as quickly as the town. And any townsman found violating our laws is turned over to the town. Just as our tribe judges us more harshly than the town would, the town judges its people very harshly." Ah! He'd obviously located the landmark he sought. "This way, it's close now. But why do T-Town kill Tier folk for breaking your laws?" Portena was confused. "Because if they don't," Trayton said from behind him, "we'll burn their abortion of a shit city to the ground." Dinat grunted in laughter, but clapped his hands in agreement. "They dare not offend us too greatly, or we'll attack them. Or camp outside Q and Cock and pick them off in the open until they don't dare step outside their gates to relieve themselves. But they can also attack us, attack our towns. We had a war soon after this city started to grow, and it was terrible on both sides. So we keep the peace. For now, Triton said with a hiss. For now, Dinat agreed. And here we are. The shop was similar to all the others, if a bit smaller. Made of some hardwood, it was abutted on both sides by other shops and looked to be about 5 meters deep, but the opening was half covered with a leather curtain that shadowed its interior. Inside, dim shapes of piled skins and containers could be barely discerned, but there were more goods piled outside on a leather ground cover, spread out into the narrow alley. The products were a magpie's nest of gewgaws. There were a few spearheads, some jewelry, ranging from decent to quite bad, tools for wood and metalworking, cups and platters, candle holders of ruddy brass, leather and wood boxes, some elaborately decorated, spice containers, and a myriad of other items piled haphazardly. Squatting in the midst of this disorder was an old scummy. His right horn was broken at the tip, and the mucus covering his body was patched and dry, but for all that, his eyes were bright and interested. Dinat! The merchant got creakily to his feet. You always bring such interesting things, he continued, eyeing Poratena. Time to do a little trading, Pradle, Dinat laughed. I brought a few things, and my friend here wants to show you some others. Of course. The merchant pulled a bottle and some cups out of one of the boxes. Let's see what you brought. I know you'll cheat me, as you always do, but if you promise not to take too much of my money, perhaps we can bargain. That sounds like we go into tea cleaners, Poratena observed with a chuckle of his own. It felt like home. Chapter 28. The tavern was a large tent, open on all sides, and located on one side of the square that defined the beginning of the bazaar. A series of up-ended barrels at one end served as the bar, and behind the barrels, the carcass of some unknown beast turned slowly over a large brazier. There were several long tables scattered throughout the tent, and the Mardikins gathered at them shoveled in the barleries, meat and vegetables being served with gusto. The square was a bazaar in its own right, with temporary booths scattered around its periphery. It wasn't a planned opening, simply a space between one of the great houses, a warehouse, the bazaar, and a drop-off. 2 roads led out of it, one down past the warehouse and the other up past the great house. The square was also clearly a hangout for the guards from the house. They strode around in their leather armor and carrying their broad-headed spears as if they owned the area, which in a way they did. The merchant eyed them warily, and Coberta doubted that they paid for most of their trifles. The NCO looked up from his heavily spiced stew and waved to Poratena. The armorer had picked up another scummy, this one an old guy, and he looked pleased with himself. Hey, Corp, the Pinapan said. The tables everyone else was standing at came nearly to his head, so he found an empty barrel, rolled it over, and upended it to provide himself with a high chair. Watcha eating? Some hot shit, Andras said, taking a pull on his beer and waving at his mouth. I don't know what they're putting on that damn stew, but it is hot. Hot, hot, hot! Sounds good. Poratena headed for the bar. I made a deal with the guy, Coberta said. We all eat free for one of those Eternalites. Yeah. The new scummy clutched his head. That I didn't need to hear. I'll go see if I can negotiate being included in it. Dinat laughed and picked up the jug in the middle of the table. He shook it, took a sip, and grimaced. Ah, shit, sitter piss. Better than that rot gut you served, PFC Yeller said with a laugh. The grenadier took another bite of meat and sipped more beer. At least you can taste something of the beer. Hey, Krala, the third of Cord's nephews protested. We just expect some taste in our drinks. Taste, sure, Ellis agreed. But did you have to add the turpentine? Portena turned back up with a large platter and put it on the table. The table was long, constructed of a thick slab of almost black wood taken from a single trunk. The humans had occupied one end, and the tribesmen gathered around them, snatching at the hot slices of meat on the platter. There were also slices of fruit and a sliced root the humans didn't recognize. It was good, though, somewhere between a sweet potato and a white potato. "Smells good," Dinat said, popping a piece of the highly spiced meat into his mouth, then choked. "Aye, Perus." He grabbed for the beer jug as the spice kicked in. "Ah!" He took a huge gulp of beer and gasped. "Why, I guess that beer's not so bad after all," he wheezed. "One knee. One. Where are you, Kuberta?" "Kosudik," asked over the communicator. "Ah, my squad is just finishing up lunch, Sergeant Major," the NCO replied, putting down his cards and looking around. The squad was sprawled around the tables, taking it easy. The heat of the day had been building, and most of the Mardicans had beat it for cooler climates. But it wasn't really all that bad under the tent, no more than 43 standard or 110 on the old Fahrenheit scale. Portena had started up a poker game. He'd apparently taken the old Mardican merchant for a ride, dickering over a couple of eternal lights and lighters. Now the old guy was trying to get his own back. In a game he'd never played before. Kuberta picked his cards back up and looked at them in disgust. Portena had let him exchange some of his imperial credits for a few pieces of the local silver and copper. He knew he should have kept them in his pocket. Fold. Portena looked over his cards at the old Mardukan. The merchant looked at his cards, then at the pot. "I raise you," the Mardukan said. He thought about it, then tossed one of the eternal lights into the pot. "That should be worth more than that pile." "Yeah," Portena agreed with a smile. "Or a lunch for 12. "Ah, don't remind me." Cradle snapped. "Pace it," the Pinopan said. "Kuberta got taken." "Well," the squad leader said, wondering just how much the little Pinopan had squeezed out of the obviously experienced pawnbroker. "Somebody did." Portena gave his cards another glance and shook his head. "Fold. One day. I like this game." Cradle gave a couple of grunts and reached out with all four arms to scoop in the pot. Yeah, Portena said as he dealt the next hand. "Just you wait." "Ha, ha, ha," Traitan said suddenly. He had gotten sense and dropped out while he still owned his weapons. "Look at those shit-sitter pussies." A group of 5 armed scummies was passing the eatery. The Mardicans were armed with swords, which they carried in the open, rather than scabbarded. The swords were long, straight, and broad. They would have been two-handed weapons, at least, for any of the humans. Unlike other guards the humans had seen, these wore full-coverage leather armor, with plate patches on the shoulders and breast. They were obviously guarding the lone, unarmored scummy in the middle of their formation, who carried a small leather purse slung on a strap around his neck. Apparently, he had less than total confidence in the stout-looking strap, since he also clutched the purse in both true hands. "What's tat?" Portena asked. He picked up his cards and stayed very, very calm. "Gem guards," Pertol replied. He tossed in 2 for draw day. "Pussies," Traitan repeated. "They think all that fancy leather makes them immortal. I wouldn't mind some armor." Kuberta picked up the beer jugs and shook them, looking for one that wasn't empty. If Talberta had some armor, she'd still be here. "Yeah," Portena agreed as he drew 2 cards. It was down to 3 players, and that was too few for a good poker game. Dinat was still hanging in, though. He'd traded a couple of nice gems to Pertol for some silver and credit on goods. Now he was trading on some of Traitan's silver and the edge of his credit. Portena glanced up at him as he looked at his draw, then set his cards down in disgust. "Fold." Portena looked at his own cards and didn't smile. Fortune favored the foolish. "Raise you." He looked at his pile and flicked over a tiny lapis lazuli. It was an exquisite royal blue, shot through with lines of raw copper. Mm-hmm. Pradle pushed over a pile of silver and added his own lapis, slightly larger and polished into a large oval. See you, and raise. Poor Tina looked at the pile and rolled over a ruby. See you and raise again. Pradle tilted his head to the side suspiciously, then pulled out a tiny sapphire like a flick of blue fire and placed it carefully atop the pile. The blue and red gems were of a piece, dark but translucent. The gems of the region were its greatest treasure, and watching them glow in the center of the table made it abundantly clear why that was true. Poor Tina picked up the sapphire and the ruby and put them side by side. Then he looked at the rest of the items. I think the pot's light, he said. Okay. Pradle tossed a few pieces of silver and a small citrine onto the table. Now it's not. Call, poor Tina said. 4 sevens. Crap. The merchant slammed down his cards. I still like this game. I'm out, Dinat said. I want to keep my weapons. Why, young tribesman? A new voice asked. I'd be happy to sell you more. Kasudik and the merchant she'd stopped to talk with were both smiling as they watched everyone else jump. They'd approached the group so silently that no one had noticed them coming, and Coberta cleared his throat. Ah, Sergeant Major, we were just, gathering energy for the coming march, she asked. Don't sweat it, Coberta, but you need to keep at least one person alert at all times. We're still not out of the woods here. Clear? Clear, Sergeant Major, he said, and then an eyebrow crooked as he noticed the oddity sticking up over her shoulder. Is that what I think it is? Yeah. Kasudik drew the sword over her shoulder. The ripples of silver and black were muted in the overcast gray sunlight, but it was clearly a work of art. I like it, but I actually got it for the prince. It was designed for the child of a king, so it's human-sized. Hein. Yeah. Coberta nodded. I can understand that, but what about other weapons? Alas, the hook-handed merchant replied, this isn't a good area in which to look for large supplies of weapons or armor. The weapons available here have mostly been made elsewhere. They're from Tukunzi, or even relics from Voitan, as is this one. Folks, meet Talene. He used to be a trooper until he lost the arm. Now he sells swords, spears and knives also. Anything with a blade. Mostly to the guards of the gem merchants and the occasional group of mercenaries, Talene said, fingering one bronze-capped horn. Or the house guards, occasionally. There are both independent gem merchants and those of the houses in the town. Although, he added, the house merchants sometimes make it hard on the independents. No, Ha, Pradle said, looking up from his examination of the poker deck. He really liked this game. It was better than Knucklebones because it included elements of bargaining and skill as well as luck. Very interesting. The houses are all peopled by bastards, he went on. They squeeze us until we're dry, then have their bully boys come around to wreck us so that we leave town. That has, admittedly, happened more often than one would like, Talene agreed soberly. This is a piss-hole of a town. As if to punctuate his remark, there was a crash of metal across the square. Two groups, one a cluster of toughs from the local house, and 5 fighters from a rival, had clashed near the edge of the square. The home team far outnumbered their rivals, but they didn't use their superior numbers to overwhelm the invaders. Indeed, the invaders seemed to be far more proficient as individuals, particularly 2 who were each using a long dagger or short sword in a lower false hand. The additional weapon was used almost purely for blocking, and Kasudik wondered why they didn't use something like a small buckler shield. Since the local fighters persisted in taking on their more skilled opponents one-on-one, as scummy military tradition appeared to require, they were also taking heavy casualties, despite their numerical advantage. The spears were used somewhat like bayoneted rifles, Kasudik noticed. Their technique emphasized blocking and thrusting, but also parries and ripostes, which humans weren't normally taught with bayonets. There was very little contact, but what there was bloody, for the broad spearheads caused wide and deep wounds. The injuries being suffered were serious, but clearly not life-threatening. If one of the local fighters felt he was getting ready to lose, he simply withdrew, and someone else took his place. The rival house's fighters had so far not faced anyone who was their equal, but just as it seemed that the locals were going to lose totally, the doors of the house opened, and a group of guards in heavier armor emerged. "Ah, now you'll see something," Tilene said. The guards from Krita were chosen from among their elite. They came here to see what the new Inja guards are like, and now they will. The newcomers are Inja's elite. They're considered the best in the city. Yee. Are they? Kosudik asked. Possibly, the weapons merchant snorted. But that's not saying much. The local bully boys aren't up to any but local standards. They should go collect debts for the House Tan. The two groups squared off, and the battle began. The local elite was both more heavily armored and unwinded, so it was short and furious. When the two groups parted, two of the Krita fighters were laid out, apparently dead, and so was Elmji Aldwal. The surviving Krita had beaten a hasty retreat, chased by jeers from their NGA opponents. "There," Tilene said. "Did you see that riposte in Secundus Katal made?" "I don't even understand what you just said," Kosudik replied, tapping her mastoid bone to get the toot to translate into standard. "What's Secundus?" "Down here." Tilene gestured with a false hand. "Great move. I've only seen it once before in Palat. Very difficult to execute. You have to have your feet positioned just so. But if you perfect it, it's very difficult to defeat." He pantomimed the move, and grimaced when the necessary contortion drew a twinge from some scar tissue. "Ouch! Where'd you learn all this?" Coberta asked. "I mean, what? Were you a guard?" "Yes," Tilene said, abruptly losing the animation he'd drawn from his explanation. "But not for a long time. My fighting days are over." "He was from Voitan," Kosudik said quietly. "I was an apprentice weapons maker," the old merchant explained. "I traveled with a caravan to Dunkatas when word came back that the Kronolta had swept down and taken all of the outlying cities. Gone was Selena, shining city of lapis and copper. Gone was Fair Nar, perhaps the most beautiful city I've ever seen in all my travel. Gone were all the other sister cities of far Voitan. Voitan held, though. We had word through the few who could trade with the Kronolta without losing their horns." The barbarians attacked her repeatedly, but the walls of Voitan were high, and they not only had great stores of food, but could still trade across the ranges to the cities on the far side. Tankas knew the worth of Voitan. No one in all the lands knew the making of weapons as did the Steel Guild of Voitan. No one else knew the secrets of the Water Blade. And Voitan and the region around it were the source of most of the metals that Tankatas and the other southern city-states depended upon. The Council of Tankatas called upon the other cities to send a force against the Kronolta, to drive through to the aid of Voitan. But no such thing had ever been done, and the other cities didn't see the need. They saw only the wealth of Voitan, as the Kronolta had, and laughed at the fall of all that fair land. Nahanji! His face turned very bitter, and he became quiet, looking back over the years at that memory. The king of Palat and the houses of this stinking Qenkok both repudiated us. That was before the house of Ixiuia arose to the kingship. I will admit that Suya spoke for us, or so I have heard. I was on the delegation from Teas that went to Palat to plead our case. But they said that each state must survive or fall on its own. They asked what they had gotten from Voitan that they should risk their money and goods, and to that question I could make no answer. He clapped his false hands in sadness. I could not answer for my lords of Voitan. So, Tankas sent out a force by herself, and we met the Kronolta in the Danter Hills. He clapped his false hands again, softly. We were defeated. The Chronolta were as numerous as the stars in the sky, as the trees in the forest. And fierce, fierce. We fought through the day and into the next, but we were defeated. Finally, we could fight no more and retreated in good order. But the Chronolta pursued us to Tuncadas. He clapped his false hands once more. They followed us wherever we went. And they took that city, Kasudik concluded grimly, and 2 others in the area. And that was the last news of Voitin that anyone has heard. Some few of us remain, Tilleen said sadly. A few of the Housetown escaped with the force. They're doing well financially. They got out most of Tuncadas species and went into the banking business. We talk from time to time, and there are a few left of Voitin, such as myself. A few. The Mardican shook his head. So very few. How long ago was this? Coberta asked. I was a youth, Tilleen admitted. Long, long ago. No seasons, Kasudik pointed out with a shrug. No sun. They don't count time like we do, and your guess is as good as mine how old any of these guys are. Hang on a second, Bosom said, setting down a glass of water. This is the place we've got to go next. You betcha, Kasudik said with a grim smile. Or at least the way we have to go. Right through them, Creae, Creataio. Chronolta, Puratina, said helpfully. Yeah, them bastards, Kasudik said with a laugh. I'd suggest you make sure your plasma rifle's in good shape, Marine. Yeah, the newly arrived corporal agreed. No shit. Chapter 29. Roger moved the blade across slowly, trying to remember the way the move felt. What is that? Korrit asked. The shaman had begun teaching the human his own half-remembered lessons in the sword, but this move had a look he didn't recognize. I took a semester of something called kendo when I was in school, Roger replied, frowning in concentration. His feet were wrong and he knew it. But I can't remember the moves. He made a small adjustment, but it was still wrong, and he growled inwardly in frustration as the ghost of Roger III and all those generations of McClintock history fanatics enjoyed a hearty horse laugh at his expense. He'd fought tooth and nail to avoid his kendo classes. Officially, he had objected to them because they took time away from his other martial arts classes. In fact, as he'd made certain his mother knew, he had simply refused to embrace their stupid traditions. It had been a petty triumph, perhaps, yet one he had treasured the time when she finally gave up and let him drop out. Of course, that had been then, and this was now. Cord cocked his head and examined the stance. The forearms of the Mardicans meant that many of the methods of the humans, and not just weapons craft alone, were different in detail. But despite both the inevitable differences and the partial nature of what Roger recalled, Cord recognized a more advanced technique when he saw one. The two had been working out with the sword Kasudik had procured for the past 2 days, while the company rested and the commanders waited for better information. Connor had joined them from time to time to watch Cord at work, and generally approved. The old scummy had been imparting far more than just weapons instruction. Maybe what Roger had truly needed all along was a coach. It is always about balance, young prince, the Mardican said, walking around Roger as the human moved through his cot. You're off your center. Roger stopped, and the Mardican looked at his foot placement, then grunted. He tapped one foot with the butt of his spear. Try from there, he commanded, and Roger took the steps of the kata again and smiled. You did it again, you old sorcerer. You need to learn to find your balance better, the Mardican said, with a clop of teeth. If you don't have your balance, everything is harder. If you have your balance, it is not necessarily easy, but it is far easier than otherwise. He looked up as PFC Craft entered the salle. The training room was in a part of the castle distant from the visitors' quarters, so there was a squad of Marines outside the door, and the rifleman tapped his helmet to indicate that he'd received a transmission. Captain Ponner says he'd like to see you, Your Highness, at your earliest convenience. Roger opened his mouth to retort angrily at the interruption of his session, then closed it again, as Cord laid a hand on his arm. We'll be there in a moment, the Mardican said. Please send the captain the prince's regards. Kraft nodded and withdrew, and as the door closed, Cord grunted in laughter. Center, young prince. The wise monarch listens to his generals in matters of war, to his ministers in matters of state, and to his people in matters of morality. Ha! Foo! Roger laughed. Where did you hear that one? It was in the writings of the sage of Kyland, the barbarian shaman admitted with a shrug. Why in the hell did you go back to the jungle? Roger asked as he picked up a cleaner cloth to wipe down from the workout. He'd discovered that the shaman was as well read as any sage in the city. One of the reasons Sai Khan listened to his pronouncements with such care. He was far more than just a dumb barbarian, and now he clapped his false hands in a Mardican shrug. I had duties to discharge to my tribe. It needed a shaman. I was the shaman. I hope Telton can fulfill the trust you placed in him. Roger shook the cloth to clear the majority of the filth it had picked up. The cleaner cloths actively removed dirt and grime from any surface and were easily cleaned for reuse. Unfortunately, they eventually wore out, and soon the company would have to find a substitute, which wouldn't be easy. The Mardicans didn't bathe. They didn't need to, and their mucus coverings would have prevented the use of anything like soaps. They did have some cleaners designed for equipment, but they were unbelievably harsh. It would be an experience to take a bath in them. Rather like lathering up with bathroom cleaner, Roger suspected. There were many similar problems. Equipment had already started to break down in the oppressive heat and humidity. Several Marines were already without functioning helmets, and 2 plasma rifles had been deadlined by Poratina. As the journey went on, it would only get worse, and Roger wondered idly what they would look like at the end of the trip. Would they be covered in skins and swinging swords, like the one he was putting away? It was an unpleasant thought when he considered that their ultimate objective was a fortified spaceport. We all have challenges to face, Cord said, and Roger had a sudden sense that the old Mardican was responding to much more than the prince's comment about Telton, as if he could read the other thoughts flowing through his ASI's mind. It is each man's life to rise or fall to his challenges, the shaman went on gently. Thus are we judged. Jane. The command group sat on pillows on the floor of the room which had been designated as the headquarters. It was the first time since they'd left the shuttles that they'd all been gathered in a single place, and Roger gave a silent snort as he thought about what one grenade in the room would do. However, the only grenades were in the hands of the Marines, and they, so far, were supporting the chain of command. Or Ponner, at least. The captain stood at the end of the room at parade rest as Lieutenant Jasko, the last member of the command group, came in and grabbed a seat. Ponner waited to be certain all of them had their pads out, then cleared his throat. Lieutenant Gulias and Sergeant Julian have finished analyzing the take from their listening devices, and they're prepared to report on just what we're facing here. Lieutenant Gulias has suggested that Julian present the data. Julian, he concluded, glancing at the non-com who'd been trying to stay inconspicuous in the corner. The normally irrepressible sergeant was clearly ill at ease. As he got to his feet and took Panner's place, looked around the room at the assembled officers, and activated his own pad. Ladies and gentlemen, he began, glancing at Cord, squatting behind Roger, this report has been developed from several sources besides our monitoring devices. However, all sources clearly point to one conclusion. We're in a snake pit. There are several factions in this town, most of them working at one or another plot, and mostly to cross purposes. If any of the locals, including the king, have any idea of just how many of these plots and counterplots there truly are, I would be very surprised. The single plot that's of particular interest to us, however, is the one which focuses on the issue of woodcutting, and why the woodcutters continue to violate treaty provisions, despite repeated threats from Cord's tribe. He looked at Lieutenant Gulias as if in question, but the officer only nodded and made a go-on gesture with one hand. As it happens, Julian said, turning back to the rest of his audience, the lieutenant and I see a clear opportunity in this situation for us. What we need is to. Would you mind explaining that to me again? The king said carefully. Cutting through protocol to arrange the meeting, especially quickly, had been difficult. In the end, the guest list had come down to Isaiah Khan, Roger, O'Casey, Panner, and Algrake, the commander of the king's guards, and the only one in the room with a visible weapon, and Sergeant Julian. The choice for the final human member had been between Julian or the intelligence lieutenant. But Goliath had recommended that they take the NCO Doa. It turned out that most of the plan had been Julian's from the first. You're in what we call rock toy, Your Majesty, he responded now. That's a complicated and nasty food in our land. That smells to high heaven. There are 3 houses involved in a complex plot against your house. They've been sending the woodcutters and hunters, managed through intermediaries, into the woods to stir up the people. They've also switched out the high-quality goods in the last 2 shipments for those of lesser quality, also to enrage Cord's people. At the same time, they've been resisting your calls for increased defense, because they plan on taking over the town, using a group of Chronolta. That's the part I'm afraid I don't understand, the king admitted. Not even the Ciortina could be stupid enough to believe they could control the Chronolta inside the city walls, could they? Frankly, Your Majesty, O'Casey replied, that's exactly what they believe. The group of Chronolta they've hired is fairly small, only a few hundred, and most of them will be fighting the people outside the walls. But they've been promised that after the fighting they can sack portions of the city, specifically the bazaars where the independent tradesmen are based. The conspirators are of the opinion that they can limit the depredations of the Chronolta to the bazaars and the lesser houses. Perhaps 1 or 2 of the great houses who aren't part of their plot. But any damage to those groups would only leave them in a better position at the end. They're mad, Grax snarled. The scarred old soldier grunted in grim humor at the thought. If the Chronolta leave one stone standing on another, it will only be so that there's something left for the rest of their tribe to pick over. Well, yes and no, Julian said. Our information includes data on the Chronolta, which is apparently new. It appears Voitan did fall, finally, but the Chronolta were significantly reduced in number in the process. The tribe remains smaller than it was, and it's more or less stagnated since the fall of Voitan. The Intel NCO shrugged. Of course, even granting all of that, I still think the correlation of forces is adverse. Rack translated the translation and laughed again. Adverse, yes. And what do they think we shall be doing, when they let the Chronolta in through the gates? What they think, General Panner answered, is that most of you will be dead. The Royal Guard is responsible for the defense of the city, and you'll spend yourselves fighting the people. Then the Chronolta will come in, wipe out the remnants of both forces, destroy the competitor minor houses, and sack the independents in the bazaars. The king, who enjoys support among both groups, will be left without either a support base or a guard. He may keep the castle, but it's more likely he'll be deposed by the remaining guards. I'm fascinated to hear this, the king said. But I would be even more fascinated to know where you heard it. The humans had discussed how to answer that question when it inevitably arose and had come to the conclusion that there was no good response. Panner had originally wanted to avoid telling the locals anything which might reveal their intelligence-gathering capabilities, or, even more importantly, limitation. Then there'd been the ticklish point that admitting that they'd spied on the great houses, and how would probably start the king wondering whether or not they'd spied on him. It was O'Casey, backed by Kasudik, who'd put forth the counter-argument. By imperial standards, Kuankok and its monarch were primitive, but that certainly didn't mean Uxia Khan was unsophisticated. The likelihood that they'd spied upon him was going to occur to him whatever they said, so there was little point trying to hide the fact that they could. On the other hand, the king's confidence in them required that they at least make an attempt to convince him that they could gather otherwise unobtainable information reliably, and Julian faced the monarch squarely. "Your Majesty," he said, "the information was gathered through what we would call technical means." The king considered the sergeant's toots translation effort for a moment, then grunted. "The way of pumps. What in the 9 halls of Cratchew does that mean?" "I'm afraid our translations aren't quite up to explaining that, Your Majesty," Roger told him, and Panner hid a smile at his unwontedly diplomatic tone. "Your irrigation systems and their pumps require the services of highly skilled mechanics. So the device, which translates for us, chose that term to substitute for one of our language's terms, which refers to something which also requires great skill and long training. With all respect, you've seen our multitools and other devices. Could your artisans duplicate them? Or explain to another how they function?" "No. No one meow." The king didn't appear excessively pleased at making the concession, but he made it promptly. "That's because our artisans have learned things yours have not yet discovered, Your Majesty." O'Casey stepped in once again wearing her diplomat's hat. "And those same artisans have constructed devices which may be used to observe and listen unobtrusively at a distance." "And then you have mechanical spies?" The king glanced around the meeting room with a suddenly speculative expression, then returned to his attention to O'Casey. "Ah, yes, that is to say, in a manner of speaking. That must be a marvelous advantage, assuming that it's true, and that your description of what they've reported to you is accurate. You're wise to consider whether or not we might have motives of our own to deceive you, Your Majesty," Panner said calmly. "Would it be possible, now that we've brought this information together for you to confirm it by other means without allowing any of your enemies to realize you have?" The king thought about that for a moment and looked at Grack. The old soldier fluttered his hands, and then finally clapped them in agreement and turned to the humans himself. "Yes," he answered, "and if we do confirm it, the method by which you obtained it will be beside the point," the king told Panner. "The question is, what shall we do about it if your reports prove accurate?" "Actually," Panner replied with a grim smile, "that's the easy part, Your Majesty." "We kill them all," Julian said, "and let the gods sort them out." Grack snorted. "Yes, I've heard that one, but how? 3 houses against the royal guard is still a... What was that term you used?" "An adverse correlation of forces," the sergeant answered. "Actually, you'd be at just about at parity, with the advantage of a single unified command against a bunch of conspirators who don't trust anybody, including each other, as far as they can throw them. Of course, they've been planning this for quite a while, so at best, you'd have about a 50-50 chance of kicking their butts. However, Your Majesty, General Gregg, there's an intersection of needs here. We need equipment, supplies, and transportation across this continent. Frankly, we need funding." I didn't. "And you need a force to crack this conspiracy," O'Casey cut in, smoothly maintaining the double-team approach. "Our company can supply that force. We'll break the conspiracy. Uncover all the evidence you need to prove the conspirators' intent to bring in the Chronolta. Point out the other houses that were aware of the woodcutting part of the plot, and force concessions from all of them in your favor. In return, we'll retain a portion of the seizure and fines, and you'll lend your weight to the filling of our needs so that we obtain the quality of goods and services we need." "Oh, mutual benefit, indeed," the king murmured. He rubbed his horns. "If, of course, there is such a conspiracy." "There is," Panner said. "But confirm it, by all means. Please. In the meantime, we'd like to begin cross-training our people in local weaponry with your guard. That will make a good cover for getting integrated with them. But we would greatly appreciate it if you could make your inquiries quickly, Your Majesty. We've discovered that we have a particular need to strike before the auction we've arranged for our goods." It turns out that the great houses have also conspired to fix the bidding, the captain finished sourly. Yes, they would. Suya Khan gave a grunting chuckle. Have no fear. I shall make inquiries quickly, and if they are, in fact, conspiring to release the Chronolta upon the city, then we shall act even more quickly. But beyond this, Roger said, there's still the problem of wood. The crisis which the conspirators are busy exploiting isn't entirely artificial. Ponder was a highly trained, superbly disciplined professional, which explained why he didn't wheel around to glare at the prince. Roger had done quite well in helping to explain why they couldn't explain how their mechanical spies worked, but that contribution to the meeting had been discussed and agreed upon ahead of time. Given his rank among the human visitors, it had been all but imperative to put the weight of his princely status behind that explanation, and the fact that he had a flair for the local language had also been a fact. No one, however, had suggested that His Highness had anything else to add. Certainly no one had discussed anything else he might contribute, which meant that whatever he was up to now was going to be ad lib. So the captain gritted his teeth and reminded himself that he couldn't rip his royal charges head off, at least not in front of outsiders. All he could do was pray that whatever harebrained idea the young idiot was going to concoct this time wouldn't queer the deal, just when things had been going so satisfactorily. No, Suya Khan agreed with a hiss of dissatisfaction. It isn't artificial. If it were, they wouldn't be able to use it so effectively. We must have a new source of wood if Q&Cock is to survive, but we've exhausted our supply in the area the ex-Intai permit us to cut, and the Chronolta hold the other side of the river. Woodcutters who cross to their side of the river do not return. Some solution to this must be found, for it would be pointless to stop the conspiracy and still have the ex-Intai attack. As I understand it, Roger said, nodding in agreement, besides building, the majority of the wood cut for Q&Cock is used for cooking and metalworking, mostly as charcoal. Is that right? Yes, Grack answered. The majority is used in cooking fires, for which coal would work just as well, wouldn't it? Roger asked, tugging on his braid. Coal? Suya Khan produced a Mardikan frown. Delito. Perhaps. It's used in some other cities at any rate, but there's no coal source anywhere nearby. Actually, Roger said with a grin, there's one on the other side of the people's territory, just upriver from Cord's village in the mountain. In fact, I saw indications of several unmined minerals up there, and just down the mountain from the coal, at Cord's village, the river becomes navigable. Hey! So the coal could be packed to the village on Flarta, the king said with a pensive expression, then transferred to boats for the trip to the city. But I've heard of this valley. It is filled with Yaden. Who would be so foolish as to go there to dig mines? Well, Roger said with a thin, cold smile, I was thinking that you might start with the members of the deposed families and their guards. This time Panner did glance at the prince, not in irritation but in surprise. He hadn't heard that particular tone of voice from Roger before, and he suspected that the ruthless side the prince had just revealed would have surprised any of his old acquaintances. His tone wasn't cruel, just very, very cold, and the captain suddenly realized that when the kid had delivered that suggestion, he'd looked a good bit like his umpteenth-something grandmother, Miranda I. She'd been famous for a certain lack of pity where enemies were concerned. Of course, such things could be taken too far, but it also might be the first symptom of a spine. Now, if only it could be moderated into decency. The king, on the other hand, only grunted in laughter, and glanced at his general before he looked back at Roger with a hand-clap of agreement. An elegant solution, young prince. You make an excellent monarch someday. I've noticed that if you have only one problem, it is often insoluble, but that if you have many problems, they solve each other. We have a conspiracy to break, a need to fulfill, and hands to fulfill it. Excellent. Aye. In order to pull all of this together, we need some of my officers, Panner said. and we need to get down to planning quickly. Agreed, the king replied. But we don't move until I've confirmed this. As you say, your majesty, Roger replied for the group. We exist but to serve, he finished sardonically. Yao, Doron Shay, Antisar Kai. On the way back to their quarters, Roger found himself nearly alone with Captain Panner. He glanced around to ensure that no one besides Marines were in the area, then sighed. At least Mom doesn't have to put up with conspiracies like this, he said. I'd hate to deal with backstabbing bastards like Injia and Kesselot all day long. Connor stopped as abruptly as if he'd just taken a round from a bead rifle and stared at the prince, who continued for another step and a half before he realized the Marine was no longer beside him. He turned to the captain. What? What did I say this time? He could tell he'd upset the officer, but for the life of him, he didn't have a clue how. Connor felt breathless. For a moment, he could only shake his head, speechless at the naivety of the statement, while he tried to figure out if the prince was trying to feel him out, or if the young idiot really was that blind. He finally decided that it could be either as impossible as that seemed, which meant the truth was the best answer. You... He stopped himself just before he called the prince an idiot and cleared his throat. Your Highness, he continued then, in a calm and deadly voice, your lady mother deals with plots 10 times as Byzantine as this every day of the week, and twice on Sunday. And she comes up with, I guarantee you, better answers than this one. She would figure out a way to have all the houses continue under current leadership on a completely different political track, and I wish to hell that we could do the same. However hard we try not to, we are going to kill innocents with this bigger hammer approach, and that doesn't make me a bit happy. Unfortunately, none of us are as smart as the Empress, so we'll just have to muddle through and hope she manages to survive all the crap headed her way while we're trying to get home. Roger stared at him, eyes wide, and the Marine snorted bitterly. Whatever the prince might think, Panner knew only too well just how false the surface serenity of the Empire of Man was, for he'd had access to intelligence reports very few mere captains would ever see. What? A common saw would ever see. Wow. You think I'm exaggerating, Your Majesty? He demanded. Well, I'm not, so for God's sake wake up and smell the coffee. You think perhaps that all of us are here on sunny Marduk because we want to be? But so, you think that Die Glopper just happened to have a few minor technical problems which had nothing at all to do with your presence? Somebody slipped a Toombi onto your goddamn ship and marooned us on this god-forsaken planet, and I guarantee you it wasn't Nya. Chapter 30. Julian looked around the rainy midnight square. His armor's light enhancement system made the details as clear as day. Not that there was a great deal to see at the moment. The tavern had been taken down, and the food vendors had packed up for the evening, which was normal. The city always more or less rolled up its streets at dusk, but this was still eerie. No people at all were moving on the streets, and the shutters on every house had been closed almost before the square emptied. Clearly, the common folk knew something was going down. It had taken barely a day for the king to confirm the broad details of the humans' intelligence. The clincher had been a scouting foray by some of the city's few skilled woodsmen who'd found the Chronolta force awaiting word to move on the city exactly where the humans had told them to look. That had been more than sufficient for the king to give his go-ahead. The council had been summoned once again, this time at night. Its members were currently at dinner, or so said the latest situation report. Now all 3 platoons were in position and ready to move. But Julian's own squad of armor had been spread throughout the company. Since the chameleon suits were going to be effectively useless against the low-speed impacts of swords and spears, Captain Panner wanted the virtually impregnable armor on point for the entry, which was why Julian found himself standing in front of the door to House Enja, scanning the surroundings, checking his paltry power levels, and wondering if there was something that could penetrate Cromston armor on this planet after all. Teams check in, the communicator said. Lieutenant Sawato had that remote robotic tone down cold. She sounded like a bad AI answering machine. And Ja team in position, Sergeant Jin announced. Third platoon had gotten Jia, since it was the largest and toughest house. Lucky them. They might be the more experienced platoon, but they were also short a squad. Kesselada team in position came the next check, and Julian wondered if the old man were listening. God knew that very shortly he was going to be busy enough his own self. Cortina team in position. Lieutenant Jasko's response was late, and Julian called up the remote plot on his helmet HUD and grimaced. The remote reported that Certina's back door still didn't have anyone covering it, but just as he thought that, the last few troopers got into position. Each mansion, unbeknownst to its inhabitants, now had 2/3 of a platoon parked outside its front door under cover. Even worse, 2 troopers in powered armor were poised to lead the entry, with the rest of the force in support. In Julian's case, the backup was across the square, ready to jump off instantly when the word came. The unit had moved up in nearly complete silence, which, coupled with the chameleon systems of their uniforms and armor, made it extremely unlikely that anyone had even noticed their passage, despite the narrow, twisting streets. The third squad of each platoon was on the back door of that platoon's objective, ready to plug the bolt hole, and each detachment was also accompanied by a squad of Royal Guards. The remainder of the armored suits were at the castle, ready to move as reinforcements if they were needed. Which they shouldn't be. All right, the XO said finally. All the pieces are in position, and the dinner is underway. All teams, execute. Julian drew a deep breath. He shouldn't be nervous. There ought to be zero danger in this for him. And worrying didn't help matters anyway. It was time to do the deal, and he raised a hand and knocked on the door, hard. Yamnea. Kalusbai paused, just as he was about to throw the knucklebones. He'd heard that there was some new game going around, one that used pieces of paper, but he was a traditionalist. Knucklebones had been good enough for his father, and they were good enough for him. Who the hell is that? He asked rhetorically, looking around at the other guards in the front room. And Tassel Cobb clapped his false hands and shrugged, then picked up his favorite axe as the door boomed again. I don't know, but he's about to be in pieces. Open in the name of King Ayya Khan. A voice boomed through the hallway. Ah, Bai said as he picked up his own spear. Maybe we ought to wait for the others to join us. It had always bothered Julian that there was no way to fidget effectively in armor. He wanted to pick at a finger or bite fingernails. Nope. Huh? Pull hair. Nope. The best he could do was to fiddle with his bead cannon as the sensors indicated more and more guards gathering in the front area. A loud boom suddenly racketed through the night like a rogue thunderclap, and his sensors processed the sonics and electromagnetic flux, and then announced that a full-powered charge from a plasma cannon had just struck something at the facility the HUD designated house, Certina. Nice to know the sensors were working. He nodded at PFC Stickles and stepped to the side of the vast door. Gunny, I'd say we've got about max participation here, he said, keying his helmet to darken. It was supposed to do that automatically, but it never hurt to make sure. Regrowing eyeballs would suck on this rock. Stickles, darken your helmet. Yes, Sergeant, the PFC shot back just a tad testily. Already done. He was the junior guy in the squad, which was why Julian had picked him as his own backup. Better that Julian be stuck with the rookie, although, to be fair, a rookie in the regiment was hardly the same thing as a rookie in a regular unit. We're ready here, Gunny, Julian said, and leaned into the wall and pointed his bead cannon to the vertical as he took it off safe. Time to party. Yeah, D. What was that? Inja ID demanded. The booming echo was similar to thunder, but not identical. It sounded like one of the weapons of these visitors, these humans. The house leader went on with an ill-pleased glare. Mardokan state dinners in Q and Cock, at least, were conducted on platters and covers on the floor. This one was no exception, and by careful manipulation of the seating arrangements, the human guests had been placed opposite the house leaders considered particularly dangerous. And, just coincidentally, all of those humans were accompanied by Marines in armor. What was what? Suya Khan asked innocently. The monarch's power had been systematically hamstrung and undercut by the houses for a generation, the very houses which were about to be removed, and his dinner had been deliciously flavored with anticipation all evening. That noise, Keselata said in support of Njia, sounding even more suspicious than his fellow house leader. After the last acrimonious meeting, he'd insisted on bringing his full complement of guards to this one. Indeed, there were over 20 house guards present, far more than should have been allowed into the king's presence. Perhaps it was time to act. Sometimes even the deepest plots were improved by a willingness to take advantage of opportunities, and one such as this was unlikely to come again. He glanced at Injaya to see if the other leader was in agreement, but saw only worry. Keselata was still considering the significance of the human weapon when two more booms echoed across the city. They were just as loud as the first one, and his eyes flew wide as other strange, crackling noises followed them. "Brothers!" He leapt to his feet. "It is an attack by the faithless Saya Khan. We must." Before he could finish the sentence, two of the human leaders came to their own feet and drew weapons. Connor had been infuriated by Roger's insistence, but in the end, he could only accede to his demands. At least this time the prince had made them in private. So when the captain stood and drew his bead pistol, Roger stood up right alongside him. Casey at least had the intelligence to scuttle behind the armored trooper at her back, then out the door. Each of the houses involved in the woodcutter's plot had brought its maximum of 3 guards. In addition, 2 other houses which were fully aware of that plot, and were involved in others of their own against the king, had brought their maximum as well. It was up to the humans to ensure that none of those extra guards did anything unpleasant. 2 of Ixuya Khan's bodyguards picked the king up and interposed their armored bulk between him and danger as the humans opened fire. Since each guest's guards were placed to watch his back, and since the prince and the captain been seated facing the plot leaders, all their targets were lined up in a neat, formal row down the opposite wall. It was hell's shooting gallery. Armand Panner had been shooting one weapon or another for the better part of his 72 years. The M9 bead pistol was an old and dear friend, so as he began servicing targets, his hand moved as steadily as a metronome. The small bead pistols had tremendous recoil, which meant the maximum rate of accurate fire depended primarily on how fast the shooter could get the weapon back on target. Armand Panner had plenty of bulk and plenty of forearm strength, so in the first 4 seconds, 8 guards were slammed back against the far wall, staining the pale wood with huge splashes of blood before they slumped to the floor. At which point, it was all over. 16 of the guards had been designated as threats, and it had been decided that the bead cannon of the armored marines were a bit too overpowering for an enclosed space, particularly since the idea was for all the lords to survive. So it was up to the pistol-armed officers. Panner had moved from right to left, concentrating on picking off the guards that were quickest to respond. The first to react were a couple of Njia elite, but before either of them could draw a sword or hurl a javelin, they were both bloodstains. The rest went down nearly as quickly, but by the time he'd cleared his zone, the prince's zone was already empty. He looked at the 8 blood splotches, all high on the wall, where Roger's assigned targets had stood, then at 8 headless bodies, and turned to his charge. "Head shots!" he demanded incredulously. Roger shrugged, and then smoothed his hair as the house leaders erupted in consternation, some wailing at the blood that covered everything: the people, the floor, the wall, the ceiling, the food. "My toot has a very good assassin program, Captain," he said. "Assassin program?" Panner repeated. "There was no mention of any assassin program in my brief, Your Highness." I suppose that's because a secret weapon isn't very effective when it's not a secret, Roger said with a slight smile, then shook his head as the Marine's eyes narrowed. I didn't mean to sound sarcastic, Captain. I didn't know you hadn't been told, and that's the only reason I can think of for your briefer, presumably Colonel Rutherford not to tell you. You. Connor glanced at the bodies again. The pistol bead's damage was too extreme to be certain, but it looked as if every one of those shots had been dead center. And it happened that the Imperial Marines in general, and the Empress's own in particular, knew quite a lot about combat-enhancing toot software. Connor had several of the same sorts of packages tucked away in his own toot, for example. And because he was familiar with them, he knew that there were limits in all things. A package like the one the Prince was suggesting was basically a shortcut for training, probably with some fairly impressive sight-enhancing overlays to boost accuracy. But it was only a training device. One which had to have a human interlock if its possessor wasn't going to go around mowing down innocent bystanders in Joe Blot's. And no one knew better than a combat veteran how completely training could desert a man the first time it truly dropped into the pot. That obviously hadn't happened here. Armand Ponner had a very clear notion of the sort of intestinal fortitude required for a combat newbie to stay focused and confident enough to take a single headshot, much less 8 of them, rather than blazing away at center of mass. Headshots, he repeated, shaking his head, and the Prince shrugged again. Not even a Samat, in your honor. Well, I didn't want anybody getting hit by accident, Roger said. Safety first. Yay. Now let's think safe here, okay, people? Gunnery Sergeant Jin admonished as first squad entered the building. He was in the middle, watching everyone else's actions as the squad's troopers executed their dynamic entry. The most dangerous part of an entry like this was friendly fire. They had overwhelming firepower and good technique, but it was just as easy as ever to be shot by your own side. He kept a careful eye on the squad's weapons. Each member had a zone to cover, including straight up, and the team leaders in Despro were ensuring that everyone covered his own area, and not some random other. Julian, the gunny said over the comm, scanning the upper stories as they came into the gardens around the inner house. We're in the open. Be careful where you shoot. The rounds from the powered armor's bead cannons would go through the flimsy wooden walls as if they were tissue. There was plenty of evidence that the armored troopers had already been through. The swath of destruction looked like one of those pack beasts had gone on a rampage. No problem, Julian replied. We're not firing much anymore. Most of them are being driven to the back. Make sure 3rd Squad is ready for them. Movement, Lysis announced. Balcony. Jin saw 2 or 3 weapons twitch in that direction, then settle down on their own sectors as he looked up. A single Mardican, probably panicked by the fire, was running down the balcony to the right. It looked like one of the small females. Check fire. No threat. Check, Lysis responded. If the target had been clearly hostile, it would already have been an ink blot pattern. Clear. She disappeared around a corner. Target! It was Aiken, and the grenadier triggered a round as the Mardican who charged into view drew back his arm to throw a javelin. The 40mm grenade hit just to the left of the native and tossed him sideways like a mangled doll. Clear. Goal. Done. Nay. Center building clear, Julian reported. Entering back rooms. Don't get too far ahead, Jin told him. He paused and looked around. Time to split. Despro. Take Alpha Team into the left wing. I'll take Bravo to the right. Clear front to back. Roger, Despro acknowledged, and jerked her head at Beckley to lead her team out. Alpha, Echelon left. Move. The team leader nodded acknowledgement of the order. She'd already spotted a downstairs doorway, and now she spotlighted it with an infrared laser designator. Through there. Kane, take the door. Go. The reconfigured team trotted towards the door with the plasma gunner in the lead. When she was 15 meters away, the gunner triggered a single round into the heavy wooden door, which disintegrated in a roar of flame. Kiru and Beckley performed the primary entry. Kairu went through and to the right and dropped to a knee. No more than 5 meters away, a scummy was already starting to hurl the spear in his hand. Unfortunately for him, Kairu reacted from thousands of hours of training, and the spearman was hurled backward by the hypervelocity beads punching into his chest. Another burst cleared a group further down before it could decide whether or not to attack. Right clear. There was a burst from behind the private. Left clear, Beckley called. Another burst. Really clear. Dispro set a cracker charge against the door opposite their entry point, and the thin, high expansion rate charge shattered the simple bolts on the other side and scattered splinters of the door throughout the area. She blasted the scummy on the other side of the doorway before she realized it was one of the female. Not only were they entirely untrained for combat, but this society sequestered them. This might have been the first time in this one's life that anything more exciting than sex had occurred. And it had been brief. The sergeant gazed at the pathetic, shredded body, then inhaled sharply and looked around. Stairs, she called sharply. Ground floor, clear diet. She stepped back out into the hallway, wiping at a line of blood from a flying splinter, and looked around. She pointed down the corridor. Kairu, Kane, she said, then gestured at the stairs. Beck, Lizzie. The team leader lead the way, and Dispro followed. She carefully didn't look back at the pitiful shape sprawled in the shadows of the stairs. Later for that. Later. Diesel. Chapter 31. Clear, Ponner said, nodding his head at the report over the helmet radio. It had nearly killed him to let Lieutenant Sawato take point on managing the company, but he'd had to be at the dinner. And better him on the line than anyone else in the company when that particular bucket of shit hit the rotary air impeller. Except, maybe Roger? Which still had him floored. Ponner was not the type to judge anyone by his ability to shoot. He'd known too many consummate bastards who happened to be good combat shooters to do that. But between Roger's surprising ability with weapons and the occasional depths he revealed, the captain was feeling distinctly whipsawed. 90% of the time, he wanted to throttle the spoiled brat, but lately there'd been times when he was almost impressed. Almost. He checked the maps and grunted at the report from Jin. Okay, I'll take it up with His Majesty. Make sure you hold the treasury, but don't get involved otherwise. He looked over to where Zuya Khan was sitting. Most of the blood had been washed off, but the king was still a sight. Bits of dried blood clung to the decorations on his horns and on his face, but he looked up alertly at Panner's motion. Yes, it goes well. It had, in fact, gone perfectly in the castle. The ringleaders had been seized, and their crimes had been detailed to the other house leaders. Those leaders had then been instructed to send orders to their own houses to stand down their guards on pain of the same sort of assault. Pending the delivery of proof of their crimes, the leaders of Anjai, Kesselot, and Sertina had been separated and imprisoned. Those who apparently hadn't had any knowledge of the plot had been released to return to their homes. The others were still being held in the dining room, surrounded by the now rotting blood of the dead guards. The psychological effect was salutary. It goes okay, Ponner said. We took casualties at Sertina, which I didn't expect. No one got hurt bad, though, and other than that, we got off clean. But we have fires at Sertina and Kesselot, and the troops need somebody to come put out the flames. And your guards are looting. My people can't get them under control. Zing, though, I'll done it. They will, Greg said with a resigned hand clap. How do you stop soldiers from looting? Well, you can, for example, kill them until the survivors figure out it's not permitted, Panner thought with a mental snarl. I don't suppose you can, he said aloud calmly. That shrugged your shoulders. What the hell attitude was the sort of thing he had to ensure didn't happen with Roger, he told himself. There was a fine line between ruthless and evil, and another between sloppy and barbaric. At the back of his mind, though, the song called. I suppose that's what makes the boys get up and shoot. I'll send servants to put the fires out, the king said. and soldiers whose job it will be to make sure they do so, he said pointedly to Grack, and to prevent them from looting. Is that clear? I'll go myself. Grack hoisted his broad-headed spear and grunted in laughter. Maybe I can pick up a few pretties myself. After the general left, Panner found himself alone with the king. Roger had gone to wash, and the various guards had been dismissed. The situation was irregular, but the captain ignored that as he followed the movement and condition of the company on his pad. Yow-hi. The monarch, for his part, watched the human officer. So somber and serious. So precise. You see no difference between us and the barbarians of Cord's tribe, do you? He asked, wondering what answer he would hear. Oh yeah, didn't I be? I'll gun Ray. Panner looked up at the king, then tapped a command, sending half the reserve to reinforce 1st Platoon while he considered the remark. Well, sir, I wouldn't say that. Overall, I think it's better to support civilization. Barbarism's just barbarism. At its best, it's pretty awful. At its worst, it's truly awful. Eventually, civilizations have the ability to pull themselves up to a condition which is better for everyone. Now, let me see. Would you have assisted me if you didn't need supplies for your journey? The monarch asked, fingering the decorations on his horns and flicking off a bit of dried blood. No, your majesty. Panner shook his head. We wouldn't have. We have a mission. Get Roger to the port. If this operation hadn't advanced that, we wouldn't have done it. So, the monarch observed with a grunt of laughter. Your support for civilization isn't so deep as all that. Your majesty, Panner said, pulling at a stick of gum and carefully unwrapping it. I have a mission to complete. I will continue trying to perform that mission, whatever it takes. And so will my Marines. That mission has damned little to do with our individual survival and everything to do with maintaining a degree of continuity in our political environment. Panner popped in the gum and smiled grimly. Your majesty, that is civilization. Mahib. Roger watched the Mardikan Mahout securing his armor on the giant pack beast. The creature looked very much like the one which had been chasing Cord, but the native insisted they were different. Roger thought Cord was probably right. The Cape buffalo looked very much like the docile water buffalo, and there was no more dangerous beast on earth. Of course, these looked like giant horned toads, not buffalo. Capito dot. He wondered if he could get the translation system to start substituting the term. He also wondered, not without some trepidation, if he could master the local Mahout's skills himself. He'd always had a way with animals, and he'd been in the saddle of his first pony almost literally before he could talk, and his first polo pony before he was 10. So it seemed possible. Despite that, he found the elephant-sized Flarta daunting, and he didn't even want to consider how the rest of the company felt about them. Still, they'd best get over it and learn. They'd been far luckier than they deserved when Portena and Julian turned up with Delenpa in tow, and Roger knew it, even if the Marines as a whole seemed unaware of their good fortune. Of course, for all their survival training, they were much less accustomed to using animal transport in inhospitable regions than Roger was, thanks to his taste for safaris. But the prince had been shocked by Panner's apparent blithe assumption that they could simply buy their own animals and handle the beasts themselves. Fortunately, Delenpa had made the company a better offer. Flarta were scarce in Qenkok, and even with the king's strong support, the prices being demanded had been astronomical. Just buying the necessary pack beasts would have come close to bankrupting the humans, despite the hefty slice of Exiacon's fines and confiscations which had come their way. They certainly wouldn't have had enough left for the other supplies they needed. But Delenpa had turned up in the nick of time. He and his clan were something like a cross between Old Earth's gypsies and professional caravaneers, semi-nomadic freight carriers who owned and managed their own string of Flarta. Roger had been astounded when he arrived at the Citadel with Julian and Portina to offer his clan's services to the humans, since no one else in Q and Cock had wanted to go anywhere near the lunatics, who thought they could actually get through to Voighton. But Dale and Pa had gone by the houses the Marines had taken down to make a personal examination of the wreckage, and he'd also talked to survivors who'd seen the humans' weapons in action. Clearly, he calculated that if anyone could get through and reopen the long-closed and highly profitable trading routes through Voighton Bravo Company was that anyone. Roger had come to suspect that there were other factors at work as well. For one thing, he was pretty certain Zio Khan had strongly suggested to Dalla and Pa that it would be in his best interests to make the offer. For another, the Chief Mahout clearly hoped to pick up some of the off-worlders' marvelous devices and knowledge for himself. And finally, the scummy had insisted on receiving 2/3 of his payment up front before leaving Q in Coke, and extracted a promise that he would not be required to hand it back over if, or when, the humans actually encountered the Chronolta and realized they had no choice but to turn back or die. For all that, though, Dalen Pa and his clansmen looked like tough customers in their own right. They were well armed by Mardican standards, and clearly accustomed to looking after themselves. No doubt they had to be, since their entire families, including women and children, traveled with them. They were likely to prove a worthwhile addition to the humans' forces in a great many ways. And whatever else, they would at least keep Panner from losing a dozen or so of his Marines, finding out that driving a Flarta was just a bit more complicated than handling an air lorry. Roger grinned at the thought and looked around as the company made its final preparations to leave. It was early, barely past dawn, and the heat wasn't really on the day yet. It would be soon, turning the humidity up into the customary steam bath, but for now, it seemed relatively cool. Everyone was checking his personal gear, making sure that it was just right. A strap out of place would make for a sore day, so it made sense to check ahead of time. Weapons were being serviced, and ports sealed against the conditions. They were down another plasma rifle, and the old man had indicated that they might have to put them all away in sealable bags. Roger intended to have a few choice words with whoever had approved the weapons for deployment. They'd only been on the planet for a couple of weeks, and the complicated weapons were failing left and right. He saw the captain coming up the line of pack beasts, checking the gear. Since the Flarta were carrying so many items that were absolutely vital, not to mention valuable, the Marine officer had placed a small explosive charge on each of them, and demonstrated the devices to the Mahouts. If one of the beasts tried, for whatever reason, to run away with the company's gear, it wasn't going to get far. Panner hadn't even bothered to mention the tracker planted on each of them. Nor was that the only precaution the human castaways had taken. Somewhat against his own better judgment, Panner had given in to O'Casey's argument and agreed that the chief of staff could brief both Zio Khan and Danette Delcra on the true reason for their visit to Marduk. The captain was unhappy at the thought of telling anyone anything he didn't have to, but he'd had to admit that O'Casey had logic on her side when she pointed out that both the people and Q and Cock already knew they were effectively shipwrecked. Telling their leaders and rulers how and why couldn't increase the risk that one or both of them might have designs upon them. Blah! Like Panner's radio listening watch. Alerting people with reason to wish them well to the fact that their trail might need covering couldn't hurt. "Your Highness," the captain said, as he reached the pack beast. Roger was examining. He looked up at the prince's armor, then back at the prince himself, and smiled. "Try not to get yourself killed, Your Highness." Roger smiled back and hefted his rifle. "I'll try, Captain, but it's going to be a long march." "It will that, Your Highness." Panner fingered his breast pocket but decided to forego a stick. "A long march." He raised an eyebrow at the item at Roger's feet. "That looks fairly full." Roger hefted the rucksack and swung it into place. "Well, I couldn't let Matsugai carry it all, could I?" "No, I suppose not," and Panner said, then looked up as Kasudik caught his eye and made the circular hand motion that signaled everything was in order. In the years they'd been together, he'd never had reason to doubt her, and he didn't this time. "Well, Your Highness, it looks like it's time," he said, looking up and down the line of pack beasts and the last-minute goings-on. O'Casey still spouting Machiavellianisms from the top of her pack beast as the king said goodbye. Cord, having a last word with the delegation from the people which had arrived to negotiate the mining arrangements. Julian, making motions of kicking down doors to one of the female privates in first platoon. Poratena, bickering with one last merchant. But, really, they were ready to go. Agreed, Captain, the prince said, looking at the hills across the river and shifting a strap of his bulging pack. The bridge had been lowered to let their caravan cross. Now all they had to do was find a way through trackless jungles filled with vicious enemies to a fabled lost city, and from there on into the true unknown. He looked to the northwest and tied the braid dangling from under his helmet into a knot. Time to head up country, he said. Chapter 32. Roger leaned over the big kettle and sniffed. Is that what I think it is? The company had waged an exhausting battle against nature across the brutal hills. Whatever paths had once existed had been erased over the years, and they were forced to create new ones. Driving away through the choking undergrowth for the big pack beasts would have been bad enough under any circumstances, but the hill's vicious carnivores had made it nightmarish. They had lost Sergeant Coberta to the carnivore cord called an Atul, and the company just called a damn beast. It was low, fast, and hungry. About 200 kilos, it had a triangular head filled with shark-like teeth, and a rubbery, mucus-covered skin similar to that of the Mardukans. A burst of bead fire had torn the beast apart, but not before it had savaged the sergeant. The tough old NCO it had held on for a day, riding on one of the Flarta, but he'd finally succumbed. Even the nanites and Doc Dobrescu's magic black bag hadn't been able to heal all the damage, so they'd bagged the popular squad leader and fired him up. Captain Pounder had said a few words, and they'd moved on, marching up country. Along the way, they'd become accustomed to the constant danger. Roger saw it all around him, and even in himself. Everyone was getting better at reading the jungle, at anticipating the dangers. The Marines on the perimeter now made a game of spotting the killer pillars in the trees, and the ones that were on the path were harvested. The fangs of the horrible worms contained 2 poisons, both of which were considered valuable by the Mardukans. The whole company was changing, getting a little wilder, a little wilder. They were learning about waste not, want not, and that if something is attacking you, it's probably edible itself. Which brought Roger back to the stew pot. Matsugai smiled, stirred, and shrugged. Damn beast, Your Highness. The one you killed. Clean shot as well, which I appreciated. Not too torn up but well bled by the time I got. I can't believe we're having damn beast for supper, Roger said, and brushed a recalcitrant strand of hair out of his eyes. Well, the troops are having damn beast stew, Matsugai said with another grin. Just wait until you see what the officers are having. Gunay, try. I still can't believe that was damn beast, Roger said, leaning back and setting down his fork. Matsugai had somehow secured not only a large quantity of a really good wine, but a variety of local spices. The troops had seen him at various times throughout Kok, talking to restaurant and tavern owners, and when the company started out on its journey, he had immediately established himself as a cross between chief cook and caravan master. The result was a smoothly functioning caravan. Dylan Paz Mahouts had experience of this sort of thing, and Matsugai hadn't hesitated to pick their brains. It was the Mahouts who'd suggested unloading one beast and letting it break trail, for instance, thus lightening the load on the Marines. It was also the Mahouts who'd pointed out that it was silly to waste good protein just because it was trying to eat, and that there was nothing wrong with shooting for the pot. That last point had nearly caused Painter to go ballistic. Hunting on the move went against every bit of his training. Modern ground warfare required that troops move through the woods as if they weren't even there, since anything that could be seen could be killed. That a unit was made out of mist was a high compliment, and shooting at everything that moved and looked vaguely edible was noisy anathema to his dearest principles. But in the end, he'd been forced to concede that their situation was unusual. After looking at their consumption rates and how far they'd traveled, he'd agreed, not without one last, severe tussle with his military professionalism that they needed the supplement. Once he'd conceded the point, however, he'd implemented it with his customary thoroughness, and thereafter a member of the company, who was a superior marksman, was routinely put up front with the point specifically to look for game. More often than not, and over Panner's fuming protests, Roger could be found in the same area for the same reason. He usually rode the unencumbered Flarta like some latter-day Raja on an extraterrestrial elephant. It should have been faintly ludicrous, but the elevation and the fact that the pack beast wasn't recognized as a threat by the local wildlife often gave him shots well before the official company hunter, and he rarely missed. This day, the only thing he'd seen on the route hadn't been, to him, food game. The crouching damn beast would have been invisible to the point until she reached attack distance. Given their increased awareness and the guns pushed to the front of the formation, the point might have survived the encounter. And then again, maybe not. The question was moot, however, for Roger had shot the beast while the lance corporal was still 70 meters distant. Now he picked at a bit of the lightly spiced meat and shook his head. This was good. The last time you tried it, it was, well, rubbery, Matsugaya said with a laugh. Right? Yes, O'Casey said. The academic was coming to her own terms with this world. She still resented the heat, the humidity, and the bugs, but they all did that, and at least she no longer had to slip and slide in the mud. Instead, she got to ride on one of the great pack beasts, and she thought she might live after all. She'd felt bad about being pampered for a while, but one of the Marines had finally remarked that O'Casey had never volunteered for this, and she decided not to worry about it. She wiped at her brow and drew a breath. The tent was hot and close, but it kept out the bugs and the Yaden. The latter never seemed to attack when people were up and about, but better safe than sorry. And since the troops had taken to zipping their one-man tents closed at night, they hadn't lost anyone else, even if it did make for hot, fetid sleeping environments. But this is actually quite nice, she continued, taking another bite. It reminds me of a light-tasting beef. Fortunately, it was also leaner than beef. A heavy meal in this climate would be devastating. Emu, Lieutenant Jasko said, taking another helping of barley reese and meat. It tastes a lot like emu. Emu? Cord repeated. I don't know what that is. The shaman rolled a ball of barley reese and popped it into his mouth. He had pulled it from the communal ball, as was his people's custom. Not for him these bizarre human notions of forks and such. Flightless bird, Roger said offhandedly. He pulled a bit of his portion of damn beast off his plate and fed it to Dogzard, who'd been patiently waiting by his chair. Originally from the South American pampas. It's distributed all over now. Fairly easy to raise. Now lie. We raised him on Larson, Jasko said nostalgically. Almost tastes like home. Now, if you just chop up the leftovers and put them in a hot dish, I'd have to marry you, he told the valet with a grin, and Matsugi laughed with the others as he poured Roger another glass of wine. Sorry, Lieutenant, I already had one spouse. Once was enough. How'd you get it so tender? Kosudik asked. She took a sip of wine and picked up one of the barbecued vegetables. The squash-like plant had been christened zucchini because, unlike zucchini, it had a bitter taste in its uncooked state. However, a combination of one of Matsuge's marinades and cooking over a slow fire resulted in a surprisingly delectable vegetable course. The cooking, or perhaps the marinade, left the slices with a sugary coating, somewhat like a honey glaze. Ah, Matsugaya said with another smile. That's a chef's secret. He put his finger against his nose and smiled again. Then, with a slight bow and a spatter of applause, he let himself out of the tent. All right, Ponner said. I want to make sure everyone is clear on tomorrow's march. Goliath wants to have a word. I've been talking with Cord and his nephews, the lieutenant said, swallowing a bite of barley reese and clearing his throat with a sip of wine. The vintage was fairly heavy for the conditions, almost like a sherry. But wine was wine. As everyone knows, he went on, we're in Crenolta territory. So why haven't we been hit? Yeah, Jasco nodded. We must have passed right by that group that was waiting to attack Q-In-Cock. They couldn't have stayed in one place for too long, Cord said. The strip of flatland along the river is too narrow for good hunting. That's why the people have never taken it for their own. Apparently, Gulius nodded at the shaman. Hunting parties go over there when game is sparse on their side of the river. The Crenolta hunt there also, but only occasionally. For the raiding party to stay there, they had to be broken up. Foraging? Kosudik nodded, tugging at an earlobe. Of course. So we might have brushed some of them, Gulius said. And, conceivably, they could be on our back trail, catching up fast. Do you rate that as likely? Ponnor asked. He and Gulius had already discussed this, but he wanted the entire group to hear the whole story. No, sir, the lieutenant answered. At least not quickly. They'd still be waiting for word from the conspirators in the city. Even if a messenger preceded us, they'd have to assemble before taking us on. Even the Crenolta are going to recognize that we're a serious military threat. However, Cord said, scratching at the tent floor with his knife, that was a raiding party outside its traditional territory. They wouldn't attack unless they had all the warriors necessary to destroy us. Once we enter the home territory of the tribes, they'll attack at every turn. The deeper we enter, the bolder they will become, and the more they will attack. Shy away. So, Ponnor said, we need to begin being extra alert. The tribes don't hunt the hills we just passed through, but they do hunt the lowlands. Whether there's a big force on our back trail or not, we now face the probability of regular attacks. And we haven't the time to teach them the price of an Earthman slain. The troops are going to have a problem with that, Kosudik admitted. I'm worried that they're getting sloppy. We told them to expect regular attacks through the last 2 weeks in the hills, and no Crenolta materialized, just big nasties. We'll need more than the lieutenant's writ on it for them to take it seriously. Done. And he. Ponnor nodded. Get with the chain of command, he told the lieutenants. Make sure that they, at least, are aware of the likelihood. We need to make sure the troops are as alert as possible. These aren't half-made recruits. Remind them of that. Jay. Julian leaned on his rucksack and listened to the quiet of the sleeping camp. The clouds often seemed to break for just a bit after sunset, and tonight was no exception. The smaller moon, Sharma, cast a faint ruddy light over the scene. Dim as it was, it would have been more than sufficient for his light enhancers, but he'd switched them off. The jungle seemed placid tonight, with hardly any animals stirring. Even the roars and gurgles of the normal night were muted. That was just as well. He had 2 more hours as sergeant of the guard, and then he could get some sleep. Tomorrow would be another long march through the jungle, and being stuck as sergeant of the guard meant damned little rest, but for the time being, he could chill out. All the posts were placed, and he'd done a walk around a half-hour ago. Everybody was staying awake and alert, per normal. He leaned on the rucksack a little harder and sniffed. You could still smell the stew Costas had cooked up, and Julian shook his head. Who would have thought that the fussy little valet could have become such a tower of strength, or turn out to be such a good cook? The actual work was done by a couple of the scummy beast drivers, but Matsugai made sure it was done right, and no one was about to complain about the result. The company definitely wasn't starving, although what might happen when they ran out of barlaries and dried fruits and vegetables was another story. Hopefully their supply would hold out to the next city-state. He froze at the tiniest whisper of a scrape somewhere in front of him. The sound had been almost below the level of audibility, but the Marine had unusually sharp hearing. He considered turning on his helmet enhancers, but that scrape had sounded like it was right in front of him, and the helmet would take a second or to come fully online. He reached up and flicked on the flash clipped to his combat harness. The low-power red light blinked on instantly. and revealed 5 forms, crawling towards him. The creatures were shaped vaguely like moths, mostly black, but with a spotted pattern that turned pale pink in the red light. A score of glittering red eyes gazed back at him, and 10 poisoned fangs glistened. Gun-yai! Roger was up, out of the tent, and halfway across the encampment before he realized he'd moved. He looked down and discovered that he had his rifle in one hand, his bead pistol in the other, and nothing on but a singlet. The discovery slowed him just long enough for Sergeant Angel to overtake and jerk him to a halt as his tent guards got in front of him. "At least let us get there first, sir," the NCO said with a laugh and handed the prince his combat harness. "And always remember to grab ammo too. It makes it easier on us." Roger threw on the harness and resumed his progress more sedately, surrounded by his hovering bodyguards as he crossed to a cluster of troopers gathered in 3rd Platoon's area. Julian sat on the ground at the center of the small group, cradling a jug of the local wine and shaking his head. "Low crawling up on me," he said. The normally upbeat NCO was obviously shaken. "No wonder we lost Wilbur." Roger looked at the shape on the ground while he pulled his hair up into a quick bun. It looked like a giant 6-winged moth, incongruously pinned down with a combat knife, and the area around it was torn up from its death throes. Warrant Dobrescu ran a sensor over it and tapped the knife. The thing gave a few weak flaps of its wings, and the fangs quivered, but other than that, it was quiescent. The warrant officer pulled the knife out and used it to expertly flip the thing over. He murmured and raised an eyebrow. "Fascinating." "What happened, Julian?" Connor asked. How long the big captain had been standing there nobody knew, but Julian shook his head again and capped the clay jug of wine. "I was maintaining my post, sir. I'd checked the posts a half hour before, and I was just sitting and listening, and I heard a scraping sound. So I turned on my flashlight, and..." He gulped and pointed the moth on the ground. "And 5 of those things were low crawling up on me, just like a fire team." "Oh, I'd say that this is the species that got Wilbur the first night," Dobrescu confirmed. The warrant officer had a Marine shining a white light flash over his shoulder and was examining the fangs of the still-twitching moth with a field scope. "These are clearly evolved for drawing liquids," he said, and looked up with a black chuckle. "I don't think these are nectar drinkers either." "Okay," Connor said. "We know the enemy now. Break it up and get back to sleep, people. We've got a long day ahead." He watched the gaggle break up, the Marines heading back to their shelters and zipping them tight, and then turned to Julian. "You gonna be okay?" "Sure, Captain. I'll be fine. I was just shook. They're so horrible," Dobrescu offered, and looked at Connor. "What do you want me to do with the specimen?" "Move it closer to the center of camp. We'll burn it with our garbage in the morning." "Aye," the warrant officer said. "I wonder if this is a foretaste of things to come." "Gunny." Roger rocked with the movement of the pack beast, his eyes half closed in the dim morning light. It had taken a while for the camp to get back to sleep, and everyone seemed quiet and subdued. He watched the point chopping away a large liana. A multitool's monomolecular edge could cut through even the thickest vines like a laser through paper, but the company's point Marines usually tried to move through the brush without cutting. The pack beast immediately behind them would clear the way through most obstructions, so additional clearance would only have been extra effort. Even pack beasts had problems with some of the jungle's lianas, however, so the Marines generally cut a few heavy obstacles. In this case, Roger's mount lent its strength to the female private, who would point today, lifting away the upper section of the liana as the Marine cut through it closer to the ground. While she worked, Roger and the point guard maintained an overwatch. It was when they stopped like this that Roger always felt the most vulnerable, whether they actually were or not. Dogzard sat up and stretched from where she'd been sleeping, leaning on Roger's back. She sniffed the air, turned around, and lay back down. Nothing happening. No threats. Time to sleep. "When Jan He gone twirl. Did a shulker droid. Our Patricia McCoy slung her bead rifle and stepped over the severed base of the liana. She could have cut it a little closer to the ground, but there was no need, since the Florida's broad, hard pads would pound the stump to splinters as they passed. Besides, she had other things to think about. McCoy always felt vulnerable, with only a mono machete in her hand, but Poem was right behind her, guarding her back. And, to give the devil his due, the prince was pretty good backup, too. She stepped through a circle of smaller vines and looked around. The ground was getting wetter and the vegetation even lusher, if that was possible. It looked like they were moving into a marsh, but it was all light brush. The beasts could clear all of this without her assistance. She took another step and dropped in her tracks, choking on blood as the javelin appeared in her neck. Why, yeah, sounded bad. Roger's eyes widened as the flight of javelins erupted out of the jungle, but he reacted automatic. He kicked one leg over the back of the pack beast, rolled off and away from the javelin's source, twisted in midair with a contortion fit to shame a cat, and landed on his feet. He didn't stay there. Instead, he dropped to his stomach as 2 tons of flartail whistled over his head. The beast's driver was dead with a javelin through him, and her own sides had been abruptly and impolitely feathered with light iron-headed spears. She was not, to put it mildly, pleased, and she turned on her tail, snapping at whatever was biting her. But there was no enemy in biting range, so she turned her attention in the direction from which the bites had come. The little creature which had been intermittently riding on her was already pounding in that direction, and she saw movement that shouldn't have been there. It looked like she'd found her enemy. I know day. Roger scanned the brush for targets as the Florida gave a roaring bugle. He stayed prone as it charged off in Dogzard's wake, and was rewarded with the sight of a scummy scrambling to get out of the beast's way. There was heavy firing off to his right from the main body of the company, but he had his own sector to cover. Another scummy erupted into sight with Dogzard firmly attached to his arm. Roger removed him from view and dispatched the friend who'd been coming to his aid, then checked fire as Marines rushed into view. It was time to follow his dog. Yeah. Connor took one look at the flight of spears and snapped, "Ambush! Close!" There were 2 kinds of ambushes in the Marines' lexicon, close and far, and deciding which was the responsibility of the unit command. The ability to tell the difference was one way to separate the schoolbook soldier from the true field tactician. The difference was crucial because the reactions to each were diametrically opposed. In the case of a long-range ambush, the drilled reaction was for the company to take cover and use fire and maneuver to assault the ambushing force. It was massively more chaotic than that, of course, but that was the overall plan. In the case of a close-range ambush, however, the doctrine was simply to turn into the ambush and charge. Even with the inevitable mines and booby traps, there was no percentage in taking cover if the enemy had you dead to rights where you were. Yay. Kasudik was already in the brush and accelerating towards the concealed foes. Her bead rifle was on automatic, and she was firing regular bursts from the hip, laying down a path of destruction to her front, plowing the road. Again. With no enemy in sight, and only ephemeral ghosts on the helmet sensors. There was no point in trying for aimed fire. Laying down massive firepower in the general area of the enemy was the best bet, and the hypervelocity beats chewed through lianas and tree trunks in a spectacular spray of sap, chlorophyll, and muck. She burst through a curtain of undergrowth and saw a scummy rear up to hurl a spear. One burst spread him across the vegetation, and she spun in place, checking her surroundings. Nothing else was in sight, but that didn't mean anything. She knew she was ahead of the mass of the company. Her helmet visor had blue friendly icons all over it when she looked behind her, but there weren't any in front of her. They were coming, though. The rest would be here any moment, and the only question was whether to go on or wait for support. She paused indecisively, then hit the ground as the area to her left erupted in plasma fire. Somebody wasn't checking her helmet sensors. Yeah. Nasina Bosom swore as she realized she'd almost torched the sergeant major. She'd paused to lay down covering fire for her team, and the blast had nearly converted the company's top NCO to charcoal. A corner of Bosom's mind told her that Kosudik would have a little something to say to her about that later, but there was no time to worry about that now. She walked her fire away from the sergeant major, across the line of cover that had produced the javelins, and smiled as a flaming native tumbled into view and was cut down by the bead rifle of her team leader. The charge exhaustion warning tone sounded insistently, and she ejected the ammo clip and slapped in another. The magazine contained lithium deuteride pellets and a power source to feed the laser compressors and initiate the fusion reaction that drove the weapon. The system was relatively simple for Imperial technology, but to ensure that everything worked properly, the ammunition manufacturer's quality control had to be precise, or the condition of the weapon, firing it had to be perfect. In this instance, neither was the case. The pellet that dropped into the firing chamber was partially contaminated by carbon. The contamination level was low, barely 0.1% of the mass of material, but the results were catastrophic. When the packet of lithium deuteride was lased, the carbon reacted chaotically, causing a flare in the fusion reaction. The flare, in turn, exceeded the design parameters of the magnetic containment field, but even that would have been survivable under other circumstances. There was a backup containment system, designed specifically to prevent uncontrolled discharge in situations just like this one. Unfortunately, Marduk's climate had had its way with the capacitor ring managing the critical feature. When the containment spike hit the capacitor, it exploded. The result was a small nuclear detonation in the Lance Corporal's hands. "Wanna die, Chow? I know one, this Albeam Award Avonjay. Alwevis Warringtailish Horror. Rot." Connor cursed as the detonation's blast front punched outward through the jungle. Whether it was a string of grenades or a plasma gun hardly mattered. The general roar of combat had already begun to panic the pack beasts. Now the explosion accelerated that process, and the hail of javelins continued unabated. He called for reinforcements to fill in the sudden hole in the line in 1st Platoon's sector as he followed the 2nd Platoon squad, which had been covering the headquarters section, towards the concealing cover from which those javelins came. His helmet HUD was a welter of icons and images, but he had years of experience in deciphering them at an almost subconscious level, and the density of the spears and the width of the attack made it clear that they faced a large group of hostiles. That was when he noticed a single gold icon on one end of the line. "Roger, Your Highness, damn it, get to cover! You're not supposed to be leading the damned assault elements." "What the grenade launcher appropriated from the Late Point Guard wasn't exactly familiar, but his helmet systems managed the conversion easily. Roger replaced the empty box of ammunition and hung the dead Marine's spares over his shoulder. The area had been cleared by the Flarta, which was now headed into the distance, and cleared again by His Royal Highness. I really have to have a talk with Panner about how I keep ending up on my own. The comnet was filled with chatter. As usual, it was impossible for him to sort out the conflicting calls. On the other hand, his visor HUD made it clear that he was behind the majority of the Mordokan ambushers and well in the lead of most of the company. He thought about that for just a moment, then smiled and looked down and shook his head as Dogzord trotted up to him. "Am I crazy, Dogzord? Or just evil?" Kosudik pulled her knife out of the scummy's head and looked around. She was deep in the brush now, and the damned assault elements had bogged up in the middle of the ambush. No matter how many times you told them, no matter how many times they practiced it, the unit always seemed to stop on the objective instead of going through the damn thing. Now the surviving scummies and the Marines were inextricably intertwined. It was practically down to hand, since to fire in any direction was just as likely to hit a friend as a foe. She was just about to charge back into the fray when she was assaulted by friendly fire. Again. One, Connor ducked as the scummy's spear whistled overhead and struck another Marine with a meaty thunk. He triggered a single round into the center of mass of the spearman, following the targeting carrot of the helmet systems automatically, and looked around. Undergrowth restricted his line of sight, but everywhere he could see the Marines were locked in hand-to-hand combat with the larger Mardukans. He saw one private picked up and hurled away by a native who was nearly 3 meters tall and shook his head angrily. "Move through the ambush," he bellowed over the comm, and sprinted forward just as the trees around him started to come apart under the hammer of grenade rounds. Aye. Roger laughed like a child. He'd figured out how to use the helmet systems to aim, and he was dropping grenades to the side of and above all the blue icon. Since the grenades threw out high-velocity shrapnel which, unlike javelins and swords, was stopped by the chameleon suits, theoretically, the fire should be doing more damage to the enemy than to the Marine. Theoretically. Julian had just discovered that grappling was something with 4 arms, and the size and disposition of a wounded Terran grizzly was a losing proposition. The Mardukan had him in a bear hug, and the knife was inching closer and closer to his throat when the world seemed to explode. He and the native were thrown sideways into a tree, but the chameleon suit reacted to the strike, hardening to take the damage and puffing to pad the impact point. The native wasn't so lucky. The explosion of the grenade tore off its head and one shoulder. Julian stumbled to his feet, favoring his left hand, and looked around for his weapon. He finally found it under a pile of leaves thrown up by the explosion, then tried to get his bearings. Throughout the ambush site, other Marines were doing much the same thing. Whoever had been firing the grenade launcher had apparently walked the things all the way down the ambush, and there were bruised Marines and dead scummies everywhere. Connor saw Julian and walked over to him. "Sergeant, assemble your squad and sweep this area. Then move out another 20 meters and establish a perimeter." He started to move on, then stopped when Julian didn't start moving. "Sergeant?" Julian shook his head and took a breath. "Roger, sir, will do." Connor nodded and moved on down the line, shaking the occasional Marine into coherence or calling for a medic. Most of the injuries were the result of the fighting with the Mardukans, not the grenades from whatever maniac had peppered the fight. Whoever that had been was not going to enjoy the ass-chewing he had coming. As the captain reached the end of the line of impacts, he saw the prince striding towards him, appropriated grenade launcher propped on his hip like a big game hunter surveying his kill. "Did it work?" Roger asked with a grin. "Genau, Shabnamis is try." Kosudik eeled out of the brush and looked around. The firing had died to nothing, and she'd found no sign of the scummies in the area beyond the ambush. It looked like the company had reacted so quickly that it had gotten every one of its attackers. She walked over to Captain Panner and was just opening her mouth when she realized he was rigid and shaking. She'd occasionally seen him perturbed, even angry, but she'd always wondered what he would look like if he was furious. Now she knew. "What happened?" she asked. That arrogant, intolerable, insufferable little snot was the one with the grenade launcher. Connor said tightly. "Oh," Kosudik said. Then, "Oh, so was he an idiot or a genius?" "Idiot," Connor said, calming just enough to make a rational judgment. We'd already taken most of the casualties we were going to take. The Mardukans were either going to run away or stay in place as we passed through. Either way, we could have taken them with aimed fire. Now we've got 6 broken wrists and cracked ribs, not to mention shrapnel wounds. You know me. So, what now?" Kosudik asked. She had her own opinion of the prince's actions, and she suspected that the captains might, eventually, moderate. Reassemble on the trail. The captain ground his teeth. Move back to drear ground to make camp, send out parties to recover the pack beasts, and dig in. I think this was the group that was going to hit Q and Cock, but that doesn't mean that we're out of the woods. Nope, Kasudik agreed, looking around at the vegetation flailed by the grenade launcher and the scattered bodies of the Krenolta attackers. It sure don't. Chapter 33. Cord examined the blade in the firelight. The weapon was a Mardikan two-handed sword. At nearly 3 meters in length, it would have been ridiculously oversized for a human, but its proportions were lean, lethal, and graceful, and its silver and black patterning and elaborate engravings reflected red in the flickering light. Beautiful craftsmanship, Cord whispered. Definitely Voighton work. Much of the pattern was covered in a patina of rust, which had been inexpertly scrubbed in places, damaging the very artistry the scrubber had meant to reveal. Damned Krenolta, the shaman added. Yeah, but it's useless for us, Lieutenant Jasko said, shaking his head. His arm was cradled in a sling with a broken ulna as a result of the ambush. Fortunately, his quick-heal nanites were on the job and he'd be out of it in a day or two, none the worse for wear. Others hadn't been as lucky. Captain Panner appeared out of the darkness. He tossed a short sword or long knife point first into the ground beside the shaman and nodded to the lieutenant. True, he agreed. But this will work just fine, and most of them were carrying at least one of them. He paused, looking speculatively at Cord, and then cleared his throat. And a bunch of them were carrying something else too. Horns that looked sort of familiar. Yo, lol. The shaman clapped his true hands in agreement with a shiver of disgust. The Krenolta take the horns of kills as souvenirs. They prefer the horns of champions, but in fact, any will do. The souvenirs of lesser enemies are made into musical instruments, he added, examining the knife before he tossed it down dismissively. Well crafted, but it's only a dagger. Maybe for you, Mardikins, Panner replied, taking a seat by the fire. But for us, that's a short sword. Combine it with large shields and a javelin, and I think we'll show you a thing or two. You're planning on using the Roman model? Jasko asked. The need to use local equipment was a foregone conclusion. The ambush they'd just survived had depleted nearly 10% of their plasma rifle rounds. At that rate, they would be fired dry before they made it to the next city-state, and that didn't even consider what had happened to Corporal Bosom. They had to start training on local equipment as soon as it could be obtained, but Q and Cock, unfortunately, hadn't had sufficient supplies of human-sized weaponry to outfit the company. Jasko had been arguing in favor of a technique using longer swords and smaller shields, the Scottish model. He felt that the longer swords would be more effective against the reach of the Mardikins. Of course, against a weapon like the one the shaman was examining, any possible human reach with a sword wouldn't matter. I think the Roman model will be easier to learn, Lieutenant Gauleas put in. The second platoon leader joined the group gathered around the fire and took a seat as well. He slapped a bug on his neck and shook his head. Not that it will help worth a damn if today is any example. The company had taken heavy casualties, particularly in 1st and 2nd platoon. And while the majority of the deaths were from the spears and swords of the attacking Mardikins, there were numerous minor injuries from the grenades of the Prince's bombard. Reactions to Roger's actions were mixed. It came down to those who'd been saved by his intervention being in favor of it, and those who'd been injured by it being against. The only undecided were those like Sergeant Julian, who'd been saved while being injured. He said he would make up his mind after the ribs healed. We survived it, Panner said stoically. The company had been devastated by the ambush and had lost Lieutenant Sawato, a platoon sergeant, and 2 squad leaders. But that didn't mean the mission was a failure. Or impossible. We need to move smarter. From now on, we're going to put a squad out front on a 3-pronged point. That should spring any ambushes before we get to them. No. It's not doctrine, sir, Jasko pointed out, fingering his sling. It won't spring a long-range ambush, and you're effectively offering a squad as a sacrifice instead of 1 Marine. The captain shook his head angrily. We keep forgetting that the Mardukans are range limited. Or these Mardukans are, at least. That may change when we finally hit some of them with gunpowder. But as long as we keep flankers out at thrown weapon range to the front, the Chronolta can't ambush the main body. They don't have the range. So we change the doctrine. Why, you'll and pack up the goddamn plasma guns? Gulia said with a grimace. Bosam's death had been spectacular, and most of the plasma gunners had already unloaded their weapons as a precaution. No one knew what had gone wrong, and no one wanted to be the next person to find out. Yeah, Jasko snapped. No shit. He was out half a squad and a team leader from the malfunction. Between Coberta's death and the loss of most of the squad's alpha team to the plasma rifle, malfunction, Gunnery Sergeant Lai, had been forced to roll what was left of second and third squads together under the third squad leader. Well, like the king said in Kunkok, Panner pointed out, if you have one problem, it's sometimes insoluble. But if you have several, they sometimes solve each other. We took enough casualties that there are spare weapons for all the plasma gunners to switch over to something else. I'll have Puritana and Julian start going over the plasmas in the morning, but in the meantime, we'll limit ourselves to grenades and bead guns. Oh, why? As long as the ammo holds out, sir, Jasko said. That too, the company commander admitted, with a grim smile. That too, which brings this conversation full circle. Ah, Roger knew that doing kata while angry was pointless. No matter how many times he tried to find his balance, he could never quite manage it, yet he couldn't stop either. He spun in the darkness behind his tent, hair windmilling out in a golden halo, away from the eyes of most of the company while he tried to work out his frustration, anger, and fear. He was shocked by the casualties the company had taken. Despite everything, it had never truly occurred to him that the Marines might be wiped out by this march. Oh, intellectually he'd acknowledged the possibility, but not emotionally. Not at the heart of him. Surely modern troops, armed with Imperial weapons, would be able to slash their way through an enemy armed only with spears and swords, or the crudest of firearms. But that presumed the enemy was unwilling to take casualties. And it also presumed that the Marines could see the enemy in time to kill him before he reached such close quarters that all of their advantages in range and firepower were negated. The failure of the automated sensors to detect the attackers before they struck boded ill for the rest of the journey. Although the tactical sensors were, theoretically, designed to detect a broad range of possible traces, it was now clear that the software depended heavily on infrared and power source input. If it had a possible contact, but the contact was anomalous, it filtered by infrared tracing and power emissions, which made perfectly good sense against high-tech opponents who would be emitting in those bands. But the Mardukans emitted in neither of them, so the sensors were throwing out most detections as ghosts. In some cases during the battle, the helmet HUDs had flatly refused to care at the enemy at all, which had thrown off the Marines, who were trained to depend primarily on their helmet sensors precisely because those sensors were so much better than the ones evolution had provided. Except that now they weren't. Roger had dealt with that problem by ignoring the targeting carets, first by using the simple holographic sights on his rifle, and then by firing into a melee where he knew the Marines weren't on the theory that that was where the enemy had to be. Of course, the burst radius of the grenades had caused a few problems, but still, he spun on the ball of one foot, carrying the heavy sword through a vicious butterfly maneuver. It wasn't fair. He'd personally broken the back of the ambush. So the method was a little drastic. It had worked, and whatever Panner might think, his actions had stemmed from neither panic, nor stupidity, nor arrogant carelessness. Now, if someone besides the ever-worshipping Dogzard would just realize that, he might even... He froze at the sound of a cleared throat and turned gracefully to face the interruption. His face settled into a practiced, invulnerable mask of hauteur as he placed the point of the sword on the toe of his boot. It was an incredibly arrogant pose, and he knew it, but he didn't really care just at the moment. Screw 'em if they didn't like it. Yes? He asked Despro. He hadn't heard the soft-footed squad leader approach, and he wondered what she wanted. The NCO regarded him carefully for a moment, taking in both the attitude and the picture. The prince had changed into a pair of shorts to work out, and the heat and activity had raised a heavy sweat. The greater moon, Hanish, was breaking through the clouds, and the reflected fire and moonlight dappled the sweat on his body like patina on a bronze statue. The image sent a stab of fire through the NCO's abdomen, which she firmly suppressed. I just wanted to say thank you, Your Highness. We probably would have cut our way through the ambush, but we were in the tight, no question. Sometimes you have to do things that seem crazy when it drops that far in the pot. Blowing the shit out of the company isn't the dumbest thing I can think of, and it worked. So for me, thanks. And I don't know how well. She didn't add that the Mardukan who'd been blown all over her by one of the grenades had had her dead to rights when it hit. Another second, and the big bastard would have taken her head off before she could reload. Since it was exactly what he'd wanted to hear, Roger couldn't understand why the statement caused him to flare with rage. But it did. He knew it shouldn't have, but it did. He tried hard, really tried, to swallow his contrarian reaction, but his inner anger leaked through his control. Thank you for your input, Sergeant, he replied tightly. In the future, however, I'll try to think of a more elegant solution. Despro didn't have a clue what it was about her comment that had pissed the prince off so badly, but she was smart enough to back off. Well, thanks anyway, Your Highness, she said quietly. Good night. Good night, Sergeant, Roger said more naturally. His intense flare of anger was already fading, and he wanted to apologize for his earlier tone, but he couldn't find the words. Which only made it worse, of course. The rebuffed NCO nodded calmly to him in the moonlight and headed back into camp, leaving him to swing his sword and rage, now at both the world and his own stupidity. Chapter 34. I brought everything I could pocking pack. Poor Tenna snapped. How T-Pock was I gonna pack a pocking plasma cradle? Captain Panner had decided the company needed a day or two to repair and reconsolidate. His initial reaction had been to push on, trying to deprive the Chronolta of time to concentrate more warriors on their position. But although all the pack beasts had been recovered, many of them were injured, and the Mahouts insisted that some of them needed a few days' rest. Panner had to admit that it would help the Marines as well, so the company had spent the next day improving the camp's defenses and recovering from the contact. Well, most of them had. Julian and Poertina had a different mission. The sides of the hide tent, which had been turned into an ad hoc armory, were rolled up, but they were still unpleasantly hot under it. Not as hot as the Marines digging stake pits, perhaps, but at least the diggers didn't have to make bricks without straw on it. T-Pocking High-Capacity Tester for TM-98 is a pocking tabletop pocking unit, Poertina went on sharply. How the pock was I gonna carry it, huh? Tell me something I don't know, Poertina. Julian shot back. The two experienced armorers had already stripped down and inspected 12 plasma rifles, front to back. None of them had exhibited any sign that they would detonate like the late Nani Bosoms, but they'd pretty clearly deduced what must have happened to Bosom, and they had no way to test the high-flux capacitor systems. The machine that did that was, as Poertina had pointed out, a tabletop model which had become an expanding ball of plasma along with the rest of the deglopper. Panner walked into the tent and glanced at the disassembled rifles and parts strewn across its interior. Any luck? No, sir, Julian admitted tiredly. Other than expected faults, we can't find anything. There's nothing to indicate a malfunction that would cause a blowout, he went on, and Panner nodded. I heard you talking about capacitors. Nothing there. No, Julian said. Bad capacitors are the most common cause of breach detonations, but we don't have T-Pock. I mean, I couldn't hump T-test module, Captain, Poertina put in. It was too big. Oh. Pawner smiled. Is that the only problem? Yes, sir. Julian gestured at the torn-down weapons. We've got a general meter, but we can't stress charge the capacitors. The charge exceeds the meter's capacity. Okay. Pawner turned to the Pinopan. Poratena, go rip the system pack out of a suit of armor. Better make it Russell's. The Grenadier had been one of 3rd Platoon's few casualties in the ambush, and would no longer require her powered armor. Roger, Captain. The small armorer trotted off towards where the armor had been stored, and Pawner turned his attention back to Julian as he extracted a precious stick of gum and popped it absent-mindedly into his mouth. Julian, go get me a plasma rifle that's been positively deadlined, a section of 12-gauge superconductor, and a cyberpad. Yes, sir. Julian stepped into the bowels of the tent to find the required items. He wasn't sure what the captain was up to, but he knew it was going to be interesting. Pawner held the charge couple ring steady in one hand and applied the edge of his combat knife to the base of the contact points. Essentially, the tabletop tester for these things is identical to the built-in system in the armor. He sheared the contact off cleanly and caught it in midair. But the contact points are different. The old Mark 38 used different contacts too, but it had a field service kit. You should have heard the bitching and moaning about not having a portable tester when these Mark 98s came out. But this trick had been around for a long time, so we just kept using it. Oh, why didn't they specify the same design? Julian asked. Or a field tester. You don't know much about procurement systems, do you, Julian? Pawner smiled crookedly and wiped a trickle of forehead sweat off on the shoulder of his uniform, while he concentrated on lining up the superconductor and the contact. The same company that supplies the plasma rifles supplies testing equipment. Naturally, they want to sell the equipment with the rifles. If they say, hey, you can use the same testers as you use on your armor, there goes the sale. Not to mention the fact that the tabletop